Scene 1 of No Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Reichert. No Surrender by Constance Elizabeth Maud. Scene 1. In the Black Country. Once upon a time, God made a fair green valley in the North Country. The surrounding hills were wooded with noble trees. The green pastures were watered by fresh, clear streams. Overhead, the blue arch of heaven was swept by sweet, clean, pine-scented winds. The people of this country were thrifty and industrious, spinning and delving, sowing and reaping, and, taken all round, as happy and contented as any on the face of this earth, where men and women are born each to their share of educational sorrow, as surely as the sparks fly upward. But with the turning of time's wheel came a change. The juggernaut car of so-called progress rolled over the country, crushing out all its fair beauty. Gone now are the woods and the green pastures. Stunted and blighted the scarce trees and flowers. The once life-giving winds are laden with coal dust and grit, which chokes the green life at its birth. The streams and rivers run murky and foul, and the sky hangs like a grey pall, blotting out the sun, which tries in vain to pierce through the dense atmosphere. For this is the land of the great cotton mills and the factories. The green country of the Creator has become the black country of man. Many tall mill chimneys rear their gaunt heads into the gloomy sky of the town of Greyston, and round the mills cluster a network of narrow grimy streets blocked with tram lines and an unceasing stream of human life. It was early June, a day that in the olden times, when the sun had free access to the dale, might have been gloriously bright, but under existing conditions only succeeded in being close and lifeless. In the long, low weaving shed of Walker's great mill it was stifling. 2 men opened the door, the manager showing round a visitor. The sudden blast of whirling machinery and foul air which greeted them made the visitor reel back. "Don't think I can stand that to-day, even for 2 minutes," he shouted above the din to his companion. The manager smiled, guessing, though not hearing his words. "It is a bit noisy and close for those not used to it," he allowed, and after casting a hurried glance at the 500 women and girls whose business it was to get used to it, they beat a retreat. Just above the weavers' heads spun the endless network of wheels. The looms, of which most weavers were working 4, were placed so close together as to make it only just possible to pass down the narrow ways. The shuttles, like grim projectiles, darted to and fro between the warp and woof. Projectiles truly, for not infrequently they have been known to fly suddenly out of their appointed path and inflict severe injury on some unsuspecting toiler, blinding an eye or giving a deadly stab in the back. Modern invention, so active in other directions, has not yet succeeded in discovering a means of protecting the weavers from these accidents. The pandemonium is such that no voice can be heard even when raised to a shriek. The weavers, when obliged to speak with each other, make signs and lip-read, an art in which they are adepts. The air is full of fine flakes of cotton fibre and the dust from china clay. Ventilation, in spite of inspectors and laws, is of the meagrest and most primitive description. The air, when dry, is moistened by steam lest the thread should suffer, but the lungs of the workers are not so carefully considered. There are always plenty of girls to fill a vacant place, for the textile worker is better paid than any other class of working woman. Oh, the weaving shed is stifling this June afternoon. Many a form is drooping, a pale cheek growing paler, for they have been at it since 6 in the morning, with but half an hour's interval for breakfast at 8, and an hour for dinner at midday, and it is now nearly 4 o'clock. A slip of a girl, whose 3 looms are all in full swing, tries to snatch just a few seconds' rest, and slinging a leather strap across 2 looms, sits down, but the tackler seems to have eyes set in his shoulder blades, for he turns sharply and signs to her angrily. The girl springs to her feet, praying heaven her rash act may not bring on her the punishment of a fine. All at once the wheels slacken, and, as if by magic, a hush steals over the looms. The formidable shuttle ceases to dart back and forth between warp and woof. The weavers, hastily gathering up their shawls and little baskets or tins, for most of them have dined in the shed, make for the door like escaping prisoners, and draw in long draughts of the outer air, as though it were life-giving water. They are doing daily short time by 2 hours this month, but that, alas, means short wage with all its accompanying problems. A small pale girl of some 15 years ran up to an elder sister, her senior by about 10 years, clinging on to her arm. "Well, Sally, how do you like being a full-timer? 'Tisn't all beer and skittles, eh? It's a mercy we're doing short time this week, Jenny. I couldn't have held on another minute. My head was all of a swim, and my legs was that queer I didn't know where they'd got to," said the girl. "Ah, you'll get over that, lass. We all feel that way at times, come to stand all day at it. Half-timer's different work, you see. Get some fresh air inside of you. Go for a walk with Lizzie Wilkins after tea, and don't come in until supper-time." "Not as I'm sorry to stop being half-timer. 6 hours in mill, and school on top, takes the starch out of you too, to think you done full-time at 10, and mother at 8. Don't tell mother I felt queer. She'd only worry." "Course not. You'll be all right by supper-time." Jenny gave an understanding nod, and Sally darted after her friend with recovered confidence in her long thin legs. Meanwhile, Jenny Clegg wound her way up through the hilly side streets to the outskirts of the town, and entered a stern grey little house at the corner of a long row, all as like each other as threaded beans. She passed through the stiffly arranged and rarely used parlour to the more comfortable-looking kitchen and living-room beyond, with its big oak dresser and spacious range. On a couch, drawn close to the fire, lay a tall, gaunt youth of some 22 years, propped up by pillows. In his hands he held listlessly some netting, but the long web spoke of many hours' previous toil. By his side was a pile of books and papers. Signs of suffering and weariness showed in the drawn lines of his bony face, but the eyes were keen and bright, and lines of courage fought with the depression which marked the mouth and chin. He gave a slight shiver as the door opened admitting his sister, but looked up with a welcoming smile, as his eyes rested on the comely little figure in the shawl and clogs of the mill. Jenny noticed the shiver. "Dost find it cold, lad? Outside 'tis mighty hot, I can tell you. The weaving shed might have been an oven. I am glad for Sally's sake we'm doing short time, spite o' short brass on such days." "Ay, to be sure." Peter looked enviously at the strong, free movements of his sister as she prepared the tea, and then reached up to a shelf, taking down a basket of clothes set aside for mending. He gave a weary sigh. "Guess I'm different to thee, Jenny. I've nobbut skin and bone for covering." He smiled whimsically. "It'd take 2 or 3 o' my thickness to fill a gradely suit o' clothes." Jenny drew her chair nearer to the sofa. "Why now, 'tis not fat gives strength, Peter lad. You'll soon be better, you'll see, now the ugly shuttle wound is nearly healed up." "I'll never be no better, Jenny." He spoke with quiet conviction. "'Tis 5 years I've lain now, but it's not right I should lay here taking the food from them as works and earns it. Better let me go to hospital and finish up there." Jenny turned her head quickly to thread her needle, not very easy with water in your eyes, but her voice rang clear and cheery as she said, "Horspital indeed! Want them students to be cutting ye up like they served poor Bill Hopton? Rigged up on a table, chloroformed, and waking to find the jokers have had a bit out o' your innards, a leg off here, an arm off there, to say nothing of a handful o' your brains, which Lord knows you can ill spare." "You're noan a bad judge o' doctors, Jenny," laughed Peter. Jenny rose and went to his side, kneeling by the sofa and gently stroking his hair. Ne'er mention naught 'bout t'orspital again, or you'll just hear the length o' my tongue, lad." Her voice took on all at once the tender mother tone. "Now, hearken to me. Mother and me's been saving the store checks for nigh on 2 years now. 'Tis nobbut a few pennies in the week, but they mount to a tidy pile when you leave 'em and don't draw the divot—" Peter turned astonished eyes upon his sister, interrupting with, "By gum, Jenny, you and mother done that? But if fayther knawed mother'd save check brass, he'd have it for sure." "I'll take thee word for that, lad," agreed Jenny. "But he don't know, and for why should he? They're noan his checks. He gets his money's worth out o' his victuals, same as I do for my money. The check's his mother's, as took the trouble to tramp 2-3 mile for 'em, and laid by the brass, as you can go to the convalescent home, like any lord. Once there, you'll pick up like a cauliflower after a bucket o' water," concluded Jenny in her most beguiling tones. But Peter's face was overcast with gloom, and had no answering smile. "I'm noan goin' to take the checks, Jenny. 'Tis bad enow to lie here like a bump on the log, 'stead o' workin' to help keep the wom." "And who's to blame that you can't work, lad?" Jenny interrupted sharply. "Shuttle as struck ye in the back? Or the man as shaped weavin' shed and looms? Or laws as 'lows one man to wreck the lives o' many?" "Or God as 'lows it all," said Peter with a touch of bitterness. "Well, whatsomever it be, we mun put up wi't. The pity of it is that Shuttle went for me a 12-month before the employer's liability were passed by Parliament. But we mun take life as 't comes, Jenny, and put up wi't." "Put up wi't? Put up wi' wrong? Put up wi' ignorance and tyranny and cruelty? Nay, lad. That's not the way they talked last night at the women's meeting. 'Tis God's voice inside us makes us rise against sich things. We're in this world to try and make things better, not leave 'em be. It's nobbut slaves' talk to say we should put up wi' wrong." "I'd be worse'n any slave if I tuck thy check brass, lass. Bad enow to live on women's wage. Fayther's gan mighty little many weeks back. He's at 'is odd game, I'll go bail." Jenny rose and sat down again to her mending. Her face showed troublous thought as she answered, "Aye, I'm fearing he's bettin' again. I heard him say to one o' his mates he'd be off on business to-morn." "Sure, it's Poolchester's his business," agreed Peter with a sigh. "He's a hard nut to crack, his fayther." "Well, he's not a-goin' to lay hands on the checks, if I know it," said Jenny with sudden vigour. "Now just hearken to me, Jenny. There'll be plenty o' use for yon bit o' brass, if fayther don't come sparin' after it. I reckon you'll be gettin' wed afore long, eh?" Peter tried to see his sister's face, but she got up hastily and moved across the room as she said, "I'm noan in such mighty haste to get wed, Peter lad. Put me head in a noose and give a man the string to twist, like poor Liz has done? No." "Poor Liz, she's another mak' o' porritch to thee, Jenny. How about Joe 'Opton, eh? Bain't yo' set on him no longer?" "Oh, thou'rt a wonderful chap for questions," laughed Jenny, her cheeks showing a pretty colour. Peter looked at her searchingly, anxiously. "Joe 'Opton'll be Member o' Parliament 'fore he's done. You mark my words, Jenny. They all sen so." Maybe. Jenny's tone expressed perfect indifference to the glorious destiny of Joe Hopton. "But Joe's all for the men and their reets," she added bitterly. "He thinks naught about the women." "There's one woman he thinks know about. How many would ye hae him to be thinking about, lass?" inquired Peter with a half-concealed smile. His sister gave an impatient shrug to her shoulders. "Oh, you men's all alike. Can't see further than your own doormat. Well, not to go further, can't you see this is but a badly shaped world for women?" As she spoke, a woman passed the open window, giving on to the road, pausing a moment to look in. "Here comes one of them by the same token," she added, rising and going through the parlour to open the door. "Liz, was it?" called Peter after her. "Aye, it's poor Liz," answered Jenny hurriedly. Another moment and the sound of a voice breaking into sobs, then bursting into angry denunciations, reached Peter's anxiously straining ears. "Whatever's wrong?" Come in here, do, Liz," he called. A pale, half-grown looking young woman, like an ill-watered plant of poor soil, entered at the moment. Her red-brown hair showed some care, but the gown bore stains and patches, and her face matched it. "Whatever do you think Sam's done now?" she cried passionately. "Oh, God, I'll go mad wi' it, clean mad I will." She wrung her hands distractedly. "Well, but tell us what's wrong, for God's sake, Liz," cried Jenny, while Peter, making room on his narrow couch, added soothingly, "Durnt greet, lass. We'll help you through. Come sit down here." "You can't help, nobody can," sobbed Liz. "'E's taken the 2 childer from their grandmother at Rajta and shipped 'em off to Australy." "Australy!" ejaculated Peter incredulously. Then he laughed reassuringly. "Rubbish! He's getting at you, Liz. Why, the odd dame 'ud never let him." "Of course not," chimed in Jenny. "Cheer up, lass. Sam's just mad with you because of trying to get the law on him. That's what it is." "It's God's truth I'm telling you." Liz broke into fresh sobs. "He's fixed it all so cunning, nobody knowed. The odd dame, she thought he'd fetched 'em back 'ome to me." Then followed details which left no room for doubt in the minds of Peter and Jenny. The unfortunate mother had been that day, as soon as she could slip off from work, to see her 2 young children, whom the grandmother had taken, to help over one of the frequent bad times to which Sam's family were addicted. "I fair skeered the poor odd dam to death," said Liz, relating her tale. "How's Willie and Sue?" I says. "Willie and Sue," says she. "Well, yo should know best. Hannot they gone to Sam's Uncle Dick in Australy?" "What dun you mean?" I yells at her. "Why," she says, "I thowt it were your wish, seein' Sam's doin' naught to keep 'em, an' his uncle's well-ter-do, wi' no chick or child of his own. Send my childer to yon God-forsaken outlandish place, childer I've borne and suckled and raised? Then yo've no mother's 'art in your breast," I flings at her, and jist rooshed out and took train back 'ome. Oh, my babies, my poor babies." She rocked herself to and fro, moaning helplessly. "Have you seen Sam? Have you heard it from his own lips?" asked Jenny anxiously. "Aye, I've seen 'im. I've yeard 'im, and I've felt 'im," answered Liz with sudden fury. "'Ere's his mark." She lifted the heavy fringe from her forehead and revealed an ugly bruise. "But I never felt 'un," she added recklessly. "I don't care what he does to me. I'll 'ave me childer back, I will, if I walk to Australia and back to fetch 'em. Sue's but 8 year, and the boy not 7 till Michaelmas." "But it costs a deal to go to Australy. However did Sam get the brass to send 'em over?" asked Peter. "Oh, he noan laid out a stiver, trust him. His uncle and aunts paid and shapped it months since wi' Sam. He says I should be thankful he's got 'em so well provided. He says I've naught to say. I'm nobbut their mother, and 'cordin' to law, he says mothers noan be parents. But I durnt believe it," she broke out passionately. "It's lies. It must be. And I'll have the law on him again, I will." "Durnt try it, Liz," urged Peter. "You'll lose again, my poor lass. We'll shap out summat, but don't ye touch to law. 'Tis cruel 'ard is to law, but we mun put up wi't." "Put up wi't? Aye, all you men says that to us women, magistrate and all," she answered bitterly. "Put up wi' kicks and strappin's from a man as he gives ye nights when he knows nobody's by to witness agin him. A child at your breast and another comin', but magistrate he says, 'Go wom, me woman, and make your 'usband more comfortable,' and I'll wager he'll not go to the ale-house more'n's reasonable, nor won't beat ye neither more'n's reasonable. A mighty good joke for sech as 'im sittin' up theer like God Almighty on his thrawn." Peter made no reply save to lay his hand gently on that of his married sister. But Jenny's mouth was set in hard, determined lines as she said, "Aye, there's man's justice for you. A man always backs a man. They're made that way." With an aggrieved air, Peter rejoined, "Lord knows I durnt back up Sam, nor Magistrate neither. Sam's a blackguard, I allus said so. Didn't we all try to stop Liz weddin' of him? What's the good o' harkin' back?" Liz left Peter's side and walked to and fro restlessly. "I were a fool. Don't I know it better'n any o' you?" "Fools bain't all o' one sex," remarked Jenny, busying herself with the kettle. "I'm going to make you a cup of tea, Liz." "Whist!" cried Liz suddenly, backing from the window. "'Ere comes Sam and Mother with him. 'E's jawing her so hard 'e didn't see me. I'm off. Not as I'm skeered o' Sam. That's done wi'. But I'm not for making trouble in other folks' houses." "But if he asks for you, what shall we say?" asked Jenny, showing her out by the back way. "Tell him I've gone to see as he dawn't ship the rest o' me childer to hell 'fore he gets there himsel'," cried Liz, as she disappeared just in time to avoid the entry of a big, red-faced, burly man of powerful build, in whose wake followed a spare, frail, elderly woman, so immaterial she might have passed for a shadow in the twilight. "I've come for my woman," shouted the red-faced man, looking about the kitchen suspiciously and flourishing a dog-whip. "Where is she?" He veered round suddenly upon Jenny. "Aye, Jenny," said Mrs. Clegg in persuasive, plaintive tones. "Dunna you keep 'er, lass. 'Er duty's to go wom wi' 'er 'usban'." "Liz is noan here," replied Jenny shortly. "'Er were 'ere," retorted Sam, adding threateningly, "Now, no lees." With a glance of unutterable scorn, Jenny turned her back upon him and took up her knitting, standing at the window. "Liz is gone. She's not for making trouble in other folks' houses," observed Peter meaningly. "Oh, her's gone, 'as her? Well, I'm gooin' to find her wherever her be." His face showed an ugly snarl. "So p'raps you'll be informin' me wheer she's gone." Jenny rounded on him sharply. "Maybe she's gone to Australia to fetch her children. Her children as she bore and suckled and raised and slaved for." "You shut up your blasted din, you damned, or I'll set me clogs into you. Liz is ma woman. I owns her 'cordin' to law, and the brats too. I'll pervide the 'ole pack as I thinks reet, and I'm goin' to learn her who's master so she'll not disremember." He cracked his whip so ominously that it blanched the cheek of Lizzie's mother. Peter pulled himself up on his pillows. "You're a cursed bully, Sam, and if I'd the use of my limbs, I'd show you summat of another law, yo white-livered cur, yo." "Yo braggart for such a bantam," retorted Sam with a sneer, "but I'll wring thee neck if thee craws again. And tak this to go on wi', ye bellerin' scarecraw." He raised the dog whip and cracked it across Peter's face, but the latter dodged it with an art which revealed experience. With lightning-like rapidity, Jenny seized a knife from the dresser and, darting at Sam, jerked up his arm just as he was preparing for a second crack of the dog whip. Before he realised her next move, she had snatched the whip and flung it out of the window. "You touch him, you great cowardly hog, and I'll stick this into your ugly carcass." She brandished the carving knife before his bloodshot eyes. "You'll swing for it, yo she-dull, yo," snarled Sam, backing however towards the door. "I don't mind an empty bean pod if I do." Jenny advanced slowly on him as Sam backed. "It'd be the best day's work o' my life riddin' the earth o' such vermin. Go, get out of this house, and if you dare lift a finger on our Liz or her childern, you'll have me to reckon with." With a bang of the outer door, Sam was gone, but in passing the kitchen window, he thrust in his arm and gave them a parting crack from his retrieved dog whip. "I'll make you remember this, and Liz too," he roared. "Oh, dearie me, whatever'll he do now?" groaned Mrs. Clegg. "'Tain't ne'er a bit o' good, lass, a comin' twixt mon and wife. Liz has made her bed, poor soul, now she mun lie on't. Didn't the magistrate bid her go wom and put up wi't?" "Aye, but mother, there's a limit to puttin' up," Peter interposed before Jenny could reply. "And Sam's o'erstepped all limits. We mun save poor Liz, or sure he'll be the death o' her, just as Bill Noakes was of his wife, though they did bring it in manslaughter and let him off with 6 months." "And the childern," cried Jenny indignantly, "would you 'ave put up wi't? if feyther'd ship 2 of your children to Australia unbeknown to you, mother? You're mild as milk, Lord knows, but this 'ud a aroused you, I'm thinking." "Aye, lass, I'd a suffered cruel, but theer, what can a woman do 'ginst a mon? He's got the law allus on his side." "Not if the woman can pay for't," cried Jenny. "If Liz was a rich lady, she'd 'ave her divorce from a man like Sam, soon as look at him. He's been after others, times out o' number, and beat her cruel too. And for such things rich folks can get divorce. Divorce and freedom." "Divorce and freedom," repeated Mrs. Clegg in bewilderment, as though her daughter had suggested a flight in an aeroplane. "It takes a deal o' brass, I do know, does a divorce," observed Peter thoughtfully. "You can't get it done, 'cept in London, and then it costs £30 and more," said Jenny. "Sooner we start in, the better then," cried Peter, with sudden energy. "Don't be downcast, mother. I can make summat out of these nets. And Jenny, how about them checks you were tellin' of?" Mrs. Clegg started and looked quickly at Jenny. "Checks? Who spoke 'bout checks?" "I told Peter something just to cheer him up a bit, mother. No one else knows a blessed thing about them," Jenny assured her. "Now hearken to me, mother, and you, Jenny." Peter's face took an unwonted determination. "I'll never touch that brass you've saved while I'm a living man. Give it to Liz. Put it by for that divorce business. Maybe we could get a lawyer chap to do the trick for less when he knows the circumstances, eh?" "It's a wonderful idea. It fair takes away my breath," Mrs. Clegg gasped, as she contemplated the dim possibility of deliverance for her daughter. "Liz to get free!" The tears of relief rushed to her own toil-dim eyes. Then a new thought chased them back in sudden apprehension. "But, oh dear, whatever'd your feyther say?" "Time enough to tell feyther when we've done it," observed Jenny shortly. £30 ain't going to be picked off the blackberry bushes." "How much are them checks fetchin'? 'Ave 'em out, mother," urged Peter. Buying a divorce appeared to have come suddenly within the boundary of hope, and even though distant, it appealed to him as some definite object for which to live. His personal ambitions he had long ago renounced one by one, with that wonderful philosophic resignation which his class so often manifest, in common with those peoples of the East, who, unlike them, however, possess unquestioning faith in the doctrine of reincarnation, and with it the readjustment of all apparent injustices and hard lots. Mrs. Clegg turned to Jenny. "Where's thee puttin', lass? I don't rightly remember how much we've saved." Jenny lifted her skirt and unfastened a belt from which was suspended a small bag containing account books and cheques not as yet booked at the stores. She laid them out on Peter's couch, and they all commenced counting eagerly. "Added to this 'ere in the book, there mun be nigh on £3," cried Peter in surprise. £3 all but 1 shilling and 7 halfpenny, counting the divis in the book." Jenny could not succeed in keeping a little pride out of her voice, but the satisfaction of all was to be short-lived. "What's up theer? Yeads all together like a lot o' old hens pecking up meal," cried a rough, deep voice, and Mr. Clegg appeared suddenly and noiselessly in the doorway. Mrs. Clegg was the first to reply. Her voice took on its usual apologetic tone with her lord and master, for Mrs. Clegg was imbued with a spirit of such humility that she apologized not only for rising early and late taking rest, while fulfilling her manifold obligations towards her mate, such as bearing and raising his 10 children, cooking, washing, mending, cleaning for the family, but even for her very existence up to the age of 55 in this strenuous service without pay. That she had ventured on such a bold line of action as saving cooperative store checks unknown to her lord was due to Jenny's initiative and her own fathomless mother-love for her wounded offspring. This inspired her, like the mother bird, who, seeing her nestlings menaced, lures the approaching dog to follow her to a safe distance by feigning a crippled wing, to draw the attention of the menacing master to herself. "Oh, 'tis not partickler, Jim. I were only just a-counting Peter's," she faltered. But here Jenny rushed to the rescue, as she quickly gathered the checks together under her hand. "You've come home early to-day, fayther. Want your supper?" "I wants no supper," replied Mr. Clegg, his suspicions now thoroughly roused. "I want to know what's up theer." He pointed to the couch. "Liz is in a peck o' trouble again, poor lass," began Mrs. Clegg tremulously, and Peter this time took up the tale. "Sam's ta'en the 2 childern from their grandmother's at Rachta and shipped 'em off to Australy." "Poor Liz is well nigh out o' her wits wi' it all," added Mrs. Clegg, her voice gaining strength. "T'Australy?" cried Mr. Clegg. "Well, what's the ter-do? Sam's noan o' my choosing, but he's master in his own house, and can put his childer wheer he pleases. I'll have no meddlin' here twixt man and wife. Now, I'll know what you've gotten hid up so quare and guilty like." He fixed his eyes on his wife. Peter raised himself and spoke in earnest, pleading tones. "Fayther, let me tell yo'. It's some co-op checks his mother and Jenny have been saving up for me to go and get cured at convalescent home. But I don't need it. I want 'em to give the brass to help our poor Liz. Now you've got the straight truth, fayther." "Yes, but if fayther wants to know more," broke in Jenny. "Aye, by gum, I wants to know more." Mr. Clegg left no room for doubt in his tone. "Then I'll tell you." Jenny stood up and boldly faced her parent, and there was something in the set look of both that revealed their close kinship in spite of sex and its wide difference of soul and body training. "Mother, let me speak." She silenced a feeble attempt to interpose on the part of the mother bird. "One day, nigh 2 years sin', I says to mother, 'Stead o' buying victuals and clothes and such like at shops close by, for why don't you go to the co-op stores down i' the town? They give you checks, and if you trouble to save 'em, and you don't draw your divvy, you'll get a nice little bit o' brass for your pains. It's a long walk theer and back, but mother's done it these 2 year, and earned and saved this brass." She showed the book and handful of checks. "Against the rainy day." "Saved, you can say, nobbut a fool or maybe a thief." Here the shadowy form of Mrs. Clegg seemed to wither. "Could say yearned," replied Mr. Clegg magisterially. "Them checks be mine, bought wi' my wage, and I've a better use for that brass than handing it over to Liz and her wastrel mon." "Nay, nay, fayther, not's for Sam. It's for poor Liz to get free on 'em, the low blackguard. It's to buy her a divorce," explained Peter eagerly. "Divorce!" Mr. Clegg's tone expressed righteous horror at the mere word. "I'll have no divorce in my family. Shappin' a divorce, are ye? Hond me them checks." He turned solemnly on his wife. "Fayther," interposed Jenny, standing midway between her parents, "the checks be noan yours. They're mother's by all the laws of justice, and nobody has the right to touch 'em." "The laws of justice, indeed! Haud your jaw, wench. A woman, I'll have you know, has no reet to a penny of her mon's wage. That's the law o' justice. I've been a fool to gie her so much. I little knawed she were saving and hoarding for hersel'." "No for mysel', Jim, no for mysel'," came a plaintive sound which ended in half sigh, half sob. "Has a wife no reets?" cried Jenny, her eyes flashing, her breath coming quick. "Is she to win naught for herself save labour and toil and pains o' childbearing, rising at 5 in the morning, scratting like a bantam all day till late o' nights, toiling and moiling till she's naught but a bag o' churchyard bones, like poor mother, and ne'er the reet to a check, not if she walks 4 mile to win it?" Jenny paused breathless, facing her father with flashing defiant eyes. Mr. Clegg regarded his daughter sternly, but without wrath. He answered her in measured tones, strong in the sense of his impregnable position, backed as he felt himself to be, not only by the law of his land, the tradition of generations, his own physical force and intrinsic superiority of sex, but by the innermost conviction and consent of all right-thinking womankind. "Thy tongue's like a clapper o' the east wind, lass. Sooner thee gets a mon to learn thee haud thy jaw, the better for thee." Then, turning to the grey shadow of the submissive mate, who had served him faithfully for just on 30 years, minus reward of even a recognising look or word which might raise her to the level of mate or partner. "Now, missus, wo's be them checks and that co-op brass, eh? Come, speak up. I'm only standing for justice, and you know it." "Aye, Jim, sure an' they be yourn. It's all yourn, 'cordin' to law." Mrs. Clegg spoke with the sincerity and conviction of the right-thinking woman. But even the right-thinking woman has a glimmering notion of abstract justice, and the imputation of hoardin' and savin' for herself was more than she could bear without a mild protest. "Forgive me, Jim," she went on gently, and nobody except Peter heard Jenny's aside. "Aye, that's the meanin' of with all my worldly goods I thee endow. Forgive me, Jim," continued the patient mother voice, "but 'twas no for mysel'. I saved and hoarded 'twere for Peter, the poor lad, to send 'em to convalescence home." "Convalescent 'ome, indeed. You'll be sending 'em next to tak' the wathers o' Bruxton wi's Majesty the King." "Gi' 'im the checks, Jenny, for God's sake," cried Peter, his pale face dyed with shame. "If it's only to show 'em I dursn't want to touch 'em." "Aye, Jenny lass, hon thee fayther they checks," urged her mother. Jenny placed the bag of cheques and small account book down on the table. "There they be. I'll not give them but fayther can take them. Only remember," she turned and faced him dauntlessly, "that brass is earned by the sweat o' mother's brow, not yours." Mr. Clegg laid a large hand upon the cheques and account book, and conveying the same to a capacious pocket, moved towards the door, muttering as he departed, "Fine goin's on. Savin', by gum, and me not knowin' where to turn for 1/2 crown." "You'll have a bit o' supper, Jim?" called Mrs. Clegg anxiously after her departing spouse. "Won't be long afore it's ready, for 'ere comes the childer." As she spoke, Sally and 2 small boys came clattering in. No, I'm off," replied the father of the family. "This be no wom for an 'ard-workin' mon, in need o' peace and quiet." End of Scene 1. Recorded by Lisa Reichert. Scene 2 of No Surrender by Constance Elizabeth Maud. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Scene 2. Brackenhill Hall. 2 ladies sat on the terrace of Brackenhill Hall. It was difficult to realise how the name had ever been justified, but an able staff of gardeners had achieved a good deal in their battle with the devastating inventions of industry, and though they could not make the wind-swept hillside, about 2 miles out of Greyston, blossom as the rose, they had painted it gay, with parterres of geraniums, lobelias, calceolarias, and the hardy coleus, and by dint of much careful tending had succeeded in preserving a tolerably green lawn throughout the summer. A few trees of former days still stood up bravely round the old house, though their foliage spoke eloquently of their sufferings under present conditions. Lady Walker was an energetic gardener, as her shady mushroom hat, big gauntlet gloves, and practical apron testified, not to mention the spud by her side. She was hot and tired from an exhausting attack on the plantains, which refused to be exterminated from the lawn, but her spirit remained unbroken, and it was with proud satisfaction she pointed to the basket of the slaughtered. "I've not been idle, you see." Her companion smiled. "My dear Eleanor, you're perfectly wonderful. You always were." The Honourable Mrs. Patrick O'Neill and Lady Walker were first cousins, but there all kinship ceased. Physically and mentally they bore no resemblance, but this fact had never hindered a genuine, though not very intimate, friendship since girlhood. Mrs. O'Neill, with her dainty grey and white dress, her dark brown, silver-flecked hair, grey eyes, and clear ivory skin, reminded one irresistibly of a graceful silver birch. In spite of some 50-odd years of indifferent weather, with a full share of anxiety and heartache in this vale of tears, She had retained the soft musical voice, quick glinting smile, and many of the youthful enthusiasms of her girlhood. Her personality contrasted curiously with the robust objectivity of her cousin, tall, handsome, and majestic as a Roman matron, or, to carry out the comparison of a tree, a finely grown Scotch fir. Mrs. O'Neill contemplated the brimming basket of weeds. "You are so efficient, whatever you undertake," she went on in a tone of genuine admiration. "And I have spent the whole afternoon dreaming in Iona with Fiona MacLeod." "Tastes differ, my dear. At all events, you've been more sensible than your daughter this broiling day. I suppose those girls are not back yet?" "I've seen nothing of them. I expect it was hard to tear Mary away from the mill. She would want to see every corner and talk to every one." Lady Walker snorted. "Well, my dear Cynthia, it is a most foolish idea to go over a cotton mill on a day like this. You can have no idea of the heat in those weaving sheds and machine places." "Oh, that wouldn't deter Mary. If once she gets interested, nothing daunts her. Irish enthusiasm, you see." Mary's mother smiled, as though that last trait were no drawback in her eyes. "Well, I can't conceive what there can be to interest her in a cotton mill, of all prosaic things in this world." "Why, the workers, I suppose. The women specifically." "But why, in the name of fortune? They are very well paid, and perfectly happy and contented." Lady Walker's tone expressed no room for doubt. "I assure you, my dear, they don't need any reforms or philanthropy." "Oh, I know. Please, dear, don't imagine Mary is anything so formidable as a reformer. She throws this passionate sympathy and interest into the lives of all her fellow creatures. It is not philanthropy." A little sigh escaped Mary's mother. "It is something much more personal and intimate." "Whatever it is, my dear Cynthia, it ought to be stopped," said her cousin, adding in a tone of solemn warning, "unless you want Mary to throw away all her chances." Mrs. O'Neill laughed happily. "You might as well try and stop the tide from rising, or the sun from shining, my dear Eleanor, as stop Mary from loving her fellow creatures, never mind how disastrous the consequences to herself." "But who wants to stop her loving her fellow creatures, as you call it?" Lady Walker answered shortly. "Though, personally," she continued, "I consider that sort of indiscriminate, widespread affection most foolish and misplaced. No, Cynthia, I must confess, it is with deep regret that I see a charming, gifted girl like your Mary deliberately letting her youth slip by. It has been on my mind to have a serious talk with you ever since you came here." "Not too serious, I hope, dear Eleanor?" The grey eyes held a twinkle, but the brown ones of Lady Walker fixed them sternly. "Yes, very serious. Mark my words, if you let Mary go on like this, the girl will never marry." The alternative prospect might have included death in a ditch, from the tone in which the words were uttered, but Mrs. O'Neill refused to be solemnized. "Go on like what, my dear Eleanor? Visiting cotton mills?" "Yes, and hospital nursing one year, and prison visiting the next, and plunging into all sorts of weird things, quite unfit for a girl of her class. You will have her turning into a suffragette next. She's 27 or 8, is it? Her good looks won't last forever, my dear, and there is nothing, let me tell you, that puts a man off like seeing a girl absorbed with things that bear no relation to himself." "You mean Sir Charles Crompton, I suppose." Mrs. O'Neill's grey eyes still held their twinkle, though her voice was becoming serious. "But, my dear Eleanor, though Mary likes him in her widespread fashion, I can see he has aroused not the faintest individual interest in her." "Then Mary is an exceedingly foolish young woman, my dear. Sir Charles is ready to come on. I have, so to speak, felt his pulse." No Harley Street doctor could have spoken with a more professional air. "He writes that he is coming over again to-day." Her hand indicated a pile of letters on the wicker table between them. "And here is Mary, as likely as not to let him slip, while she plays with Bobby, argues with the vicar, and rushes after factory girls. It's too silly." "But they all equally share her interest, you see." Mary's mother gave a helpless little wisp of a sigh. "Then they should not do so," came again the stern voice of duty. "Mary must learn the great art of concentration, the secret of woman's success, as I early taught my girls. You must own, Cynthia, that considering the awful competition in these days with American heiresses and their dollars, Helen and Cicely haven't done so badly, both going off as they did too before their third season." Mrs. O'Neill gave a murmur of admiring assent. "Alice, of course, has never had a proper season at all yet. It would be wholly superfluous, since she and your Terence are making a charming but foolish love match." "After my own heart, and yours too, you worldly mother," interposed the soft voice of Mrs. O'Neill. "Well, but do you see my point, Cynthia?" Lady Walker quickly obliterated a reluctant smile. "Can you suppose for one moment that a man like Horace Boulder, or even Penhaven, would have been attracted had Helen or Cecily shown a tendency to independent interests and original thought?" "Original sin would have stood a far better chance, I should say," replied her cousin with absolute conviction. But she failed to satisfy this mother of many daughters. "My dear Cynthia, I really wish you would take this thing seriously. Do you suppose even your own son Terence would have fallen in love with Alice had he found her dividing her attention between sick orphans, blind dogs, Armenian massacres, and heaven knows what?" "I really don't know, dear." Mrs. O'Neill no longer attempted to conceal a smile, which rippled from her laughing eyes all over her face, catching upwards the corners of her mouth. "I only know Terence is a very lucky fellow, and fully aware of the fact, and so is his mother, who, like all mothers, is not easy to please. Don't think me ungrateful, Eleanor, for the interest you take in my Mary, but you see—" "Of course I am interested in dear Mary. Isn't it natural? You and I were always more like sisters than cousins. And having all my own girls settled except Margaret, who I need not worry about for 5 years, I feel it a duty, as well as a pleasure, to try and promote a really excellent match which presents itself for your girl. But you see, Mary's ambitions lie in other directions." "Other directions?" Lady Walker's tone was coldly distant. "Doing good, I suppose you mean. And pray, what will her grand schemes for the benefit of the race amount to without a man of influence to back them? As could Sir Charles Crompton, for instance. He is very public-spirited, a magistrate, a president of no ends of boards and things." "Oh, I think Mary seems to get on very well in this world without having to hitch herself to a man." "But this world belongs to men, my dear. They have everything in their hands, and if a girl, however good-looking or gifted, wants to be anybody, or do anything, it must be through marriage. It is practically the only door open to her." "I am surprised you say that. Why, I thought all doors were opening to women now. A woman can be a doctor, or a lawyer, even a mayor." "Oh, I dare say. I don't mean those small bourgeois careers," said Lady Walker with lofty indifference. "I'm talking of girls of our class. But even the women of the middle classes can't rise to any sort of distinction in these professions. All the honours, titles, and orders are naturally and rightfully reserved for men." Mrs. O'Neill gave a little puzzled frown. "I don't see that. How do you mean? We think just as highly of a woman writer, or doctor, or painter, or actress, as of a man." "Oh, do we? Then why don't we give them the same reward?" demanded her cousin triumphantly. "Look at Ellen Terry. She's a greater artist than any of these actor men who have been made knights or whatever they call themselves. But who would think of giving her a title or burying her in Westminster Abbey? A woman may paint pictures or write books which are masterpieces. Few of them do. But if they did, what do they get out of it? The R.A.'s and A.R.A.'s and X.Y.Z.'s are all for men, and quite rightly. Otherwise it would be putting a premium on spinsterhood, which is already a growing danger among girls, let me tell you." "That is because their standard is getting higher, no doubt. But I should have thought motherhood would always surely Mrs. O'Neill hesitated. Her cousin caught her up. "Would you? Then, my dear Cynthia, it shows you don't know much more of your own sex than of the other. Motherhood is not a girl's main reason for marriage. It is often a reason against it." "What is her reason, then? I have lived in the wilds of Ireland so long, thank God, I don't know." "Why, what I've been trying to tell you, my dear. A girl who doesn't wish for une vie manquée must use the one means Providence has provided for climbing life's ladder." "I do love your metaphors, Eleanor. So the means Providence has mercifully provided—" "Is a husband, my dear. No metaphor about that," rapped out Lady Walker. "I am wondering whether it is Providence, or man himself, who has so conveniently arranged things for his own sex." "Well, I never spend my time wondering. I accept life as I find it, and order my steps accordingly, and thank goodness my girls do the same. I can only say, if they had taken up such a line as your Mary, I should have regarded it as more fatal to their future than being pitted with smallpox." "Well, I never heard a severer indictment upon men. I didn't think you thought so poorly of them." But Mrs. O'Neill's silver laugh met with no response from her cousin. "Not at all," Lady Walker corrected severely. "The men who are making the wheels go round and driving the coach don't want a woman who is going to criticise their driving. A man wants a pretty, lively girl to sit beside him on the box and admire him as a whip, not one who is longing to handle the ribbons herself, and I can't see you have any right to blame him." "Who is mother disposed to blame? Not me, I hope," said a pleasant Irish voice, and Captain Terence O'Neill, together with his host, Sir Godfrey Walker, rubicund, vigorous, and prosperous, sauntered up to the ladies. In their wake followed Bobby, aged 14, only son and heir of Brackenhill and the 3 big cotton mills. "I am not blaming you or anyone, Terence. It is too hot," answered his mother. Sir Godfrey took the vacant chair beside Mrs. O'Neill. "You always choose the better part." His look commended her in every detail. "It is your mother-in-law elect, Terence," said Mrs. O'Neill with a malicious twinkle, "who is pronouncing the severest of indictments upon your whole sex." "You don't say so," ejaculated Terence, while Bobby, throwing himself down on the rug at his mother's feet, looked up at her with a delighted grin. "How's that, mater? Penhaven got a jag on again?" "My dear Bobby, I must beg you to remember there are some subjects which are not suitable for your jokes. And your brothers-in-law first and foremost. I forbid it," said his mother severely. "I give you leave to practise your budding wit on me when I'm not there, Bobby," observed Terence O'Neill. "The only one of the 3 offering no inducement." Bobby looked at him admiringly. "But, mater, really now, I should have thought you'd be thankful for my sense of humour. If only Cecily would cultivate it." "Bobby, shut up," said his father irritably. "Always trying to be funny. Fatal habit, my boy, fatal habit." "But why Cousin Eleanor's indictment on our blameless sex?" inquired Terence. "That's what I'm longing to know." "Well, if you wish to know then, Terence, your mother and I were discussing these new women who think they know how to govern the world better than men, and stand out for independent lives, votes, and professions, and all that sort of thing. I say, men don't like them, and can you blame them?" "Like them? New women and that sort? Why, we'd like to make a bonfire of the lot, eh, Sir Godfrey?" laughed Terence. "New women? Suffragettes?" Sir Godfrey looked up with sudden energy. "They're past a joke. Do you know, my agent Roberts has just been telling me they are doing me no end of mischief at this by-election. I had no idea of it, but he says it's serious, the work of this suffragette gang." "Not really? My dear Godfrey, you don't mean Mr. Roberts takes these ridiculous, hysterical creatures seriously?" inquired his wife. "About time he did, and we too," he answered shortly. "But please, somebody, do explain," inquired Mrs. O'Neill. "Who are the suffragette gang, as you call them, and why are they against a public-spirited Liberal like you, Godfrey?" "They aren't against him personally. They're against the government, any government that wisely refuses them the vote," explained her son.
and according to Roberts, a more insidious, mischievous set of meddlesome matties you can't conceive," said Sir Godfrey bitterly. "These leaders of theirs ought to be tarred and feathered."
"But that Mrs. Marshall and Mrs. Sinclair, I don't know anything about them, but I had imagined they were sort of devoted philanthropists." Mrs. O'Neill spoke tentatively. Lady Walker took up her cousin in a tone of righteous indignation. "Philanthropists! Why, my dear Cynthia, surely you read in the papers how all these women kicked and bit the poor policeman? It was a most shocking scene in court." "Oh yes, I do remember now reading something of the sort. Mary was indignant about it because she loves policemen." Mrs. O'Neill always tried to find a point in common with an antagonist, however widely she differed in the main issue.
"Your daughter Mary?" said Sir Godfrey. "Ah, I'm sure she would feel that way about it. She's a true womanly woman, though she is a little Irish rebel." "Well, mother, these devoted philanthropists will be coming over to invade Ireland soon, so you'll probably be able to see them in person," remarked Terence O'Neill pleasantly. That anyone could "work up the steam," as he expressed it, about such questions, passed his simple comprehension. "Yes," added Sir Godfrey gloomily, "Roberts says they're spreading all over the country, and have been strong in Scotland recently. In fact, wherever there's a by-election, you'll find these cursed suffragettes as sure as crows after carrion." Lady Walker shuddered. "How perfectly disgusting, my dear Godfrey." That his simile dealt more hardly with the by-election than the suffragettes never struck either Sir Godfrey or his wife. These women were revolting birds of prey. The carrion was the rightful property of their betters. Mrs. O'Neill stole an inquiring glance at her son, but his thoughts had flown far from crows and carrion. "Where are the girls? Canvassing again?" he asked, as he rose with a patient sigh. For his part, he wished the country could go on quietly without either candidates or elections. "Nothing so sensible. They have gone to see over the mills," answered Lady Walker. "They have been there the whole afternoon," she added pointedly. "I'm afraid it is Mary's doing. She was so anxious not to put it off another day," confessed Mary's mother. "The mills!" Terence sat down again with a shrug of the shoulders, expressive of the hopelessness of coping with woman's vagaries. "The mills!" cried Bobby. "Why, I promised I'd show Mary over. Sneaky of them to give me the slip." "The mills!" Sir Godfrey, in his turn, completed the trio of masculine disapproval. "Well, of all the places to avoid this weather, or for that matter any weather, I should have named the mills. However, tastes differ, and Satan finds some mischief still, etc. We must set those two young ladies on to the track of the suffragettes to-morrow. It is women who will understand best how to deal with them on the principle," he laughed, "of setting a thief to catch a thief." "Or diamond cut diamond," said Mrs. O'Neill. "It is a prettier simile, but I don't know that they deserve it," said Sir Godfrey. "They had a great success as canvassers yesterday, Alice tells me, so it is to be hoped that they will be able to counteract some of the mischief done by those women," said Lady Walker. "Oh, why won't women leave politics alone?" "Except as canvassers for men, you should add, mater," laughed Bobby, "or it sounds a bit inconsistent." "We certainly can't dispense with the fair sex at an election," said Sir Godfrey. "Well, of course, everyone knows that, my dear Godfrey. But that is a totally different matter. They need know nothing of politics. They simply work in their little way to help some particular member. Perfectly legitimate woman's work." The irrepressible Bobby rubbed his hands together, as if appreciating a fine opening in this last remark, but he was cut short by the butler announcing in solemn tones to his master:
"Mr. Upton to see you, sir. Shall I show him in the library?"
"No, I'll see him out here. That is," Sir Godfrey turned to the ladies, "if you don't mind. He's one of these socialist leaders, clever, pushing sort of fellow, probably get into Parliament, and who knows, into the Cabinet some day. Just the type. I'd like you to have a look at him."
"Rattling good chap, Upton. I know him. Used to be a first-class footer, too," remarked Bobby. No one, however, appeared interested in this information.
"But why on earth do you back up such a man, Godfrey?" asked Lady Walker. I should have thought he ought to be thoroughly suppressed."
Sir Godfrey laughed somewhat grimly.
"I'd like to see anyone try and suppress Hopton. Besides, you women don't understand the machinery of politics, the wheels within the wheels. I'm not backing up Hopton. I want him to back me up."
He rose as he finished speaking and advanced to meet a short, strongly knit man of some 30 years or so, conveying an impression of strength, caution, and self-reliance. A man rough-hewn, straight and simple, hard to convince, unable to pretend.
"How d'ye do, Mr. Hopton? Very good of you to step round."
Sir Godfrey shook hands affably.
"Let me present you to Lady Walker. Heard a great deal of Mr. Hopton, haven't you, my dear? And my wife's cousin, Mrs. O'Neill, and Captain O'Neill. Mr. Hopton is one of our leading men here in the Labour movement,"
he explained, as Terence O'Neill rose and made room for the newcomer, himself strolling off to the lawn. Joseph Hopton bowed somewhat stiffly to the company, but his face relaxed as he recognised Bobby, and he returned his hand grip heartily.
"I'm no leading man, Sir Godfrey," he made answer. "Circumstances have given me but little opportunity for serving the cause hitherto. Some day I hope to do so. You left word you wished me to call on you directly I came in, I believe." "Yes, take a chair, won't you?"
said his host. Joe Hopton somewhat reluctantly took the chair indicated.
"I went round to your place as I wanted specially to have a word with you about these women, suffragettes as they call themselves," went on Sir Godfrey. "We can talk freely before these ladies, as they are interested in hearing how the matter can be dealt with. First, I am anxious to know exactly what your views are on the subject, though I think I can make a fair guess."
"In regard to this Votes for Women question, you mean?" inquired Hopton.
"Aye, do you approve of these female agitators?"
Sir Godfrey's tone was tentative.
"No, I do not," said Joe Hopton bluntly. "Manhood suffrage is one thing, a right and a just thing." "Quite so, quite so."
Sir Godfrey found himself admitting a thing his soul abhorred, so great was his satisfaction at the first point gained.
"But female interference in the arena of politics is, in my opinion, undesirable," continued Joe sturdily. "Woman's sphere is the 'ome. I don't say that the working woman 'asn't her wrongs equally, and maybe more acute, perhaps, than the working man, but it's man's business to put 'em straight for her, and to fight the battle of life for her." "Precisely," agreed Sir Godfrey. "You state the case with just the clear, straightforward insight I expected from you, Mr. Hopton. In a word, men are men and women are women. There is no answer so clinching and unanswerable as that, after all."
Joe Hopton's brow contracted with a puzzled frown.
"It's what I've always said, my very words," cried Lady Walker.
And then he knew he might as well have held his peace as tried to convey his views to either Sir Godfrey or his wife.
"I should have thought that might be said with just as much force by the suffragists," murmured a low Irish voice, which no one except Hopton heard, for Bobby had slipped off to Terence O'Neill directly the conversation became serious.
"But now, Mr. Hopton, since we are absolutely at one on this point,"
said Sir Godfrey in the important full tones which showed he was now quite sure of his ground,
"the next question is, how to deal with these very objectionable ladies, who are, I fear, doing a most mischievous work, not only here, but wherever there happens to be a by-election. Now, do you find they are making much weight among the voters in this place? You are in the position to feel the pulse of the working man so much better than I can."
Joe Hopton had a simple-minded, unsuspicious nature. He answered conscientiously,
"The Trades Union has had Mrs. Marshall to speak in bygone days more'n once, and she knows how to speak and carry her audience along with her, there's no denying. But since she took up with this suffragette business, she's cut loose from socialism and everything else, and we've no use for her. There's some of our union are in favour of women voting, thinking it's just a means of doubling their own, as the wife daren't go against 'em. But mostly, men have got too much to do minding their own business to trouble much about the women or their vote, one way or the other." "But Mr. Roberts has been telling me that these suffragettes are doing an enormous amount of mischief among the voters," persisted Sir Godfrey.
They have lost us several elections lately. He declares all the agents are agreed on this. Do they get hold of the women about here, do you think?"
"Some of them do, unfortunately." Joe spoke with a touch of bitterness. "Some of the mill hands. Why, there's a matter of 30 to 40 of 'em starting for London, I happen to know, next week, from Chesterpool. They've chartered a saloon carriage, I hear." "To London? What for?" inquired Mrs. O'Neill.
"You may well ask, ma'am," answered Hopton. "Going up to petition the House of Commons, to give 'em the vote, so they say." "Any going from here?" asked Sir Godfrey quickly.
"That I cannot say." Joe shrugged his shoulders. "You never can tell what women are up to, never."
"Right you are," cried Bobby, returning, racket in hand. "I've learnt that much. Kittle-cattle women. Those girls are not back yet, a case in point." "Hush, Bobby," said his mother. "Ring for tea, will you?" "Well, I'll have no lawbreakers in my mills." Sir Godfrey flushed angrily. "And that was one thing I wanted to consult you about, Hopton. Don't you think it would be advisable to make it a rule that no woman who joins these suffragettes is to be taken on at the mill? It is a move that would meet with general approval, eh?"
"A rule as they'd lose their job if they joined the lot going up to London, you mean?" Joe looked at him steadily.
"Well, yes," Sir Godfrey admitted, feeling the steady, searching gaze not altogether one of approval. "Or joined them in any way publicly, either ranting in the streets, interrupting at meetings, or doing any act to get arrested. I'm not going to have this kind of thing among my hands."
"As you ask for my candid opinion, Sir Godfrey, I'm bound to give it to you," Joe answered sturdily. "I can't see as you'd be justified in any attempt to control the opinions of your hands, male or female. If they fulfil their duties, and behave decently and in order, it's all that an employer has the right to demand. But I would say you are within your rights in refusing to employ a female who gets herself arrested for breaking the law."
"Or in publicly parading herself as an object of ridicule by attempting to go to the House of Commons, surely," broke in Sir Godfrey.
"Well, I'm not quite in a position to pronounce on that last point as regards women," replied Hopton. "Females did in the past stand by the men when they came out to demand the vote. There were females, you'll remember, at the Battle of Peterloo. But then, of course, they were standing by their husbands and sons, so it was different." He rose preparatory to going.
"Perfectly different. Of course that was all right," said Lady Walker, without the vaguest notion to what he was referring.
The Battle of Peterloo might have been in the same category with that of Armageddon for aught she knew.
"Jolly hard lines on females, strikes me. Thankful you didn't turn me out a girl, mother," remarked the irrepressible Bobby.
"Be quiet, Bobby, will you?" said his mother.
"Well, Upton, I'm heartily glad to know I have your support in this rather ticklish matter."
Sir Godfrey rose as he spoke and held out a large hand.
"I'm very much obliged to you for coming up to see me."
"Tea is just coming," said Lady Walker graciously. "Won't you stay and have some, Mr. Hopton?" Joe Hopton bowed stiffly. "Much obliged, but I must get back. Thank you, Lady Walker. We've got a meeting this evening, and I've got to take the chair for Will Dunn and Gus Arding."
"Bless me, of course," exclaimed Sir Godfrey. "I was forgetting all about the meeting. Glad you reminded me. I shall be sure and be there, though."
"I hope you'll come on the platform, Sir Godfrey," said Hopton. "I'll wish you ladies good afternoon." "I'll show you the short cut, round this way," said Bobby, and they went off together through the grounds.
"Confound the impudence of that fellow!"
Sir Godfrey sat down, a scowl replacing the affable smile.
"No right to attempt to control the opinion of my own workpeople, male or female. Did you notice how he showed the cloven hoof as he said that?"
Mrs. O'Neill looked up from her lacework. "I saw it gleaming in the tail of his eye and standing up in bristles all down his back," she laughed.
"All very well to laugh, Cynthia, but there's a promising specimen of our future rulers."
"My dear Godfrey," Lady Walker threw a reproachful look at her cousin. "Indeed, it is no laughing matter. That is the spirit which produced the French Revolution. If that man thought you stood in the way of the advancement of his class, he'd guillotine you without a qualm, and me too. Such people make me shudder."
"Not with more readiness than we'd guillotine him, my dear,"
replied her husband.
"But as we can't, we'll shake hands with him and endeavour to use the fellow for our own wise purposes. Do you see?"
"It is most interesting," said Mrs. O'Neill. "Do explain just how."
"Well, it's like this, you see," Sir Godfrey answered, lowering his voice to a confidential tone. "Hopton is not standing for this constituency. He'd have no chance here against me at present. But he has a large following and can give me support, which is practically indispensable, against the common enemy, the Tory. In dealing with the women, it is important I should do nothing to alienate his sympathy, nor that of my voters in the mills. If the men backed up these women in their fight for the suffrage, I dared not interfere. As it is, you see, I have their support, or at all events an attitude of indifference. So I think we may regard those ladies as checkmated in Greyston."
"Rattling good chap that," observed Bobby, returning to the tea table. "If he gave himself up to it, he could be an A1 footer. Thousand pities he wastes his time over politics and all this rot." His mother frowned disapprovingly. "My dear Bobby, I really don't care for your cultivating Mr. Hopton."
"Oh, my dear, Hopton won't hurt him," remarked Bobby's father. "I think it's a rather good thing on the whole. Well, I'm off to look up my socialist speech for tonight."
"Oh, mother'd rather I chummed up with that pompous ass, Charles Crompton," cried Bobby, as his father disappeared indoors. "Really, Bobby, I must forbid your speaking of my friends in that manner." Lady Walker spoke in her most majestic manner. "Sorry, mater, put it down to jealousy. The brute is my hated rival, you see." Bobby drew his chair in appeasing fashion nearer to his offended parent and the tea cakes. "Your rival, Bobby?" inquired Mrs. O'Neill with amusement. "Yes, cousin Cynthia, for the hand of my fair cousin. It is my fondest ambition to own you for a mother-in-law. Ah," he cried suddenly, "speak of the angel and you see her wings. Hurrah, here they come at last." And off went Bobby with 7-league strides to meet 2 big muslin hats which appeared intermittently among the shrubbery of the drive. Together with Terence O'Neill they all soon came in full view. 2 charming girl faces showed beneath the muslin hats, one all smiles and dimples, with a colour like the briar rose, the other pale as moonlight, of a sweet seriousness, and with eyes that made one think of a mountain tarn. "My dear children, what an age you've been," remonstrated Alice's mother. "I have had hard work to drag Mary back at all," said her daughter, throwing herself down in the rocker Terence O'Neill drew forward for her. "She made tremendous friends with one of the mill hands, a girl in the weaving shed, and wanted to go home to tea with her. Yes, flattering for us, isn't it?" "Oh, Mary!" Her mother looked gently reproachful. "Forgive me, cousin Eleanor," laughed the culprit, "but Jenny Clegg made me forget everything. I've had the most wonderful time. But oh, that weaving shed, the pandemonium, the din, the suffocating heat." "Well, my dear, didn't I tell you so? You shouldn't have gone." Lady Walker could not keep a little asperity out of her voice. "Why did you sneak off without me? Too bad," grumbled Bobby, as he handed the tea and cakes. "Yes, and she stayed there nearly 2 hours," went on Alice maliciously. "I can't stand it 2 minutes. I went into the nice new room they have built for the directors, and talked to Mr. Smith." "And the time passed so pleasantly, Terence. She thought it was 2 minutes." "Yes, Miss Alice, it's my turn now," said Mary. "But the time passed even quicker for me," she went on eagerly. "The looms stopped working at about 4 o'clock, as they are just now doing short time. And oh, the blessed relief when, as by magic, the network of wheels cease whirring over your head, and the looms stop whizzing, and the shuttle stops darting to and fro, and your brain can begin to think again. We had only been able to make signs and lip read up to that, Jenny and I. But then we rushed with the rest into the blessed fresh air, and drew in long draughts of it like thirsty men in the desert." "My dear Mary, but what do you expect on such a day in a cotton mill? Do be reasonable." Lady Walker spoke in defence of her mills. "Oh, I didn't mind, cousin Eleanor," Mary hastened to assure her. "I've never been more intensely interested in my life. I want to go every day if I may while I'm here. What a fine, strong, independent set they are. I love these North Country girls,
such grit in them, and so delightfully friendly. They just treat you as an equal." "Sounds charming, that. I shall visit them myself, I think," remarked Terence. "I can tell you it made me feel small to see the marvellous way those women work," Mary went on, heedless who responded to her enthusiasm, but sure always of her mother's quiet sympathy. "Such dexterity and precision. 4 looms at once. It would bewilder me to attempt 2. And standing all day, poor dears." "They don't feel it in the least, my dear. They are used to it," remarked Lady Walker. "Oh, don't you think they must?" Mary's voice held a pleading note. "Some of them, I noticed, slung a strap across 2 looms, and surreptitiously tried now and then to sit down a moment when that loom jobber's back was turned. But he is Argus-eyed, that man." "I know, just like old Biles at school." The pleading note had not been lost upon Bobby. "Those sort of reptiles ought to be struck blind by a just God," he pronounced with energy. "No doubt you'd like to reform the mill system, my dear." Lady Walker raised her eyebrows and drew down her chin. Mary felt a little chilled and paused. Her mother interposed gently. "Oh no, I'm sure, dear Eleanor, Mary never meant—" "Oh yes, Cousin Cynthia, she did though." Alice laughed mischievously. "Molly, I'm going to give you away as you were so sneaky about Mr. Smith. Listen, everybody, she'd give all the hands seats to begin with, armchairs if possible. Then she'd invent a new loom which prevented the shuttle flying out and striking the workers." "Oh yes, I would do that," Mary interrupted in spite of herself. "Think of that poor fellow losing his eye last week. And Jenny's brother, who's been on his back 5 years." "Oh yes," went on Alice, "and she'd have new ventilators to clear the air of all the cotton fibre. Let me go on, Mary. And she'd take away the director's nice new dining room and give it to the mill hands, so they needn't sit on the floor of the shed for their midday meal and breathe the same air all day. And she'd fit up the room with papers and books and a piano and flowers and—" "Hold on, Alice." Mary was laughing herself by now, though with a feeling that all the fat was in the fire. "I never said a piano and flowers." "I bet she did, Alice," said Terence. "And teach them Brahms songs, eh?" "Of course she did." Loyally, Bobby came to the rescue of his adored lady. "And I'll see they have it when I manage the mill, Molly. And if you'll marry me, we'll have a jolly good dance there once a week for the hands." "Well, my dear, you'd better talk to my husband about it," observed Lady Walker stiffly. "Hear what he says. No doubt he will be ready to take up your suggestions." Mary missed the stiffness. She never took offence herself, and never saw when others did so, not from lack of perception, but from sheer absorption in her subject. She answered in all innocence, "Indeed I will, with pleasure, if you think he won't mind. Oh, but mother," she turned shining eyes on Mrs. O'Neill, "you simply must meet Jenny Clegg." "Oh, Molly Mavourneen, Jenny Clegg'll keep. Come and play singles," cried Bobby, waving his racket impatiently. "Those other 2 are hopeless." He looked despairingly at his sister and Terence O'Neill. "By and by, Bobby dear. I'm too hot just now," said Mary. She turned to her mother and went on. "You must come and see her, mother, and hear some of her ideas. She speaks with a sort of sincerity and fervour that simply sweeps one along with her. She would delight you." "Speaks? What about?" Lady Walker's eyebrows were arched like a mark of interrogation. "Oh, liberty and justice and truth, true patriotism," replied Mary with simple fervour. Lady Walker smiled compassionately. "One of those socialists, my dear. Mr. Hopton's friends. The place swarms with them." "Oh no," Mary protested earnestly. "Jenny Clegg cares no more for politics or parties than I do. Really and truly, she is more like my idea of the peasant maid, Jeanne d'Arc, than anyone I ever met. She has heard a voice, that girl, telling her to come out and fight for a sacred cause, and she is ready to die for freedom and justice." "My dear child, you are not in Ireland," said her mother. "I should scarcely have thought nowadays anyone in their senses could complain of suffering from lack of freedom and justice," said Lady Walker severely. "Only a socialist could talk such stuff." "Oh, but Cousin Eleanor, it is women she wants to help, women of her own class." Why, the women in these mills get better wages than any women workers in the kingdom."
"I know, that's just it," Mary went on eagerly. "But they are proposing a bill to take away the textile work from the women. It is not just of herself Jenny is thinking. It is of other women, those millions whose average wage is 5 shillings a week. Oh, the law is so unjust to women. Mother, did you know that a mother has legally no right to her own children? The father can send them right away to Australia if he likes. It has just happened to Jenny's own sister." "My dear, are you sure?" Mrs. O'Neill questioned gravely. "No legal right? It sounds impossible." "Quite sure," reiterated her daughter. "It has been tried in court quite lately."
"Oh Lord, here's Mary in the law's courts now," cried Terence O'Neill, suddenly joining in. "My dear Mary, you may be sure there is good reason for such laws, or they would not have been made," said Lady Walker. "There now, Mary, that's the right spirit in which to take life," said her brother. Then, turning to his fiancée, he murmured, "We'll leave them alone. They're in the thick of it. I'm thankful you are not a politician or a philanthropist, darling."
"Well, but Mary, my dear, what remedy does your mill-girl suggest for these grievances?" asked her mother, noticing that the last remark had not escaped Mary, and seemed suddenly to silence her. "Ah, that's just it." Mary's brow cleared. "There is only one possible remedy, and that is that the women's point of view should be represented in the making of laws which so vitally affect them and their children, and that through the vote."
"Ah, now we have it at last." Lady Walker wore the triumphant look of the patient angler landing his long-played fish. "I thought that was coming. A suffragette masking as Joan of Arc."
At the word suffragette, Terence O'Neill turned sharply, unable to keep out of it.
"Well, Mary, your friends had better look out. That crew are getting themselves into trouble, working against the government, as they call it, but in reality setting everybody by the ears. Sir Godfrey is going to put them down with a high hand, let me warn you." "Yes, my dear Mary," added Lady Walker, "we'll have none of them here. Hysterical, unsexed creatures with a mania against men."
"I do wish you had all heard Jenny Clegg. No one could call her unsexed or hysterical. She's not working against men. She is working for them, really, just as much as for women," answered Mary earnestly.
"How kind and noble," remarked Terence, with a comic gravity which enchanted Alice.
"Because, don't you see," Mary continued, "the cause of men and women can't be divided. If the mother suffers, her boys as well as her girls suffer with her and through her. A bad husband is a bad father, yet a working woman can't get a divorce, however sad her case, for it means going to London and costs about £30.
"Really, Mary dear, I should leave divorce laws alone until I was married, if I were you," remarked Lady Walker, upon which the rest laughed, but Mary's mother did not even smile. A presentiment of coming disaster and trouble for her heart's delight cast its shadow over her. "Molly'll never need divorce laws if she marries me," cried Bobby promptly. "Didn't I say you oughtn't to have let those girls go over the mill this morning?" said Terence indulgently. "It is as plain as a pikestaff poor Molly has had a sunstroke."
Mary smiled. "That's not half a bad simile, Terence. The same kind of sunstroke St. Paul got on the road to Damascus. Here I had been inveighing against suffragettes as hysterical and unfeminine, believing the silly accounts I had read in the newspapers, though never having met one. And then suddenly I come face to face with a real live one, radiating truth and courage and devotion like a little sun, and she gives me a stroke like the king gave his knights of old. Arise, Mary O'Neill, a suffragette from this day forth." Terence O'Neill tapped his forehead significantly and groaned. Mary was spared any further sign of lamentation and disapproval which might have followed this startling announcement by the approach of a motor tearing up the drive, emitting a peculiarly aggressive sound which effectually switched off everyone's attention. "The Cromptons!" exclaimed Lady Walker. "For God's sake, let's escape," whispered Terence to Alice, and the two vanished suddenly into thin air.
Mary would have followed their example with Bobby's assistance, but Lady Walker laid a firmly detaining hand upon her arm. " No, my dear. They have seen us all as they drove up. It is not fair to leave your mother and me alone to receive them." Mary sat down with a sigh of resignation. Bobby gave her a parting look of commiseration. " Dear Miss Crompton, how good of you to come over in this heat." Lady Walker greeted cordially, a spare wiry lady in plain tailor-made attire, with dominating nose and eyes which would have been attractive had they not been placed so close together. She moved and spoke with the energy of a dynamo. Her companion, a tall, good-looking man, faultlessly groomed even after a dusty motor drive, followed his sister like a well-appointed yacht in the wake of a steam tug. " And you, Sir Charles, I thought you abhorred motors." " I do, but my sister insisted on trying her new Panhard on me to-day." Sir Charles sank into the low chair at Mary's side. " What woman wills," he added, lowering his voice and turning to Mary, " that man must obey, isn't it so?" " Is it? I should like to see it put into practice in a few instances I could name," laughed Mary, ignoring the confidential note, and speaking for the benefit of everyone, as she rose to help Lady Walker pour out fresh tea. " You will see it put into practice in every instance, when you will deign to use your prerogative," Sir Charles murmured softly as he followed her. " Won't you begin at once?" In vain Mary tried to escape a tete-a-tete. " No, I think I'll give you time to recover from the Panhard test. Mine may prove even worse, you know." " Not an aeroplane, is it? Though I might even venture that for you," he replied gallantly. Then, drawing a book out of his pocket, he carefully unwrapped it from the paper covering, disclosing a dainty old-fashioned leather binding. " These are my grandmother's memoirs, of which I spoke to you, Miss O'Neill. I think the book will interest you. I hope so. Very much." " Thank you. I should like to look at it. What a delightful binding." But Mary spoke half absently, for she was trying to follow a conversation that had suddenly arrested her attention. " I want you to admire the inside also," persisted the quiet, determined voice at her side. " My grandmother bore the same beautiful name as yourself." He paused, realising that Mary's eyes were fixed on his sister. " Yes," Miss Crompton was saying in her incisive tones, " an anti-suffrage league, that is what we are starting. Mrs. Prendergast, Mr. Noel Crowley, Lady Thistlethwaite, myself, and several other influential people." " Ah, yes, I am sure you ladies here will give your hearty support and sympathy to this," said Sir Charles, with an approving look at his sister. The latter continued her discourse with scarcely a pause. " How gravely this is needed, we have only lately realised. The evil is spreading like wildfire. This can be proved by the enormous sums they collect, though the vast majority are women with little enough money. It is, therefore, a question of numbers. £6,000 the other day at that Albert Hall meeting. Of course the thing must be stopped, put down with a high hand and without loss of time. We want you, my dear Lady Walker, to be on the active council." It was the expression of a decision rather than a request. Lady Walker had followed every word up to this point with little approving nods of her majestic Roman head, but at this practical test presented to her, she ceased nodding and drew back ever so slightly. " You have my hearty sympathy, my dear Miss Crompton, my most entire approval, believe me. Oddly enough, we were discussing these awful women this afternoon, but don't ask me to do anything active or to give subscriptions. My dear, that bizarre fete last month simply ruined me." " Oh no, you need do nothing except give your name and get every influential woman of your acquaintance to become a member," Miss Crompton hastened to assure her. " Members need only pay a yearly £0.50, or £1 if they prefer. Members of the council nothing at all, unless the spirit moves them. Mrs. O'Neill, and you, Miss O'Neill, I may put down your names, I feel sure, may I not?" "Well, but," Mrs. O'Neill hesitated, "I don't think I quite understand the object of your society. Who is it you are desirous of helping?" "Helping?" Miss Crompton looked politely mystified. "Helping?" she repeated.
Our object is to hinder, not to help. To hinder a mischievous agitation and snuff it out as soon as possible." " Well, it is to help us poor men, Selina," interposed her brother. " Don't say it is not a helpful movement, for it is so most preeminently." " Well, yes, of course," laughed his sister. " It is certainly to help you men." " We can't get on without the help of you ladies, you know." He turned again to Mary, whose gaze was riveted curiously on his sister. Her cheeks were faintly flushed, her breath coming quickly. She made no answer to his remark. Disconcerting though it was, he doubted if she had even heard him, but he went on determinedly. " The fact is, the thing is becoming a regular persecution for all those in any sort of office. I assure you we men are never safe from these creatures." Mary turned on him then. Her eyes held a warning to anyone more accustomed to reading signals. "From the women who are petitioning for a vote, do you mean?" " Petition is hardly the term." He smiled complacently. " Aggressively demanding, I should rather say. A modest petition was the attitude adopted by the old suffragists, and was harmless enough. These suffragettes are violent lawbreakers, ready with stones and bric-bracks, and I have no doubt, unless put down with a strong hand, vitriol, bombs, and anything else. But we magistrates have resolved to put the thing down and give no quarter. I had 3 of these women to deal with today, arrested for persistent interruptions at Mr. Blatherton's meeting in Chesterpool yesterday." " How immensely interesting," said Lady Walker. " Do tell us all about it." Everyone gave their attention, including Bobby, who had stolen back to see how Mary was treating his hated rival. " I refused bail," continued Sir Charles magisterially, " so they had to cool their heels in the police station all last night, and this morning, as they were old offenders, I gave all 3 of them 6 weeks in the 2nd Division, which I trust will damp their ardour and bring them to their senses, if they have any," he added with a contemptuous smile. " I am delighted to hear it, Sir Charles," cried Lady Walker with enthusiasm. " A strong man is what they need to put them in their place." Mary's voice held a challenge as she asked suddenly: " But what had these 3 women done? Merely asked a question? I thought men always asked questions at such meetings." Sir Charles looked at her uneasily. He had made so sure of her approval. His sister replied promptly and saved him the answer he could not at once frame. " Done? What had they not done, my dear Miss O'Neill? Why, they deliberately broke up a Cabinet Ministers' meeting just when question time came, and it promised to become really interesting. These crazy females began yelling, one after the other, 'Votes for women! When will you do justice to women?' till the whole place was in an uproar. Then, after the stewards had simply dragged them out of the hall, they held a protest meeting, if you please, outside. I've travelled in all parts of the world, as you know, among savages, cannibals, and Red Indians, but never in my life have I beheld such awful unsexed creatures, and one, if you'll believe me, was a school teacher, and another a hospital nurse. The third was a grey-haired widow woman who ought to have been looking after her grandchildren by her own fireside. Shocking! Their coats were torn, their hats battered in, one had a sprained ankle, and another a black eye, owing to their tussle with the stewards. I assure you it made one blush for one's sex." " Well, it did this good," said Sir Charles, " terribly distressing scene though it was. It made you ladies on the platform resolve to squash the whole revolting movement, and it made us resolve to admit no more women to political meetings for the present. It brings out what is regrettable in both sexes." He turned half appealingly to Mary as he concluded, but she moved back her chair, and rising to her feet, spoke in low impassioned tones, which made her mother's breath come quickly in nervous sympathy. " It seems to me the people I should have blushed for would have been the men who stood by and let 3 helpless women be handled in such a brutal way, simply for asking when women who pay taxes were to have the right to vote." " Helpless women?" exclaimed Miss Crompton. " My dear Miss O'Neill, that is the last way you could describe these viragos. They kicked and scratched and hit out with umbrellas. They would have killed those unfortunate stewards if they could. Helpless. It took 8 stewards to drag that elderly woman out of the hall, for 2 idiotic men in the audience came forward and took her part, causing a regular pandemonium." "Oh, I assure you, Miss O'Neill, they don't merit your sympathy," murmured Sir Charles sadly. "You must have felt as my sister did, had you been present." "I'm quite sure I should," said Lady Walker emphatically. "And I am quite sure I should not," rejoined Mary with flashing eyes. "Why should Mr. Blatherton refuse to answer their question? He answers any questions put to him by men. Why should these women be dragged out of the hall? Why should they be refused bail, if to others it would have been given? And why should they be treated as though they had committed a crime, and sentenced to 6 weeks among thieves and drunkards? You magistrates don't dare treat our Irish agitators so. There are millions of women, earning their living and paying taxes, who need the vote just as badly as men ever needed it. I respect and admire these noble women who have the courage to come forward and fight for the liberty of those who cannot fight for themselves. I should be proud to help in such a cause, and I blush not for these brave women who stand up alone to face an angry meeting, but for those women who would found a league against them. Forgive me, Cousin Eleanor, for speaking so plainly. I am Irish, you see." She gave a little laugh, which almost broke into a sob. "I think, Sir Charles, I won't read this book of your grandmother's memoirs, thank you." She turned and held out the book, which he rose and took from her with a low bow. "I'm going to be too busy learning about the women of my own day, and seeing if I can't do something to help them." So saying, she walked quickly down the garden path. There was a silence in which one could feel the atmosphere charged with fiercely conflicting and distressful thought, more eloquent than a chorus of spoken words. Then Bobby ran after the tall, slight figure in white, just vanishing into the shadow of a clump of sycamores. "Hurrah, Molly Mavourneen!" he shouted. "Sure, and I'm with ye. 3 cheers for the suffragettes!" End of Scene 2. Recorded by Lisa Reichert. Scene 3 of No Surrender by Constance Elizabeth Maud. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Scene 3. Jenny's Call. It was evening, about a week later. In the Clegg's comfortable kitchen they had just finished supper. Mr. Clegg, having seasoned his fare with only a moderate amount of grumbling, the honest Briton's prerogative, his wife's thin, patient face wore an expression almost of content as her lord and master departed to his club. The 3 younger children jumped up from the table and clattered forth into the street. "Don't be late," called Jenny after them. "'Tis all very well for you lads, but Sally's a full-timer now, and 'tis not one knocker up can rouse her mornin's. She needs a dozen." "I shall come winter time," laughed Sally, "but what's 5 o'clock of a summer's morn?" "That's not the tune thee sang this morn," laughed Jenny, as the children went off, and she set to work helping her mother clear the table and wash up plates and dishes. Peter's sofa was drawn up to the open window, looking on to the street. He took up his netting and worked with the same quick, nervous energy his mother and sister employed on their labour. It was infectious. Presently there was a rap at the door of the parlour. Jenny went to answer it. "May I come in just a moment?" said a voice, which brought a smile of pleasure to Peter's wan face, and in walked Mary O'Neill. "Good evening, everybody. I just called to know whether Peter would care to go and have a little sea air at Blackpool. Now don't say no till you've heard more about it. An old friend of mine has a little house there, and she wants to have someone as company for a nice young fellow she's got there for the summer. So you see, Peter, you'll be doing a real kindness." Mrs. Clegg came forward, speaking with timid eagerness, as though she feared opposition and would forestall it if possible. "It'd do 'em a deal o' good, Miss O'Neill, and it's real kind of you to have thought o' it." "Aye, 'tis sure," interrupted Peter, "but I can't be imposing on you like that, Miss O'Neill. Indeed, and I can't." "Imposing!" cried Mary.
Now what are you talking about, Peter? Jenny, do help me. Isn't he talking nonsense?" Jenny shook her head somewhat sadly. "We couldn't allow this lady friend of yours, nor you, to be at no expense, you see, Miss O'Neill. That's where it is. But do sit down a minute," she added, bringing forward a chair. "Now really, Jenny, I shall be very cross with you, for you ought to know better." Mary drew her chair near Peter's sofa and sat down. "Aren't we women all bound together in a common cause, to make the world a little better and happier, working shoulder to shoulder, like soldiers in a regiment? What would you think of the man who refused to share a flask of water or loaf of bread with his comrade on the battlefield when his own happened to be empty? Why, we'd call him a surly fellow, not to take as freely as he'd give. Now don't you be a surly fellow, Jenny." Jenny laughed. Even Mrs. Clegg gave a shadowy echo, but Peter only sighed. "Nor you, Peter, either," Mary went on. "And remember you'll be doing a real kindness in being company for that other lad. Could you be ready to start next Tuesday?" she asked with a smile nothing of Peter's age could possibly resist. He found no words, but Jenny saw how it was and answered for him. "You've got a wonderful way of putting things, Miss O'Neill," she hesitated, looking at Peter. "Makes one feel small and mean to say no to you somehow." "That's right. Bravo!" cried Mary triumphantly. "Nothing small and mean about you, Jenny. And you, Peter, you will let me have this great pleasure, won't you now?" Mary turned the full battery of her Irish eyes upon him. "I reckon I don't know exactly what to say." He looked towards Jenny wistfully. "Please leave it like that," pleaded Mary. "I do so love bossing people. You don't know how happy it makes me." She rose, taking Peter's hand. "Now I must fly, or I'll be late for dinner, and get into hot water again, as usual. Good night, Mrs. Clegg. Good night, and thank you so much, Peter." Jenny followed her into the parlour and opened the street door. "We'll be meeting again soon, I expect, Jenny." Mary lowered her voice. "It's all fixed, eh?" Jenny gave an expressive nod and wished her good night. "She's the right stuff, she is," remarked Jenny on her return to the kitchen. "She's such a way wi' her. She'd make you see black white," laughed Peter. The prospect of sea air and restored health had put new life into him already. "Aye, and I'll tell you for why," said Jenny. "She lets in the light, and the blackness is bound to go. She's like the sun. You know, mother, she's got Liz taken on at Bennett's again." "Aye, that were a good day's work," observed Mrs. Clegg, with a deep sigh of relief at the prospect of one burden lightened. "You seen Liz to-day?" Peter inquired of his sister. "Aye, I saw her. She says Sam's off to London to earn a living marching round with the unemployed," answered Jenny with grim humour. "'Pears as some yearns quite a middlin' lot of brass at that game," observed Peter thoughtfully. "Anyway, 'tis a blessed good riddance for Liz," said Mrs. Clegg. "We'll hope London'll keep him," said Jenny. "He's given naught to Liz save blows for many a long day." "London must be a wonderful place. Yon book tells you all you can see theer." Peter pointed to a big volume by his side. "Aye, no doubt it's wonderful, is Lunnon, but we mun put up wi' Greyston, lad," remarked his mother, as she spread out a blue check tablecloth and set to work on the never-ending mending for the family. "Since we am not the unemployed, eh?" added Peter, his eyes on the hard-working fingers of the toiling mother, who had never known a single day's unemployment. She too had doubtless had her youthful dreams and aspirations, for she nodded her head as he enumerated his oft-dreamed-of delights. "There's the Tower, and the Crown Jewels, and the Zoological Gardens, and Madame Tussauds." "Aye, and the Houses o' Parliament where those grand good men make such grand good laws for us women," Jenny suddenly interrupted. "Mother, I've something to tell you." She paused, and both looked up inquiringly. "I'm going to London one of these days, me and 30 other mill hands." "Goin' to Lunnon?" Mrs. Clegg's mending dropped from her hands in sheer amazement. "Lord, Jenny, you do make me jump sometimes." "For why, mother?" broke in Peter. "Jenny's ne'er had an outin' as I can remember, further'n Chesterpool. You'll be goin' wi' Travel Club, Jenny?" he asked eagerly. It seemed as though the prospect of Jenny's journey to London drew the enchantment within reach of his own longing spirit. "We'll be going with the Women's Travel Club, lad. We'll not be dressed up in latest fashions. but just as we go to the mill, the shawls round our heads and the clogs on our feet. We're going to London for a week, maybe, but 'tis not to see the wax men or Madame Tusser's. 'Tis to see the stone men of Westminster." "Whatever be thee talking about, lass?" Mrs. Clegg looked as hopelessly at sea as she felt. Like the mother duck, she was staggered at the sudden evolution of the swan she had unwittingly hatched. "Thee's talking wonderful strange parables, Jenny," said Peter sternly. "I'm no keeping pace wi' you. Wheer 'll you be lodging?" Jenny's voice took on a tone of serious purpose, new to the ear of her brother. "Likely as not we'll be lodging in one of the palaces o' His Majesty the King. It won't cost nobry naught. The King he gives you board and lodging and clothes too. Wonderful generous he be sometimes, the King." She ended with a little short laugh at her own joke. But her mother could see no joke. "Whatever be thee talking about, lass?" she repeated with puzzled brows. Then Peter answered gloomily. "She be talking o' prison, mother. I misdoubted ye'd be prank afloat, Jenny. Whisht," he cried suddenly. "Here comes Mrs. Toppin." The face of a comely, energetic woman, somewhere between 30 and 40, looked in at the window. "Come in, you're just in time, Mrs. Toppin," cried Jenny, going round to the door and admitting this welcome neighbour with her bright, intelligent eyes and cheery, ringing voice. "I was just telling them as we women are off to London to ask the Parliament to give us our vote," explained Jenny, "same as they've given it to the men." "That's so," observed Mrs. Toppin with a cheerful smile. "You'll be naught but fools to try it," remarked Peter shortly. "And for why?" demanded Mrs. Toppin, still with her pleasant smile. "We needs our vote worse'n ever you men did, and what's sauce for t' gander is sauce for the goose. Now bain't that so, Miss Clegg?" Mrs. Clegg shook her head deprecatingly. "I've niver 'ad ter do wi' politics, Mrs. Toppin. My 'ead couldn't abhor it. Take a cheer, won't you?" She pulled forward Mr. Clegg's own armchair for the guest. "You'd be naught but fools to try it, that's what I says," reiterated Peter. "It's such fools as move mountains, lad," said his sister, her eyes sparkling. "Men died to win their vote, and there's women ready to die now to win theirs." "Aye, and the time's ripe when it coomes to trying to take away women's work in mill," said Kezia Toppin, her face grown serious. "Like that Blore is a trying. Shame be to 'im, and he a workin' mon as knows what a woman's life is. I'd like to 'ave the dressin' down of 'im myself, I would," she added vehemently. "I'm not sayin' as it bain't right you should have your vote, but there's naught you can do," protested Peter, "'cept get put in prison, same as they served the women in Chesterpool t'other day. Through prison bars to liberty. Doan't forget your history, Pater. You as be summat of a scholar," said Mrs. Toppin. "Aye, but they were men. You're nobbut women after all, Miss Toppin, and women are no good for fightin' and soldierin'." "Nay, nay, fightin's no for women," sighed Mrs. Clegg with a conviction that bespoke, if not personal experience, at least that of an eyewitness. "Joan of Arc was nobbut a woman," observed Jenny, "and a lass at that. When women sets their minds to a job they mostly win through." "Aye, and we am going to win through wi' this job," said Mrs. Toppin. "Theer's a meeting to neet, Jinny," she spoke aside. "You're coomin', bean't you? Theer's a heap to settle about the deputation to London." "Yes, I'm comin', Miss Toppin, sure," Jenny answered quietly, not so quietly, however, that it escaped the anxious ears of her mother. "Oh, Jenny, whatever'll your feyther say?" "Never fear, mother. I'll fix it with feyther. He needs the brass I'm giving for the home, and I've saved so as I can give you the same, mother, time I'm away. Don't be downcast," she added gently. "I'll soon be back again." Peter moved restlessly on his narrow couch. "'Tis a losing game, I'm fearing." "Folks as fight for freedom always win," said Jenny. "Not the way you am going to do it, I'll wager," retorted Peter. "Nay, lad, but we're boen to win freedom as we judges best," said Mrs. Toppin stoutly. "Freedom to live an honest life on decent wage. Freedom to own the children we've bore and raised. Think o' your own daughter Liz, Miss Clegg." "Oh, dearie me," sighed Mrs. Clegg. "Jenny's but a lass, and got enough load on her back already." "Sure you can't wish her not to have a spoon in this dish though, Miss Clegg. 'Tis a glorious thing to win freedom for women." "I feel kind o' dazed like," said poor Mrs. Clegg.
I've no wish to stand at Jenny's lead. If she can mak' a better life than her poor sister's done, God knows I'll be thankful." She turned tearful, dim eyes on her daughter. "But you mun make it reet wi' your fayther, Jenny." "I'll fix fayther, don't you fear, mother," Jenny assured her. But Peter shook his head doubtfully. "And theer's another to reckon wi'," he remarked. "Whatever'll Joe 'Opton say?" Jenny gave her head a little independent toss as she answered, "We're not asking nobody's opinion about this job. Joe 'Opton may just take it or leave it." "Aye, that's it, Jenny," laughed Mrs. Toppin. "If all lassies spoke to their sweethearts as straight as yo, we'd soon win our vote." "Ain't yo a keepin' company wi' Joe no longer?" inquired Jenny's mother timidly. Jenny's answer was an expressive shrug. "You'd be a fool to give Joe the go-by, lass," said Peter. "He's steady, is Joe, and he's a mighty clever chap. Hear 'em talk at them meetin's they do say is wonderful." "We don't want talkin', we want doin'," replied Jenny, in tones that boded ill for moonlight walks and sentiment. "Joe's a mon most girls 'd be proud to tak'," suggested rather than affirmed her mother. "Oh, I'm sayin' naught to the contrary," said Jenny. "But for me, he can come or he can go, can Joe 'Opton." At that very moment 2 heads looked in at the street window. It was Joe 'Opton himself and his pretty little half-sister, Maggie Smith. He called out in laughing, mocking tones: "Oh, he can come or he can go, eh, Jenny? Well, then he's come. Good evening, all." The voice made Jenny start and brought the quick colour to her cheek. Still she did not turn to the window, but chose rather to go round slowly to the door. Peter clapped his hands joyfully. "Talk o' the devil," he cried. Come in, come in. Good evening, Maggie. Nay, but you're set up fine," he said to the laughing girl as she bent over the sill, a large bunch of roses nodding jauntily in a white straw hat of latest Chesterpool fashion. "Well, Jenny," said Mrs. Toppin, "I'll be going. Will you follow?" "Yes, I'm coming with you. I won't be long," answered Jenny promptly, as Mrs. Toppin vanished round the corner into the neighbouring house. Jenny's mother hastened to put glasses and cups on the table to greet the newcomers. "'Ave a glass of ale, Mr. 'Opton, and you, Maggie, or a cup of tea?" Maggie, sitting down on the corner of Peter's couch, refused any refreshment, as did also her brother, while his eyes sought those of Jenny, busying herself with the basket of mending. "We can't stay," said Joe 'Opton. "We've only slipped round to see if Jenny won't come to the circus to-night. There's 6 of us. I'm standing the party." Jenny looked up and faced him. "'Tis very kind in you, Joe, but I'm sorry I can't possibly come to-night." "Not come? For why?" Maggie jumped up, taking Jenny by the arm. "Oh, come, don't be talking that way, Jenny. You must come, or you'll spoil it all. I've got off by a stroke of good luck, the missus being away. The old housekeeper, she says I shouldn't go. Shan't I, says I to myself. We'll see, old lady. So I tackled the master himself. I can just twist him round my little finger, and here I come in the automobile, my dear." She gave a nimble, triumphant pirouette and seated her smart, trim little person again on Peter's sofa. "You did?" Her brother took her up sharply. "I thought you come by train. Who drove you?" Maggie laughed mischievously. "Niver you mind. That's my business. Here I am. Now come along, Jenny. Go and get on your hat." "Sorry, Maggie. It's very kind in you, Joe, but I really am busy to-night," said Jenny. Joe watched her as she spoke, a puzzled frown contracting his brow. "Look here, Jenny, my lass. We're not going to quarrel 'bout laws o' Parliament and votes for women or any other rot, you and me." He came up and put his arm round her waist, but Jenny edged away from him. "Oh, I'm not going to let you off," he laughed good-temperedly. "Once I've set my mind on a thing, I mostly get it, you know. Now you're coming along to-night. I've come for you, and I'm not going without you." "I can't, Joe, not to-night. I'm going to the women's meeting. I must go," she added, in the tone which awaits opposition ready armed. "Women's meeting," cried Joe scornfully. "Tommy rot. I'll see you don't." Mrs. Clegg looked up, the light of hope in her weary eyes. "Oh, I wish you'd talk to her, Mr. 'Opton. She's going to London next week,
and I'm fearing her'll come to harm." "Goin' to London? Whatever for?" demanded Joe. "Takin' a situation?" "Nay, her's a-goin' to talk to the Parlymen. Her's set on it." Joe laughed, but the laugh lacked heartiness. "By gum! Sounds fine, eh? Jenny Clegg addresses the House. Unwonted sensation." "Lor', Jenny, you're a treat," cried Maggie, and her laugh was genuine enough. "Oh, you can laugh." Jenny's cheek flushed as she spoke. "It don't hurt me and it don't change me." She took off her apron and threw her plaid shawl over her shoulders. Joe watched her seriously, then came to her side, a compelling earnestness in his voice. "No, I don't laugh, me lass. See here, Jenny, be reasonable. It's that Toppin woman been upsetting you 'bout this proposed bill, I suppose. Now listen to me, Jenny. What difference would this bill make to you? Anyway, it wouldn't come into operation for 6 months. By that time you'll be Mrs. Joseph 'Opton, and my wife will never work in a mill or anywhere else except in her own home. Not if I know it." "I know naught about Mrs. Joseph 'Opton." Jenny's tone implied complete indifference to that lady. "But if I did," she added, "I'd feel the same way. Aye, and if I was going to be Queen of England. It's a wicked thing to take away women's work. It isn't only of myself I'm thinking. It's of all us women and the children. Aye, and the men too. They'll suffer, though they are so struck blind with selfishness they can't see further than their own noses just now." Joe waited with studied patience till she paused. "Now let me speak, will you?" he said. "You've got the wrong end of the stick, like you women always do if you can. This bill ain't against you. It's for your good. And I'll prove it if you'll listen." Joe spoke now for the public. His eye embraced them all. "He's as good as a play, is Joe," cried Maggie lightly. "Once he gets a talking, but lor, whoever cares for politics?" "I'm reet glad you don't, Maggie," murmured Peter, his head in dangerous proximity to the fashionable hat and the blue eyes underneath. Joe continued emphatically, and ignored the interruption. "This bill of Blore's, which was discussed last night, is for the benefit of you women and your homes and of the children. The business of the man is to keep his family. There is not near enough work for men in this country, and the competition of women is a serious obstacle to the breadwinner." "And how when the woman's the breadwinner?" interrupted Jenny eagerly. "She mustn't be. She oughtn't to be." Joe waved aside the objection. "Let me go on. You shall have your say after. That is one point. Women as undesirable competitors, taking away the work from man the breadwinner." "Sure that bain't reet," agreed Mrs. Clegg, her eyes fixed intently on the speaker. He turned to her with quick approval. "No, of course not. I knew as you'd agree with me, Mrs. Clegg. All sensible women do." "Oh, mother, poor mother," sighed Jenny to herself. "Now I come to my second point," went on Joe, and his tone compelled attention even from the two on the sofa. "While the woman is thus taking the work that legitimately belongs to the man, what becomes of the home and the children? Her legitimate sphere? Why, left to go to rack and ruin, of course. And the woman hersel'? Instead of remaining in her home preparing her husband's food, washing for her family and such like duties, traipsing off to the mill, standing 10.5 hours, with baby p'raps on its way, ruining her own health and the health of the child that's coming. Now can't you see that to force the woman to stay at home and mind that sphere of life to which she is by nature suited, is to be her true friend, which this bill is?" He appealed first to Jenny, then to the rest, with a comprehensive gesture. "By gum, but Joe's a talking English," Peter observed, in an aside to Maggie. "Aye, he allus does when he's a-spouting them speeches," answered Maggie confidentially. Jenny stood facing Joe, an unconverted expression on her face. "Have you done?" she inquired coldly. "Not near." Joe laughed uneasily. His speeches were not used to misfire in this manner, but he went on courageously. "Hold on a bit. What is it causes the drunkenness of 9/10 among the men? Neglected homes, nothing else, if you come to look at the root of the thing. Husband comes home tired, weary wi' his day's work, 'Stead o' a bright fire, missus clean and tidy to welcome 'em, a steamin' 'ot supper ready laid, what's he find? Dirty squallin' children all over the place, fire out, cold supper, wife all draggled and wore out, just come in from her day's work. Can you blame the man if he says, 'Anged if I'll stay, I'm off to the public,' and off he goes? Who wouldn't? That's what I arsk. Who wouldn't? Woman's sphere is the 'ome, and when she quits it, there's the mischief all round." He brought his fist down on the table by way of clinching the matter. He felt what he stated to be unanswerable. But Jenny was ready for him, her answers like foxhounds straining at the leash. At the first pause she burst out passionately: "And what if the woman 'as got to quit her 'ome to win bread for the starvin' children, to pay for a roof over their heads? Hear you talk, one thinks she went out on a spree. 'Ave you done?" "Not near," laughed Joe, still confident in his invincible arguments. "But you can go ahead, my lass, if there's any rational answer you can put up against my arguments, which there's none. Your mother, who has been a mother, can uphold me." Mrs. Clegg's head signified her heart was on his side, even if her head was unable to follow his reasoning. Jenny looked at her mother with profound pity and gave a little hopeless sigh. Then she turned to Joe. "There's no more point in your arguments, Joe, than there is in a roasted snowball." "'Ark at 'im, Joe's got his match, I reckon," Maggie whispered aside to Peter. "You and your Will Blores and your fool Parliament," went on Jenny, "talks jest as if all 'omes was as like as a row of pins, with an 'ard-workin' husband and a wife and 2 or 3 children fitted up in each like a work-box. Why, man alive, look about you. Who's these women that's working in mills and taking the bread out o' the poor men's mouths? More'n 9/10 is women who've got to keep themselves and their families. Some's widows, like Mrs. Toppin next door. Some's like me, who have to help, even when there's a father earning too. Some's got sick husbands, who's out of work. And some's got husbands like poor Liz, always drinking and looking for a job. Who's to keep such 'omes together if the woman don't?" Joe's answer was ready. He was not to be easily nonplussed, and by a girl too. "Sech women can go out charing, or taking piecework at 'ome. Oh, we've thought it all out," he added confidently. "We're not so muddle-pated as you seem to think, me lass." "Thought it out, have you?" Jenny could not keep the bitterness in her heart from ringing in her voice. Oh, these men with their limited vision and obtuse understanding of any point of view save their own. Jenny had felt out of patience with them even before she crossed life's threshold. "Then have you figured out the difference 'twixt 25 shillings a week at mill and 6 or 7 shillings a week at 'ome?" she demanded. "As to charing, if you're going to leave 'ome, better leave it for good pay than bad. Talk about the baby coming. Ain't it better to weave 11 hours a day for good brass, out o' which you can pay someone to mind the children and clean up, than to slave 16 hours a day on piecework, which can't keep body and soul together, the children greeting around, half fed, half clothed, no time to tend 'em, your husband, if he's sick, grumbling and jawing, all your washing and cooking to do, and can't pay nobody to help? Oh, don't talk to me. Look at poor mother who sits there agreeing with you. What'd her own daughter Liz do if she couldn't go to mill?" Eagerly Joe seized his opportunity. "Why, don't you see? Here's a case in point. If Liz weren't earning, Sam couldn't be playing the giddy goat. He'd 'ave to set to and keep the 'ome. As it is—" "Trouble wi' you, Joe, is you think all men have got your notions," interrupted Jenny. "Why'd Sam have to? Who's going to make 'em?" "The law, that's what'd make 'em," replied Joe. Jenny shook her head. "No, the law don't make a man give his wife a brass farthing, Joe. Not till she goes into the work'us and the guardians sue 'em. You've got time to be dead and buried before they get the law on a man. Look at poor Miss Smith. When her husband 'ooked it in the night she was confined of her 8th. He was in America before the workhouse guardians could look round." "Oh, the law bain't no good for women," came the patient voice of the mother who knew life. "Mother, you'd sooner die in a ditch and have a pauper's funeral than 'ave the law on fayther, wouldn't you now, mother?"
Jenny felt sure of her mother's support on this ground, and the resigned bowed head proved her right.
" Oh, but that's nonsense," answered Joe impatiently. " I don't say things are right. We Socialists have a deal to reform, but the law is, or should be, to protect the weak." " Like it perticks poor Liz?" inquired Jenny with quiet sarcasm. " Let the law give us what'll 'elp us most then. What's 'elped the men? Ain't you said a score o' times, the law without the vote ain't a morsel o' good to nobody?" She dropped sarcasm, always an unwise weapon in the armoury of a woman, and took up the more subtle and effective pleading tone. " Oh, Joe, can't you see how us women need it?" But the sarcasm had steeled Joe's heart and irritated his spirit. " Oh, shut up, my girl. Go and put on your Sunday 'at and come along," he made answer. " You'll go crazy, worse still, you'll lose your good looks if you take to politics. It ain't woman's sphere. Women's sphere's the 'ome, and her power lies in influencing us men, turning us round her little finger by gentle ways. A woman can get any bloomin' thing out of us men with her wiles and her smiles, but not with using the sharp end of her tongue." " Wiles and smiles?" Jenny gave a short laugh. " Women's influence you call that?" "Yes," repeated Joe obstinately, a twinkle in his eye. " You just try what a wile and a smile can do wi' me, my lass." He attempted to catch her round the waist as she passed him, putting the table between herself and him. " Oh, men are fools, old and young alike," laughed the careless voice of Maggie. " You've only got to flatter 'em a bit, Jenny. Just you try that on, it's a deal quicker than all your votes for women." Jenny turned her large brown eyes reproachfully on the giddy Maggie, then appealed to Joe. " You think if poor mother went to see our Member o' Parliament with her Sunday 'at on and her sweetest smile, he'd give her anything she asked?" She paused, then added impatiently, " Oh, get along with your women's influence." " That's not precisely a similar case to you and me, Jenny," answered Joe quietly, " but it's a regular women's way of arguing, so I'll forgive you if you put on your Sunday 'at and your sweetest smile. But mind," he added, softening as his eye rested approvingly on the comely little figure just out of his reach, " it's got to be the sweetest." There was no response to his mood as Jenny answered earnestly, " No, you won't, Joe, for I want you to see things different to what you do, and I see clear enough you can't. You talk of women's influence. What's my influence ever done with you? Do you care for this women's cause as I've talked to you so much about, pleaded with you for, Joe? No, you laugh at it." " Best way of taking it, I think," replied Joe scornfully. "Yes, there you are. That's what my influence counts for. Well, I'm not one of your smilers and wilers, Joe, and I thought better and higher of you than to think that's what you wanted in your wife." " Jenny, be you a comin'? I'm off," called Mrs. Toppin outside in the street. " Yes, I'm coming. I'm ready now," Jenny called back, and drawing the shawl on her shoulders over her neat dark head, she moved to the door. But with a stride Joe intercepted her. " I'm not laughing now, Jenny. I won't have it," he said sternly. " No one can say as I'm a narrow-minded man. I'm not against anything in reason for you women. I'd place some on the municipal council and on vestries too. I want to see you women and gels leading 'appy lives in 'appy homes, not grinding away your youth in mills and factories only fit for strong hard men. But this lot of suffragettes are lawbreakers, that's what they are, and you've got to cut loose from them, Jenny." " Let me go, Joe." Jenny tried to pass him. " I shall never cut loose from them. I'm not that kind, thank you." " Now look here, Jenny." He tried to speak gently, patiently, but it was not easy in face of such determined opposition. " I happen to know they're going to have a rough time, those women, and none of the masters about here'll take them on in the mills when once they've been arrested. You'll have to quit then, my gal. I'm not going to run no risks of my wife being a jailbird, I can tell you." Then he added more gently and taking her hand, " Come, Jenny, be reasonable, my lass." But Jenny wrenched away her hand. " Leave go my hand, please, Joe. Nor you nor no man livin' is going to stop me doing my duty.
even if it should mean breaking a bad law. Aye," she added vehemently, "an' goin' to prison for it." Joe let go her hand and stepped aside as he folded his arms resolutely. "I reckon you'll 'ave to choose then, 'twixt bein' my wife or goin' to your own ruination with these crazy women." Jenny stood in the doorway, her eyes flashing defiance. "The choice don't take long, Joe 'Opton. I don't want to be wife of a man who can't see straighter than you can. Jailbird indeed. Well, let me tell you this. I'd be proud to be such a jailbird as Fanny Kelly and Mrs. Sinclair, Mrs. Marshall and the rest of them. But to be your wife, bidin' at home, safe and smug, while other women are giving their lives and all the brass they can scrape together to fight for this cause, that I would be fair shamed on." "Jenny, be you a-comin'?" called the woman's voice again from the street. "Aye, I'm comin' right now," answered Jenny, and without another look at the discomfited Joe, went out, closing the door decisively behind her. End of Scene 3. Recorded by Lisa Reichert. Scene 4 of No Surrender by Constance Elizabeth Maud. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Scene 4 in the Courtyard. It was a cold and rainy day towards the end of June. In the open courtyard of the London police station, a crowd of prisoners awaited their turn to be called before the magistrate. The few cells, where a bench was to be found, were filled to overflowing, and for the rest there was no option but to stand or to sit on the damp ground. A few privileged persons, officials of the Women's Social and Political Union and the Women's Freedom League, here and there a lawyer, and a crowd of policemen, mingled with the groups of standing prisoners, most of whom had been there already many hours. The frank, sturdy, independent little figures of some 30 women in the mill shawl and clogs of the textile workers contrasted strangely with their environment. The sordid, degrading atmosphere of a police court was the last place where one would have expected to meet these trim, well-clad, capable-looking women. The pleasant north country speech came like a whiff of fresh, wholesome air. The rest of the prisoners eyed them curiously, and with an instinctive antagonism and resentment at finding themselves cheek by jowl with those who bore no hallmark of the true jailbird. They were interlopers and intruders to these habitués, for the spirit of inclusiveness is not limited to the smart set or the 400. 2 bedraggled, ill-clad women, each carrying in their arms a puny, blighted-looking infant, stood within earshot of Jenny and her friend Mrs. Keziah Toppin, their attention riveted. Mrs. Toppin leaned wearily against the unresponsive wall. "Queer 'ow tired you do get cooped up in this yard," she remarked to Jenny. "We've been here but 3 hours, and I'm tireder nor I should be after 10 in the mill." "Lean up against me, Miss Toppin," said Jenny in her cheery tones. "I'm not tired. I reckon it's just the suspense you're feeling. Your mind's not easy, fear we shan't get into prison after all." Policemen A, B, C, 93, and D, E, F, 82, the captors respectively of Jenny and her friend, exchanged a look, a fleeting shadow of a grin, without permitting the wooden expression of their countenances to relax. D, E, F, who had distinguished himself by arresting Mrs. Toppin, and thereby earning for ever after an unsuspected immortality in the Toppin family, observed grimly from the height of his 6'2". "You can make your minds easy on that score. I'll see as you get in right enough." "Not as I'm wanting more'n a week," said Mrs. Toppin, so unimpressed by the majesty of the law she might have been confiding her wishes to a neighbour over a cup of tea. "I can't leave me looms no longer." The 6'2" looked a yard above her head, vouchsafing no reply, but Jenny's policeman, of a more human and less dignified type of official, rejoined waggishly, "We'll have to mention that to the magistrate, aye, Bill?" Bill remaining still inaccessible to the trivial remarks around him, the other turned to Jenny with pleasant affability,
and added for her special information:
"You see, the magistrate, 'e likes to give satisfaction to all parties, 'e does. Sure you ladies both really want a week now?"
"Well, you see, it's this way," said Jenny, answering to his mood. "We'd be kind o' downcast to come all this way and suffer naught, so to speak, for our glorious cause." "Suffer naught!" exclaimed Mrs. Toppin, drawing her shawl more closely round her as a nipping little shower struck them sharply in the face. "Call this 'ere a bean feast?" Jenny laughed and pressed closely against the wall for shelter. "Aye, but think of all we've seen these 2 days. Could fill a book with it, we could. First there were the fine send-off they gave us at Chesterpool, not to mention the saloon train to London and the great fine station of Euston. Then London, this wonderful London, Westminster Abbey, Trafalgar Square, and the fountains. Never'll I forget that procession we made down the miles and miles of streets, and the crowd following and cheering the clogs and shawls, and the welcome we got from our leaders, and then the meeting at Claxton Hall with the sea o' faces looking up at you, hundreds and hundreds of smiling and friendly." Jenny paused and looked at her friend. That welcome, with the sense it brought to the North Country girl of being one of a great united sisterhood, an army of mothers, sisters, wives and daughters, bound together for the noblest of all human achievements, the freeing of the human being from bondage, the breaking down of false barriers, the loosening of chains, the letting in of the light, for this is what the raising of women means to the race, and for the first time Jenny had realised it in all its fullness. Keziah Toppin blinked her trusty brown eyes and gave a suspicious little sniff as she answered: Aye, but it makes me feel kind o' weepy and soft to think of't." "It does that," agreed Jenny, "but it makes you feel ready to go through with just anything, sort of warm and strong and glorious inside. Never, so long as I live, shall I forget that meeting and the words spoke by our leaders. It made you proud to think you was a woman." "You be forgetting the glorious time as these 'ere bobbies give us when we got outside that 'all," Mrs. Toppin replied, as her 6'2", who had for the moment turned his attention elsewhere, now fixed it again on the atmosphere above her head. "Banging yer about as if you was wedded to un. I've got this mun's fingers written in black and blue on my arm this minute." This last personal remark, though made with the utmost good humour, was too much for Police Officer D.E.F. 82.
"If you'd had your deserts, you'd a got a deal more than that, you old—" Here he uttered in a singularly offensive manner the name of an entirely harmless and useful domestic quadruped, prefixed by sundry strange and inappropriate adjectives. Then, turning his back, he took a few paces in the opposite direction. Mrs. Toppin's clear accents could not fail, however, to reach his somewhat protruding ears. "That young man needs a good lump of soap in his mouth to cleanse it." It was pronounced in the severe judicial tones of a schoolmistress dealing with the naughty boy of the class. Police Officer A.B.C., being left to uphold the falling dignity of the force, took up the gauntlet for his discomfited mate. "We've got to do our duty, however unpleasant, you must remember, missus. If you don't obey orders, you've got to suffer the consequences." "Oh, I'm not for complaining," returned Mrs. Toppin. "I was only passing the remark to my friend as some of you did leave your finger marks on us, and it ain't exactly a bank 'ollerday treat, this here suffrage business, as some of the papers make out." "Right you are, Miss Toppin," cried a cheery voice, and a comely, grey-haired woman advanced and greeted her from the crowd. She, too, wore the shawl and clogs, and they began comparing notes as to recent experiences. Meanwhile, Jenny's policeman, after regarding her with an expression of mixed approval and puzzlement, which replaced the habitual wooden reserve, remarked thoughtfully: "Beats me what you want putting your heads into chokey so deliberate like." "We want the vote," Jenny answered promptly. "Want it more than ever you men wanted it, and we've got to fight for it, just as you men had to fight for it." "Bless you, I never fought for it, and never would neither," said he.
Jenny's eyes flashed indignantly. "But your forebears fought and suffered to win the freedom you enjoy. Aye, and some of them died to win it for you. You'd know fast enough if you hadn't got it. Your wages, your hours, your pensions, every blessed thing in life you're glad you've got has come to you because of that vote of yours." Every trace of the wooden expression had vanished from the face of A.B.C. as he listened. After a pause he observed cautiously, "Come to think of it, I suppose there be some truth in what you say, miss. I don't say neither as you oughtn't to 'ave your vote, you women, but what I do say is," here he felt on firm ground, "ask for it quiet. Don't go breaking winders and breaking the law and resisting the perlice. No good can come of that." "We've been asking for it quiet, thousands and thousands of us, in thousands of petitions to Parliament these 60 years and more," said Jenny. He looked at her critically, from her sturdy wooden clogs to the crown of her neat dark brown head. His eyes twinkled as he said slowly, "You don't look it, miss. You've wore remarkably well." His glance returned to the iron-bound clogs. "What do you have them queer shoes on for?" he inquired. "The clogs? Why, kicking, of course." Jenny's tone was quite serious. "See how good and strong they're made." She put forward a foot for his inspection.
"Kicking?" He regarded her suspiciously. "Who? The perlice?"
"Why, no, bless you," Jenny reassured him with a pleasant smile. "We wouldn't hurt you perlice. Why ever should we? Poor dear innercents. You can't give us the vote. Clogs be for those wo's keeping from us our due. The vote we pay for in taxes, same as you men. Ain't that plain justice?"
"Sounds pretty fair," he allowed. "But it ain't a bit o' good you women using violence," he admonished. "It's just knocking your heads against a stone wall."
"Stone walls have been known to fall when heads go the right way to work. The walls of Jericho fell down because they blew trumpets loud enough to shake the foundations. We women have got out the trumpets now, and the walls of Parliament's going to fall. You'd better come and blow with us and help us win our vote." "Just 'ark at her," said the pale-faced woman, near to her neighbour. "She's one of them suffragettes, that's what she is." "And look at her shoes," answered the red face. "I never see such a bold-faced 'ussy a-talking to the copper as if she was one of them district visitors." "Whatever do them suffragettes want I never could make out," said Pale-face, as she wearily changed her puny burden from one thin arm to the other. "They wants to down the men," answered the other bitterly, "and raise theirselves, the 'ussies. I'd like to 'ave the 'orse-whipping of 'em, I would," she added savagely. A surly-looking man standing by turned a resentful look on Jenny and her group. "Ho, they'd like to down the men, would they?" he observed between his teeth. "I'd like to learn 'em," he muttered imprecations in which the whole female sex were included. The policeman whose special charge he was looked down upon him reprovingly. "Why, they ain't hurt you. Tidy bodies they look to me." "Oh, I knows that sort," retorted the man bitterly. "A damn teetotal preaching lot. Ain't I got one at 'ome, like a millstone round my neck?" "I should have thought a drinking wife 'ud have been more of a millstone than a teetotaler," observed the policeman grimly. Jenny, quite oblivious of the remarks and attention of her neighbours, continued earnestly to discuss the suffrage with her policeman. In reply to his admonition, so often to be heard on the lips of the hard-pressed, that women should attend to their own business, Jenny answered, "Just what we're doing. That's why we're out now, attending to our own business. Trying to make the home a better place for the children, boys as well as girls, mind you." "I'd like her to have my husband for a week. He'd learn her a business better'n that 'ere copper's a-doing," remarked Pale-face bitterly, with a dim idea of finding solace for her own woes by dragging down another into the same mire. "Jail's a deal too good for 'em," her friend responded in the same perverse spirit. "We had some of 'em come down our way lars week, holding a meeting on the street corner, but I paid no heed to 'em," continued Pale-face, with conscious sense of superiority in having avoided the temptation to associate with such questionable characters. "They'll get a rotten egg in the eye when they comes my way," threatened Redface, in a voice that carried. "There's some as says they're a-trying to make things better for us women," ventured Pale-face, after a pause. "But lor, I don't believe 'em," she added drearily. "Loikly tale," rejoined the other contemptuously. "It's theirselves they're pushing, I tell you, wanting to rule over the land.
Why, some of them wears trousers. Shameless 'ussies. Not females at all, they ain't. The coppers have nabbed a goodish few of them this time. Must be a couple of dozen of 'em in here, with them kicking shoes on." "Good job too," began Redface, but at this point a voice called out, "Smale and Borrow," upon which the policeman, towering like an impending fate above the two women, descended promptly and marched them off, human bundles and all, into the adjoining police court. Jenny threw after them a look of pity as her eyes rested on the bundles so early making their entrance on this sordid stage. The voice of ABC 93 recalled her to the unfinished argument. "You women are wonderful plausible, but there's mostly a flaw somewhere, come to look close at it." "Flaw?" cried Jenny. "Aye, there's a flaw, sure, but it's in the arguments of those that's against us." "Look, Jenny," said Mrs. Toppin, hurrying to her side. She pointed to a window giving on to the courtyard, where several women were passing, and as they did so, each in turn held up her fingers to those below. "There goes some of our women," she cried excitedly. "Can you see how many fingers they hold up? It's to tell how many weeks they've got." Two women in the North Country shawl paused at the window and held up both hands, with but 4 fingers down. "6 weeks!" cried Jenny in dismay. "6 weeks!" echoed her friend. "Lor, whatever for?" she demanded of those around her. The question was answered by a gentleman who hurried up to the group at this moment. He was a barrister, a friend of the Suffragettes, and had just come out of the court. "Your turn may come next," he addressed Mrs. Toppin and Jenny. "Just a word of warning. The magistrate is getting nasty, I fear. He is giving 6 weeks to second offenders. We must be careful not to irritate him needlessly. Don't speak at all till he asks you if you have anything to say in your defence, and then merely say no. Do you see?" "Ain't we got to say why we come to London and why we was took up?" inquired Mrs. Toppin, her face falling. "No, no, on no account," he answered. "Believe me, it's better not to speak at all. I'm a lawyer and am giving you sound advice, I assure you." "It do seem queer kind of justice, don't it?" said Mrs. Toppin. "Oh, but law and justice are, I am sorry to say, 2 totally different things. This magistrate is very hard on all our women, and he is inclined to be irritable this morning. The first 3 got a fortnight, the next 3 weeks, and these last 2, 6 weeks, because the policeman said they hit him over the head with an umbrella. They declared they didn't possess such an article, but there you are, the word of the policeman is always taken without question." He hurried on to another group with his urgent warning, while Keziah Toppin turned a dismal face to Jenny. "Here's a pretty go. I can't be affordin' 6 weeks 'ollerday, nor 3 neither. We'll both be losing our jobs if we don't look out, Jenny." "Don't let's meet trouble half-way," said the philosophic young person. "Whatever comes, we'll get through it somehow, Mrs. Toppin, so hearten up." "Why, I never—" her whole face suddenly became illuminated. "If there isn't Miss O'Neill!" Waving her hand and threading a difficult way through the closely packed crowd, came Mary O'Neill. "I'm dreadfully late," she cried, shaking hands warmly with Jenny and her friend. "I thought I'd never get here. What a lot of you. I feel so ashamed I'm not one. It's very odd," she lowered her voice. "The police simply would not arrest either me or Mrs. Cobb yesterday. They seem to have some secret understanding between them, for twice we were actually in the claws of the law. Then, lo and behold, our captors changed their minds, and advised us in a fatherly way to go home." She turned to ABC 93. "I should like to know, officer, why none of you seemed to want me or my friend over there, Mrs. Cobb, yesterday. Never mind how much we opposed you." ABC 93 turned to another 6 foot of majestic mien standing near. "Peculiar, ain't it, Bob? The young lady says we didn't seem to fancy her nor her friend Mrs. Cobb over there yesterday, eh?" The eyes of the policeman appealed to took on a look of peculiar intelligence as he drew in the corners, and gave an almost imperceptible wink as he made answer solemnly: "You see, miss, we've orders to distinguish betwixt the ardent street brawler and the harmless lunatic, if you'll excuse me being so plain-spoken." The answer appeared to delight his confrère, but Mary O'Neill, suppressing an inclination to smile, persisted.
I can hardly take that as a satisfactory explanation, for I'm not aware that either of these classes of person were out yesterday in Parliament Square. I saw none, and I see none here now. Do you?" "I see 'em thick as bees in a hive, both lots," he answered promptly. "Then you should really consult an oculist." Mary's voice assumed a tone of gentle solicitude. "Your eyes must be in much the same serious condition as those of the man who mistook his wife's face for a target the other day and fired a full charge into it." She turned to Jenny's policeman. "Do you see any clearer than he does?"
"Oh, it's not for me to contradict the ladies," he replied gallantly. "This world 'ud be a dull place without 'em. And I don't mind telling you, miss." He spoke almost confidentially, so quickly had Jenny's ploughing and sowing already borne fruit. "I was glad as my mother couldn't see me at that job yesterday. But duty is duty, you know." He stiffened up again. "And there it is."
"And that's precisely why we are here," struck in Jenny. "Yes," said Mary, "duty. England expects it of every man, but dislikes finding it in the women. But no surrender is our motto, and our highest duty too. Now, please, will you answer my question? Why was I not arrested?"
"Duty again, miss, before pleasure," replied ABC 93 with solemn deference.
"Well, Mrs. Toppin and me are thankful you're not arrested," said Jenny, "for we'll be needin' your help maybe outside." "Aye, it seems we may get more'n 2 weeks," said Mrs. Toppin. "Depends on the old gentleman in there." She jerked her head expressively towards the court.
"I'm fearing for my looms. There's a score ready to take them on, if the boss sacks me."
"And mine too," added Jenny seriously. "If we should get more than a fortnight, will you explain to mother how it is, Miss O'Neill?" "Of course I will, Jenny. But more than a fortnight! Oh, he can't. Why, everyone says a week is the ordinary sentence, even for disorderly and drunken people." Jenny repeated what the lawyer friend of the Women's Social and Political Union had told them, and his warning. Mary looked grave and promised to interview the manager of the mill in case of necessity. In reply as to whether there was anything she could do for Mrs. Toppin's small family in her absence, Mary's intention being to remain up north 2 or 3 weeks longer, that careful mother answered, "Tell them children, please, miss, to mind Miss Grimshaw, or I'll smack 'em when I come home. And you might, if it's not troubling you too much," she added in the same voice, "snip off a bit o' Johnny's hair and send it me in an envelope. I've got the other 5 here," she pointed to the region of her heart, "in my purse, but Johnny, he was out when I did the others, and I disremembered him later." Mary promised faithfully to snip a lock from Johnny's carroty little bullet head and send it to his mother if the prison authorities permitted. The time was getting short for last words. The shawls and clogs were diminishing, though the courtyard was still crowded, and many were so weary with the long hours of waiting they had collapsed on the damp ground, seated back to back where they could not get near the wall for support. A young girl hurried up to Jenny and Mrs. Toppin with a tray of sandwiches and cups of coffee. She wore a well-cut tailor dress, and had a face which might have been the original of Carlo Dolci's St. Cecilia. She urged them to take plenty of food. "You must stoke up for the future," she said. "Why, you ladies do regular spoil us, you do," said Keziah Toppin, as the girl insisted on her having a second cup. "There won't be much spoiling in Holloway, I fear, and you may have hours to wait in the cells up there before Black Maria comes for you," she answered. "Black Maria always sounds an ugly customer," observed Mrs. Toppin. "This Maria is a particularly ugly customer," said St. Cecilia. "She dates from the Middle Ages and ought to be used for firewood. You are put into little cupboards, so small you can't sit down and you can't stand up. There's no air, and she jolts you so, it makes most people sick before they get to the journey's end." She spoke as though describing the pleasant vicissitudes of a picnic. But Mary, noting the eager attention of her 2 friends, said, "Well, I must say the prospect is not encouraging. We want our spirits kept up, you know, as well as our bodies." "Oh, but nobody minds Black Maria or anything else when it's for the cause," replied the girl in her bracing tones. She turned to Jenny. "I'm sure you're neither of you to be daunted by Black Maria or anybody else?" Jenny laughed. "Nay, we're not made so soft as that in Lancashire.
We should be poor specimens to come out and fight for the vote. Eh, Miss Toppin?" "That's so," agreed her friend. "I 'ope they'll let us two stick together?" she asked, linking her arm in Jenny's. Policeman D.E.F. turned sharply and descended from his Olympian heights. "Fine idea. Oh yes, we'll see you have a private suite of apartments. Sitting in bathroom, with hot water turned on for you two ladies." His witticisms were received in silence, however, by his audience. None were inclined for joking just now. There was a tension, a feeling of uncertainty and presentiment which cast its shadow over even Jenny's sunny spirit. "You may possibly have adjoining cells," said Saint Cecilia. "You can call out sometimes to each other when the wardresses are at dinner, but there's no denying that solitude is the worst part of prison life. Not a soul to speak to, and no books or papers to give you any news from outside. But you do just catch sight of your friends at chapel every morning, and at exercise when you walk round the yard. And that is a blessing, the thought of which keeps one going all the 24 hours. "But lor, what a dull life!" Mrs. Toppin could not refrain from remarking. "Well, one could get a word or two in at chapel, or exercise maybe." "Don't you try it, missus," said ABC 93 in fatherly tones. "No," agreed the young suffragette. "The wardresses are very stern about that. They stop you going out of your cell for 2 or 3 days, and you may be put in a punishment cell if you are not careful. Don't try that. It isn't worth it." "Did you try it?" asked Jenny eagerly. "Well, yes, I did," confessed Saint Cecilia. "But in my case it was different. I knew I'd be punished, but it was worth while. I wanted to know how my father was. And suddenly, one day at exercise, when I had been in prison 10 days, and pining for news of him, who should I see walking round and round the yard with the rest of us, in prison cap and dress, but my dear old nurse. She had actually gone out with the suffragettes, of whom she then strongly disapproved, though she is with us now, heart and soul, and got herself arrested in order to be in prison with me." "Well, I never! She must be a game old girl, that 'un," observed Mrs. Toppin with a hearty approval. "I reckon she's pretty fond of you," added Jenny with her good smile. "Minds me o' my mother. Kind o' thing she'd be doing if I got nabbed," remarked ABC 93, for the moment clean forgetting he belonged to the police force. "Well, you may be sure I was going to speak to her if they chopped off my head for it," continued Saint Cecilia. "And metaphorically they did. I was kept in my cell 3 awful solitary days. But on the whole we managed to take life pretty cheerfully, even in prison. You see, we're such a big family party, all pulling together, most of us young and strong, and just full of a sort of glorious enthusiasm and hope." "That's it. We're bound to win," said Mary O'Neill. "Aye, that we are." Jenny turned to her policeman. "Now don't you think we will?"
"Well, I'm coming to think as you will, and hope as you will, too. There now, miss," he answered handsomely.
"Shake hands, officer," cried Saint Cecilia with enthusiasm. "It heartens one up to hear a man say that, and especially a policeman. Now you get a number of your mates to come over to us too, will you?"
"Ah, that's another matter, miss. And mind you, come what may, I've got to do my duty."
She had recalled him to his sense of office, and the man had vanished into the representative of law and order.
"Toppin and Clegg," called the summonsing voice.
"Here you are, quick march," and policeman D.E.F. tapped Mrs. Toppin unceremoniously on the shoulder. "Well, good-bye, good luck, we'll meet again before long," said Saint Cecilia, as Jenny and Mrs. Toppin disappeared into the court. She and Mary exchanged some friendly remarks, in which Mary learnt that Saint Cecilia was a widow with 3 little boys to bring up on 200 a year, which she earned by giving singing lessons. Many of these she had lost owing to the part she had taken in the women's movement. They were joined by one of the leaders of the W.S.P.U., and Saint Cecilia began at once telling her about Jenny. "Did you notice that girl?" she asked. "Do you know, she has actually converted her policeman?" "Well done," said the older woman with a glad smile. "Yes, I did notice that girl. She was converting somebody yesterday, I can't remember who." "And you, Miss O'Neill, say she converted you? We shall have plenty of use for such a girl as that when she comes out.
Mustn't let her go back to the mill. We need that kind up here. They are worth their weight in gold to us. She shall speak at the Albert Hall meeting in October, and do some more converting." Thus did the little North Country stream find itself merged in the waters of the great river, and swept along towards the ocean. End of Scene 4. Recorded by Lisa Reichert. Scene 5 of No Surrender by Constance Elizabeth Maud. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Scene 5. Before the Magistrate. The police court was not crowded that morning. There was nothing of special interest to the public, but about a dozen anxious faces were to be seen at the back of the court, eagerly peering over the barrier, listening for the name of a son, husband, brother, sister, or maybe parent. The magistrate had no doubt troubles of his own, and was in no mood to deal sympathetically with those of other people. He disposed very summarily with the cases before him. Women specially met with little mercy at his hands, and with every hard sentence he uttered, his irritation against the sex seemed to increase. The ceaseless stream of witnesses to the out-of-jointness of this world must be depressing to any man whose conscience does not wholly exonerate him from being his brother's, and also his sister's, keeper. Day after day they passed before him, these inarticulate women, the girls in their teens, driven by dire distress and hunger onto the streets, their accuser the policeman, who let the really guilty one of his own sex go scot-free. Injured wives whose faces, bruised and discoloured, often bore gruesome testimony to their grievances. Tired mothers, their crime keeping back a girl child from school to help with the washing and cleaning of the congested home. Old women, degraded and battered by life's hard school out of all semblance of womanhood, arrested for a vain attempt either to drown remembrance in drink, or end it all in the dark waters of the river. Yet what could he do, the unfortunate magistrate? How cope with these cases, each one involving a problem for which he had neither time nor understanding, a problem requiring for its true solution the readjustment of the very foundations of social life, the readjustment of the relation of the two halves of the human family? Impatiently he turned over the papers before him that morning, then called, "Next case, Borrow and Smale." The two women, whose antagonism had been so excited by the clogs and demeanour of Jenny Clegg, were thereupon conducted into the dock. Side by side they stood up before the magistrate, their human bundles on their weary arms, for even a puny baby is a severe strain upon the arm when born for the best part of 12 hours. Mrs. Borrow, the robuster and ruddier of the two women, shifted her bundle jerkily from one arm to the other, whereupon the bundle, roused from a lethargic, half-conscious gnawing of an ancient crust, broke out into a feeble wail, which was precisely what the author of its being had foreseen it would do. Patting it on the back, she addressed it, a defiant eye on the magistrate. "Hush, my ducky, he won't hurt yer. Mother won't let him. Hush, then." "Silence there," ordered the magistrate. "Silence," repeated the policeman, standing near the dock. Meanwhile another policeman had entered the witness box, taken up the Bible lying ready there, and kissed it, muttering the formula in which all witnesses bind themselves to the superhuman task of uttering nothing save the undiluted truth. "Borrow and Smale," pronounced the magistrate sternly, "you were both arrested yesterday for importunate begging in the Albert Bridge Road." "No, your worship, that'll take me oath," burst in the red-faced Mrs. Borrow indignantly. "Silence!" thundered the magistrate, and "Silence!" echoed the policeman near her. The magistrate turned to the witness in the box. "What were these women doing when you arrested them?" In a perfunctory voice, the same he had used when taking the oath, the policeman replied, "Yesterday afternoon, 'tween 5 and 6 o'clock, I see them two standing at the corner of Albert Bridge Road, where the trams stop, the pair of 'em with the babies on their arms, begging for coppers, and following the passers-by." "Don't you believe 'em, your worship," burst in Mrs. Borrow volcanically. "That 'ere copper's telling a—"
but an explosion of "Silences!" from all the powers that be cut her short, together with a nervous clutch on the arm from her fellow victim, and a piteous, "Oh, Lizer, for God's sake, hush!" "The dirty liar!" smouldered the volcano. "If you interrupt again, it'll be worse for you," the magistrate warned in menacing tones, then turned again to the witness. "Come, go on. We can't be all day about this case." Drawing himself up to his full height, the policeman continued in pompous tones. "I'd 'ad me eye on that pair for a day or two past." "Oh, you!" muttered Mrs. Borrow between her clenched teeth, but prudence arrested her. "It were not the first time as the public had been annoyed by their pesterin' nuisances. I arrested 'em both in the very act of beggin' from an old lady gettin' into a cab." "That'll do." The magistrate waved aside further discourse. "Now, Borrow and Smale, what have you to say? One at a time, please. You," he pointed to the pale-faced Mrs. Smale, "as you've not spoken yet, you can begin." By way of reply, poor Mrs. Smale lifted a very grimy apron to her eyes and sniffed audibly. "I repeat, what have you to say in your defence?" said the magistrate, in no mood for dallying. Mrs. Borrow nudged her friend's arm, whispering, "Say as we wasn't begging, silly." The policeman near caught the sound. "Silence, you. It's Smale has got to speak, not you." Thereupon Mrs. Smale, with another sniff, was heard in a nervous, high-pitched voice. "Please, your worship, we was only selling lavender. It's God's truth I'm telling yer. My husband's been out of work these 5 months, and 6 children to keep, and my odd jobs washing and charring, and I thought as I'd sell a bit of lavender evenings to earn a few coppers." "Dare you deny you was begging?" cried the challenging voice of the witness. "Why, I heard you say to that lady, 'Give us a copper.'" "No, that we wasn't begging, your worship," protested Mrs. Borrow. "We was honest selling lavender, just as you might yourself any day, your worship, if you come down in the world." No suspicion of a jest and no impertinence was intended, but it was not without a certain sense of satisfied justice that Mrs. Borrow contemplated a turn in the wheel, always within the bounds of possibility in this strange world of vicissitudes. Did she not herself know a real gentleman who once kept his own private dog-cart, now reduced to walking the streets as a sandwich man? "If you speak again, till I give you permission," said the man on the throne, "you'll get an extra term for contempt of court. Now, Smale, can you deny what the police officer states, on oath, mind, that you begged a copper for my lady?" "No, sir, I'll swear. I only begged her to buy some of my lavender. I told her God's truth. I hadn't had a bite all day, nor this baby neither." "And you don't call that begging?" The magistrate gave a contemptuous smile, expressive of the utter hopelessness of getting a glimmer of reason or logic into the female brain. Had he realised the terrific problem with which that poor, oft-battered brain had daily to cope, in feeding 6 children without money to buy bread, he might have paused in wondering admiration at the ingenuity and endless resource of the mother-mind in face of such appalling difficulties, for at least the 6 children were alive and Mr. Smale in good condition. His wife could sometimes have wished his muscles less powerful. "Now, Borrow, you can speak," said the dispenser of justice, "but mind you keep to the point. Did you, or did you not, beg from the public?" Mrs. Borrow rocked her infant vigorously in her arms. "Hush then, ducky, he shan't hurt yer," she assured the wailing bundle. "No, your worship, I'll take me oath I did not, and that 'ere copper," she glared savagely at the witness, "knows as he's telling a foul lie." "Silence! Not another word!" The magistrate held up a warning hand. Then, turning over the papers before him, he said rapidly, "Borrow and Smale, you are each sentenced to 1 month with hard labour in the 2nd Division. We'll see if that will teach you not to break the law in future. Next case." The dock was opened, and the condemned women were hurried out of court by 2 policemen standing near.
"Whatever'll my poor children do? A month! Oh, it's cruel hard," wept the pale mother.
But the robuster, red face gave a short laugh as she left the court.
"I don't care. It'll be a rest for me. 'E'll have to turn to and keep his 8 brats from starvin'. Do him good."
Again the dock opened, this time to receive a big, burly, middle-aged man of surly countenance, but well clothed, well shod, and of self-respecting appearance. From the opposite side the plaintiff appeared, a small spare woman with contracted chest and dark shadows under her large melancholy eyes. Her face wore a watchful, anxious look, as if both sleep and smiles were unknown to its owner.
"Worrell versus Worrell,"
read out the magistrate, then turned to the man in the dock.
"You are summoned by your wife for having given nothing for more than a year towards the support of your 3 children and the home. Is this the case?" "Not now, I don't. I can't afford it. I've got to be near my work and pay for lodgings near, and keep myself," answered the man surlily. "Oh, I see. Your home is not near your work. You have to take lodgings. Is that it?" "Yes, sir, that's just it. You can see for yourself a man can't pay 2 rents. Anyone but a woman can see the justice of it."
He looked angrily towards the woman whose eyes were fixed anxiously on him.
"Stop a minute, my man. Are you in steady work?"
asked the magistrate.
"Yes, sir, I am, and I intend to keep on."
He looked again at the woman.
"She'd have me chuck it up and find a job nearer home, and I won't, so there," he concluded defiantly. "Well, but now what wages are you getting?" inquired the magistrate. "No more'n I work hard for, and no more'n I need for myself." No doubt, allowed the magistrate with unwonted patience. "But my question was, how much are you earning a week? Please answer that. I can verify these facts, remember, so I trust to you stating correctly. Your wife says you are earning 37 shillings a week. Is that so?" "I'm earning 37 bob now," answered the man. "I've had a rise this last 6 months, but that don't make no difference, as I've had an heavy debt to pay off." "That's enough for the present. Now call the plaintiff."
Mrs. Worrell stood forward, her eyes still fixed on her husband.
"How many children have you?"
inquired the magistrate, his voice insensibly taking on a more curt tone than when addressing the man.
3 living, your worship. I've buried 4.
"How long have you been married?"
6 years come last Michaelmas, your worship."
7 children in 6 years?
His tone was slightly incredulous.
"I've had 2 sets of twins, sir. I couldn't raise 'em, only one out of the twins, poor lambs. I was at death's door myself, as my neighbour Miss Smith'll tell you, who come in to do for me, though having 9 of her own."
"That's enough."
Mrs. Worrell clearly possessed a terribly fluent tongue when once she got started. The magistrate's sympathies were all with the husband from this moment.
"What are you earning yourself?" he demanded.
"Good weeks I earn as much as 10 shillings a week. Bad weeks I don't get more'n 6, sometimes not that," said the woman. "It's charring, you see, sir, and that's not regular, as you may say, though God knows it's hard enough getting up at 5 to do them offices and all your washing and mending. God knows I never sit down the livelong day."
She turned suddenly and fixed her husband with a reproachful look.
"'E knows it, your worship. 'E knows as a woman can't keep herself and 3 hearty children and pay the rent on 10 shillings a week, let alone 6.
"Answer my questions, please, and say nothing more. Does your husband give nothing whatever to the support of his family?"
"'E don't give a blessed farthing, sir. That's God's truth. More 'e haven't. Not this 12 months past. An' 'e knows why. It's ever since he took up with that 'ussy."
"Keep to my questions, please. I want nothing more. It is 12 months since your husband gave you anything for the children and the home. Is that so?"
"Yes, it is, your worship, and I defy him."
Mrs. Worrell's dark eyes flashed indignantly.
"That's enough. You can sit down."
The magistrate turns to the defendant.
"Now, my man," he asked, as one who appeals to a reasonable being, "are you the father of these 3 children?" "Certainly I am," answered the man with an air of, "let anyone dispute that, and I'll know the reason why." Then can't you see it is not fair that the support of them should be left entirely to your wife? Her claim for some support from you is, I consider, only a fair one." He was a just man, and not going to be biassed by his personal sympathies. "No, it ain't, sir. I've got no more'n I can do to keep myself, I say, what with lodgings and food and clothes and my club and burial too. She'll benefit by that. If I'm tuck, the club'll put me away." "Slave like a dog," he burst out savagely, "and hand your wages to a woman? 'Tain't good enough." "But, my man, that's hardly reasonable. No one wants you to hand your wages to your wife, but something you should give for the children, who are yours, remember, as well as hers. Now let's see if we can't arrange this matter in a fair and sensible way. Suppose you give 7 shillings and 6pence a week out of your 37. That's half a crown for each child." 7 shillings and 6pence a week?" cried the man. "I can't do it, sir. It's too much to expect of any man. I can't do it, and that's flat," he reiterated. "Why, there's my mate as is getting the same as me, not giving more'n 5. Mrs. Mullins has got but 2 children under 4 year. I've got 3, big and hearty," came the voice of the mother. "Silence over there," said the magistrate sternly, and "Silence," said the voice of a policeman at her side. "Well, in consideration of the fact that you are obliged to live away from home, I will make it 6 shillings a week. Now, not a word more." He silenced the protests of the indignant husband and turned to the woman. "I will give you an order for 6 shillings a week from your husband, to be paid regularly, so long as he is in receipt of 37 shillings a week. Are you satisfied?"
"Oh yes, sir, thank you." She looked anxiously at her husband.
"Next case," said the magistrate to a policeman. "I'll have the rest of those suffragettes now." He looked over his papers. "Here, Toppin and Clegg."
6 shillings a week? Satisfied?" said Mrs. Worrell to herself as she went out. "I should just think I was, if only the law'll see he pays it."
"To hell with the B-D lot of 'em," muttered Mr. Worrell. "I'll make her remember this day. Be damned if I don't. Toppin and Clegg, police officers ABC 93 and DEF 82.
Mrs. Toppin and Jenny entered the dock and stood side by side, inwardly not without secret quakings, but outwardly serene and fearless.
"Toppin, arrested on June 21st for disorderly conduct in Parliament Square, resisting and attacking the police in the execution of their duty," read out the magistrate.
"Hear that?" whispered Mrs. Toppin to Jenny. "Don't speak, for Lord's sake," whispered Jenny. Police officer DEF 82, who had entered the witness box and kissed the Bible, then proceeded to give his version of the affair.
"The woman Toppin was in the crowd, pushing and fighting her way, trying to get past the perlice. I told her to go back, but she struck out at me worse'n ever, and told me flat to me face she was going on, and with that she gimme a blow on the chest and would ha' slipped under me arm if I hadn't a been quick and nipped hold of her. She tried to bite me hand, and her language was hawful."
"Hear that?" Mrs. Toppin nudged Jenny. "Sure, I'm listening," replied Jenny under her breath.
"There was 'undreds ootin' them as we led 'em off, them two. A regular riot they set up," concluded the witness.
"Oh, however can he?" cried Mrs. Toppin, in spite of all efforts to be silent.
"That will do. Now, police officer ABC 93, you arrested the girl Clegg on this same occasion, did you not?" demanded the magistrate, as Jenny's policeman took his stand in the witness box. "Yes, your worship, I did," he answered. "Relate what occurred." "The prisoner was attempting to force her way into the House of Commons. She slipped past the cordon of police and was going by a private door when I caught hold of her to go back. She was violent, so I had to arrest her." He spoke in a perfunctory tone, as if repeating a lesson.
"Aye, but for why was she going into the Parliament?" asked Mrs. Toppin, as though encouraging a friend to be a little more explicit.
"Silence," ordered the magistrate. "Silence," echoed the policeman near the dock.
"Don't speak, for God's sake, Mrs. Toppin dear," implored Jenny.
They shall hear it," muttered
Keziah between clenched teeth. The magistrate continued.
"So both these women refused to obey orders, and were arrested for disorderly conduct and endeavouring to resist the police in the fulfilment of their duties. Is that what you state on oath?" "Yes, your worship," replied the witness. "They refused to go back and resisted the police with violence. Toppin, have you anything to say?"
Jenny pulled her friend's sleeve.
"Say no."
Mrs. Toppin remained ominously silent.
"Come, speak up, you. You seemed anxious enough to talk when you were told to be silent," said the magistrate. "What have you to say?"
"Naught,"
replied Mrs. Toppin shortly.
"What does she say?" the magistrate inquired. "Nothing, your worship," answered the dock policeman. "And the other one? Clegg, have you anything to add to this eloquent defence?" inquired the magistrate.
"Nothing,"
replied Jenny, mindful of the lawyer's warning.
"Well, since I understand you are first offenders, you will each get 1 fortnight in the 2nd Division. But take care, for you'll get double next time. Next case."
The threat in the magisterial voice was more than Mrs. Toppin could bear. As she passed out she took off her badge and, pausing a moment, held it high in the face of the magistrate.
"Come, move on, will yer?" said the policeman roughly. "No, stop a moment," said the magistrate. "What is that the prisoner's holding up?"
The policeman instantly seized the badge from Mrs. Toppin and read it in a loud voice.
"Votes for Women, your worship." "Oh, indeed," replied the latter. "Well, I've much pleasure in giving you an extra week for contempt of court. This kind of thing must be stopped."
He turned over his papers again rapidly. Jenny, following close on her friend, thereupon took off her badge, crying,
"And here's mine too."
"Very well, and here's your extra week," came the prompt rejoinder. "See how you like that. Now clear them off. Can't be all day over this business. Next case, I say."
"Whatever you do that for, Jenny?" remonstrated Mrs. Toppin. "Might a took warning by me." "Why, they'd never a known who I was if I hadn't," answered Jenny, who turned reproachfully to policeman ABC 93. "But why ever didn't you say we pushed past for to go and give resolution of votes for women to the Prime Minister?"
"'Cause if I'd 'a said such a thing, I'd 'ave lost me job, miss," he said promptly. "We've got to make out you was disorderly, see?"
"But I thought you was a friend," said Jenny.
"And I don't say as I'm not, miss, but I've got to do me duty, and them's our orders," he explained, somewhat shamefacedly.
As Mrs. Toppin and Jenny passed through the passage overlooking the yard, they held up 3 fingers to those below. Mary O'Neill waved to them and cheered. Then a chorus of voices broke into the Women's Marseillaise.
"To freedom's cause till death we swear our fealty. March on, face to the dawn of liberty."
End of Scene 5. Recorded by Lisa Reichert. Scene 6 of No Surrender by Constance Elizabeth Maud. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Scene 6. Canterbury Tales. In a small bare cell about 8 feet by 6, the furniture of which consisted of 1 wooden stool, 5 women were crowded together. 5 women of widely different type, age, class and education, united by only one bond, but that sufficiently strong to break down all the ordinary barriers created by such differences, and place them at once on the footing of comrades and sisters. It was such a bond as united the early Christians crowded together behind the bars of the Colosseum cells, awaiting their turn to fight and to die for the faith that was in them. The interminable jolting drive in Black Maria, under such airless, crowded conditions as had caused 2 women to faint, had landed them at last at the grim gates of the old prison, where one by one they had been unpacked and passed in. After going through the preliminary ceremonies of inscribing their names and ages, and aiding in recording a prosaic description of eyes, hair, height, and other personal details, they had then been driven, cattle-wise, into these narrow pens, there to wait for many a weary hour the doctor's summons. After this would come the bath, and the donning of the prison garments, and finally, at some hour far into the night, for there had been many convictions on this occasion, rest on the hard prison bed. Not one but felt how grateful rest would be on any bed, however hard, after such a day. But though aching with bodily weariness, the 5 women were as cheerful in spirit as though they had met in a cosy parlour for a tea-party. The 2 girls, of whom Jenny was one, and Tilly Baxter, a tailoress, aged 19, the other, sat back to back on the floor, their knees drawn up to their chins, and clasped round by their arms. The veteran of the party, Mrs. Wilmot, a fragile, well-bred elderly lady, with a face at once of dignity and energy, a face which bore the trace of the storm and stress of youthful days, was seated on the solitary stool, while Mrs. Keziah Toppin, stout and cheery, and Miss Chadwick, a lively, capable-looking woman of the New England type, stood side by side, getting what support they could out of the irresponsive wall. Each of the 5 in turn had given a full and detailed account of her own experiences on the memorable day of the deputation and consequent arrests. Some had found the London police friendly and considerate. Others had been less fortunate, and seen the ugly side which lies dormant in so many men and women, and wakes into hateful tyranny when invested with power to use at their own discretion over their fellow creatures. Mrs. Wilmot, Mrs. Toppin, and Tilly Baxter all bore on their arms and shoulders marks of rough handling, which testified to this fact. But they made light of their bruises, and found excuses innumerable for the rough brutality of the men who inflicted them. After all, they had been in the main only instigated by an idea of suppressing by force rebellion against law and order, an excellent ideal for the police if carried out with due humanity and self-control. "Now," said Mrs. Wilmot in her gentle, firm tones, "I am not going to enjoy this luxurious seat another minute. It is someone else's turn." She rose as she spoke, in spite of a protesting chorus which declared that she had not been there 10 minutes. Mrs. Toppin, appealed to as the successor to the seat of honour, made answer sturdily: "No, ma'am, not for me, thank you. Standing is my natural born habit, as you may say, having done it for 30 years and more, day in and day out, Sundays only excepted, 11 hours a day in full time, which I was thankful for, short time spelling short brass, you see." "Aye, but Miss Toppin," said Jenny, "just you try a spell sitting this way. It's wonderful how it rests your back." "Lor, my dear," laughed Mrs. Toppin, "I couldn't do it. My figure don't allow of it. All very well for you 2 slips of lassies, thin as rails, but look at me." She turned to her neighbour. "You go on, Miss Chadwick." "I am far too interested to feel tired," protested that lady, "but I will sit down for a bit, not to waste our valuable time in argument. I will say this is one of the most interesting experiences I have ever known in my life. I wouldn't have missed it for $100. Well now, there are such a heap of interesting things we 5 women met here so strangely have got to talk about. Let's go straight along, for who knows when we'll meet again. It's like your old poet Chaucer's Canterbury Tales. See here now, we've told how we each got arrested. Let us each tell our tale of what made me a suffragette." This being agreed on as an excellent idea, Miss Chadwick was told she must lead off. "Being an American makes your story doubly interesting to all of us," Mrs. Wilmot assured her. Miss Chadwick, after protesting that she never thought they would all turn on her like that, and that it was real mean to make a shy little thing like her begin, started her Canterbury tale. "Well, it was the young ones made me a suffragette. Having none of my own, of course I was bound to love everybody else's. Their education and raising, and all that sort of thing, interested me ever since I was a young one myself. In the state of Colorado, where I live, we women have had the vote now for 16 years and more. We had a pretty tough fight for it, at least so we thought at the time. I can see now, compared with your fight over here, it was just a summer pastime. Anyway, once we'd gotten it, we began right away to make use of it, and mostly by fixing up good laws for the young ones." She paused, and Mrs. Toppin, who had followed with absorbed attention, observed thoughtfully, "To think o' their having the vote in them outlandish parts. And 'ere in free England we can't get 'em to give it us without all this bobbery." "We don't call you free England, my dear," laughed the American lady. "We call you poor benighted old England. We're very fond of you and very sentimental about you in some ways, but the last thing we should call you is free England. No, sir, not much. A land where your women have got no right to their own children, where your divorce laws are one thing for the man and quite another pair of shoes for the woman, where a man can bring a tribe of kids into the world and yet is not bound to give his wife a penny of his wages to provide for them. A land where a pretty old law still exists, empowering a man to beat his wife, provided the stick isn't thicker than his thumb." "My poor husband used to take the poker or anything as come handy. He ne'er heard tell o' that law," said Keziah in surprise, not at the existence of the law, but at its limitations. "Nor didn't my father," remarked Tilly. "He wouldn't a minded if he had, I don't believe. But he never beat mother, 'cept when he was drunk, and then he couldn't have told his thumb from the lamp post." Miss Chadwick looked from one to the other of the last speakers in quiet amazement. They were clearly guiltless either of intended humour or satire. Both had spoken in all simplicity. "It is a quaint old law," remarked Mrs. Wilmot, in the same matter-of-fact tone. "Fortunately for all of us, most men are much better than their laws." "That's so," agreed Miss Chadwick, with a mental note as to the English point of view. "But it's the bad men the laws are made for, and it's the bad men who shelter behind bad laws. We've got to pull down their shelter and drive them out into the open. Well, I won't rub it in any more, how little freedom you've gotten, you English women. Being a free woman myself, I've come over to break a lance for you, and I'll just tell you right now some of the laws we women of Colorado have gotten passed for the young ones since we had the vote. I give them to you in chronological order. First, a law forbidding the insurance of children under 10 years. "Aye, that's needed over here, Lord knows," ejaculated Mrs. Toppin. "Second, a state home for pauper children, a real happy home, mind you, not a workhouse where they're brought up with the feeble-minded and sin-stained. Third, making mothers joint guardians of their own young ones with their fathers. He can't take the babe away from its mother and have it vaccinated and its tonsils cut out and bring it up as a papist or a Mahometan without the mamma having a say. Not in Colorado." "Not like my sister," put in Jenny, "whose husband shipped her 2 children off to Australia and never a with your leave or a by your leave." "How abominable!" cried Miss Chadwick sympathetically. "Poor dear! Well, we'll get those children back before long, I hope. Fourth," she enumerated on her fingers, "raising the age of protection for girls to 18. "That's one of the first things we've got to do over here," observed Mrs. Wilmot, who had given many voteless years to vain effort in that direction. "Let me see," Miss Chadwick pondered a moment. "There's lots more, but I only want to tell you about the children's laws, you see. Oh, fifth, a state industrial school for girls. This has been the most splendid success. Sixth, and now I come to my own special hobby, I may tell you, establishing juvenile courts. What we owe to this 'ud take me a week to go into, and I'm making my Canterbury tale too long as it is." No, we just love it," said both girls on the floor, and Jenny added, "It shows us so plain what we've got to do with our vote when we get it." "Don't you miss a word, miss," urged Mrs. Toppin. "It's wonderful to 'ear yer. It 'eartens one up to know what other women have done." "There you see what we feel, Miss Chadwick," said Mrs. Wilmot. "And it's your example in Colorado has done a good deal in helping us recently to start those same juvenile courts over here. That, and the pressure we suffragists have put on them." Thus encouraged, Miss Chadwick went on. "Well, Here are some more of our women's laws for you. Compulsory education for all children between 8 and 16 years, except in cases of illness or those who at 14 have passed the 8th grade. And friends, note this one if you please. Punishment by imprisonment as well as fine of any person employing a child under 14 in factories, mines, mills or underground works. What a pity your other states don't follow suit and give women the vote, said Mrs. Wilmot. Think of the children of Chicago as revealed in that tragic book, The Jungle. That's so. It was all true enough, and plenty of fine women have been working in Chicago and elsewhere to get things straightened out. But the vote is the lever the women need, whatever the job before them. I'll tell you this right now, friends, there's not a corner of God's earth where we don't need the women's voice to be heard and heeded, and it's only the vote can make it heeded by those in power. Well, to conclude my tale, when I read in the papers of the wonderful awakening of you women over here, and your grand, dauntless leaders, and the way you were all being treated by the government, refusing even to receive your deputations, imprisoning you for trying to present a petition, and cabinet ministers ordering you to be ruthlessly thrown out of their public meetings, well, when I read this I said to myself, Euphrasia Chadwick, you get right up and go over and help those women. They're in a worse strait than any over here, and when they've gotten it, the states who are still sitting on the fence will be ashamed to hang back. Euphrasia, I said, you've gotten your freedom and good laws for the young ones. You've no right to sleep easy in your bed till every other woman and child has won those same rights. You see, our laws in the States are much more favourable to women than yours, and that's one of the excuses they make for not giving the American women what they said they couldn't insult the freed nigger by withholding. Queer reasoning men have in all countries, poor dears. Well now, I've occupied this chair of state quite long enough, friends, and I will rise and call upon the next speaker. So saying, mid the hearty applause of her audience, Euphrasia Chadwick rose. Is there many more like you where you come from? They must be grand women over there, observed Keziah Toppin in her hearty north country tones. Aye, that they must, agreed Jenny Clegg. Wish I lived in Colorado, sighed Tilly from the floor. Gives you a chance from the start. Mrs. Wilmot smiled down upon the girl reassuringly. Wait a bit, Tilly, your chance will come. We all declare a vote of thanks to our American cousin. She turned to Miss Chadwick. And now call upon Mrs. Toppin for her tale. Oh, lor, I never was a great one for talking. Deeds is more my line. Please leave me out, begged Mrs. Toppin, flattening her person against the wall. No, no, certainly not. Go on, please, Mrs. Toppin. You must take your turn, urged the other four. Just give us a sample of deeds, and why you became a suffragette, which just means a doer as well as a talker, said Miss Chadwick, and Keziah Toppin had perforce to yield to numbers. Well, I don't mind telling you then. It was Fanny Kelly, she was once a mill hand herself, made me a suffragette, began Keziah shyly. I'd never thought much about it before, but everything that girl said was just as true, couldn't get away from it, try as you might. She told us what the vote had done for the men, and showed what it could do for the women. Mrs. Toppin warmed to her subject as she found her voice. Made you think, made you see clear. For 3 years I'd worked under a man who got 60 shillings a week at a knitting machine. I had to help him, and my job was more tricksy than his, but I got 12 shillings a week to his 60, and glad to get it too. When he left they give his job to another man who didn't know it half so well as I did, but they wouldn't let me have it at half the money, though I was a widder with 6 children to keep, and he was single. Why not? Asked Miss Chadwick, with eager interest. She was getting just the facts she wanted first-hand at last. "'Cause of the men's trade union," replied Mrs. Toppin. "They keep the women out of all the good jobs. Not a man in that mill as wouldn't have chucked it if the boss had dared put a woman in that knitting machine. Then came the talk of turning us out of the mills, and the public house bars, and the school teaching, and I don't know what besides.
where we get good brass." You'll notice it's never the badly paid jobs they want you to quit, not them. Well, I says to myself, this world's a 'ard place anyways for women. Blest if we'll let 'em make it 'arder by letting the men in their darned government say what work they'll 'low us ter do, and what they won't. They regulate the wages, and that we've got to put up with. But our own work we must stick to, or the children'll starve. That's why I became a suffragette, and I 'spect that's why most of us North Country women come in." "Very good reason too," said Mrs. Wilmot and Miss Chadwick together. "I only wish all the textile workers would wake up," added Mrs. Wilmot. "We should soon get the vote if an army of 100,000 of you Lancashire and Yorkshire women marched up to Westminster." "Never fear, they're coming fast," laughed Keziah Toppin. "Now, somebody else." She rose. "3 cheers for Mrs. Toppin and the North Country," cried Miss Chadwick. Jenny was the next to take the seat of honour and began simply. "It was my father made me a suffragette, not as he meant to, but first he turned me a socialist, hearing him talk at home and then going to the meetin's. All that talk about human rights and liberty set me thinking about women, the poor women, but my father and my brothers, they shut me up if I talked of liberty. Women ain't the same, they said. Not a bit of good to ask them for why ain't they? Only bid me shut up. So I shut up and kept it all inside me, growin' and growin', as I saw how cruel the law was on us women. My mother slaved morn till night, but hadn't the right to a penny, not even the divvy she could save by payin' ready money at the co-operative stores for our food and clothes. Then there was my sister. She hadn't the right to her own 2 children she bore and raised. Her husband could ship 'em to his uncle in Australia with ne'er a word, and she couldn't get free of 'im, even when he went off with another woman, and she could prove it. One day I went to a women's meeting with Mrs. Toppin here. It was wonderful. At the end Fanny Kelly stood up and called out, 'Who'll come and fight for the women?' Then all at once I stood up and said, 'I will,' and it felt inside me like doors opening, and my spirit coming right out clean and free. You don't mind what happens to you after that." "I know that feeling," cried Miss Chadwick, her eyes glistening. "It's grand. It's just like that man in the fairy tale, do you remember? He was the servant of the prince who was turned into a frog, and when his master got through with his troubles and was driving off with his lovely princess, he heard a great bang at the back of the carriage. 'What's that?' he called out to his faithful servant. 'Oh, don't you worry,' said the man. 'It's only the iron band that's been round my heart all the time you've been a frog. It's burst and I'm free of it.'" "Ain't that fine?" laughed Tilly. "I love fairy tales. They always seems to me just the truest tales ever written," said Jenny. "Much more true than facts in the newspapers," said Mrs. Wilmot. "Well, Jenny, yours was the finest of all reasons for becoming a suffragette, the reason that started the whole of this glorious women's movement, the breaking of the iron bands round our minds and hearts." Jenny rose, giving a hand to Tilly. "And now it's your turn, Miss Baxter. Here's the place of honour. Get up." "Call me Tilly, please," said the girl. "You said you would. No, it's not my turn yet. It's— oh!" She started to her feet, crying in horror-struck tones. "Them black spots, look!" Jenny's eyes followed her gesture. "They're moving," she cried in dismay. "Aye, look at yon wall," said Mrs. Toppin in low tones of horror. "Good heavens, this is one of the old cells," cried Mrs. Wilmot. Miss Chadwick was the last on whom the hideous truth dawned. "Land's sakes, what are they?" she asked uneasily. "Here's one on my skirt," shrieked Tilly, shaking herself violently. "Don't you do that, for Lord's sake," Mrs. Toppin adjured her. "There's an army of 'em. Don't move." "Not move, indeed," cried Tilly frantically. "Easier said than done. I feel 'em all over me." "Stand away from the walls, everybody," said Mrs. Wilmot, taking command of the disorganised party. "I don't mind telling you, I'm just about scared to death," gasped Miss Chadwick. "I'd rather face an army of tarantulas or cannibals. I just feel so I'd give up women's suffrage to get out of this cell." They all laughed. Pitiable, isn't it? But that's my miserable mean make-up, and now you know the worst. And yet here you are, and here you are going to stay, which proves that you're bravest among the brave," said Mrs. Wilmot. " Don't bank on my courage. If that door don't open soon, I'll go crazy," Miss Chadwick assured her. All 5 women stood up closely packed together in the middle of the cell, their skirts gathered tightly about them. For a time no one spoke. Then Tilly Baxter broke the silence. " They left us in one of these waiting cells 6½ mortal hours when I was took up last time, and then we'd the doctor in the bath. 'Fore we got to bed it was 12 o'clock. But not with these things on the wall," poor Miss Chadwick said, with clenched teeth and a shiver as though she were cold. " Not as we saw, but it was an awful long time to wait," answered Tilly. " Oh, tell us about it, do. It'll help to pass the time," suggested Jenny. " Yes, and make us forget," agreed Miss Chadwick. " Oh no, I can't," she cried suddenly. " Here's something on my wrist. It must have fallen from the ceiling. Oh, can't we ring a bell or hammer on the door?" She looked round despairingly for a bell, while Mrs. Toppin banged vigorously on the door. " I'm afraid that's no good," said Mrs. Wilmot. " You see, there were over 60 of us arrested. They are all busy. They'll pay no attention to that. We must try and wait patiently. Tilly hasn't told us her story yet, nor her first prison experiences. That is of vital interest to us all, for she is the only one here who has already suffered imprisonment for the cause." " Oh, it was nothing to speak of," said Tilly modestly. " Only a fortnight for follerin' our leaders to the House of Commons." " Do tell us just what's going to be done to us to-night," said Miss Chadwick. " Will we have to sleep in cells like this? Because, if so, I'll only be fit for a lunatic asylum by morning." " Well, as I was sayin', I've never seen anything like these 'ere nightmares before," said Tilly. " I was put in the new part. But I've heard many say it was so, and worse." "Worse?" cried the other 4 in horror-struck tones. " Ever heard of 'Olloway 'orses?" asked Tilly slowly. " I have," confessed Mrs. Wilmot. She had for many years been a prison visitor. " Don't let's talk about them though. Tell us what they first did with you when you were taken out of the waiting cell." " We were all ready to drop," went on Tilly, " and just as empty as cocoanut shells. All of a sudden, just when we thought we was going to be left there all night, the door bangs open and a wardress hollers out, ' Now then, you there, out you come, look sharp.' And out we bundled and was marched down passages and passages till we come outside the doctor's room. Here we was drawn up all of a row. ' Undress,' said the wardress, ' look sharp.' ' What?' I says. ' Take off my clothing here in public?' ' Do as you're bid and strip to your shift,' she growls at me. So I looked at the others and follered suit, down to your chimmy. Then up comes the doctor with a machine for tapping you on the chest. He didn't take long. Must be wonderful sharp, them doctors, to find out anything in the time he took over me and that row of women. ' All right,' he says, ' march 'em off, and let's have the next lot quick.' They give us no time to dress properly, but just hurried us anyhow down more passages till we come to the baths. Here we got a towel and a shift, and were told to get into the baths one by one. They didn't look tempting, I'm bound to warn you, but that may be owing to the paint all wore off. No doubt they ain't so bad as they look," she added hopefully. " I shall decline to go in," observed Miss Chadwick firmly. " Declinin' ain't no good," said Tilly, " unless you want 3 of them great bony wardresses a leapin' on you like wild tigresses and liftin' you slap in, like they did a woman I saw — an old lady she was. She declined, said she hadn't taken a bath for over 40 year, and it'd kill her. ' We'll see about that,' says one of 'em, and before you could say knife, 3 of 'em dumped her right in." " But," Miss Chadwick hesitated, " surely they don't watch you take the bath?" " Not exactly they don't, and yet they do. You see, the bathroom door is fixed so they can see your legs up to your knees and your head over the top." " Queer sort of door," ejaculated Mrs. Toppin. " Yes, they're a queer sort. So's most things 'ere till you're used to 'em," said Tilly. " Well, when that's done they take you into a cell where there's bundles of clothes all strewn on the floor,
and you sort out, as best you can, a set of underclothes and a night-dress and 2 shoes. You can't get a pair, so it's not a bit o' use trying. You just take what you can as quick as you can." "And you're thankful to get a night-dress at all, let me tell you," said Mrs. Wilmot. 2 years ago, when our women first went to prison, no such luxuries were allowed to second-class prisoners. It is entirely owing to the letters of complaint from the suffragettes that reform has come about. Before that you had to sleep in the prison shift." "Well, you women over here do need the vote. No mistake about it." Miss Chadwick spoke with concentrated conviction, her eyes still riveted on the awful wall. "Those black spots are becoming more numerous, do you notice?" she asked with a shudder. "Better not notice anything," advised Mrs. Wilmot. "Just try and keep your minds on something else. Tilly, you haven't told us what made you a suffragette." "Oh, my reason's short and not particularly sweet," said Tilly with a laugh, "for it was just selfishness made me one. I began being a suffragette in my cradle, which I had to share with my twin brother. We were like little turtle doves as long as we were treated fair and alike, but by and by my Tim began to want the biggest half of everything, because he was a boy. It was my father and mother's fault, they started it. Then I was told to mind the baby, 'cause I was a girl, 'stead of going to play in the yard with the other children, and for the same silly reason I had to tidy up what the 5 boys littered about. That turned me a suffragette, though I'd never heard the name. Then Tim and me, we fought like 2 dogs, I for my rights, he to take 'em away. It wasn't his fault, it was just wrong ideas we was all brought up with. Later on I wanted to go to a night school. My father offered to pay for the boys, but they wouldn't go. When I asked to go, 'No,' he says, 'certainly not. What do girls want with learning? You bide at 'ome and help your mother to the washing.' Then my father died, and my mother fell sick and went to my married brother to live, and the only work I could get was the tailoring, sweated labour. Good weeks I made 6 shillings." "6 shillings a week!" exclaimed the American. "And how many hours?" "Anything from 12 to 16, and a fine very often to pay out besides your cotton," answered Tilly. "But is there no minimum wage in this country for women's labour?" "None," said Mrs. Wilmot. "There are some trades where they get 3 and 6pence. Well, Tilly?" "I was mostly dog-tired by night-time, but I determined to learn another trade. And I did. I learnt typing out of hours. It was the Women's Union helped me. Without them I'd have gone under, like so many poor girls do. You can't live on 6 shillings a week. It simply can't be done, 'cept by girls living at home. And I'd no home, not that I could go to. I can earn 10 shillings a week at typing now, and I'm a suffragette because I want to make it impossible for any woman to have to try and live on 6 shillings a week, working 11 hours a day," concluded Tilly Baxter. "That's sound, and not so selfish as you're pleased to make out," said Miss Chadwick. "I don't think any of us can find fault with it, not even an auntie, if we'd got such a person in this luxurious apartment. But somehow you don't find aunties turning up in these sort of places for their auntisms. Never heard of one yet, did you, Mrs. Wilmot? Now, please, your Canterbury tale. What made you a suffragette? We all know you've been a grand suffragist all your life. What made you a militant?" "Oh, it's a long story, like my life," said the older woman, and for the moment a deep shadow crossed her face. "All the better. Don't miss a word of it, please," said her American friend. And Mrs. Wilmot began her tale. "It was my husband made me a suffragist when I was a girl of 20. He was one of those who came to the aid of the brave band of women who fought for 20 strenuous years, to win the right for married women to keep their own earnings, to own their own private property." "Doesn't that sound like the Dark Ages?" cried Miss Chadwick. "It's Dark Ages as I can remember well enough when I was a lass," said Keziah Toppin. "My poor mother never dare keep back a penny of her earnings from my father. And such a habit it was, she daren't do it, not even when the bill was passed, and folk told her she had the law on her side. My father wasn't an unjust man neither. He was just reared that way." "That's it," Mrs. Wilmot continued. "It's all in the rearing. That's why we women have really got everything in our hands, if we only knew it. Well, I was past 30 before that fight was won, and ever since I've been working for the women's vote, till 3 years ago, when I felt that I had been a quiet, patient, constitutional suffragist quite long enough. It came gradually. I think 10 years prison visiting was one thing that helped to convert me into a militant suffragette. I'll tell you just one of the many experiences that led me to this point, and made me feel how desperate the need of the vote was, in order to make this a better world for women and children, and for men too, if they would only see it. That's so, struck in Miss Chadwick. The children are men as well as women, but the men are always forgetting that. Well, part of my work was to attend the courts when the prisoners were dismissed, and try and see what one could do to set them on their feet again. One day there was a woman, a girl she looked, to whom the magistrate addressed a very severe admonition. She had been imprisoned for the double offence of accosting a man in the street, and when arrested, attempting to commit suicide by swallowing prussic acid. She made no answer to the magistrate. She never raised her eyes. Her pale face was set and immovable as a stone. She looked, in fact, as if mind and soul were petrified. I followed her out of court and asked if I could do anything for her. "Nothing except leave me alone," she answered in a hard voice. "I don't want to bother you, but I'd like to help you if you'll let me," I said. "I don't want any of your preaching. Let me alone," she answered, and moved away. But there was something so desolate in her hardness, I couldn't be rebuffed. So I said very gently, "I don't want to preach to you. Who am I to preach to you? I want you to come and have a cup of tea with me, and just talk over what you'd like to do. I believe I can help you." Then she looked at me as if she would read my whole soul for one brief moment. "I'll come with you," she said in quite another voice, gentle and weary. We had tea together, and then she told me her story. She was a country girl and never came to London till she married. Her husband got into bad company and took to drink. When the second baby was coming, he deserted her and went with another woman to America. She wrote to her mother, a widow, and she left her country home, where she lived with a married daughter, and came up to be with her in London. Soon after, the baby was born, dead. The mother nursed her devotedly, then fell ill herself, a stroke of paralysis. The poor thing's one dread was the workhouse. Her daughter promised she would never let her go there. Then began the terrific battle to keep herself, the first child, and her sick mother from starvation. She found work in a jelly factory at 5 shillings a week. Mrs. Wilmot paused. Her hearers gave her the absorbed attention which testifies to their interest. Miss Chadwick exclaimed half to herself, $1.25. Mrs. Wilmot nodded assent and went on. It could not be done. So, after vainly trying every other means, she made the supreme, to her, awful sacrifice of her own body. But one thing she determined never to face, and that was the disgrace of arrest. So she bought poison, and carried it always with her. The poor mother knew nothing. She was told there was a job which took her daughter out at nights. Then one day an overzealous policeman, who had noted the pale, dark-haired woman more than once, laid a heavy hand on her shoulder, accusing her in the same moment of accosting a man who had passed her without more than a curious glance. The accusation was untrue. She was far too new and too terrified of the terrible trade upon which she had entered to accost anyone. But she knew her word would count for nothing. She had no money to buy herself off. She put her hand to her breast, and before the policeman realized what she was doing, swallowed half the phial. She was dragged off to the hospital, and the stomach pump saved her life. Dragged her back to the horror of renewed slavery. Well, the first thing we did was to take her mother and her child out of the workhouse, where of course they had been taken. I found she had a passionate love of children and of flowers, and knew something about the tending of both, so I placed the 3 of them in a small cottage hospital I have in the country, to look after the convalescent children and the little garden. She has proved a perfect treasure to me, and now she wants to go to prison again, and has volunteered for danger service in this cause. That's the end of—" Suddenly the key turned in the cell door, and a wardress appeared, shouting in strident tones, "Out you come. The doctor's waiting." Mrs. Toppin, nearest the door, faced her squarely. "Step in and take a look at yon wall, will ye?" "The wall's clean enough," ventured the woman, taken aback somewhat. "Look," said Mrs. Wilmot, pointing in her turn. "Do you call that clean enough?" The wardress advanced a step inside and addressed Mrs. Toppin. "If there's anything there, it's what you've brought in." "How dare you say that?" Keziah Toppin retorted, the light of battle in her eye. "Why, the place is swarming." She shook her skirts vehemently at the wardress, who drew back quickly. "Look at that young lady's hat," cried Jenny, pointing at Tilly's hat on the floor. The wardress picked up the hat and flung it into the passage. "Well, you needn't make such a bobbery. They won't kill you. Move on now," she ordered the prisoners angrily. As they passed out, Miss Chadwick observed to the angry woman: "I'd like you to thoroughly grasp the fact, Mrs. Wardress, that we none of us can share your personal partiality or leniency, shall we designate it, for the aborigines of that state apartment, and that we entirely decline to return there." "You hold your jaw and hurry your stumps," rejoined the wardress. "You'll not get us back in that foul hole, not if you drag us by the hair of our heads, woman," said Mrs. Toppin. "Well, you'll not have to go in there if you keep still," said the wardress, evidently growing a little uneasy in her mind. "Making such a to-do about nothing," she grumbled. Mrs. Toppin turned to her fellow sufferers. "If this is what she calls nothing, I'm wondering what be something." It was nearly 1 o'clock that night before the 5 suffragists laid their weary bones to rest in their solitary cells. The 2 youngest were soon sleeping the deep, restoring sleep of youth, but Euphrasia Chadwick was far too mentally alert to close an eyelid, and both Mrs. Toppin and Mrs. Wilmot lay wakeful for long hours, the one thinking of her 6 young children and how she could best equip them, especially her girls, for the grim life struggle. Mrs. Wilmot's mother heart embracing a wider sphere, her whole spirit lifted in a yearning prayer for her fellow women, all prisoners and captives, all those that are desolate and oppressed. End of Scene 6. Read by Lisa Reichert. Scene 7 of No Surrender by Constance Elizabeth Maud. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Scene 7. On a Trolly-Cart. Directly Jenny came out of prison, she found work awaiting her. There was no question of returning to the mill. The Women's Union needed her services, and she became a paid worker of their organisation, since it would otherwise have been impossible, with the help she was obliged still to give to her family, for her to abandon her own work. During a short visit home, she made it right with both parents. Her father, recognising the uselessness of objecting, yielded to the inevitable. Her mother gave her a kind of dumb sympathy and understanding which touched her to the quick. Peter had made an unexpected recovery at Blackpool, and thanks to the further good offices of Mary O'Neill, had started on a new and successful career as under-gardener at a place in the neighbourhood. So Jenny was free to devote herself to the cause. She had much to learn, for her education in school had been of the briefest and sparsest, but she brought to bear a rare teachableness and a quick intelligence, and Mary O'Neill was her teacher. Never in her life had Jenny known such happiness. She felt herself growing, unfolding in this new atmosphere, mentally, physically, and spiritually. It was a wondrous sensation. Jenny spoke at the great Albert Hall meeting in October. She did it as simply and quietly as though talking to her mill-hand friends in the little club-room at Greyston. There was something she wanted to say, and that those thousands of people gazing up at her wanted to know. Something of tremendous importance. Her mind was so full of her subject, she had not a moment in which to feel self-conscious, and the deafening applause which followed on the mill-girl's speech only touched her as being a tribute to their warm interest in the subject. When Mary returned to Ireland in November, she left Jenny, already an invaluable secretary and assistant at the City office. In January there was an important by-election in the west of England, and Jenny received her marching orders to join the contingent sent down there to carry out the policy of opposing the government candidate. The weather was bitterly cold. Deep snow had fallen all over the country, and every night it froze hard, but nothing daunted Jenny and her friends. Every by-election gave them an opportunity of making the government feel that even the voteless women could influence their returns. A prominent cabinet minister had recommended the women, if they were really in earnest about the vote, to demonstrate the fact to all the world. They were taking his advice, and leaving no stone unturned to convince the government as well as the world. Every evening they held street meetings in various parts of the town to catch the electors, and during the day the propaganda was carried on vigorously by house-to-house canvassing and dispensing of pamphlets. Mrs. Roberts from South Australia, as a free woman herself, was lending a hand to knock the chains off her shackled sisters of the mother country, and a vigorous, helpful hand it was. Plainly dressed in warm, long coats and small felt hats, Mrs. Roberts and Jenny set out one night towards the end of January. The streets were busy as on a market day, and though snow and sleet fell at intervals, it might have been a pleasant summer evening for all the sturdy Bristol people cared. Jenny and Mrs. Roberts were followed by a man drawing a trolley-cart packed with suffrage literature, and decorated so that he who ran might read, with a large inscription of "Votes for Women." At a busy place where 5 or 6 streets met, they halted. The man pointed across the way. "It's that 'ere corner where Jones's lot is 'oldin' forth most evenin's," he observed dubiously. "Oh, that won't matter to us," said Mrs. Roberts, in nowise disturbed by the information. "We're not afraid of competition." "We'll draw a bigger crowd than Jones, you'll see," laughed Jenny. "Well, missus, there be rough characters about this part, terrible rough," he warned her. "Want me to stay?" "Oh, we're not afraid. You needn't stay, thank you," said Mrs. Roberts. "We shall get on all right, we always do." Greatly relieved that his services could be dispensed with, the man wished them good luck and beat a quick retreat. Both women knew that even if the crowd should prove too rough to be pleasant, it was wiser not to have a protector in this form, for then the hooligan would consider them fair game, and those in the crowd who would stand by women if they were alone would not feel called upon to do so. Rotten eggs and violent attacks, which 2 years before had been the usual reception on such occasions, were becoming rare now at open-air meetings, though organised roughs sometimes managed to make themselves very objectionable under cover. Only the night before, the women had had a nasty experience in the hall of a neighbouring town, where a hooligan band of so-called students, first letting loose a box full of rats, proceeded then to extinguish all the lights and turn on some foul-smelling gas. The presence of mind and imperturbable good temper of the 3 young girls on the platform had alone saved the situation. Thus have Jane Austen's sweet, sensitive English maidens, who went into fits of hysterics at sight of a mouse, been transformed by a process of rapid evolution and adjustment to new environment. While Jenny and her friend were arranging their cart as a platform from which to speak, a few stragglers began to collect, and a policeman came up, inquiring civilly whether they intended holding a meeting, and observing at the same time that they had "picked an 'ot corner." Jenny assured him they didn't mind hot corners, and were bound to come back there, some of the women having held a meeting on that spot last night and promised to return. But she added they would be glad of a friendly eye on them now and then. The policeman's eye was distinctly friendly, as he promised to be round again presently himself, and on being offered their weekly paper he took one, saying his "missus" was all for the women getting their vote, and he "couldn't see why any but dogs in the manger was against it." "I saw with half an eye you were with us," Mrs. Roberts called after him as he moved on. "The biggest and best men always are," she added, with a grand dash into rash generalities. By this time the crowd had increased to some 30 or 40. A band of uncouth-looking youths surrounded the cart, and a rasping chorus bellowed out,
'As anybody 'ere seen Kelly? Find her if you can. Votes for women, down with man. 'As anybody 'ere seen Kelly?'" This had the result of rapidly adding to the audience. Mrs. Roberts stood up in the cart surveying them with a good-humoured smile, without attempting to speak. Voices in the crowd were heard above the din. "Shut up, can't shut up." "Let's hear what the ladies 'ave to say." Then less friendly sounds. "Chuck 'em, duck 'em." "Take 'em to the river and duck 'em, chuck 'em." Mrs. Roberts opened her lips as though to begin, but this was the signal for a renewed onslaught of "'As anybody 'ere seen Kelly?" Mrs. Roberts sat down, still smiling, and Jenny stood up, and raising her voice till it soared above the chorus and reached those beyond, she cried: "Yes, yes, I've seen Fanny Kelly. I'll tell you all about her if you'll listen and keep the music till later." "Let her speak, can't yer?" said an elderly man indignantly. "You fire away now, miss." Just then the trolley-cart tipped violently backwards and then forwards. "They're upsetting us," cried Mrs. Roberts, and hardly had she spoken when the trolley-cart turned over and Jenny with it. Mrs. Roberts, more accustomed to these playful forms of hostility, had just time to save herself by a nimble leap into the crowd, some of whom, with shouts of merriment, held out friendly arms to assist her safe descent to the ground. Cries of "Shame!" mingled with the laughter when it was discovered that Jenny was under the cart, but on being extricated the latter insisted emphatically that she was not really hurt, only a sprained arm perhaps. The light was fitful, and Mrs. Roberts, unable to see her face, was deceived by the brave voice. The cart was lifted up again, and the culprits made off in the general confusion, pursued by indignant members of the audience, crying out threats of vengeance. "If you don't want us, friends, we can go away," said Mrs. Roberts, upon which a number of voices answered encouragingly, "Go on, missus, we'll listen. You're a game pair." Just then the friendly policeman pushed his way through the crowd. With his assistance, Mrs. Roberts and Jenny climbed up again into the cart, and their friends having picked up the scattered papers, Jenny, as chairwoman, stood up and began. Her voice rang out clear and high into the frosty night. "Some of you were asking, to a lively tune, 'Has anybody 'ere seen Kelly?'" Several voices answered promptly. "Yes, 'ave you, miss?" "Yes, I have," Jenny sang out, smiling in spite of the pain in her arm. "She's a friend of mine, I'm proud to say. I've seen her often, and the sight is always a cheering one." Thus far, and the irrepressible chorus yelled out with the tone of a brass band: "She is a bloomin' suffragette, for she can kick and bite and 'it. She can, for she 'ates man." Loud rang the laughter and applause, and here Jenny darted in an octave higher. "You've got a bit mixed, friends. You've been reading the newspapers, 'stead of listening to the eyewitnesses. Now just let me tell you something true about the subject of your song." The crowd round the women's cart was increasing every moment. Jones's lot had started at the opposite corner with a bigger audience, but Jones's speakers had no power of holding the passers-by. Gradually they were drawn across the street, and once within the sound of Jenny's voice and the sight of her small, earnest face, they found themselves held as within a magic circle. It was new bread she offered instead of stale crusts. From this time the chorus found its musical attempts unappreciated, and cries of "Fire away! Let the young lady speak!" rose from all sides. "Well," said Jenny, "the first time I saw Fanny Kelly, she was about the size of that gentleman's umbrella, height and thickness too, for she was working as a half-timer from 6 in the morning till 12 o'clock, earning her own living and helping to keep her family, and going to school afternoons. I was smaller still, not higher than the spikes of the gentleman's umbrella, and Fanny Kelly was very good to me. She'd take me up in her little bits of arms no thicker than matches, and carry me home from school when I was tired. That's Fanny all over. That's Fanny now." Jenny paused. She had won her audience. She must keep them, fighting down her pain. "I saw Fanny the day she came out of prison," she went on. "She was looking as small and white as a winter snowdrop, but her face just shone with happiness. She'd been doing 3 months in the 2nd Division.
The class for thieves and drunkards and wife-kickers, you know the sort. And do you know why they put her there?
Obstructing the perlice in the performance of their duty. She deserved what she got," said a small, red-faced man, with eyes like a ferret.
No, no," Jenny answered emphatically. "That's quite the wrong way of putting it. The police were obstructing the women in the performance of their duty. Do you know that, according to the statutes of this glorious British Constitution, every subject, man and woman, has the right to go and present a petition or a complaint to the Sovereign or the Minister who stands for him? It is the police who have no legal right to obstruct the passage of the subject."
"The perlice have got to do their duty," said another man, who looked as though he might have felt in his own experience the effects of this obligation.
"Oh yes, we don't blame the police. They're often our best friends. But we do blame those who give them orders to take away our rights as British subjects," said Jenny. Cheers and one or two shrill whistles greeted this utterance.
"You women ain't got no such rights. You're not voters. Never were and never will be," cried the last speaker, when he could get a hearing.
"Fanny Kelly had as much right to present her petition as any man among you, for she is a subject like you are. This old privilege made no difference between sexes. In the days when it was granted, women landowners, like men, had the vote, and a woman with nothing at all was a person as much as a man was." Jenny had forgotten the pain in her arm. Here the little ferrety man, observing that he had no use for blighted blue stockings, pushed his way out of the crowd, who laughed at his defeat. Jenny fired after his retreating figure. "The gentleman says women never had the vote. He ought to read up his political history before he speaks in public. The women's freedom was taken away in 1832. You can't take away what a person hasn't got. No one has ever stolen a diamond ring from me. No, let me tell you why they put Fanny Kelly in prison. It was because she asked for the vote, not for herself. She and all of us would willingly give up ever having the vote so long as we live, if they'd give the vote to other women who ought to have it. When Fanny Kelly realised what the vote had done for men, she began to see that it was the only way to help women too. She got me to see it, and lots of us up there in the mills. But she knew this wasn't a bit of good till she could get the people all over the country to see it too, the people in the cities, and above all in London. So what does she do? She wasn't much stouter than an umbrella even then, a slight bit of a girl, but she'd got the spirit of—" "Old Bobs," suggested a young man near the cart. Jenny smiled down on him. "Yes, dear old Bobs, and Florence Nightingale, and Joan of Arc, and all the heroes and heroines rolled into one. So off she started one day with £2 in her pocket, collected by her mates, and a little bundle under her arm, and took the train for London. 'I'm going to rouse London,' she said to her friends, and she did it. Brave, noble women rallied round her. One founded the great Women's Social and Political Union, another the grand League for Women's Freedom, which, let me tell you, means men's freedom too. This is how the militant army came to be. I've no time to tell you all that story. You know bits of it you've read, all distorted by the press, but some day it will be read by your children and your grandchildren as it really happened, and they will ask in wonder and shame what Englishmen were made of to let their best and finest women be treated as our women have been treated, imprisoned, tortured, hurled from public meetings for asking, in question time, mind you, men, when women will have the vote. The clothes torn off their backs, hit in the face, flung down and kicked, not only by the stewards, but by—I can't call 'em men. I'm sure none of you would." "Aunties," suggested the young man again. "Aunties, yes," cried Jenny. "That'll do nicely. I don't think aunties are really either men or women. They are just aunties, born that way, like leopards are born with spots, and you've got to leave 'em so, for they can't wash out. Well, these spotted aunties, they seem to go quite mad if they hear the words 'Votes for Women.' They just fling decency and common humanity and justice to the winds and go stark mad.
They break the laws of the country and treat a prisoner on remand like a condemned criminal. They turn a water hose onto a woman in her cell. Visiting justices did that. Nice visiting justices. Cries of shame, shame. They get so hysterical with the fear their bad consciences make for them that the cabinet ministers daren't have a woman attend one of their public meetings, and they go about with an army of detectives to protect 'em, just as if they were the Tsar of Russia. "What do yer fight against the Liberals for?" shouted a man who had just come over from Jones's lot. "Why do you throw stones? Come now," said another. "One at a time, please. The first speaker asks why we fight the Liberals. We don't fight them as Liberals. We fight this government because they refuse to do us justice, or receive our deputations, because they break their pledges, because they refuse to allow our bill the fair play they give to any other bill passed by half the majorities as women's suffrage has gained in the House. One after another, they've killed our bills by a base trick. You know this." "The Conservatives won't treat you no better." Jenny turned on the speaker. "Then we'll serve 'em just the same as the Liberals, make no mistake about that. We women work for no party. We've got a bigger thing on hand than any party question. It's our 'omes we're fighting for, our children, their feeding, their education." "'Ow many have you 'ad, miss, eh?" said one of the chorus youths. Ignoring the question and the laugh that followed, Jenny continued. "Our right to work, our right to the laws we've got to obey. Oh, don't be afraid, but we'll go for the Conservatives right enough if they dare treat us as this Liberal government have done. Liberals they call themselves, fine Liberals indeed. Taxation and representation go together, do they? How about that half the nation who's paying taxes and refused representation, eh?" "Shame, shame," cried several voices. "Yes, you're right, my friends. And if every man who has a vote himself would only cry shame, like some of you just now, they'd never dare go on doing it. If you would stand by us now as we women stood by you men when you came out to fight for your vote at the Battle of Peterloo—" "Hoo, hoo, Peterloo, bungaboo," shouted the chorus. But Jenny had said what she wanted and let them shout. She knew she could only hold out a little longer. Then again rang out the question, "Why do you women throw stones, I say?" With a strong effort of will she threw out her voice. "For the same reason you men throw them when you have a grievance, as a protest, a symbol. But you men throw stones at people very often, and injure them too, don't forget, while we women throw them only at windows, and wait to throw them till the blinds are down." Laughter and cheers greeted this reply, but a small hunchback man lifted his voice in a high querulous falsetto. "It's no good you talking. You women can't fight, and you oughtn't to have the vote." "Hear, hear," took up the opposition loudly, and many who had begun to waver joined in. "Well, if you gentlemen are fair-minded, you'll have to refuse the vote then to all men who are not soldiers," said Jenny with a smile. "That's the weakest argument an Englishman can bring out." "'Tain't ladylike, whatever you say, throwing stones and breaking winders," said a powerful-looking woman with a masculine voice and a large picture hat very much the worse for wind and weather. "Ladylike? Well, p'raps not. Is it ladylike to be doing sweated labour 11 hours a day at 5 shillings a week?" asked Jenny. "Was the French girl ladylike who stabbed the tyrant and gave her life as the price? I'll tell you what it is, friends, we've got to be real, true women before we worry about being ladylike. There's a good many ladies who'd be doing far more good in the world if they thought more about their womanhood and less about their ladyhood, let me tell you. There's times when your womanhood calls on you to fight for liberty and truth and justice, and it's only cowards and slaves hang back." Suddenly she swayed, but saved herself by catching hold of the side of the cart for support. Having done her part of the evening's work, the incentive which kept her up removed, her strength ebbed fast. In a voice that sounded in her own ears a mile away, she said, "Now Mrs. Roberts here, from Australia, will tell you about the vote in her country and how it works." She sat down at the back of the cart mid the cheers of the audience, and Mrs. Roberts, suspecting nothing but that Jenny was perhaps a little tired and shaken by her fall,
rose to address the crowd in her turn.
"Are you a wife of old Bob's?"
inquired a young man with a slight lisp.
"No such luck," Mrs. Roberts answered genially. "I'm only an Australian cousin, but proud to bear the name. Now, friends, I just want to begin by saying, I think the reason a great many of you Britishers are afraid to let your women have the vote is you don't feel sure what they'll do with it when they've got it. Isn't that so?" "They won't be happy till they get it," said the wit with a lisp. "Quite right, my friend, they won't. Moral, give it them quick. But you've been scared by the screams of the Antis, who say women have no patriotism, no sense of imperial interests. Female influence in foreign affairs would bring disaster upon the Empire, etc." "So it would," shouted a man. "Silence there. Let the lady speak, can't yer?" said another. Mrs. Roberts went on without heeding interruptions. "Now, friends, my answer to these alarmists is, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. In Australia we've eaten this pudding, so I can tell you how it has agreed with us. I'm a free woman. I've had my own vote these 15 years past, and I'll just tell you what we women have done in my country since we've had the suffrage. To begin with, we've voted for the best men. No man with the slightest taint on his character, however brainy or pushing he might be, runs any chance with us women. And now here are a few of the bills passed in my state in South Australia since women gave things a shove. First, old age pensions, a better bill than you've managed to get, my friends. For years they'd been talking and worrying and sending members pledged to support this bill, but the very year women were allowed to exercise the vote, talking had to turn into doing, and a bill was passed giving 7 shillings a week to every man and woman at the age of 65. It is now raised to 10 shillings a week. In countries where women are political equals with men, they have equal citizens' rights, you see." "I'm off to Australia. That's the country for women," said a nice-looking young woman. "Before you start, listen to a few more good bills the women backed. I hope it'll make you stay and set to work to get the same done here in your own country. Here's for the children. Children's Labour and Factory Acts. Children's free education. Institution of children's courts. Protection for children. State children's homes. Legitimation of children. Suppression of indecent publications. Prohibition of smoking for boys under 16. "That ain't a bad record for the kids," said the elderly woman. Mrs. Roberts turned round to her, but spoke for all to hear. "Aye, and it was the mothers of Australia who went solid for the most patriotic form of conscription ever passed by any country. A bill which will give a fine, sound military training to all lads and turn them out at 18 fine, manly fellows, physically well developed, able to ride and shoot and walk and run, mentally well trained to use both eyes and ears, morally educated and disciplined to obey, and so one day to know how to command. What a crying need I see at every street corner here for that bill, my friends." "We don't want none of your conscription here. We're a free people, we are," cried a man's voice angrily. Mrs. Roberts laughed. "Are you? We'll be seeing what the Germans think of your freedom before long, my friend. For they're coming soon as ever they can get good and ready, make no mistake." "They won't give you women no votes if they do come," answered the man. "No, nor you men either, let me tell you. But they'll take your idle loafing lads and drill them into shape for German regiments," said Mrs. Roberts. "You go home and mind the baby," cried the man with a laugh, which he had the satisfaction of hearing echoed on all sides. He felt himself superlatively original. "I've minded him so well he's grown into a fine fellow, ready and able at 19 to fight for his country. You go home and do likewise, my friend, with your son if you've got one," retorted Mrs. Roberts, to the delight of the fickle element in the crowd, who always number 9/10. "Tell us what you've done for women in Australia," said the elderly woman, gaining courage, though not enough to be heard except by those close by. Mrs. Roberts repeated the question for the benefit of the audience, and went on to enumerate. "First, married women's property. You know it took those 2 fine countrymen of yours, Mrs. Belloc and Mrs. Bodichon, and the men who helped them,
over 20 years' hard work to get that passed, but we, with our vote, had no need for any fight. Then, protection of girls till the age of 18, women's wages, married women's protection." "How about married men's protection, eh? It's all for the women in your bloomin' country," said a man. "Oh, here's something for you men," laughed Mrs. Roberts. "Workmen's compensation, police pensions, workmen's wages, early closing, gambling suppression." "Thank you for nothing," said a new speaker. "We don't want no grandmotherly government. You women be stopping war next." What praise could be higher? Mrs. Roberts took him up quickly. "But we'd stop war only by the right means, and that is by being properly prepared. Women always vote for national defence, my friends. It is the instinct of the mother bird to defend the nest, you see. Who was it came forward with the first offer of a dreadnought to help the mother country? Why, the country whose women have the vote." "Well done, Australia! 3 cheers for Mrs. Bobbs!" echoed on all sides. "Thank you, friends. I appreciate that for my country's sake. Now, don't you men be afraid to give your women the vote. The testimony of the late Prime Minister of New Zealand is worth remembering. Mind you, he was opposed to women's voting at first. But after noting the effects during 13 years of his premiership, this is what he said in a public speech: 'The women's vote has done nothing but good. It has raised the moral, social and spiritual tone of this country, and I only hope every British country will follow our example and free her women.'" "All very fine, but you women won't stop there," said another man. "Don't you want to get into Parliament? Come now, let's 'ave the truth." "This gentleman wants to know if we women want to get into Parliament," said Mrs. Roberts. "I've no ambition that way myself. I've other fish to fry. But if I had a wish to get into Parliament, that wouldn't get me elected. My countrymen and countrywomen in a large majority would have to combine in wishing it too, you see." "Aye, but if we get universal suffrage, the women here'll outnumber the men, and where'll we men be then?" answered the man. Other men's voices encouraged him. That's it, hit the nail on the head." "Give 'em an inch, they'll take an ell." But Mrs. Roberts was in no way disturbed. "This gentleman is talking just as if all the men were ranged on one side and all the women on the other. Such a situation is inconceivable. Even if women voters were to outnumber men, which they never will, they'd be divided up into every shade of party just as you men are. Why, they are not even combined over this question of supreme importance to their own sex, their political liberty. You've got the suffragists, the antis, and the great mass of immovably indifferent. It will always be so while human beings live. This is only another scare, my friends, an anti-scare. The interests of men and women are too interwoven for a sex war ever to be possible. If you tried to range men on one side and women on the other, you'd find half the women dressing up as men and fighting with their boys." The audience veered and were with her again now, laughing at her opponents. "That's true. Good old Mrs. Bobbs," cried a fresh supporter. "Why can't you women leave the men to make your laws for you, if we're all such good friends as you make out?" shouted a man. "I'm glad the gentleman asked that question. You all heard it, yes? Well, now, that's a most reasonable question, and I think I've got what you'll all admit is a still more reasonable answer, which I shall put in the Irishman's way by asking another question. Why don't we leave the men to say our prayers for us, and to eat our dinners for us, and to do 50 other things we've got each one to do for ourselves, eh?" "'Tain't the same thing. Law-making be men's business," said a red-faced man. A woman turned on him with a mocking laugh. "Get out, you old toe rag. Fine business you've been after. Just out of the Pig and Whistle. I see you're there. Making laws for women, I suppose?" Laughter, cheers and jeers greeted her sally from the people round them, and the red-faced individual shuffled off. "Wait a bit, friends," cried Mrs. Roberts, impelling silence and attention. "The gentleman says it's men's business to make laws?" "Aye, and women's business to keep 'em," said another man sturdily. Mrs. Roberts turned her guns on him promptly. "Oh, I see. But look here, if it's man's business to make laws for the benefit and protection of women and children, why don't you attend to it better?" "So we do," he retorted. "Mention a single law that hasn't been passed to benefit the women and children the same as the men. Come now, I challenge you." "Got her there, Jim," said one of his friends. "Come, missus, speak up," chimed in an impartial voice. "She can't," jeered the opposition. Mrs. Roberts waited till the speakers were silent. "Can't she?" she inquired blandly. "It strikes me this gentleman is not very well up in the laws of his country, my friends. No doubt he has been occupied in drawing up new ones for women to obey." Renewed laughter, jeers and cheers. "How about the recent post office disputes? Nicely the women have been represented, eh? How about inheritance laws? Doesn't a father get everything, a mother nothing, of the property of a son or daughter dying intestate? How about divorce laws? Do the goose and the gander get the same sauce, eh? And if that scheme for a national insurance comes off [Footnote: This meeting was held some years before the National Insurance Bill was presented in Parliament. Do you think the male voter and the voteless female will be equally cared for?" "Certainly they will," shouted the man. "Why so?" retorted Mrs. Roberts. "How about the unhappy girl who falls a victim to a bad man? Does equal punishment fall on both, or all the disgrace, expense and penalty on the one, while the other goes scot-free? How about rights of parents? Is the mother an equal guardian of her own child? How about equal wages for equal work? Why, I could go on till to-morrow morning." "Lord, what a gift o' gab! No wonder you're a widow," came from the outposts, but those near listened attentively. Mrs. Roberts went on earnestly. "But that is not my point. My point is that quite apart from the fact that all questions such as tariff reform, education, foreign relations, and war touch women every bit as vitally and closely as men, you can't, however much you may try, do the whole of the housekeeping thoroughly and effectively without the help of the women." "We don't want you women interfering. We'll see you don't get the vote," shouted a newcomer. "I've got it, my friend, thank you." Mrs. Roberts could not keep the triumphant satisfaction out of her voice. "I'm a free woman, as I've told you. But I would say to this gentleman, go to the bee, thou Auntie. Consider her ways and be wise. If it's not enough for you to look at Australia and New Zealand and 5 states of the American Union, to say nothing of Norway and Finland, look at the bees. What country can boast such laws and order and prosperity as the bee's hive? Yet her laws are all made by the ladies." "Aye, and they don't 'ave no wife-beaters nor 'usbands boozing away all their earnin's at the Pig and Whistle," said the elderly woman. "No, my friends, that they don't," said Mrs. Roberts. "Nor do they allow the young bees to be fed on food which is not guaranteed both pure and fresh. I've a little tale I want to tell the gentleman who said just now he wanted no women interfering in the housekeeping of this nation." "'E's shuffled off," laughed a small boy. "Don't want to 'ear no more. Fed up, 'e was." "Well, I'm sorry," said the lady. "It's a nice instructive little tale. Please now listen to this, friends. Last summer I took a party of 10 small boys and girls from the country to spend an afternoon in your fine zoological gardens in London. We had a lovely time, rode the elephants, saw the lions fed, talked to the monkeys, and threw buns to the polar bear. This made us feel hungry ourselves, so off we trotted to find the best refreshment place on the grounds. We sat down to the little tables under the trees, and ordered cakes galore and glasses of milk, none of the young people being tea drinkers. Now, when that milk was served, 2d. a glass it was. What was my astonishment and horror to see printed in large black letters on each white glass — the glasses were of clouded glass, so you could read it and make no mistake — these words: "Not guaranteed either fresh or pure milk." "Shame! Shame! That's what I call it," cried a woman's voice. "So do I, friend. Well, I called the waiter. Whatever is the meaning of this? I asked. Meaning? Well, it's plain, isn't it? He answered, in a tone that showed he'd been asked that question more than once. We don't guarantee the milk. You take it at your own responsibility. Oh, indeed, I said. But you take the payment. 2d for half a pint of milk that I should only pay in other countries for milk that was guaranteed both fresh and pure. You're not selling it off half price as damaged goods, are you? The waiter turned on his heel, bidding us take it or leave it, in quite a rude way, my friends. Well, after all, no one could say you was being deceived, said a man who had tried to interrupt several times. He didn't make the children drink it. Garn you, the rascal done that to protect himself, not the poor children, said a woman near him. Mrs. Roberts nodded approval. Looks that way, doesn't it, friends? With those glasses he'd nothing to fear, that contractor. But I want just to point out this. In no other country I ever heard of could such a thing take place. Even in exclusively men-ruled countries, the public health is protected by stringent laws, which would land any man promptly in jail who dared to put up milk at all for sale, which could not pass the test of freshness and purity. In America, in France, in Germany, in my own country, the owner of these glasses would not dare show the tip of his nose. Which just proves that here in England, my friends, you need the mothers of the nation to make a few good laws for the protection of your foodstuffs, far more, not less, than in other countries. The zoo is a place, mind you, specially frequented by children, and where no other refreshments can be obtained for miles around. This caterer has practically a monopoly there, but he shields himself behind his impudent tumblers, and the fathers and mothers of England sit down quietly under it. Well, the suffragettes are not going to do so, and when they've got the vote, those white glasses will soon be smashed, and no man will dare put on sale milk that isn't guaranteed fresh and pure. No, nor any food that isn't good and wholesome. I'm with you women there, if only you'd stick to that side of the question, said a man who had not spoken before. Oh, we'll stick to our own work, cried Mrs. Roberts, but it's a bit more far-reaching than some of you realize. Well, my friends, I hope you men here are going to help your women as our men helped us. They can't get on without you any more than you can without them. And the way you can best help just now is by voting against a government which refuses to do them justice. Hands up who's for the women. A stack of arms went up among the crowd by way of answer, and a group of 6 men pushed forward. Here's 6 of us who'll give our votes this time to the women, shouted the spokesman for all to hear. We've voted Liberal before, but we're not going to vote for a government as can treat the women as this one have done. It's a disgrace to England. Cries of "Hear, hear" rose on every side. So we've determined to give you women our vote to do as you like with. We'll vote just the way you say. He turned to Mrs. Roberts. You can take down our names and addresses, missus, straight away. This is the finest moment in my life in the old country, my friends, sang out Mrs. Roberts. The crowd swayed, and 3 more men pushed forward. Make way, please, cried Mrs. Roberts. Make way, here's more coming. More and more and more. Yes, here's another for you, if you can make men of the loafing lads, said another man. 10 votes gained to the women's cause tonight. They'll cheer you in Australia so loud you'll hear them. I'd give you my vote, ladies, but I haven't got one. Being a defender of my country, you see, I'm never eligible for the vote, cried a soldier in the crowd. Never mind, my friend, said Mrs. Roberts. Your heart's in the right place. Will you buy one of our papers? Jenny, have you got the papers there? She turned round, but Jenny did not answer, nor did she move. Mrs. Roberts went quickly to her side. Was she asleep? Her head rested against the back of the cart. The light from a gas lamp fell on her face. She's fainted. Here, quick. Someone please fetch some water, cried Mrs. Roberts. The grey, elderly woman came forward eagerly to help, and 6 people ran off to get water, brandy, anything they could think of.
A young man pushed his way forward as the word went round that the young lady was ill. " I'm a doctor," he said. " Let me attend to this." He jumped quickly onto the cart, and as he examined Jenny, Mrs. Roberts explained that the cart had been overturned and Jenny with it, but only bruised and shaken, so she had said. " You women have no business doing this kind of thing," he muttered angrily. " Bruised and shaken, indeed." His expert fingers gently raised Jenny's left arm. She groaned and half opened her eyes. " Fractured arm," he said shortly. " And to think of her standing up and making that 'ere speech with a broken arm," cried one of the men who had given his vote. " Well, that girl deserves to sit in Parliament, blessed if she don't," he added with delightful masculine logic. End of Scene 7. Read by Lisa Reichert. Scene 8 of No Surrender by Constance Elizabeth Maud. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Scene 8. At the weekend cottage. A year had passed away since Jenny enlisted in the fighting army, an eventful year for the women's movement. Many streams had flowed into the river, irresistibly attracted by its noble, dauntless energy and unswerving purpose. Streams which had sprung from equally pure sources, but grown weak and even sluggish in their never-ending contest with the rocks and impediments of every description which obstructed their passage. Streams also of youthful energy and idealism, seeking organisation and direction. These had gladly joined forces with the great movement. All over the world a wireless message had flashed. The women were awakening to the call made to their noblest womanhood, to the uplifting of the soul of woman, to the realisation of her grave responsibility as the guardian and the trainer of the race, the spiritual influence without which the practical and intellectual could never achieve the welfare or progress of the human family. During the past year, the women and the men who nobly stood by them had realised more than ever that they fought not against mere indifference and ignorance, but against bitter antagonism, and very often an unscrupulous tyranny, the result of that unreasoning hatred which invariably rises up hydra-headed to oppose any attempt to introduce reform, to purify social conditions, to loosen the chains of the captives. They had suffered imprisonment for the offence of attempting to petition the House of Commons, of long sentences for which there was no precedent, and which the magistrates did not disguise they gave in accordance with instructions from the Home Secretary. Imprisonment in the same second class as the thief and the drunkard, in spite of the fact that their offence had been allowed by the 2 cabinet ministers on oath at the famous Bow Street trial to be a political one. In obedience to the instructions of a cabinet minister that women should be ruthlessly thrown out of public meetings for asking the question in question time when women taxpayers would have the vote for which they paid, they had endured violence and insult of the most revolting description. They had been maligned and libelled grossly by a large section of the press, which at the same time studiously boycotted all accounts of the more serious and important work of the movement, rarely mentioning the great meetings continually held all over the kingdom, the numerous deputations, the open-air assemblies and processions, and the active political work at by-elections, which was already becoming a serious factor, as the political agents and wire-pullers were forced to acknowledge. The press misrepresentations had alienated many whose sympathy would have been with the brave women giving their lives and all they possessed to further the cause of liberty and justice. But in spite of all opposing forces, including the fashionable anti-suffrage society, which it would be crushing a mosquito on a wheel to designate as a force, the winged women's movement swept on triumphant, neglecting no opportunity, however great, however small, the women's wit devising endless ways and means hitherto undreamt of by mere man in his fights for liberty. A Pantechnicon furniture van had been requisitioned to convey a deputation of 20 women to the very gates of the forbidden House of the People's Representatives. Unsuspected, they had passed through an army of police armed to the teeth to repel the approach of the voteless women, and some had succeeded in even entering the sacred precincts before being arrested. Balloons, to the accompaniment of a megaphone, had served to shower down pamphlets upon the heads of those whose hands refused to receive them, and this when their owners deemed themselves secure within their park gates at political garden parties, or enjoying their tea on the terrace of the House of Commons. The motor car had also been pressed into the service, and in working for this truly democratic measure, the enfranchisement of the working women may have thereby partly atoned for some of its sins as the rich man's luxury, overrunning the country as it does, and destroying in its blind, selfish course the cottage garden and the peace and safety of the village street for children and old people. As means of advertisement, the horse, the dog, the donkey, the carrier pigeon, and every domestic animal available had contributed their help, while girls of all classes had gladly braved the odium of pacing the streets between sandwich boards, and standing for hours at street corners, selling the suffrage newspapers and pamphlets. Magic lantern and cinematograph shows, bazaars, concerts, and theatrical performances, not an art which could appeal to eye or ear but had been called upon to contribute its best. And still there was more to come. The resources of women were only just beginning to open up their endless possibilities. Courage, self-abnegation, forethought, invention, and keen sense of humour marked the tactics of the militant movement. If perfect omniscient wisdom did not invariably permeate each new device to further their great cause, they did but show themselves to be daughters of two parents, a human father as well as mother. What general can show a big campaign in which his wisdom and foresight never for an instant failed him? And what general can be held responsible for the action of every officer and private in the ranks during the excitement and rush of an engagement on the field? Already the women's militant force numbered over 100,000 strong, largely recruited from the young, ardent womanhood of the working and professional classes. And still they came, persecution, suppression, and injustice merely serving to augment the numbers, to call forth fresh acts of devotion and pour fresh supplies into the treasurer's hands. It was June. In the heather and pine country of Surrey, which looks as though it had been sliced out of Perthshire and dropped down within easy reach of the poor toiling Londoner by a beneficent giant, stood Mrs. Wilmot's pleasant little bungalow, with, close by, her cottage hospital for convalescent children. Under a clump of fragrant dark pines, Jack Wilmot lay full length, reading and dreaming on this sunny afternoon. He looked up as his mother came out of the house, having just driven up from the station, a little maid accompanying her, laden with parcels, banners, and papers. "You're late again," he said reproachfully, and slowly lifting his 6 foot from the ground. "You promised you would take this afternoon off. You women always overdo things, my dear mother." He placed a rocking chair for her and a rug under her feet. "Overdo things?" The keen blue eyes looked up at him, smiling with youthful enthusiasm. "My dear boy, I'm not doing half enough with 2 of our leaders in prison still. Oh, to be young and strong, with an inexhaustible store of energy to draw from. But I shall soon be like a giant refreshed in this life-giving air." Her son looked at the frail, almost transparent face, the thin delicate hands, and shook his head doubtfully. "I fear this cause will be the death of you if you go on like this." "On the contrary," she laughed, "it's the life of me, and of all whom it possesses. For 35 years, as you know, I worked among other things for women's suffrage, growing older, wearier, and more heart-sick every year. Then comes this wonderful new movement, full of youth and hope, and a quenchless fire of devotion and enthusiasm. It seizes me by the hand, lifts me out of approaching old age into an atmosphere of golden youth, fills me with its power, and rejuvenates me 10 years in as many days. The death of me! Well, to live as I live now, with the goal in sight,
is worth a death so glorious." He looked at her thoughtfully, admiringly. "I envy you women. Yours is the only cause on earth I feel to be even a bigger one than ours." "Ah, my son," she answered, "the best and truest kind of socialism will follow in the wake of the freedom of women. I am convinced of it. All true progress will be made easier." "Is your little protégée, Miss Clegg, coming down to-day?" he inquired after a pause. "Yes, she and Miss O'Neill. She wrote me they hope to be here in time for tea. Mary O'Neill has to go back to town to-night." "But Jenny Clegg is staying over Saturday and Sunday, isn't she?" he asked eagerly. "I'm not sure, but I hope so. She needs a rest," said his mother, "and we may all have a hard time before us soon."
There was a pause. Both mother and son were silent. Each had something to say to the other, and the other felt it. The silence was merely a cessation of speech while thought was busy. A little breeze stirred among the pines, a blackbird trilled his glad note overhead, and the bees hummed drowsily among the opening heather blossoms.
Mrs. Wilmot at last broke the silence. "Jack, my son, I've something I want to tell you. Prison is going to be a much more serious thing for our women." She hesitated, and added with slow emphasis, "for us in the future." Jack, who had thrown himself down at his mother's feet, looked up quickly. "More serious? What do you mean?" "There is a general resolution," answered his mother, "though of course no sort of law is laid down, that in future, if the claim to be treated as political prisoners is still ignored, in spite of all our protests and the efforts made by our friends in the House, the hunger strike will be adopted." "The hunger strike?" Jack Wilmot sat upright, protest and expostulation in his tone. "Yes, one of our women having so courageously carried it out, all feel there must be no stepping backward where she has led the way." "The hunger strike? But it can't be done," he protested. "One exceptionally constituted woman may have been able to accomplish this, but believe me, not without serious risk. And for the majority, who are very far from robust, it will mean— For God's sake, don't let them start that." "I have not the slightest power of preventing it, even if I had the wish, which I have not. I have put my hand to the plough, my son," answered his mother. "Well, they'll break down, and the movement will suffer. Do you know Admiral Boyne, speaking of what that girl did the other day, declared that in the Navy, where the men sometimes try it, he has never known a blue jacket stand out beyond 48 hours. But women have a different purpose, a different inspiration from the poor rebellious sailor. They acquire a strength not their own in normal conditions, just as the early Christians did. But we won't talk about it now," she added with a quick change of tone, as the maid came out bringing a tea table and tray. "Here comes tea, and I am in no mood to be a tea striker to-day. And here comes our guests." Jack jumped up as the sound of girls' voices laughing and talking was heard not far off. Another moment, and the neat little white-capped maid announced with a beaming grin of personal pleasure, "Miss O'Neill and Miss Clegg." Both wore cool white dresses and little badges of the violet and green Union colours. Jenny, in spite of a most eventful year, had altered very little. She had unfolded, but not changed. Mary O'Neill had distinctly gained. The year had brought her what she had long sought, an object for which to give her best powers, satisfying at once her heart and mind and soul.
Mrs. Wilmot welcomed them both warmly, and Jack supplied them with garden chairs in shady spots, and then plied them with tea, cakes and fruit as they sat down under the pine trees.
"We have both most thrilling news for you," said Mary to her hostess. "Mine being the best, I'll keep it for the last, and Jenny shall begin." Jenny looked up with her quiet little smile and said simply, "I was sent by parcel post this morning to Downing Street." She spoke as though it were an ordinary means of locomotion. "You were sent as a parcel?" Mrs. Wilmot's tone expressed utter bewilderment, but her son burst out laughing. "What a ripping idea! Of course, the new postal arrangement which came into operation yesterday. Go on, Miss Clegg. Were you safely delivered at the Prime Minister's door?" "Do begin from the beginning, my dear child," her hostess begged. So Jenny, thus encouraged,
told how she and Hilda Smith, another young member of the Women's Social and Political Union, had been labelled and directed from the City office, and conducted by a nice chubby-faced little messenger boy down the Strand and Whitehall, even to the sacred portals of No. 10 Downing Street, each of the girls bearing enormous placards inscribed "Votes for Women." The little procession had attracted a considerable amount of attention. "When we came to Downing Street," said Jenny, "the police on that beat would have stopped us, but the little messenger boy showed his order to deliver the parcels at the door, so he called to another policeman, and they consulted together and decided they'd got to let us go by, or there might be trouble." I noticed those policemen tried hard not to smile. You see, the boy was so small and the parcels so big, and they wonderfully conscientious men, the London police. Well, when we got to the Prime Minister's door, there were 3 men servants came to look at us. They didn't smile. Oh dear me, no. They were much too grand to smile. Living with a Prime Minister takes out all your sense of humour, I expect, reflected Jenny. But, she continued, they were rude, I may say very rude, and the butler, after looking us up and down with great scorn and indignation, refused to sign for us and slammed the door in our faces. So we couldn't get in with the petition after all, she concluded regretfully. "And the messenger boy had to take back his rejected parcels," observed Jack Wilmot, in the same dejected tone. "Rough luck." "Ah, but the best of it is," cried Mary, "there's not an evening paper which doesn't give an account of it. I have brought down 6 for you to see, and there's not a minister who doesn't know of it by now. So you see it was not in vain." "It is the only way," said Mrs. Wilmot. "Not a single paper reported that important men's deputation to the Home Secretary, remonstrating with the treatment of our women in prison. Not a word concerning the monster petition for women's vote which hung in the lobby for members to laugh at. But there wasn't a paper without a big headlines of 'Suffragettes drive to the House in Pantechnicon van,' and 'Suffragettes chained to the railings in Downing Street.'" "And this last feat will be known in Australia by tomorrow morning," added Jack Wilmot. "Now, please, Miss O'Neill, your news." He turned to Mary. "Well, I'm going to snuff out Jenny and her parcels entirely. I bring great news," said Mary O'Neill. "The grill is gone." "The grill is gone?" exclaimed Mrs. Wilmot. "Not the Ladies' Gallery grill," added Jack Wilmot eagerly. "Yes, the wicked old grill, the women's cage, the iron bars, gone." Mary's voice rang with triumph. "How? When?" asked Mrs. Wilmot. "Carried out on the backs of the Suffragettes," came the glad answer. "2 of the Freedom Leaguers." "Hurrah for the Freedom Leaguers!" cried Jack. "On their backs?" questioned the older woman, whose life had been chiefly devoted to breaking down false barriers. "What on earth do you mean, my dear Mary?" "You see, they chained and padlocked themselves to the grill," Mary explained. "At a suitable moment, just when the Prime Minister was talking very big about Liberal principles, a voice called out from the women's cage, 'When is a Liberal government going to give votes to women taxpayers?' Well, there was a shout of 'Turn them out' from the Minister's bench, and the Prime Minister looked really scared. Then another woman cried out, 'Votes for women,' and through the grill were pushed 2 banners, one of which floated in gentle benediction down on the Speaker's head." "Good! Excellent!" cried Jack Wilmot. "Yes, it was," Mary agreed. Then her smile vanished as she added, "But I assure you it was rather a terrible scene, when policemen, stewards, and members, all in a fury of indignation and rage, burst into the cage. I never saw such pluck as those women displayed. The men dragged and pulled with all their might, but the chains held fast. I sang out, 'Votes for women,' till a man put his horrid big hand over my mouth and dragged me out and pushed me down the stairs. I waited about and then slipped back just in time to see the first bit of the old grill coming out on a young girl's back. They had nearly pulled her wrists off first. but had to give it up and get blacksmiths and carpenters to unscrew the ironwork from its frame. Soon the others followed, and I was turned out with all the women up there." Mrs. Wilmot had listened in absorbed silence. Now she spoke. "What a curious symbol! In this way alone can we open the cage doors and obtain freedom for women, by taking the burden of the iron bars upon our own backs." The party under the pine trees all looked thoughtful. No one made answer, for in the mind of each was conjured up a picture of what the future struggle might involve for women. A sound of carriage wheels broke the stillness. As they stopped before the house, Mrs. Wilmot observed confidently, "We shall not be disturbed. I told Janet to admit no visitors." "Well, this visitor is admitting herself," said Jack. "Gertrude Thistlethwaite, by all that's—" He was cut short by a high treble and a vision of pale blue chiffon and lace, crowned by an enormous hat of nodding white plumes. "I know you're not at home, dear Aunt Lydia. Your dear maid did her level best to keep me out, but I saw this cosy little party from the road. Your gorse hedge is not quite high enough, you see, and I insisted on invading you." The blue vision bore down upon the slight grey figure and enveloped her in an airy embrace, during which moment Mary O'Neil whispered to Jenny, "This is an auntie, and I'm not up to her to-day. I'm off to the Children's Hospital. I must see Nurse Dodds about a child I'm sending here to-morrow." Jenny gave her a reproachful look as she quickly disappeared behind the trees. The Blue Lady's high soprano continued volubly. "You know, we're only 5 miles off now. Marmaduke's uncle has lent us the family mansion for week-ends. I'm not sure I'll shake hands with you, Jack." She gave him a small, tightly gloved left hand as she spoke. "You're becoming quite too impossible with all your mad fads. Oh, I've heard nice tales about you, sir." "Let me give you this chair, then you can break it to me gently." He offered her a seat. "Will you begin with strawberries or tea, Gertrude?" said her aunt. "Let me introduce my little friend, Miss Clegg," she added, turning to Jenny. "This is my niece, Lady Thistlethwaite." Raising her lorgnettes and without bowing, the new arrival continued, "Tea, please, no sugar." Then turned again to her cousin, laughing. "Jack, come, what's the last thing? Own up. Are you an anarchist, or a Christian Scientist, or a suffragette? You must drop socialism, now you are sporting a Berlier." "But I am permitted one as an anarchist or a Christian Scientist?" he inquired, handing her some tea. "Oh yes," she laughed. "Anarchists always have a motor ready to take them away after flinging their bombs. I believe that's why you have one, and all Christian Scientists say they ought to be rich. Mrs. Eddy's teaching is that poverty is only an error of mortal mind. I think of joining the sect to see if my bills will get paid." "Very clever old lady that," observed Jack thoughtfully. "I don't wonder her churches are full. That's a religion will suit you down to the ground, I should say, Gertrude." "Don't you quarrel, you two," said Mrs. Wilmot. "How is Marmaduke, Gertrude?" "Marmaduke? Perfectly odious, as usual. Says he has the gout and is off next week to Carlsbad with that other old crock, Lord Ogleham. I don't complain, it suits me nicely." She took up a large banner and began unfurling it. "Goodness me! Joan of Arc, is it? Not one of your suffragette things?" An almost imperceptible shade of annoyance passed over the older woman's face as she answered gently, "Yes, it's Jeanne d'Arc, our patron saint." She knew well what was coming and was weary of the monotonous reiteration. "Well, it baffles me how a good woman like you, Aunt Lydia, with a home for invalid children, visiting prisons and sitting on vestries and boards and things, can throw in your lot with these awful women. I should as soon expect it of Agatha Thistlethwaite. Jack is crazy, nothing he does surprises me, but you—" "Thank you, fair cousin." Jack bowed, with his hand on his heart. "No, but you, Aunt Lydia," she returned to the charge. "After that splendid article of Selina Crompton's the other day in the Times, did you see it?" "Oh yes, I saw it," replied her aunt quietly. "Well, you see, she proves by statistics that women do not want the vote. That is, only a mere handful of crazy, hysterical creatures who are making this clamour just for self-advertisement. She shows how utterly the women's suffrage has failed wherever it has been tried, in New Zealand, America, Australia, and everywhere." "She says it. She doesn't show it, my dear Gertrude." Mrs. Wilmot saw she was in for it, and reluctantly buckled to "not quite the same thing," as Mrs. Juliet Howard proved by her masterly reply, which, of course, you did not see, though it also was in the Times. But why should we discuss the matter? We don't agree, and time will prove which of us is right as to women wanting the vote. "Well, you won't get it if I can help it," said her niece with asperity. "And our anti-league is pretty strong, I assure you. Look at our monster petition against you," she added, her faded prettiness vanishing as if an east wind nipped it. "But we don't force you to vote," said the elder woman wearily. "Why can't you leave us alone? Why this vindictive attitude?" "Because I regard it as the greatest misfortune that could happen to women as a whole," said Lady Thistlethwaite, with a comprehensive wave of her narrow pointed hand. "It would be the death of chivalry, no one can deny that. If women encroach on men's rights, and try and make out they are men's equals, you can't expect men to go on showing them the consideration and politeness that they show to the true womanly woman who looks up to them and acknowledges they are the superiors. It will be the death of chivalry." She made sure of the masculine support of her cousin, but he laughed the discomforting laugh of the scoffer. "The sort of chivalry Bill Sikes and his class have always lavished on their womenkind, eh, Gertrude? Excuse my smiling." Lady Thistlethwaite tossed her head and lifted her nose as she answered, "Really, I know nothing of your friend Mr. Bill Sikes and his class, and I have no wish to. I am talking of gentlemen." "You see," he said, "unfortunately, truly chivalrous gentlemen of any class are somewhat in a minority, and your sort of chivalry and your sort of gentlemen don't come into this show at all. This is a working woman's movement, this one of ours. Of the women who would be enfranchised, 82% are earning their own living. Isn't that so, Miss Clegg?" Jenny had followed the discussion with earnest, anxious eyes, bent first on one and then the other speaker. "Yes, that's it," she answered simply. Lady Thistlethwaite raised her lorgnettes again, as though to inquire who had the effrontery to speak. "We working women, you see, we need it for our homes, our children, our work. It is an economic question, this one of our vote." "How ridiculous!" snorted Lady Thistlethwaite. She turned to her aunt. "If anybody ought to have a vote, it is women like me, for I have at least a property of my own, and a stake in the country apart from Marmaduke." "Oh, you and all classes will benefit," interrupted her cousin. "But it is not for you propertied, fortune-favoured ladies that women are toiling and suffering imprisonment, giving their hard-earned savings, their brains, their very lives. Don't imagine it." He took out a cigarette case. "May I offer you the cigarette of peace?" he laughed good-humouredly. "Well, I don't want the vote, thank you. I can get on very well without it." She took the cigarette as she spoke. "But I can't get on without men's nice little chivalrous attentions. There now." She smiled in his eyes and lit her cigarette from his. "Well, if your mankind are going to leave off opening doors and shutting windows for you, or offering you a cigarette," he laughed, "because you have the right to register a vote once in 5 or 6 years, I think they'll be the losers rather than you." She blew a fine blue cloud through her nose. "Now, Jack, you don't suppose I am such a simpleton as to believe they only want to vote, these creatures. You know, and Aunt Lydia can't deny it, this is only the thin end of the wedge. They'll never rest till they are in Parliament. Who knows, in the Cabinet. Mr. Blatherton and Mr. Boulder both say they're bound to push in there, and they ought to know, being there themselves and up on all the tricks." "I'd like your Cabinet friends to hear you," laughed Jack. Her aunt smiled. "But, my dear Gertrude," she said, "do you realise that if such a thing did happen, it would be the men's doing and not the women's? it would be because men judged some particular woman to be their fittest representative. For if we obtain the suffrage on the same basis as men, which is all we ask or want, only 1.25 million women would be enfranchised, as against 7.5 million men." Lady Thistlethwaite shook her white feathers. "Oh, you don't take me in by that argument, Aunt Lydia. Miss Crompton unmasks that fallacy. As she showed at our meeting at the Duchess of Stilton's, the thing we shall have upon us very shortly will be adult suffrage. And as there are certainly 1 million more women in England than men, before we can look around, we shall be under petticoat government. How d'you like that, Master Jack?" She turned on him triumphantly. "Awful prospect. Well, do you know, Gertrude, I'd rather like to see how the mothers of the nation would work things for a bit. The fathers have made such a jolly old hash of it all round. I believe they'd come out on top." Jenny gave him a quick glance of approval and murmured audibly, "Hear, hear." For an instant Lady Thistlethwaite gazed blankly just over Jenny's head. Then she turned to her cousin. "Well, on your own showing, Jack, there are many more women of the washerwoman's and the charwoman's class than those of your mother's. So it wouldn't be your mother whose rule you'd be under, it would be your washerwoman, and the drunken old char, and—" she threw her glance on Jenny, "and all those lower orders." Jack Wilmot bit his lip with annoyance. "You've strange ideas of what is low," he answered her. "The women who work at least stand firm on their own feet. A more dignified attitude than that of many girls of the self-styled upper class." But Gertrude had had enough. It had ceased to be amusing. She rose. "Well, I wish you joy of your motherly washerwomen government, Jack. But I devoutly hope a spacious lunatic asylum will accommodate all the men of your persuasion before such calamities overtake our poor old England. And your voting woman has destroyed the home." Mrs. Wilmot rose with her guest, detaining her a moment. "I think, do you know, Gertrude, it might interest you to read up in the Blue Books. What, of course, you are much too young to remember, the heated debates and objections raised 27 years ago, when we were fighting for the Married Women's Property Act. You do not think that a bad thing now, do you?" "That I should have my own property independent of Marmaduke, do you mean?" She laughed shortly. "I shouldn't have a decent gown to my back if I didn't, that's certain." "Yes, and that your washerwoman and dressmaker should have the right to their own earnings, even if they happen to be married," insisted her aunt gently. "Well, of course. The men passed that bill because it was right and just. I should think that ought to prove to you women that you can leave politics in the hands of men. They passed a law dead against their own interests, you see." "Oh, no, they didn't, my dear," replied her aunt. "You can't divide the interests of men and women. They are interwoven. And you see, wise men came to realise, after an awful battle of some 20 years, during which time we had left no stone unturned to make our good case, that when the mother suffered, the sons and daughters suffered with her, sons as much as daughters. But I'd like you to read some of the prophecies of the aunties of those days. One seems to be living that time over again. The bill would destroy all chance of happy relations between husband and wife. The bill was an insult to men. The bill struck at the root of the marriage idea, namely, the wife's dependence on her husband. It would certainly be the death blow to chivalry. The very same words you are using now, you see." "Oh, well, my dear aunt, you don't change my opinion, and that is that women had better leave politics to men. Really, I must go." "Capital," said Jack, handing her the slim blue parasol, which looked like a replica of herself. "Specially from a leading Liberal, and once upon a time Primrose Dame. I wonder if the Kissing Duchess would have endorsed your sentiments, Gertrude," he added teasingly. Lady Thistlethwaite bore it well. Duchesses of any sort appealed to her. "I think associating with motherly washerwomen and Bill Sykeses has made you exceedingly vulgar, Mr. Jack," she laughed. "Really, I must be going. By the by,"
We've got the Blathertons and the Horace Boulders, quite a crowd of Cabinet Ministers and their women folk, coming to-morrow for the week-end. We shall be quite a distinguished pewful in church on Sunday. I always make my guests patronise morning service. How they'll roar when I tell them of the Joan of Arc banner and our fight. I feel like Joan of Arc myself, fighting for my country and the poor downtrodden men." The thought of what good material she had gathered restored her spirits completely as she made ready to go. "It is awfully good of you, and in the name of my sex I ought to thank you for so valiantly battling for us and turning traitor to your own," said Jack Wilmot. "Oh, I'm not battling for you, sir. I'd put you in an idiot asylum, and so would others of your own sex, let me tell you." "Oh, please let it be a madhouse at least. Raving mad, if you like," pleaded Jack. "All right, Bedlam then. Meanwhile, would you see if my coachman is back? I sent him to the post office. You'll be interested to hear he is a suffragette, a fellow lunatic. He actually told me the other day he 'oped as the women would win through." "And what did you say to that?" asked her aunt. "Told him not to be a fool, unless he wanted to have his wife riding roughshod over him. He said she did that already, though she, like a sensible woman, loathes the suffragettes, and says she has a basket of rotten eggs ready for the first one who comes her way." "The moral of that tale being obvious, I won't rub it in. I'll see about your carriage," remarked Jack, going off in search of the suffragette coachman. "The working men are all rallying round us," Jenny observed to her hostess, as they sat down again under the pines to await the carriage. "They see it will make things better for their girls and their widows," said Mrs. Wilmot. "Remarkably philanthropic to think of their widows. Well, you haven't got the Labour members with you. I was talking to quite one of their best specimens the other day, and he was dead against the women's suffrage," remarked Lady Thistlethwaite conclusively. "What a pity," Jenny remarked thoughtfully. "I think the best of them are with us, though." "This was one of the best of them." Lady Thistlethwaite turned to her aunt. "Joseph Hopton. Hopton, he calls himself. Quite a self-made man. A friend of Mr. Blatherton's is bringing him over to lunch to-morrow." "Ah, he's a genuine honest man. Jack knows him well. He has quite a following up in the north." "Your carriage is just in sight, Gertrude, coming up the hill," announced Jack Wilmot, returning from his quest. "Joe Hopton comes from my home," observed Jenny aside to her hostess. "They always said he'd get on once he got elected." Again Lady Thistlethwaite rose to go, then paused. "By the way, Aunt Lydia, can you tell me of any housemaids among your protégées? Poor Lady Walker was in despair when I lunched with her yesterday in town. 4 of her servants left at a moment's notice. She has a German housekeeper, which accounts for it, no doubt. She hates those registry offices, but I thought of you and your protégées. It would be a real charity to help her." Mrs. Wilmot shook her head. "No, my dear, I don't know of any housemaid suitable for a big London house in the season. My protégées are usually very modest little tweenies." Jenny looked up quickly. "A housemaid, did you say?" "Yes, I think I know of a girl. A very good housemaid, a friend of mine. Shall I inquire if she's free?" "Do, please," Lady Thistlethwaite answered languidly. "Get 2, if possible. Often 2 friends like to go together, don't you know." "I will tell my friend to write to you and give her references." So saying, Jenny gathered up various letters and papers, begging Mrs. Wilmot to excuse her, as there were notices to send off by the evening's post to Scotland. Bowing with quiet dignity to Lady Thistlethwaite, she went quickly into the house. "And where on earth, if it's not rude to ask, did you pick up that very prononcée young person, my dear Aunt Lydia? Is she your last specimen of the militant suffragette, or the new woman?" inquired Lady Thistlethwaite, with a laugh. "My little Jenny? Oh, she's a splendid girl," said Mrs. Wilmot. "I wish I could multiply her into 1,000 such new women for the revivifying and purifying of the race." "How like you, Aunt Lydia? Oh, the poor race. You'll be marrying her to Jack for the purpose of propagating the species, I suppose." "Her ladyship's carriage," announced the maid. "Well, good-bye. Come and see us soon."
The blue stock crowned with white plumes swayed gracefully across the lawn. "Bye-bye, Jack. You may motor over to lunch to-morrow if you're not afraid to meet two of your arch enemies, Mr. Blatherton and Mr. Boulder." "No, thanks," replied Jack. "I only meet them in the arena. I should feel like a fish out of water in your crowd. Besides, I shall have a heap of work to get through to-morrow." "Work with the new woman, I suppose?" He made no answer, but followed her to the gate, where again she turned.
"Oh, by the way, I had nearly forgotten what I came for. And Lydia," she called back, "can you send me some flowers and things in pots for my stall next week at the Albert Hall? I've been let in for the flower stall by the Duchess of Wickleham. Good works, you know. Ought to appeal to you."
Mrs. Wilmot rose and came forward. "Well, the flowers here are mostly bespoken for my own good works. But perhaps there are some things in pots we could spare. You can come round and see if you like." They disappeared together into a small hothouse. "Well, upon my soul," said Jack to the pines, as he threw himself down once more under the trees. "The coolness of the critter. It is simply staggering." He yawned and then went on. "She has a dozen hothouses with things in pots, and we have one. David with Uriah's pet lamb is a playful joke compared to her." "Were you rehearsing a speech? Shall I disturb you?" asked a voice at his side. He looked up and smiled gladly to see Jenny had come back to her banner, and was regarding him with a look of quiet amusement. "Disturb me? Rather not," he answered heartily. "I was rehearsing a speech it's unfortunately too late to make." He raised himself with sudden energy. "That cousin of mine really makes my blood boil." "She has got the fabric warped. Her ideas have grown a bit crooked from the life she's had to lead, I expect," said Jenny gently. "She was most confoundedly rude and ill-bred to you," he answered hotly. "I felt heartily ashamed of her." "I didn't feel it that way," Jenny answered simply. "Please don't mind." "But I do mind," he continued, "mind intensely, that you whose shoes she is not worthy to brush—" "Oh, now you'll make me laugh," Jenny interrupted. "I can't tell you how glad I am to have met that lady. She is going to be a wonderful help to the cause, I hope." "Well, you have a hopeful disposition," said Jack Wilmot with a laugh.
"Not intentionally, I don't mean," Jenny corrected, "but she's given me a good idea."
"What is that? Anything I can help in?" he asked quickly. She shook her head as she sorted out her silks. "Better you shouldn't know till it's done, I think. Thank you, Mr. Wilmot. But I believe you'll like it." Jack rose and stood near her, looking down on the glossy brown head bent over the Jeanne d'Arc banner. "I know I shall," he said. Then after a pause, "I want you to give me the right to help you in everything." He spoke in low, earnest tones, quite new to Jenny. "To help you and all women for your sake. I hope you know that, little Jenny. Do you?" "Oh, yes. I know you feel just like we do about the cause," Jenny answered, feeling vaguely embarrassed by the suddenness of her Christian name. "It's splendid having men help us like you do," she added, looking up to assure herself all was as usual. But the look in his eyes puzzled and troubled her. "I do care for your cause. But, Jenny, look here." He laid his hand on hers very gently. "I want you to know it, for I can't bear being a humbug. Dear as the cause of all women is to me, there is one little girl who is dearer than any cause. Yourself, my sweet little Jenny." Jenny withdrew her hand and answered simply and sincerely, "I'm right sorry to hear it, Mr. Wilmot." He took a seat beside her and leaned forward, trying to meet her eyes. "Don't turn away from me, Jenny. Please hear me. I know this isn't the time to speak, and I'm content to wait just as long as you say I must. But there it is. I love you with all my soul. I used to laugh at love. Do you know, I'd never cared seriously for any woman before I met you, Jenny. I know fellows always say this, but it's true, I swear. In my case, you've awakened something I didn't know I had. In my soul, I suppose it is. But I know I can't do without you now. With you, I believe I might arrive at doing something worthwhile. Have you never guessed what you've come to mean to me?" he asked almost reproachfully. Jenny turned her truthful brown eyes full on him. " Never. Not likely I should. No, indeed. I'm very sorry if it is really true," she added gently, with just a touch of incredulity, " but it would never do. Oh, never. However could you think of such a thing?" " Why, I've thought of little else ever since I met you." He looked at her with a whimsical smile. Her perfect simplicity and honesty enchanted him. " Dear, dear, what a pity it is to be wasting your time like that," Jenny replied sincerely. " And you so clever and sensible." He winced as though she had applied pincers to him. " Oh, don't call me such horrid names." " I'd never call you horrid names. I only mean—" she laughed and hesitated. He caught gladly at the laugh. " I've taken you by surprise. Don't let's settle anything yet." " I reckon you have indeed. But I won't think anything more about it," she added, offering a happy solution of the difficulty. He looked at her, realising hopelessly he was not making way. " Oh, but Jenny, please don't say that. I want you to think about it all the time. That is," he corrected himself as he watched the busy brown fingers, " in the off moments when you're not working for the vote. I know you're very busy next week, but you might get a spare hour to-morrow or Sunday." She smiled, and he added hopefully, " This evening. Do you realise," he seized one small brown hand impetuously, " how much I care, little girl?" Jenny left her hand a moment in his before withdrawing it, as she said pleadingly, " Please, Mr. Wilmot, don't let's talk about it." " Not talk about it?" cried Jack Wilmot impatiently. " Why, it's just the one and only thing I want to talk about." " Then," said Jenny, with quiet dignity, in the soft Lancashire accent, which she of set purpose accentuated, " I reckon you must talk to some young lady of your own station, who'll be pleased and proud to listen. I'm a working girl. My world is not yours. And we should both make a grievous mistake if either of us was to quit the station Providence has put us in." " But you've had to quit it," he remonstrated. " Providence has evidently intended you to do so." " To leave the mill, yes," Jenny agreed, " but not my own people or my own class. I am one with them. I belong to them and they belong to me. I suffer with them. I feel as they do, Mr. Wilmot, not as you do." " But so do I," he urged. " I feel with them and you, with the workers, with the plain, simple people. I belong to you, not to the Thistlethwaites and Blathertons, I assure you. No, not to them perhaps, because they are not leading true lives, nor wouldn't in any class. They're living for self and working for self, and worse, sacrificing many of their fellow men and women for self. We've got that kind among us just the same as you have," she continued, as her thoughts flew off to Sam and poor Liz. " But of course their power is more limited. That don't make you belong to us, Mr. Wilmot." She turned her brown eyes full on his ardent blue ones and repeated earnestly, " You can't do it, not if you try ever so." " Oh yes, I can, and I will. You give me a trial," he urged. Jenny shook her head sadly. She liked him. He was much younger than she had thought. She hated giving him pain. " You'd have to begin from your cradle," she explained. " Fed on our food, speaking our speech, trained in the mill, beginning as a half-timer at 8-year-old, rising at 5 o'clock of the winter's morn and hurrying out in the dark through the snow, fearing to hear the clock strike 6 'fore you get to the mill." He followed her every word with his quick sympathy and artist's ready imagination. " I can picture it," he assured her. " It is not necessary to have lived through it." " Oh yes, it is," said Jenny. " It's only what we've lived through as we can feel. That's what shapes our thoughts and shapes our souls. You must work in your class — God knows you're needed there — and I must work in mine." " But we are fighting in the same army, under the same banner, little Jenny, for the same goal." " Aye, but in different regiments, with different work and different weapons and different training. Marriage is difficult enough with everything to help it run smooth, but when you've got to unmake one of them, to start fresh after the other's pattern. Why, can't you see, it'd be a constant strain, a gulf as couldn't be bridged over." "Oh, not if the one loved as I love you. Love bridges over the widest gulf as easily as our hands meet over this little table." He leaned forward, quickly seizing both her hands in his and raising them to his lips. Neither he nor Jenny had noticed the maid approaching from the house, followed by a visitor. Her voice was the first intimation as she announced with considerate distinctness, before approaching the trees, "A gentleman to see you, sir. Mr. Opton, his name is." "Pardon my troubling you, Mr. Wilmot, but as I was close I thought it'd save time by bringing the papers myself." The visitor came forward to meet Jack Wilmot, who had started to his feet. As the men shook hands, Joe caught sight of the face of the girl at work under the trees. "Jenny!" he exclaimed under his breath. "Quite right," Jack was saying. "I'll look at them now." He took the papers from his visitor. Jenny stood up and held out her hand. "How do you do?" she said shyly. "It's a long time since we met." Jack Wilmot looked from one to the other. "Oh, do you know each other?" he asked in surprise. Joe answered with stiff formality. "Yes, me and Miss Clegg used to be acquainted in Greyston." "Oh, really?" Jack Wilmot answered easily. "Well, won't you sit down and have a talk while I go indoors and look through these papers a moment?" As he disappeared into the house, Joe took the vacated seat near Jenny. "You've changed since we parted a year ago, Jenny," he began after a slight pause. "A year does make a difference," Jenny answered cheerfully. "You've done a good bit and changed too, I think. Got into Parliament too, as Peter always prophesied for you." "Changed? Not me." He repudiated the very idea. "I'm not one for changing, but you've turned into quite the young lady, and a public speaker and all." Jenny looked at him wistfully for a brief instant before she replied. "You're laughing at me, Joe. I only speak just the same as all the others who are helping the cause. I am changing in some ways, though. I've learnt many things this past year. Being in prison teaches you a lot. I'm glad, oh so glad, to have been a jailbird. They are the only birds that can sing the song of freedom. It takes a lot out of you," she went on, as he did not answer. "A lot you need to get rid of, and puts a lot into you. Patience, humility and pity. Pity that tears the heart out of you to see the poor sad faces of the women, the old ones and young ones alike, so crushed and despairing."
Maybe," he interrupted impatiently. "Well, I little thought the young lady making love under the trees when I came here was Jenny Clegg. I hadn't heard you was engaged to be married, you see." He looked at her searchingly.
Jenny kept her eyes fixed on Jeanne d'Arc as she answered. "Who said I was engaged to be married, Joe?" "Who said?" Joe's tone was not calculated to reassure her. Well, it didn't need any saying, did it? "I don't know what you mean, Joe." The soft, evasive voice maddened him suddenly. "You don't know what I mean," he replied fiercely, and seized her wrist. "Oh yes, you do. Is that swell chap going to wed you? Answer me that, yes or no." "Joe, you're hurting my hand." She tried to free herself. This was a different grip from that of Jack Wilmot. "Do let go, please." "No, he is not going to wed me," she protested vehemently. "Whatever put such a silly idea into your head?" Joe flung her hand from him and stood up in front of her, his whole aspect threatening and lowering. "Jenny, if that man don't promise me to wed you offhand, I'll brain him before he's a day older," he ground out slowly. Jenny's wrist bore a red, angry mark. She answered proudly, "But I don't want to wed him, or anyone else, thank you. I've other things to see to." And she took up her needle. "Other things to see to?" Joe regarded Jeanne d'Arc with lofty contempt. "Then what the deuce are you carrying on with him for?" he questioned fiercely. "Didn't I see you let him kiss your hands?" He bent over her, compelling her to lift her eyes to his. "Didn't I 'ear him say as love could bridge all gulfs, or some such tommy-rot? I defy you to deny it." Jenny met his gaze steadily, defiantly. "I don't see as you've any right to be talking to me like this, Joe. I know you mean well, but you don't understand."
She gave an impatient sigh, and felt he would never understand her, or perhaps any woman, this Joe who, in spite of all, was the only man in the world for her. " No, I don't understand. You women can always talk your heads off. Well, talk in your own homes then, but don't spout in public." She was thankful to have sidetracked him and his grievance for the moment. " We have to talk in public sometimes, but it isn't all talk, Joe." Her tone was conciliatory. " It's deeds too. I've been a jail bird, and shall be, no doubt, again." Then, with feminine inconsistency, she added, recalling him to the former charge, " Quite disqualified, you see, from being wife to such as you, though there are men who hold wider views concerning women, I'm glad to say." He responded like a violin to the master's hand, grinding his teeth and muttering savagely, and Jenny continued tauntingly, " You seem to forget as we've each chosen our own road, and that they be wide apart." Joe turned to her with sudden gentleness. " Jenny, if they're wide apart, it's of your own making, not mine. I gave you your free choice." It was true, and she had not hesitated. Again the choice was before her, but the conditions still impossible. " Yes, I know you did, but we've no choice really in such cases, Joe," she answered. " We needs must choose the highest when we see it, as Miss O'Neill said in her speech the other day." He missed her meaning, and now, instead of a mere hedge of easily bridged thorn, a gulf separated them, a gulf of misunderstanding, and Joe's relenting mood was dissipated like smoke. " The highest indeed. Let me tell you, I consider myself every bit as high as yon lawyer chap, with his university education and Piccadilly clubs, highest indeed." " Oh, Joe, not that kind of highest. Not Mr. Wilmot at all. I told you didn't understand." Jenny's tone was pretty hopeless now, yet she knew the impassable gulf was her own making. " No, nor want to neither," said Joe shortly. " But I wasn't thinking of Mr. Wilmot when I said we must choose the highest." She could not let him leave her like that. " I meant what we see is our duty, our highest duty. My path was plainly marked out for me." " To go with these crazy women?" He laughed unpleasantly. " Nice kind of path. Well, I wish you joy of it." " Oh, your path is no doubt pleasanter," Jenny answered bitterly. " It has led you to honour and a high place among the great folks and Cabinet Ministers. Mine has led me to disgrace behind prison bars, and will again before long. But perhaps a day's coming when we'll carry the bars off on our backs, like the women to-day carried off the grill." She rose and folded up the banner as she spoke. In the distance she saw Mrs. Wilmot and Miss O'Neill coming from the Cottage hospital. They called to her, not noticing the man with her under the shadow of the trees. " Jenny, where are you? Jenny, come and help us pick flowers to send to the London children." She called in reply, " Yes, Mrs. Wilmot, I'm coming at once. Well, good-bye, Joe. I wish you good luck along your path." She half offered her hand, but Joe refused to see it, as he turned from her gloomily, replying with a short " Good-bye." For a moment Jenny looked at him as though she would speak. Then, with a short, sharp sigh, she turned and walked quickly down the garden path to join Mrs. Wilmot. Joe looked after her, clenching his teeth. " Fine folks and Cabinet Ministers, that's my path, is it? Well, I'll not go to-morrow to Middleham Court, that's all about it, and she'll have herself to thank if the Labour cause suffers, and working women along with the men." Jack Wilmot came out of the house with the papers. " Here they are. You'll have to sign again here, you see." He looked round. " Miss Clegg gone?" " Oh yes," replied Joe with a short laugh. " She didn't have much time to waste on a plain working man, you see." Jack looked surprised, but said nothing. " Sign here? I see, thank you. Good evening. I must catch the train to town." Joe pocketed the papers and hurried off without seeming to notice Jack Wilmot's proffered hand. " Well, that's rum," said Jack, watching his retreating figure with a puzzled frown. " Was ever anything more contradictorious? Women are queer folk." End of Scene 8. Read by Lisa Reichert. Scene 9 of No Surrender by Constance Elizabeth Maud. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Scene 9. In Middleham Church. It was Sunday morning. The bells of the old village church of Middleham were ringing for morning service. The congregation loitered in the peaceful churchyard and round the old porch, in no hurry to leave the pleasant sunshine for the dim aisles. Under the shade of an ancient yew tree overhanging the porch, Jenny and 2 of the Union sisterhood stood watching the people pass into church. They had walked nearly 5 miles that morning, and the sun had beat upon the dusty white road mercilessly. But the 3 young women, tramping steadily on, had felt neither dust nor heat, so absorbed were they by the purpose in their hearts. Jenny had told them of the rare opportunity which offered for catching 3 cabinet ministers off their guard, and presenting the eternal petition, Justice for Women. Nurse Dodds, of Mrs. Wilmot's Children's Home, had eagerly jumped at the chance, as had also her friend Hilda Smith, spending a few days with her. The latter, a clever young school-teacher, had been dismissed from her post on account of her too openly avowed sympathy with the women's movement. The wrongs of her sex had been brought home to her with peculiar force in her own profession, where she had found precisely the same work, received such different pay. The boy pupil teacher getting 8 shillings to her own 5, the schoolmaster 300 to her 1, yet the qualifications and the hours of labour being identical. Finally, the decision to deprive the woman of her hard-earned post altogether, should she see fit to marry, had made of Hilda Smith not only a convinced suffragist, but a militant suffragette. The last bell began to toll its 5 minutes' warning. "Hurry up, hurry in, good people." The old sexton peered out from the dark entrance, blinking at the outside sunshine like an old owl from his nest. He caught sight of the 3 young women. "They must be gathered into the fold," said he to himself. "Their clothes are gay, youth is giddy. Who knows but I might be snatching a brand from the burning?" He issued forth and made for the yew tree. "Ain't you young ladies a-coomin' in?" he asked persuasively, yet with a certain authority as became his official capacity. "I'll find you places. We've got a fine preacher taking duty for the vicar this morning. Don't often 'ear sich a preacher, they say. Makes yer sit oop, 'e do." Nurse Dodds looked infinitely amused as she nodded pleasantly at the old man and said, "All right, thank you, we'll come in presently." Jenny, noting his disappointed air, explained they were resting after a long walk, but would be sure to come in for the service. He departed, determined to keep an eye on them and see they did not escape him. "I feel so nervous," said Jenny. "I wish we hadn't to do it, that we could just go in and enjoy the sweet peace of this little church and not think of anything else." Hilda Smith looked at her in surprise. "You nervous? You, Jenny? Why, you are always our strength and stay, our steadfast little rock." "Not much rock about me," smiled Jenny faintly. "I'm always terribly nervous if I've anything premeditated to do. It's only remembering the cause ever carries me through." "Well, I'm not like you," said her friend. "These ministers never scare me. Lor', my dear, come to that, they're only men after all, and I don't mind betting you they're far more scared of us than we are of them." But with her bright red gold hair and fresh pink cheeks, Hilda Smith did not look very awe-inspiring. "Well, haven't they shown it?" said Nurse Dodds. "Cowards, the whole bunch of 'em. Conscience-stricken," she added, her kindly face taking on a severe expression. "We must try and sit where they can see the purple, white and green during the service," said Hilda Smith. "Then their consciences will have time to gnaw them a bit before we speak to them." "I doubt if any of them know the colours," said Nurse Dodds. "Mr. Weir Kemp at least does, for I told him myself not long ago," said Hilda. "He won't forget. He said we'd good taste." "Oh, Weir Kemp, he's a false friend," said Nurse Dodds bitterly. "I'd like to give him a bit of my mind before the whole congregation." We must do nothing till after the service, though," warned Jenny. " We must catch them as they come out. Oh, if only they knew what the vote means to us women," she added with a profound sigh. " They do know," said Nurse Dodds vehemently. " They know only too well. Oh, it maddens me to think of all this power, for good or ill to the women and children of the nation, being in the hands of a handful of men. Positively, here's the House of Commons with us, and yet these 2 or 3 men have the power to block our bill." " Never mind," said Jenny soothingly. " Justice and right must triumph in the end. 3 or 4 men who've got the stiff neck can't hold out for ever." The bell clanged out its very last strokes. The old sexton hurried up to them. " Come, my dears. Time you were stepping in now, if you want me to find you good places," he urged. Jenny looked round anxiously as they followed the old man into the church. Supposing the party from the Abbey were not coming after all? The old sexton led them up the nave and showed them into a front pew facing the altar and at right angles with the chancel pews. " See," he whispered, " you must sit 'ere as Farmer Jones and 'is family is away from 'ome. You can see all the fine folks in the chancel nicely 'ere." " Yes, and they can see us," observed Hilda Smith with satisfaction. Many rustic eyes gazed admiringly at the 3 young women in their fresh cotton dresses, Jenny in lilac, Hilda in green, and Nurse Dodd in her white hospital uniform, all with conspicuous badges of the Union colours bearing the device, " Votes for Women," so that he who ran might read. The bell ceased to clang, the organ struck up a processional hymn, and slowly the village choir marched round the church, followed by the curate and the famous preacher, taking duty for the old vicar whose comfortable drone usually acted as a soporific on all his hearers. As the 2 parsons passed into their seats in the chancel, Nurse Dodds whispered to Jenny: " Why, that is Father Petre from Shoreditch. I nursed him last winter through double pneumonia. He came out all right before I'd done with him." " Out of the pneumonia?" asked Hilda Smith. " Yes, and out of his prejudices. He's with us women now, heart and soul. Sees ours is the only way." " At the sign of triumph, Satan's host doth flee," shouted the village choir, and the 3 suffragettes joined in heartily. " He has recognised you," whispered Jenny, as she saw the deep-set dark eyes of Father Petre suddenly gleam with a kindly twinkle as they rested on Nurse Dodds. At that moment a rustle of turning heads and shoulders passed through the church like a breeze, and the party from the Abbey entered like conquering heroes, and marched in slow procession to the Seats of the Mighty. Lady Thistlethwaite, in pearl grey, led the way with the Right Honourable Horace Boulder. Lord Ogleham followed with pretty little Mrs. Blatherton, smiling from side to side as though acknowledging the homage due to her last Paris creation and herself. In their wake came the commanding figure of the noted writer and lecturer, Mrs. Prendergast, accompanied by a spare, nervous-looking man in spectacles, whose face was as familiar to the public as that of his confrère who had preceded him. Mrs. Boulder and a small boy in sailor suit, gentle grey-haired Miss Agatha Thistlethwaite, and her little niece Eileen, only child of the house, Sir Marmaduke Thistlethwaite, and his 3rd ministerial guest, the Right Honourable George Weir Kemp, completed the party. Lady Thistlethwaite had triumphed over all objections, overruled all excuses, hauled in all shufflers and would-be backsliders, and, considering herself bound to patronise morning service, had succeeded in doing so in company with all her distinguished guests. As Sir Marmaduke passed Farmer Jones' pew, he noticed with interest the 3 young women. " Village beauties, eh?" he observed to Mr. Weir Kemp at his side. That gentleman turned and his eye met that of Miss Hilda Smith, fixed on him with smiling interest. He started and allowed his host to pass before him, quickly turned right about and made for the door by which he had entered. It was done so promptly and unhesitatingly that his host never noticed the manoeuvre, but imagined he had taken his place among the rest in the chancel. " He's gone," said Hilda Smith to Jenny. " Scared to death when he recognised me." She could not keep a little satisfaction out of her voice. " A Cabinet Minister, and such a coward." Jenny could hardly believe it possible. "Yes, but you see they're unguarded," answered her friend. "For 3 suffragettes the proportion of police should be 300. "What a public testimony to us," whispered Nurse Dodds. And then all 3 joined with fresh energy in the concluding verse of the hymn: "Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war." The Reverend Sebastian Petre was taking a fortnight's so-called rest from the strenuous life of his Shoreditch parish, where for 8 years past he had laboured amid superhuman obstacles and difficulties, winning his way at last to the hearts of his people, a stronghold from which nothing could now dislodge him. The familiar lean black figure with flying coat-tails, followed by grimy, grinning urchins to whom he dispensed sweets and halfpence, was a more welcome sight to the mothers of Shoreditch than any the day could show. And the men and boys, so hard to reach at first, now came to the evening classes in his little monk-like attic, as though drawn by a magnet. He looked with surprise at the party who suddenly inundated the chancel. The unmistakable profiles of the 2 cabinet ministers gave him cause for considerable reflection while the curate was reading the first lessons for the day. He noted also the 3 suffragettes and their conspicuous badges. He wondered whether their appearance in church had any connection with that of the 2 right honourable gentlemen, his thoughts flying back to the long arguments with Nurse Dodds when he was slowly recovering under her skilful nursing. Arguments which had at last convinced him as to the wisdom, the severe necessity, in fact, of an aggressive militant policy, where a government has shown itself open not to the arguments of justice and reason, but only of compulsion. No new thing after all, but merely testifying to the justice of the old charge brought against all former governments of all ages. Father Petre was a Liberal, but had little fellowship with the politicians who style themselves by this attractive designation. Its attraction is undeniable, for it is impossible to disassociate the idea of a Liberal from the characteristic of liberality, and a hope of benefiting by this open-handed disposition, whereas the very name of Conservative suggests a tendency to close heart and purse strings. As a Socialist of the early Christian type, namely a raiser of the fallen and not a mere puller down of those who are up, he found little in common either with the so-called Socialist. Each served their party, putting it before all their fine-sounding principles. Otherwise, how was it possible for a Liberal government to deny the rights of citizenship to half its tax-paying, law-abiding citizens? And how was it possible for a Socialist of true socialistic principles to stand by without moving a finger to secure for one half the human race what they fought so persistently to obtain as an act of common human right for the other half? So reflected Father Petre, as his penetrating eye fixed now on one face and then another in the chancel pew opposite. Then his thoughts turned on himself and that church under whose banner he served. Did she stand guiltless when arraigned at the bar by woman? Father Petre was fain to hang his head in shame as he called to mind how far the Church and the priesthood had departed from the perfect unity and equality of the sexes as taught by him, in whom there is neither male nor female, bond nor free. Alas, he said to himself, the Church has failed the women, has joined issue with the foes and oppressors, has forced on them a marriage service which is in many essential particulars lowering to their womanhood, and in others an insult to their intelligence. Yet woman has ever been the loyal mainstay of the Church, since that dark day when women alone stood by the crucified Christ, and the men, his accredited disciples, forsook him and fled. A woman discovered the sacred relic of the true cross, yet to this day men exclude all women from the spiritual blessings supposed to accrue from the sight of the relic. A typical instance. The thoughts of the father had wandered far afield. The 3 earnest young faces in the front pew brought him back to the present. He determined to break a lance for them here and now. Such an opportunity was not to be lost. The sermon, in notes in his pocket, must be discarded, and another quickly forged out of the seething mass of material in the furnace of his brain. The voice of the curate, hammering out in clerical sing-song the story of Jael and Sisera, supplied him with a peg on which to hang his discourse. He longed from the depths of his humble, honest heart for gifts of oratory, that he might arrest the attention and appeal to the intellect of the men vested, for a short time, with so much power for good or ill. He sighed profoundly as he realised that the influence he exercised over his fellow-men in Shoreditch, which lay in reaching the heart by speaking from the heart, would avail him nothing with the men of St. Stephen's. As his keen gaze fell, now on Mr. Boulder and now on Mr. Blatherton, he knew he had no weapon in his armoury which could pierce the joints of their harness at any point. Then his eyes rested on the women, in their dainty laces and feathers, and some words of Maeterlinck's recurred to him with peculiar force, appealing as they did to the idealist within him. However crushed and weighed down by frivolity or sin the soul of a woman may be, you have only to whisper one word from the virgin depths of your own soul, and she will respond to you simply with a word, a look, a gesture, no less pure than your own. The divine in her will come forth at your call. There and then Father Petre resolved to call aloud to the heart, to the soul of the woman. He had not noted the sweet, cheery face of Sir Marmaduke's grey-haired sister, for being seated on the same side of the chancel as himself, she was entirely blotted out of his sight by the white embroideries and enormous picture hat of Mrs. Boulder. Miss Agatha Thistlethwaite, like Father Petre, had given but a divided attention to the voice of the curate. After many years she found herself again beneath the imposing monument of her great-grandfather, where as a child she had sat each Sunday for so long in the days when the Abbey was her home. Strange to look back over the long vista of years which had rushed by all the same so quickly, and to think that of all those familiar figures of her girlhood only she and her brother Marmaduke remained. One by one the others had all gathered on the other side, old and young alike. The familiar pew made her feel as though it were but yesterday she had sat there, a little girl with sunny brown curls, like the child now at her side. But yesterday she and her lover had wandered among the pine woods, and felt no heaven above could hold happiness more complete than this fair earth. But yesterday, and now her brown hair was silvery grey. Yet still she was the life and soul of a child's party, and her gaiety and eternally youthful heart made her welcome wherever she went. For Agatha Thistlethwaite never attempted the ambitious mission of making anybody good, whether man, woman, child, or dog, but she regarded it as the very reason of her being to try and make them happy, and she generally succeeded. The more she learnt of the sadness and disappointment of life, the stranger did it appear to her that people should spend any of the short, hurrying years allotted to them here in making each other miserable by quarrels and disputes. She looked across at the two cabinet ministers and thought of them with a profound pity, little suspected by those gentlemen themselves. Poor men, she reflected, it must be a most trying life for them, always fighting and opposing the other party. I'm thankful God made me a woman and not a man, above all not a politician. Then, with a start, the curate recalled her to the first lesson, and she realised they were in the throes of tragedy. Jael and Sisera, dear me, so it is. How shockingly one's thoughts do wander in church. However, she added to herself, that is not a story that has ever appealed to me, so I'll wander again. I hope little Eileen doesn't understand it. There is nothing lovely in such a tale. Whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are true, blessed and lovely, think on these things. So by our thought do we form the spirit within, causing it to grow either after the pattern of the divine, or the erring carnal mind. Still, this story is true, of course, even if it is not lovely. I suppose one should not shirk the truth, however ugly. But oh, how all my soul recoils from violence in women.
A woman with a hammer in her hand, and in her heart the desire to kill. Woman whose whole reason of being is to create, to nurture, to heal, to comfort. These poor deluded suffragettes, if only they could see this. The spirit of self-sacrifice they display has something heroic in it, I can't deny. But oh, their methods, how deplorable. I hope and pray dear Gertrude's anti-society may succeed soon in saving the poor, dear, deluded creatures from themselves. Then and there the gentle lady made a mental resolution to do all in her power to help her sister-in-law. It was so nice to see her really interested in doing something for her own sex. Her eyes rested kindly on the faded prettiness opposite, as she continued to herself, "What a pretty woman she is, and how young-looking still. She must have much temptation among her surroundings to think only of dress and admiration and the world. Yet I could tell of many a kind deed done quietly, by the right hand, without the left hand knowing, to my poor folk in Southwark, dear Gertrude. There are people who judge her hardly because they see only the surface. Oh, we poor humans should never judge one another." Again her eyes wandered. "What earnest, happy faces those 3 young girls have over there in the front pew. One is a hospital nurse, I see. She has learnt the secret of happiness, working for others. And the other 2, one can see they also are workers. It is written all over their strong young faces. Quiet, thoughtful, independent. I only wish girls of our class could be made to stand firmly on that dignified footing." "Aunt Aggie," said a little voice at her side, as a small hot hand slipped into hers. "Aunt Aggie, why did she kill him?" "I'll tell you after church, darling," Miss Thistlethwaite whispered. "She didn't ought to have done it, did she, Aunt Aggie?" persisted the little voice. "Not didn't ought, dear. Shouldn't," corrected her aunt gently. "Well, shouldn't ought then, did she?" said Eileen. "No. Yes. We mustn't talk in church, darling." Eileen relapsed into unsatisfied silence. Wandering thoughts were contagious that Sunday morning in the village church. Through Mrs. Horace Boulder's well-coiffed, pretty little head they coursed with the rapidity and abandon of rabbits in a cabbage garden. She gazed with the eye of the connoisseur on her hostess's hat, a creation in maize and tobacco colours. "That's a very chic hat of Gertrude Thistlethwaite. I must get one like it, only in vieux rose shades. That wonderful clairvoyant said last night I ought never to be seen out of vieux rose. It contrasts with my hair and matches my aura. I wish I could see auras." She sighed softly to herself. It would be such a help in engaging servants, and other ways, knowing, for instance, when a man is really telling you the truth. It made me very uncomfortable, her saying Horace's aura was sang de boeuf. Somehow I could not help thinking of those awful suffragettes, and seeing Horace bathed in his own blood, and of course me and the children too. They are capable of anything. I never open a letter or parcel now without trembling, after having that awful fright with a box of frogs last week. It's true it turned out to be Bobby, one of his silly jokes, but it's just the sort of thing these women might do. And Mrs. Weir Kemp had 3 anonymous letters last week threatening vitriol and rotten eggs and I don't know what. Her roving eye skimmed over the heads of the congregation. I wonder what became of Mr. Weir Kemp. Those 3 girls in the front there never take their eyes off the men in our pews. I suppose they've never seen any men of our world before, and are overcome with admiration. Queer little rosettes they're wearing. A teetotal badge, I suppose. Suddenly she started violently. No, it isn't. I can see the words from here. Votes for women. How perfectly awful. They must be some of those women, those wicked suffragettes. They have tracked us down. Her pink cheeks became colourless, then flushed crimson with emotion. She turned to Lord Ogleham, but he was wrapped in the deep sleep of an innocent child. She then whispered to Miss Thistlethwaite on her other side.
That lady endeavoured to calm her, pointing out the youthful and harmless aspect of the girls, but in vain. Mrs. Boulder then began a series of small manoeuvres to try and attract her husband's notice, but he remained oblivious to all her signs. At last Lady Thistlethwaite became aware that something was going on in the opposite pew. " I fancy your wife is trying to attract your attention," she said in a loud whisper to Mr. Boulder. At this point, having failed with nods and coughs, Mrs. Boulder was making signs to her husband and spelling out on her fingers the word suffragettes. Mr. Boulder put up his eyeglass and watched the incomprehensible movements of the little tightly gloved hands. He turned a face of irritated perplexity to Lady Thistlethwaite. " Is she trying to spell on her fingers?" " I think she is spelling out suffering," said Lady Thistlethwaite, after carefully watching Mrs. Boulder's hands. " I expect it is your little Tommy who has a pain. I saw him eating a great many green gooseberries before church." Placing her hand on her waist belt, she raised her eyebrows in questioning form to Mrs. Boulder. " He looks all right," remarked Tommy's father, " but he's eating something now. That boy never ceases eating." " She wants to take him out, I think," observed Lady Thistlethwaite, whereupon Mr. Boulder nodded his head vigorously, implying his hearty consent to this move, and adding aside, " I wish to goodness she would. It's absurd bringing children to church." " Let us pray," pronounced the ringing deep voice of Father Petre, and all knelt. " Mrs. Boulder has guessed," whispered Jenny to Hilda Smith. " She's tried to make signs to her husband, but he won't see. She's writing something now." Mrs. Boulder meanwhile tore out a blank page from a hymn book, and after writing on it and showing it to Miss Thistlethwaite, folded it into a note. " Tommy," she said in an insinuating whisper to her son, " go and give this bit of paper to Daddy, like a darling." " I don't want to. I won't," replied that young gentleman, promptly and uncompromisingly. " Hush, don't make a noise. I'll give you some chocolates if you take it quick, like a good boy," said his mother persuasively. But Tommy knew better. He wasn't to be caught by female wiles, not he. " I don't want to, I tell you, and I'll have the chocolates. Where are they?" he demanded, ignoring his mother's hushed tones. " Hush, do be quiet," she implored. " They're not here." But the idea of chocolates was a fixed one now in Tommy's mind. " I want them, I say. Give 'em." Mrs. Boulder realised she might as well try to turn the father from a fixed purpose as this son of his. " You shall have them as soon as we get home, if you'll be quiet now. Shh." " Well, we'll go now and get them," she added feebly. Waiting a moment for an opportunity, as the congregation rose, Mrs. Boulder took Tommy by the hand and, crossing over to her husband herself, gave him the note. " Look," said Nurse Dodds, " she has given him a note. She's going." " What a fine little chap," observed Jenny, and as the exultant Tommy passed close to the front pew, Jenny held out her bunch of violets to him. He clutched them eagerly. His mother gave a low exclamation of horror and tried to snatch them from him. " Tommy, give me those flowers. Oh God, he's smelling them." Again she made a futile grab at the violets, but Tommy, dodging his mother, now ran briskly down the nave, saying in firm and audible tones, " I shan't. I want 'em." Following at a quick pace, Mrs. Boulder came up with her son at the church door. " Give me those flowers, you naughty boy. They're deadly poison. You'll die if you smell them," she cried excitedly, catching his hand and wrenching the violets from him as they got outside. Whereupon Tommy was heard yelling at the top of his voice, " You beast! Give me back my flowers, I say." Gradually the yells were lost in the distance. Jenny turned a troubled face to Nurse Dodds. " I reckon I've caused some trouble in the family." " Oh, look at Mr. Boulder, he's reading the note," whispered Hilda. " He's gone quite yellow. Low vitality," remarked Nurse Dodds professionally. Mr. Boulder was meanwhile perusing the torn out page of the hymn book. " Horace, they are here in the church, those awful Suffragettes, 3 of them in the front pew, and heaven knows how many more. I am certain they have vitriol ready to fling at me and Tommy. I can't stand the suspense a moment longer. I am taking Tommy out. Yours, Helen." He passed the note to Lady Thistlethwaite. "She's right. They're here. Look," she said in low, excited tones, and handed the note on to Mrs. Prendergast. "And these are the women who demand a vote," said that woman with quiet triumph, after reading the paper. She looked at her host opposite. "Sir Marmaduke is fast asleep. What do you think of doing?" she asked Lady Thistlethwaite. The necessity for instant action was borne in upon everybody. The difficulty was to know what to do. Lady Thistlethwaite instinctively looked towards her sister-in-law Agatha, but she was kneeling now, and her face was hidden. "I can see Mr. Boulder is feeling very nervous," she whispered to Mrs. Prendergast. "No wonder," answered her friend. "Let us be thankful Mrs. Boulder has saved the child." "I wonder why the boy was yelling like that," said Lady Thistlethwaite uneasily. "You may depend that girl at the end of the pew pinched him as he passed," said Mrs. Prendergast. She piqued herself on being a remarkable judge of character at the first glance. "She looks capable of anything," agreed Lady Thistlethwaite. "They are all looking at us now," said Hilda Smith. "See how Mr. Blatherton keeps peeping sideways at us. They're all reading the bit of paper, one after the other." As the congregation rose to join in the singing of the hymn which was to precede the sermon, the three suffragettes noted with dismay that Mr. Blatherton unobtrusively slipped out of his pew and disappeared by a little side door in the chancel. "There's only Mr. Boulder left," said Jenny sadly, "and I expect now he will leave before the sermon." "See," said Nurse Dodds, "Mrs. Blatherton is going out after her husband. They're scared to death of us. Queer, isn't it?" "They're remembering how the youth David slew old giant Goliath," answered Jenny. But to the credit of Mr. Boulder, it must be recorded that he resisted all temptation to avail himself of the little side door, and remained courageously to face the music, on whatever instruments it might be played by his adversary, the voteless woman. "My text is taken from the first lesson of this morning," gave forth the deep, bell-like tones of Father Petre. "Blessed above women shall Jael, the wife of Heber, be. Blessed shall she be above women in the tent. She put her hand to the nail, and her right hand to the workman's hammer, and with the hammer she smote Sisera, and smote off his head." 3 pairs of young, bright, earnest eyes were riveted from this moment on the preacher's face. "So, my brethren," he went on, "we learn from the song of the inspired prophetess Deborah that there is a deed of violence which is justifiable. There is a wrath not only condoned but commended. There is a rebellion which, when brought to bear against tyranny and oppression, is accounted righteous and blessed. Now let us calmly review this strange anomaly of a divinely inspired prophetess pronouncing a blessing upon a woman guilty of such a violent act as that recounted of Jael, a deed which, in consideration perhaps of the savage and brutal times in which it was committed, one might have expected condoned, but scarcely commended. The Judge of all men, the supremely righteous Judge, readeth the heart, and to understand aright one must try and read the heart of Jael, looking below the surface, sound the depth of her motive, aye, and more, gauge the height of her self-sacrifice. Jael, when she took in her hand the hammer and the nail, must have realized poignantly that in her hand also she took as the penalty for failure her life, and more than her life, a penalty that did not bear contemplating. Before she made up her mind to a deed so revolting to her woman's soul, so contrary to her woman's instinct, she must have been overwhelmingly convinced that this was the only way to obtain her people's freedom from the tyrant's yoke. She felt herself in the terrible position of an instrument of divine justice, compelled by a power she dared not disobey, to this supreme act of self-sacrifice, and even as Abraham
dared not withhold the sacrifice of his well-beloved son, so Jael dared not withhold the sacrifice of all her woman's nature held most sacred. Like Charlotte Corday d'Aumont in later days, she slew with her own hand the tyrant enemy of her people, laying on the altar her own life, and honour if needs be, for the salvation of her race. This is why Jael is pronounced blessed above other women."
Mrs. Prendergast moved impatiently and murmured to Lady Thistlethwaite,
"The bloodthirsty fanatic! He ought to be locked up."
but Lady Thistlethwaite's eyes were fixed on the preacher with a fascinated gaze, and she made no reply.
"I've always said the Bible was the most immoral of books,"
again observed her neighbour, but also without effect. Miss Thistlethwaite, too, found herself compelled to listen. "Oh dear, how very difficult life is for some poor things," she reflected, a puzzled expression on her kindly face. "I have never quite liked Jael. So dreadfully inhospitable it always struck me. But really, this man is making me feel after all perhaps she was quite a heroic creature." "Which things are an allegory, my dear brothers and sisters," continued Father Petre emphatically. "Now an allegory does not mean something which permits our folding of hands, and saying it has nothing to do with us, and no bearing on our individual lives. Just the contrary. This ancient tale of a Jewish woman has a vital, practical meaning for every one of us here in this church this morning, and specially for every woman, old or young, rich or poor, gentle or simple. This is a call to you, my sisters, a call to arms, not to do deeds of physical violence. No, the fight to which you are called is not on the physical plane. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, remember, but the enemy is none the less real, none the less terrible for all that. We fight against principalities and powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places."
"Oh, he is a socialist, that's what he is."
Lady Thistlethwaite turned to Mr. Boulder with a sense of relief. The man had puzzled her, held her spellbound for a few moments, but now all was clear, and she was not to be caught.
"Is he? I wasn't listening. It's too hot. Wish he'd wind up."
Mr. Boulder yawned obtrusively.
"Amen," proclaimed Lord Ogleham in a loud voice, waking suddenly. "Amen."
Then, realising his mistake, he quickly closed his eyes again and settled once more in his corner.
"Oh, you women, come out and help us," cried Father Petre. "Take in your hands, metaphorically, the hammer and the nail. Fear not to be misjudged, to be branded as unfeminine, unwomanly. There are enemies to your country, to your home, to your children, which only you can slay, for they have come right across your threshold, a menace to the safety of your lives, aye, more than your lives. We men need your help too, outside the home. For years you have been trying to touch the great black plague spots of our civilization, but at every turn you are confronted with lack of the lever, the one lever without which you cannot make your voices effectually heard. Like the stone at the mouth of the tomb, this disability must be rolled away before you can issue forth in your resurrected strength. Let us roll it away together, men and women, shoulder to shoulder. Do not hang back, my sisters. The issue at stake is too big, the danger of inaction too grave. Come out of your sheltered homes, your safe, pleasant places. Come and purify our politics. Come and bring a spirit of true patriotism into our councils. Bring a spirit of godliness, a spirit of Christian love into our social laws, into our prison discipline, into our shameful streets."
"It is true, true, true," said Agatha Thistlethwaite to herself. "This man has come to me like a torch-bearer. I, a woman, have never before felt the full glory of my womanhood, nor the full duty. Dear Gertrude mustn't fight against women, not even suffragettes. Why, I believe Father Petre Of course he would, there's no doubt about it, he would. He'd say they are right, not in acts of violence perhaps, but in their main idea. He is saying as much now. Oh dear, am I going to have to be a suffragette? What will dear Gertrude say? Not only Miss Agatha Thistlethwaite, but many another woman found herself that Sunday morning lifted suddenly out of the twilight of the dim old church, out of the moral twilight of her drear grey life, into the clear azure of a higher plane, where for the time at least the veil was lifted from her eyes, and her own mission and relation to life, with all its glorious potentialities of true womanhood, showed radiantly distinct. Dry bones stirred in the valley where, enclosed hitherto by the high rocks, they had grown atrophied and paralysed down the ages of stupefied superstitions and traditions. They stirred and stood upright, filled with the awakening breath of a new life, never to sink into sleep again. "It is true, true, true," sang the heart of the woman who had ears to hear. But in the Abbey pews only the grey-haired Miss Agatha had as yet those hearing ears, though the voice of the preacher compelled attention in all but such impenetrably solid sleepers as Lord Ogleham and Sir Marmaduke. To the others the preacher was either a religious fanatic or a crazy socialist. His voice dropped. The sermon had been forged red-hot from his heart. His eyes shone down in sympathy on the faces looking up to his with unwonted emotion at receiving bread in place of the usual stone. Then, half turning towards the chancel pews, he said slowly and impressively, "In conclusion, I would say I am myself a man of peace, in so far as peace may be maintained with honour. But Christ himself, the Prince of Peace, be it remembered, came with a sword, and never shirked the fight when it was against evil, tyranny, and hypocrisy. And I solemnly warn you, both men and women, that there is a spirit of heroic courage and self-sacrifice, even unto the death test, which has arisen among us." He paused and looked at the three suffragettes, whose faces were turned upwards to him with rapt interest. "Let us beware lest we push those animated by that spirit to desperate uses by an obstinate and stupid refusal to acknowledge the justice of a righteous claim, a noble cause." He closed the open Bible before him and took up a hymn book, saying in another voice, "We will now join in singing to the praise and glory of God, hymn 91. The organ struck up, and the congregation and choir rose with a rustling sound of opening hymn books. At the words, "Christians up and slay them, counting gain but loss," the three suffragettes joined in with a heartiness that brought a fleeting smile to the dark gleaming eyes of the preacher. "The most charitable view to take of that discourse is that the man is crazy," whispered Mrs. Prendergast to her hostess. "It's too bad of the old vicar to go away and let a firebrand like that into his pulpit," answered Lady Thistlethwaite, remembering with resentment how the preacher had stirred her at first. "Better wait, I suppose, until the congregation have dispersed," said Mr. Boulder, with a nervous glance at the three girls. "Yes, I will go on with the others, and you can follow with Marmaduke," agreed Lady Thistlethwaite. "He is showing Lord Ogleham the old brasses, you see. Those awful women have left the church," she added with relief as the three suffragettes disappeared. "If they are waiting, I will tell the sexton to send them off before you come out." Outside the church porch, Jenny and her two friends mingled with the other people till Nurse Dodds, seeing the flying black coat-tails of her clerical friend issuing from the vestry door, went off to greet him, leaving the other two to watch for the Right Honourable Boulder. Father Petre shook a long lean finger at Nurse Dodds. "Now, nurse, what are you up to?" he demanded. "Come, own up." "Just carrying out the advice given us by one of their own Prime Ministers, Father Petre. Surely we can't do better," she answered. "And that was?" "Go on pestering. It's the only way you'll ever get it. I can show you the very words in print," she added triumphantly. "I don't doubt it," said the father, smiling kindly at her eagerness. "But now don't you think it would be well to suspend hostilities on Sundays, like our enemies the Boers, you remember, in the war?" "We might if we were using guns on them," she answered, "but we are only maintaining an attitude. We can't suspend that, you see, for it's an attitude of spirit and thought. You noticed, perhaps, how just the sight of us, 3 harmless, weaponless young women in summer dresses, was enough to make 2 cabinet ministers leave the church, and scared the remaining one so that he turned pale as a parsnip." "But how about pestering?" inquired her friend. "We daren't throw away such a precious chance for presenting our petition," she answered. "Remember how they are all guarded and protected, more than crowned heads. Never an opportunity for speaking to one of them, and all our deputations stopped by the police and arrested if we persist. If it pesters them even to hear women want the vote, why, your sermon must have pestered them," she added with a twinkling eye. "Besides, this sort of little insignificant outpost skirmish is the only sort the papers will report. You'll see to-morrow morning there's not a paper won't have headlines on 'The Suffragettes and the Cabinet Ministers in a Country Church,' and that does good, for it makes people remember women want the vote." "Well, well, no doubt you're right. Go on and prosper. My blessings on you." He shook hands and they parted, Nurse Dodds returning to her waiting friends, whom she joined just in time to see Sir Marmaduke, Lord Ogleham, and Mr. Boulder come out of the church, the latter walking cautiously between the other 2. As previously arranged, Jenny and Hilda Smith instantly darted forward, and going up to Mr. Boulder, each took an arm of the flabbergasted gentleman and walked beside him in friendly fashion, while Nurse Dodd followed close in their wake. "Mr. Boulder, when will you ministers of the government give the vote to women?" asked Jenny with gentle insistence. "When will you do justice to women?" demanded Hilda Smith on his other side. Quickening his pace, and endeavouring by a jerky movement to free himself from the unwelcome pendants on his arms, Mr. Boulder answered hurriedly, go away, my good women. This is neither the time nor the place." "Appoint us a time and a place then," said Nurse Dodds. "The Prime Minister and you members of the Cabinet persist in refusing to receive our deputations." At this juncture, Jenny presented the petition she carried. "Will you take our resolution now and consider it? Here it is." They had just reached the little gate which led from the churchyard into the Abbey grounds. Mr. Boulder, looking round helplessly, could only reply, by and by, I say. Why don't you attack the Prime Minister?" he asked suddenly, seeing, as he hoped, a chance of reprieve. "Because, as you know, he is in France," Jenny answered, in a tone of quiet reproach. "But can't you see the impropriety?" began poor Mr. Boulder, as he realised the village eyes followed him curiously. "I'm sorry if it has that look, but you leave us no choice, you ministers of the Cabinet," replied Hilda Smith sternly. Sir Marmaduke and Lord Ogleham followed at a distance, laughing and making no attempt to rescue the unfortunate Right Honourable Boulder. "The Suffragettes have got him, poor old chap. Ha ha! Nicely nabbed, wasn't he?" said the host, and his unprincipled old friend answered in the same spirit of levity, with a knowing eye on the red gold head of Hilda Smith. "Deuced pretty girl, the fair one. I'd shake off that other girl, and the nurse though. 2 is company, eh? What?" But now, to his unspeakable relief, as they passed into the Abbey grounds, Mr. Boulder perceived in the distance the welcome forms of 2 of the ladies. He hurried as best he could towards them, impeded as he was by suffragettes on either side. "Why, look at Mr. Boulder," cried Lady Thistlethwaite in amazement. "He's actually walking arm in arm with those awful suffragettes. He is bringing them here." Mrs. Prendergast raised her lorgnettes and levelled them at the strangely assorted group. "He is not doing so voluntarily, my dear Lady Thistlethwaite. Can't you see his terrible predicament? We must go and deliver him. Sir Marmaduke and the other men are actually laughing." She hastened forward. "Just like Marmaduke. Men are such idiots," cried her hostess, following. "Oh, they've caught him, cried a high treble voice from one of the upper windows of the old Abbey. "Run for the house, Mr. Boulder. Mr. Weirkemp and my husband are here in safety." Lady Thistlethwaite turned and looked up in surprise. "Why, there is Mrs. Blatherton. They must have got out of that tiny vestry window." She waved her hand to Mrs. Blatherton and laughed. "Out of the vestry window? What wonderful courage and presence of mind!" cried Mrs. Prendergast admiringly.
Oh, it's close to the ground," explained Lady Thistlethwaite, " but so narrow I can't think how they squeeze through. Fear makes you grow thin, I suppose." " Very well, Mr. Boulder, if you promise to bring forward a bill for women's suffrage, we need not trouble you further," said Nurse Dodds, as the relief party came up. And Jenny added, " Then we'll be looking for a bill for votes for women before this year's out. This is the petition." She handed a paper to Mr. Boulder, who stuffed it hastily in his pocket, saying irritably and with returning confidence, " It's the Prime Minister you must go to, I tell you. What's the good of worrying me like this?" Nurse Dodds faced him reproachfully. " But you've just given your promise, and you yourself, as a member of this Government, can bring forward a bill." Jenny and Hilda Smith still clung firmly to his arms. " Very well," he said, " but be off with you, I say. Such conduct is really most embarrassing, most improper." " Leave that gentleman alone this moment, you shameless creatures. How dare you touch him?" cried Mrs. Prendergast in loud indignation, while Lady Thistlethwaite called to her husband, still lingering at the gate, enjoying his joke with Lord Ogleham. " Marmaduke, send for some of the gardeners to drive these women off the grounds. It's really not a subject for joking." Nurse Dodds turned to Lady Thistlethwaite. " We had imperative business with Mr. Boulder. It is concluded and we are going." Jenny and Hilda Smith relinquished their hold, and instantly Mr. Boulder hurried off, making for the house, where he disappeared. The three Suffragettes turned and walked rapidly towards the gate. " Marmaduke, are you going to stand by without even setting the dogs on them, seeing one of your guests attacked like that?" again appealed his wife. " Well, but they're gone," protested Sir Marmaduke feebly. " And Mr. Boulder's escaped. What more do you want? You women are so unreasonable. Where's Aggie? Let her tackle them." " I wish she would," snapped his wife. " Eileen has taken her off to tell her stories on the haystack. It's really too tiresome to leave me everything to do." " Aggie hates rows as much as I do, bless her. I'm off to the haystacks too. Come along, Ogleham." " Thought I should have died seeing those two girls marching him off before all the village people," laughed Lord Ogleham to his fellow sinner. " They think he's as thick as thieves with the Suffragettes. Ha ha! Best joke I ever saw." " I would not have missed it for £1,000," rejoined Sir Marmaduke. " Poor old Boulder, not much bold about him, eh? Caught in church by the Suffragettes after being guarded all the week by an army of detectives like the Tsar of Russia. Well, he was bolder than the other two. They hooked it in the middle of service," chuckled his friend. " I never witnessed a more indecent, outrageous scene in my life. One blushes for one's sex," observed Mrs. Prendergast severely. " Deuced pretty girl though, that fair one," interposed Lord Ogleham. " I'd have given her a vote and a kiss too if I'd been Boulder and had her hanging on my arm." Mrs. Prendergast gave him a look that should have shrivelled his portly dimensions had his skin not been so thick. She turned and walked away with her hostess in the opposite direction, and they compared notes as to the intrinsic idiocy of the superior sex. " I wonder what those awful creatures, women one cannot call them, will do next," sighed Mrs. Prendergast. She knew next morning. On rising about an hour before the arrival of the housemaid, with her morning tea, and drawing aside the curtains to look out on the lovely grounds of the old abbey, a sight met her gaze which caused the poor lady to rub her eyes in dazed bewilderment. Her first idea was nightmare, for her dreams had been troubled by the painful impressions of the previous day. But the brilliance of the summer morning soon dispelled this solution of the staggering sight. During the quiet hours when all slept, that fair garden had blossomed, not as the rose, but as the Albert Hall on a gala Suffragette night. The rose trees showed, in place of blooms, winding ribbons bearing the inscriptions, "Votes for Women," "Dare to be Free," "No Surrender." The Corisand border was edged with an oft-repeated refrain of the audacious words, "No vote, no tax." In the distance could be distinguished on the rhododendron bushes gigantic banners waving with triumphant impudence in the morning breeze, while overriding the beds of begonias under the very windows of the abbey she could read the insolent inscription, "Taxation without representation is tyranny."
Not only had the moon and the stars shone down in an abetting silence on the midnight marauders, but apparently the very dogs had also been won over to a conspiracy of silence. End of Scene 9. Read by Lisa Reichert. Scene 10, Part A of No Surrender by Constance Elizabeth Maud. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Scene 10, The Dinner Party, Part A. There was to be a small dinner party at Sir Godfrey Walker's house in Carlton House Terrace. Lady Walker was away, unexpectedly called to be in attendance on her daughter, Lady Penhaven, whose sixth child had arrived and departed, without even a look round at the rose-coloured bedroom where it opened its feebly blinking eyes. Alice was doing hostess in her mother's absence, and intended, moreover, taking advantage of that same maternal absence to carry out a bold design, the thought of which made her wonder what she, quiet, commonplace, conventional little Alice Walker, was coming to. She watched herself with the same interest and curiosity she had felt as a child, when looking at Japanese paper flowers unfolding in a bowl of water. Alice had often lately felt tempted to throw herself bodily into the bowl of water and watch what would happen, but she hovered still on the brink. The Walkers' London establishment was liable to the constant ebb and flow of passing domestics, which is the normal condition of most big town houses. But there were certain fixtures, or more properly speaking, permanent pillars of the house of Walker, whose steadfastness enabled the mistress to bear, with equanimity, the changing and passing of the less essential parts of the structure. Chief among the pillars was Mr. Parkins, that imposing and dignified figure already encountered at the portals of Brackenhill Hall. The Chippendale grandfather's clock in the corner of the long dining-room pointed to 7:45, as Mr. Parkins appeared at the door, bearing in his hands some bottles of rare vintage from the cool cellars below. "Come, hurry up with the table, you two," he said sternly, eyeing the two footmen leisurely arranging silver and glass at the sideboard. "Blest if you've laid a spoon this half-hour." "Couldn't recollect how many you said to lay for, Mr. Parkins. My memory's like a sieve," remarked the elder of the two, with pleasant ease. 12, no, 14. If I've said it once, it's a dozen times," answered Parkins shortly. "Only a small affair, then," observed the footman. "Only a small affair numerically, William." Parkins inflated his chest. These two new arrivals needed taking down, like most of the younger generation, Parkins found, but it had to be done judiciously, especially in the middle of the season. "While her ladyship is away, we don't give our big feeds, but generally speaking it's the small affairs, let me tell you, are the most distinky, as Miss Alice calls it. To-night, for instance, 'ere's the cream de la cream, or, to use an 'omely expression for your benefit, William, the pick o' the basket." William paused in his amble round the table to bow, as with an amused smile he retorted, "Thank you, Mr. Parkins, for your affability in condescending to the 'umble level of my understanding. But with the facilities offered by a Polytechnic Travel Club, French is accessible even to us commonality nowadays. It wasn't so in your day, I am aware." "There's a deal of impudence accessible to you young fellows nowadays, and you've acquired it, no mistake." "Got him there, Mr. Parkins," struck in the second footman with an appreciative chuckle at the elderman's refusal to be daunted. "Wo's to be in the cream jug to-night, if you've no objection to enlightening an earnest inquirer?" "We've got some of the cream of the political set," answered Parkins with dignified reserve, as he placed his champagne carefully in the coolers. "I'm somewhat ignorant of that set," admitted the second footman, having only associated so far with the ignorant and effete classes of the aristocracy. "Dukes have been more in our line," observed William. "You can see it in George's languid, 'aughty air. I've got it too, so they tell me." "Then it's just as well for the pair of you to 'ave your 'orizons enlarged by coming to a house like this. It's a education in itself, let me tell you,
to hand the dishes to such distinguished feeders as we 'ave 'ere to-night. Dukes, indeed."
Parkins sniffed scornfully.
"Their time's up, let me tell you. But on these identical chairs will sit two leading members of the present Cabinet, our son-in-law, the Right Honourable Horace Boulder, and the Right Honourable James Weir Kemp. Both have made their way up from mere middle-class lawyers, which shows what brains and push can do. Either of 'em may at any moment climb a peg higher and find himself Premier of Hall England. Things are very unsettled in headquarters."
The two footmen listened with interest, and the elder observed with a touch of respect grateful to the ears of Parkins, "I suppose you're quite in the know, Mr. Parkins?"
"Naturally I am, young man, in a position like mine, with eyes and ears kept well open. Where are those cards?"
He took up a small packet of cards lying on the table and read them out with a short comment upon each for the enlightenment of his underlings.
"Lady Thistlethwaite, Baronet's lady, grass widow, husband gouty, gone to Carlsbad. Mr. Noel Crowley, an MP he is, and an honourable, but father's only a new beer peer. Rich as Croesus, but quite plebeian, as you may say. Now, here's Miss Mary O'Neill. She's a good old stock, and the real thing she is. The late Viscount Montdarry's daughter, but Irish, and poor as church mice, all the O'Neills. Then here's Count de Launay, distinguished Frenchman, not as we think much of foreign titles, but we've been paying 'im a good deal of attention lately, entente cordiale, and all that. Intelligent he is, for a foreigner, and not deficient in a certain sense of humour."
"Well, the longer I attend at fashionable feeds, the more I learn to appreciate that quality," said the younger footman. "It's a blessed alleviation from their heavy dullness." "With you there, George," said his fellow footman heartily.
"Mr. Joseph Opton," went on Parkins.
Such criticisms were not to his taste in these menials.
"Joe Opton, Labour member."
"You never mean he's coming here?" cried George with sudden eagerness.
"Certainly. We make a good deal of the Labour Party," said Parkins, "and this chap comes from our place in the north. We invite a self-made man such as this Opton, both as a natural curiosity to amuse the ladies, and as a matter of diplomacy. Who knows, he may be a notability before you can look round. We're strong on notabilities. We 'ad the Alhambra dancing girl here the other day, and the man who flew the Channel, and a nigger monarch of sorts, quite a melange, as Miss Alice says."
"A menagerie, I suppose you mean," said the first footman. The second murmured thoughtfully to himself, "To think of Hopton coming to this! I'd never have believed it." "Let's have the rest of the guests, Mr. Parkins," said William. "There's Mrs. Horace Boulder, I suppose. Is she clever like her husband?"
"No, she's not, nor is it required of her that she should be," answered Parkins severely. "Wives of Cabinet Ministers," he went on informingly, "are usually, as you'll notice if you cultivate your powers of observation, William, without being precisely nonentities, second fiddlers, or even third fiddlers, one might say. Our young ladies have all been well brought up not to show off on the public platform, but to shine as wives in any position, ornaments in any home, which is the women's sphere."
"Good, excellent," observed William with a wink at George. "And the rest of the female gender expected tonight?"
"Somewhat powerfully represented, I may say," answered Parkins, taking up the two remaining cards. "For here we have Mrs. Prendergast and Miss Selina Crompton, cream of literature and exploration, respectively."
"Sort of new women, I suppose," suggested George. A faint smile flickered across the imperturbable face of Parkins.
Well, they're neither of 'em new in the sense of being precisely spring chickens," he said, "if that's your definition of new, but in the sense of emancipated females standing on their own achievements, independent of man, yes, that they certainly are. Public speakers, too, against the women's movement and the suffragettes and all that common lot. Oh, they'd down 'em if they could, and quite right too, in my opinion," he concluded, with a determined snap of the jaws, which bespoke a good deal of personal feeling. "Are you against the women having their vote, Mr. Parkins?" inquired George, with an amused smile. "Yes, I ham, young man, and if you'd have all the trouble we've 'ad with them, you'd feel as I do, and stronger, no doubt. As to the master, he'd burn 'em if he could, make a bonfire of the old bilin' and strike the first match with all the pleasure in life. They've pestered us to death, those women, and the impudence of 'em, working against us at the elections, lowered our majority, they did, a good 1,000 votes. As to Boulder, Blatherton, and the Prime Minister, their lives has been made a burden to them. They come ringing at their front doors and pushing right in if they don't look out sharp, chaining themselves to the railings in Downing Street. Delivered at the door by parcels post, 2 of 'em again last week. They'd try and get in here if they knew we'd Boulder and Weir Camp dining to-night. But, cunning as they are, we're to shop for 'em. Yes, my dear, I'm ready for you and your flowers now." This last was addressed to Jenny Clegg, transformed into a trim, white-capped little housemaid, who entered at this point with a large tray of flowers and cut-glass vases. "May I arrange them for you like I did the other night, Mr. Parkins?" she asked deferentially. "Miss Alice said she'd no objection, and your housekeepers let me choose the same pretty colours." "You may, my dear." Parkins' tone was fatherly, but his eye observant and appreciative, as it rested on the glossy head and trim round figure. "It's no use giving flowers to William to arrange. His taste is deplorable in floral decoration, but your little fingers are possessed of the necessary cunning, as one may say."
"Thank you, Mr. Parkins," Jenny answered demurely. "It's a real pleasure for me to handle flowers." Parkins smiled benevolently on Jenny. The 2 footmen came to her side, one pouring out the water for her, and the other picking out the flowers.
"Now, you pair of loafers, get to work at once, will you?" cried Parkins irritably. "Seem to think you're sort of ornamental poodles." The footmen dispersed with a grin at Jenny, and left the coast clear for their superior, who devoted his attention to the pretty housemaid and her flowers. Parkins, in an amiable frame of mind, was a necessary part of Jenny's scheme, but she took care to keep him strictly to the parental role, in spite of all attempts on his part to grow younger. The silver head was in close proximity to the glossy brown, when in rushed Alice Walker, a vision of soft white Liberty satin and straw-coloured roses, which matched her shining straw-coloured hair. "Where are the cards, Parkins?" She seized them quickly and began a rapid shuffle. "Now let me see. Oh dear, I wish I could mix them up like a salad. I must have the French Count on one side and Mr. Weir Kemp on the other, I suppose." She paused and looked at Jenny's flowers. "That's very pretty, Jane." Then she added, as Parkins retired to the sideboard, "So that is why you wanted to do the flowers, Jane? Your Union colours." Jenny looked at the flowers affectionately. "Would you like these little ribbons twisted in the smilax?" she asked innocently. "Yes, certainly," said Alice. "Let's have the ribbons too, and do it properly. I'm getting more courage every day. I wish I dare come right out and wear the colours myself, and proclaim them aloud. But," she added, lowering her voice, "when you've all your family against you, all for whom you care. However, Jenny, I'm going to back you up to-night. We'll make Mr. Boulder and Mr. Weir Kemp, at all events, look at that petition, and the anti-ladies too. They shan't ever be able to say again that only a mere handful of hysterical idle women want the vote. No one can call this 250,000 idle. We're working women, every one. It's splendid of you to help me do this, Miss Walker. The truth is," Jenny hesitated, "I came here just on the chance of maybe getting such an opportunity." There's a funny side to it when you think that you came here through Lady Thistlethwaite, a leading auntie," laughed Alice. " She little thought how useful she was going to be to me," chuckled Jenny, remembering the day under the pines and the scornful lorgnettes of the lady in blue. " You haven't told Mrs. Wilmot or Miss O'Neill you are here?" inquired Alice Walker. Jenny shook her head. " I've told nobody. I thought best not. They might get blamed on my account. I'm supposed to be having a holiday. I acted on my own responsibility." " It was an excellent idea, for it will give them all the feeling that you can't get away from this thing. They can't squash it and they can't escape it. That's what you've got to make them feel. Persuasion and reason and begging aren't a bit of good with Cabinet Ministers. I've seen enough of them to know that," said Alice. " Well, I'm going to petition," Jenny went on, " but I don't suppose I'll be able to do more than show the big roll of names. They'll never let me get in 2 words." " I'll see what I can do to help you," promised Alice. " Come in during the dessert, before the ladies rise, and go straight up to Mr. Boulder." " I do hope it won't make trouble for you at home." Jenny looked at her friend doubtfully. " You are not deterred by the trouble it would make for you at home when you joined the Women's Army, Jane. But I confess I am a sad coward," Alice sighed. " I feel sick with fright when I think of my parents and Captain O'Neill, because I care so much what they feel. Then, when I think of you and my cousin Mary, I get quite brave again, and when I remember my brother-in-law and his colleagues, I'm so boiling with indignation I'm ready for anything." " I believe you'll be volunteering for danger service soon," said Jenny hopefully. " I'm not sure this isn't danger service." Alice looked grave a moment. " I must be quick and place these cards. They'll be here soon. Help me, Jane. Hold the men," she laughed, " the troublesome men, while I place the women." She flitted round the table, dropping the little name cards into each place between the green leaves of the smilax, which wound round the vases of purple and white orchids, and the tiny glass dishes of green olives, also proclaiming the Union colours, though never did dinner table look less guilty of any purpose more serious than that of delighting the eye. Suddenly she paused, holding one of the cards with a puzzled expression. " Where on earth can I put Joseph Hopton? I wish I could have him next to me, but I must take on the Count and Mr. Weir Kemp, I suppose. Did you ever meet Mr. Hopton up north, Jane?" she asked suddenly. Jenny stooped to pick up a fallen leaf before she answered indifferently. " I have met him. I used to know him." Alice Walker ignored the indifference. She was all eagerness to hear more. " You did? How interesting. What is he like in his own home, among his own people, I wonder?" Jenny screwed herself up to speak of him naturally. " Oh, he's got fine ideals. Ideals, I should say. He ought to be on our side." She could not keep a little resentment out of her voice. " But he isn't. Because he doesn't know." Alice shot a quick glance at Jenny. She was good at mind reading. " Then you may be sure he will be in time. All idealists must be," she said cheerfully. " My father, in his heart, disapproves of Mr. Hopton, but he cultivates him because he recognises he has influence with the working man. These 2 new footmen are on our side. They've belonged to the Men's League for more than a year, they tell me. The men are coming round fast everywhere." Jenny did not wish to talk of Joe Hopton. " That's what we need, have always needed. Only let us get enough voters with us and our cause is won," answered Alice. " 8:15, she cried. " I must fly. Remember, Jane, all the time I am sitting here laughing and talking, I shall be thinking of you waiting outside with the petition." She flew upstairs with a swiftness that would have done credit to Bobby's schoolboy legs. Jenny stood a moment, gazing at the little card on which Joe's name was inscribed. " I little thought to meet you, Joe. And like this too. Well, I'm not sorry after all." She moved on, then paused and shook a firmly clenched fist first at the card of Mrs. Prendergast and then at that of Miss Crompton. " Women's worst enemies," she murmured. " You, who could have helped us so much." William appeared in the doorway. " Have you got the petition?" she asked quickly. " We mustn't lose a minute." " George is bringing it up now. I came to reconnoitre," whispered William in the tones of a conspirator. Jenny went to the curtain and moved it aside. " We can put it behind here, see? Just behind the curtain.
I will signal to you from the door when to bring it to me." "You may depend on us both, Miss Clegg," said William firmly. "I do depend on you," Jenny answered him. "It's splendid the way you men are helping us," she continued, as the second footman appeared, a large roll in his arms. Jenny took it from him and placed it carefully behind the curtain. Just then the doorbell rang. "Here's an early worm," cried William. "Not 8:15 yet. Mr. Parkins, door," he called, and the three able-bodied men stationed themselves to receive, with due ceremony, the first guest. "He was a gent with yeller kid gloves, the natural curiosity, Mr. Joe 'Opton," announced William, returning presently to the dining room. "Dry up, you William." "I'll natural curiosity you," said George indignantly. "Joe's a deal too good for this lot. I consider he's demeaning himself coming here. Putting on yeller gloves. Somebody's been pulling his leg, poor chap." Jenny lingered involuntarily. The subject held her, though she took no part. "What's he do it for, then? He's not one of this lot. Why does he try to be?" "Aye, why does he try to? Oh, Joe," said Jenny to herself. "He isn't trying to," retorted the loyal George. "If he goes among them, it's because he's using them for his own purpose." William shrugged his shoulders. "Oh, I'm not blaming him. Ambitious, like all of us, I suppose. Wants to get into the cabinet some day, like others we might mention. 5,000 a year too ain't to be sneezed at." "That's not Joe 'Opton. You don't buy him for 5,000 a year, nor yet 10," said George stoutly, and Jenny blessed him for those words. Parkins came in and looked round to see every spoon was in its place. His well-trained eye detected an unwanted fold in the curtains. He brought it to order, and in doing so the roll touched his correcting hand. "Whatever's this? It wasn't here an hour ago, I'll swear. One of those bizarre things." He turned round to find Jenny at his elbow. "Give it to me, Mr. Parkins. It's my fault putting it there," she said in soothing tones. "Or," she added, "will you let me leave it there till after dinner? I won't forget it, no fear." Parkins allowed her to put it back, and then bade her be off. It was time now to announce dinner. "The last of the cream's just come," he said. "Miss Crompton, thin cream she is." "Sour cream," added Jenny aside, "or will be before this evening's over." "It was a narrow squeak when the old boy got it in his hand," whispered William to George, as they stood to attention, rigid and imperturbable as figures at Madame Tussaud's. "My 'eart went pitter-pat. You might ha' knocked me down with a feather," answered the other wax figure, without moving a muscle of his face. End of Scene 10, Part A. Read by Lisa Reichert. Scene 10, Part B of No Surrender by Constance Elizabeth Maud. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Scene 10, The Dinner Party, Part B. The 7 couples filed in languidly, uttering short, ready-made nothings, and took their places at the long oval table. Mary O'Neill found herself next to Sir Charles Crompton, whom she had not met since the day she had, as her aunt described it, been taken with an attack of midsummer madness in the garden, the result, of course, of going over the mill on such a day. Many but futile had been the efforts of Sir Charles to see his divinity during the year that had elapsed, for in spite of midsummer madness, and partly perhaps even because of it, she remained always his one and only divinity. Mary had not intentionally avoided him, but she avoided his world and his set, feeling less and less in common with them as she threw herself more and more into the absorbing work and interest of the great woman's movement. Politics had never appealed to her. The idea of working for a party was, to her, paltry, cramping, and uninspiring. She would as soon have devoted her energies to a milliner's shop. But she was ready to help any party, Tory, Whig, or Radical, who worked for a measure bringing national good, and the women's vote, she had become convinced, was essential to the national welfare. Alice Walker had persuaded Mary to come to this dinner, feeling she needed an antidote to the 3 auntie-ladies invited by her mother, now prevented from entertaining them. But she had kept the aunties from Mary, making mention merely of Joe Hopton as an inducement. Alice had a sneaking liking for the stiff, upright Sir Charles, with his persistent constancy to an unattainable star, and determined to give him a chance, as she considered it, though a chance of the most chancy description, she was bound to confess to herself. Lady Thistlethwaite's high soprano soared above the hum of the other voices. "I hear you're the best bridge player in town, Mr. Boulder. You must write a book on the auction, and cut out my brother Theodore. He's quite too impossibly conceited, and needs taking down." Mr. Boulder murmured something about being a bit off colour. He didn't get time enough now he had taken up golf again. "And I suppose those tiresome cabinet meetings, to say nothing of the House, encroach on your time dreadfully." Lady Thistlethwaite's voice vibrated with sympathy, but for a moment the right honourable gentleman shot a glance of suspicion at his fair neighbour. Her melting blue eyes reassured him, and he ignored the mischievous laugh of his sister-in-law, and her remark as she turned to Count de Launay. "These poor ministers, c'est un métier de chien, isn't it, Count?"
Ma foi, mademoiselle, a dog's life. I would say that description admirably accurate for the poor English ministers in this moment."
Mr. Weir Kemp looked up, his keen rugged face puckered with amusement. "Miss Walker might have been through the Downing Street mill herself."
"Well, I've had something to do with the mills and mill hands, you see," said Alice, "and any woman with a grain of sympathy or intuition has only to look at you poor unfortunate ministers to realise the awful strain it must be to hold the reins of government."
"Alice, you're a great deal too flippant for a lady at the head of the table. Remember you are representing Mother to-night," said her sister, joining in a conversation which promised to be more lively than that on the other side of the table. "Thank you, Helen, darling. I'd forgotten." Alice turned again to the Count. "My mother always treats the Cabinet as bearers of the whole weight of the Empire. So sweet of her, isn't it?" "The Empire!" struck in Lady Thistlethwaite. "I saw you there last night, Mr. Boulder, and you simply wouldn't look at me. You were so taken up with the new Delilah." Alice laughed as she said aside to her neighbour, "Lady Thistlethwaite doesn't count the other Empire. There is but one for her, you see."
"Parfaitement," said the Count. "Delilah has a success fou over here, it appears." He spoke across to Lady Thistlethwaite in foreign fashion. "In Paris, no. One requires something more. To be shocking, that is well up to a certain point, but not enough, see you, for the Parisienne."
"You're quite right, Count," said Lady Thistlethwaite, lifting the blue eyes to him approvingly. "I don't think she's a patch on Lady Kitty Cravenhawk. A charity performance you ought to have seen at Lady Lancashire's last week. She wore rose gauze, nothing else. All the men went perfectly mad about her, and I can quite understand it. I'm going to get her for my church bazaar to draw you men. You must come, promise."
"But enchanted, dear madame."
The Count bowed and smiled.
Sir Charles turned to Mary. "Are you taking part in this bazaar?" Mary smiled at his serious earnestness. "Oh no, we have a bazaar of our own, but no such attractions." Sir Charles gave her no answering smile. He said fervently, "I'm glad to hear it, very glad."
"Glad to hear we have a bazaar?"
"Glad to hear you have no ladies in rose gauze," he said curtly. Then again his eyes rested on her, and he asked almost humbly, "May I come to your bazaar?" "Do you really wish to?" Mary could no more picture Charles Crompton at a bazaar than at a mothers' meeting. He was one of those people whose personality requires their own particular niche. "Certainly, or I should not ask." "But you don't know yet whether it is for an object you approve. I am one of those dreadful women, don't forget." She refused to take him seriously. "A suffragist, I know, but I—"
"Yes, a suffragist, and a suffragette too," Mary laughed.
"Surely not a militant, as they call themselves. You must see that their actions only alienate those who are true friends to the women's cause."
"True friends are not so easily alienated, even if they have other methods themselves. As to those who are not friends—" Mary was serious now, in spite of herself. He took her up quickly.
"Don't mistake me, please, Miss O'Neill. I am objecting only to the militants and their violent methods. Since we last parted, I have gone thoroughly into the question of the women's vote and, well, my views have changed. It has been a matter of great distress to my sister, but there it is. I believe in a vote for the propertied woman."
"I'm delighted to hear it." Mary felt an unholy joy as she looked at his sister. "It is one step forward. I hope before long you will take another." He ignored the little bantering tone.
"It is a serious thing to find oneself at variance with those of one's own family, though. A very unpleasant, and I may say awkward thing."
Charles Crompton glanced across at his sister in deep converse with Mr. Crowley, the latter apparently in the last stages of acute boredom, though not yet through the second course. "I agree with you." Mary realized he was, after all, quite human. "It is the heaviest price we women have been called upon to pay, finding ourselves in opposition to our nearest and dearest, raising a bitter hostility, in many cases such as has no comparison with any other question, private or public. My brothers and I can't speak on the subject at all," she went on with her usual frank simplicity, "and we've been such close friends all our lives that I can't tell you what it means to me. But," Mary looked at him with sudden interest, "do tell me what made you change your opinion?"
"First, the great surprise, I may say shock," he gave an odd little laugh, "of finding you on that side, you of all women, and then the curious arguments used by my sister Selina and her friends, who are so vehemently against it. It obliged me to reconstruct my views, and to inquire more deeply into the matter."
"With the result?" Mary smiled, her old friendly smile on him once more, the misleading smile that had made him believe heaven within his grasp. "Well, the only result when one goes deeply into the matter."
"Yes," he agreed.
Then, realizing with a start she was leading him heaven alone knew where,
"But violence and law-breaking can never be right. Never, that is, for women," he added hastily. "I do most earnestly trust that you will never associate yourself with any really violent policy, Miss O'Neill. I wanted to believe we were working for the same object, and in the same way, and that—"
"Oh, not in the same way at all, I assure you." Mary was taking fright too. "But all ways are good, and I'm so glad you have joined the army, though we can't be in the same regiment. I'm in the artillery, you see. You are a gallant lancer." She was on safe ground again.
"Guns are not made for women's delicate hands."
Sir Charles looked at her wistfully. She eluded him always. "Delicate hands," laughed Mary. "The majority of our hands," she glanced at his, "are far less delicate than yours, Sir Charles. We are a great army of working women. You won't care to come to my bazaar now?" He looked straight in front of him, lost in thought. "Ah, you see," she laughed, and he turned half angrily.
"I shall come, in hopes of converting you to my views."
"Then pray don't come. It would be labour lost."
"Love's labour lost?"
Was ever such a foolish, blind, persistent man? "It's curious how many people have come to believe in women's suffrage by listening to the arguments of the Antis," remarked Mary, in a pleasant, wholly detached tone, which reduced the unfortunate Charles to a state of such hopeless depression he fell an easy victim to Mrs. Boulder, who, already tired of her own man, had been waiting for an opportunity to annex him. Mary, on her side, was soon deep in French forests with M. de Launay. She discovered his favourite pastime, not the slaying of the wild inhabitants, but forestry, the art of keeping their greenwood kingdom. Off they went through the length and breadth of Touraine, where the de Launays once held miles of wonderful forest land, and still owned a little foot of earth. In vain did Sir Charles endeavour to recapture his lady. He could neither do this nor shake himself free from the web of endless small talk woven round him by Helen Boulder, who imagined him completely under her own spell. Suddenly, the passing of the angel hushed the busy human voices. It was but for an almost imperceptible instant, and then the clear, decided tones of Mrs. Prendergast fearlessly broke the silent pause, and Mary left the forests of Touraine and turned to listen to the famous traveller. "We've been doing grand work for the last few months," she was saying. Our League marches on triumphantly. I quote your words constantly, Mr. Boulder, and if there's a spark of womanly feeling or true patriotism in a woman, she comes over to us at once." "What words are those, Mrs. Prendergast?" asked Mrs. Boulder, always on the alert to dart into the middle of another conversation. "Horace lets fall so many pearls, you see." Mrs. Prendergast turned solemnly to the flighty little lady. "I referred to the speech in which Mr. Boulder said he believed that to admit women to the suffrage would mean the inevitable decadence and degradation not only of our national life but of the race." "A golden nugget, certainly," laughed Mrs. Boulder, turning again to her neighbour, Sir Charles, whose attempt to regain the attention of Mary O'Neil had not yet been successful. Mrs. Prendergast had no use for the flippant. She turned to Joe Hopton and inquired searchingly, "Do you not agree with that verdict, Mr. Hopton?" Joe's brows were contracted with conflicting thought. He paused a moment before he answered. "I'm certainly of the opinion that women are best out of politics. Still," he hesitated, but Mrs. Prendergast pinned him down instantly. "You are! I thought so. Now that coming from you, Mr. Hopton, interests me deeply." Mary lost Joe's reply in the sudden rising, like a tide, of all voices as the subject of women's suffrage caught first one and then another, and swept round the table, immersing all the company. Mr. Weir Kemp, still firmly held by Miss Crompton, raised his voice above the anti-din in evident protest at her attitude. "Well, but I approve of women's suffrage, you know. I don't take your melancholy view," he said. "I even believe that the nation would be, on the whole, better and happier for it, though of course I don't hold with the militant party and their tactics." "I sincerely hope you do not," said Miss Crompton, "but I'm glad to say our Anti-League's magnificent work has practically killed off the whole silly hysterical agitation." Mr. Weir Kemp shook his shaggy head. "Don't you believe it, my dear lady. It takes a lot of killing when you get one society alone, and mind you, there are 30 at least, giving some 50,000 a year to oil the wheels, none of them rich women either, remember. It's a hydra-headed monster," he laughed. "The more you clip it, the more vigorously it crops up, and in the most unexpected quarters." "You mean these insufferable females crop up in the most unexpected quarters?" sniffed Miss Crompton scornfully. It was men like this, she was reflecting, whose pusillanimous attitude was really responsible for the evil. "Look how they invade your most private sanctums," she would try and rouse him to a little manly feeling, "your most sacred spots. Look at that sacrilegious scene in Middleham church last month. There wasn't a paper that was not full of it." He actually laughed. "Just so. That was why they did it, no doubt. To keep the matter before the public. Advertisement, you see." "Nice kind of advertisement," snapped Miss Crompton. "Going to prison for breaking windows is an advertisement too, I suppose?" She turned away and addressed her friend Noel Crowley, who, having been sadly neglected by his other neighbour, was now quite glad to be talked to. "Prison is a great deal too good for them," he said with energy. "Personally, I'd give them a taste of the cat o' nine tails." Joe Hopton looked across at him. "That's queer talk for a man," he muttered to himself. Charles Crompton also cast a contemptuous glance on Crowley, and murmured aside to Mary O'Neil, "Insufferable puppy, that fellow is." Mary said nothing, but her eyes showed a dangerous light, like that of the mother bird when a hawk is in sight. "Oh, I do so agree with you, Mr. Crowley," went on Miss Crompton warmly, "and so few men have the courage to say it. Do you know, when I was lecturing in Japan last winter, a very intelligent Jap said to me—" But what the intelligent Jap said was nipped in the bud by the French Count, who, leaning across the table, interrupted eagerly, begging that the remedy so warmly advocated might be explained to him, for this feministe movement had for him an enormous interest. "The Catanintils, what was it?" Mr. Crowley was convulsed with laughter, but the laughter had an artificial ring, and his manner was a trifle over-easy as he answered, his eyeglass cocked jauntily in one eye. "The cat o' nine tails, Count? The good old lash, that is. Well, it was a remedy tried with female politicians in other and less sentimental times. You may remember the present Emperor of Austria,
found it most efficacious with both Hungarian and Italian rebel women some 40 years ago, and I do not doubt we should find it equally so with the suffragette rebel." Count de Launay's expression was enigmatical. He wore a bland smile as he asked, turning from Noel Crowley to Mr. Boulder, "You find it efficacious for your male political rebels?"
"Ah, well, no, I can't say we propose adopting Mr. Crowley's drastic measure for male agitators."
Mr. Boulder laughed pleasantly. The idea was really humorous. "Mr. Crowley would not recommend it, I suppose, for Mr. Green and Mr. Brown, for instance?" came suddenly from the silent Labour member, so silent he had been almost forgotten.
"Ha, ha! Capital idea, that."
Sir Godfrey and his son-in-law joined in a hearty laugh.
"We have to be careful how we handle the Irishmen, my dear Count," shouted Sir Godfrey across the table.
"But not the voteless women," murmured Mary to her neighbour.
"Fi donc, monsieur."
The Count looked from one to the other in amused surprise.
"There exist, then, Englishmen who would even follow the example of a barbarous German of 40 years ago? So little gallant are you in England that when the ladies ask you for a rendezvous, for a vote, piff-paff, you take them by the shoulders and conduct them to an ugly prison. And this, parbleu, even when the woman is young and pretty? Fi donc, I say, of what are you British made to be so brutal?"
Sir Godfrey took up the defence.
"That's all very fine, Count, but what are we to do? You and France don't grow this type of woman."
"Ah, but yes, we have also our feminists. They have achieved much. Already they become doctors, advocates, members of the Institute, and even drivers of the fiacre. We make no objection."
"Oh, my dear Count, there is no comparison. French women are quite different."
"And without doubt French men also are quite different. A French man, he would be capable perhaps of kissing a suffragette if she were pretty. But never would he place her in prison. Difference of temperament, I suppose."
"Can you wonder I am against the militants?" murmured Sir Charles aside to Mary. "This is the kind of thing to which they subject themselves and their sex." "I don't think, Count, that you can have any idea of what our unfortunate ministers have had to endure from these violent, crazy women," said Miss Crompton, also hopeful of bringing the Frenchman to a better mind. "I assure you they have been far too leniently dealt with by mere imprisonment."
"They don't care a rap for imprisonment," remarked Crowley with a lisp.
"Perhaps they do care a good many raps for their cause," said Alice Walker, suddenly screwing herself up to boldly break a lance for the cause. "I wonder how many of you anti-suffrage men and women would go to Holloway Gaol, in the same class, remember, as drunkards and thieves, for your anti-ism. Now, Mrs. Prendergast, and you, Miss Crompton, would your patriotism go the length of 3 months in Holloway, if by going you could avert what you call the calamity of women's suffrage?" Sir Charles looked across at his sister. "That is a severe test, certainly." Oh dear. Fancy Alice, of all people, getting serious and plunging into political discussions. How foolish, poor darling, sighed Lady Thistlethwaite to Mr. Boulder.
"Very foolish," agreed the gentleman heartily. "She will soon lose all her charm if she becomes a politician. I think we've had enough of this tiresome subject anyway, don't you?"
"Well, personally, though I loathe it, I can't keep off it," laughed his fair neighbour. For Mrs. Prendergast also the subject seemed to exercise a weird charm. She yearned to enlighten the deplorable darkness of the Frenchman. He ought to be set right. With this idea she addressed him again, and so impressively that other talk automatically languished, and most of the party found themselves listening and mentally backing one or the other.
"Your attitude, madame, interests me profoundly," the Count assured her politely. "You would, I understand, refuse to your own sex the vote? You, who have created for yourself a position distinguished and emancipated. You have climbed even the highest mountains, is it not so? They tell me also you sit on that other mountain height, the municipal council?"
I have done so ever since my dear husband's death," answered Mrs. Prendergast, in a tone of suitable gloom. "Women may, I consider, legitimately take part in municipal affairs, but not in those of Parliament, where imperial and national questions should be left to man alone. I would see women functioning where nature intended, monsieur, in the home, but not in the arena of politics, where, while neglecting her own duties, she but serves to make herself ridiculous. Women cannot fight, therefore they have no right to a voice in law-making. It may be primitive, it may be elemental, but so is nature, and physical force is, after all is said and done, the ultimate basis of law." A murmur of applause from the aunties present followed this utterance. Mr. Weir Kemp and Sir Charles, after a strenuous effort to follow the reasoning, gave it up, exchanging a befogged look with each other. Monsieur Delaunay waited like a keen chess player for his adversary's hand to leave the board, then nipped in alertly, "Oh la la, is it at that point you are still in England? Surely, madame, in that moment when a gun superseded a fist, physical force was dethroned by the brain. The brain also in its turn must bow before the law of moral force. Surely the ultimate basis should be the justice, my good madame. Would you have us still to resemble our ancestors, the savage animals, testing our right to rule by the strength of the claw and the tooth?" Mrs. Prendergast shrugged her shoulders and looked towards Mr. Boulder, a look which said, "Poor gentleman, what is to be done with such forms of lunacy?" "Well, I'm glad I wasn't put to the test of tooth and claw before they returned me for Northoven," remarked Mr. Weir Kemp. "Crowley, how would you have felt if some of these young suffragettes from Yorkshire had called you into the ring, eh?"
"Thank you, Mr. Weir Kemp, but my art is superior to their brute force. I have learnt jiu-jitsu," replied that young man with sublime equanimity.
"He's admitting the Count's argument," said Sir Charles aside to Mary, and was rewarded by the twinkle in the soft grey eyes of his divinity. Mr. Boulder, though he would gladly have dropped the hateful subject, felt, since Mrs. Prendergast had tacitly appealed to him, it was incumbent on him not to leave the misguided Frenchman in possession of the field, or rather, since he had his feet firmly planted on that particular bit of ground, beguile him on to some less solid near by. "You see, Count," he said, "it is necessary to distinguish between these troublesome, crazy women and the well-meaning though misguided ladies who form the old suffrage societies. You must know that besides breaking every prison rule, smashing their windows and biting the wardresses, these suffragettes have now taken to starving themselves. Now, how would you deal with that in your gay Paris?" This announcement was received in varying manner, according to the temperament of the hearer. Sir Godfrey blustered angrily. Lady Thistlethwaite lifted blue eyes swimming with sympathy to the speaker. The Frenchman exclaimed, "Ma foi!" Miss Crompton and Mrs. Prendergast uttered exclamations of contemptuous scorn. Crazy, unsexed, hysterical. Joe Hopton looked sullen and depressed. Charles Crompton incredulous, till he caught the ardent light on Mary's face. Alice Walker gave a little gasp of horror as she turned to Mr. Weir Kemp. "Not really?" she asked. "Yes, it is a fact," he said. "We had to release 4 today who had refused all food for over 5 days, and were naturally in a precarious condition in consequence."
"Refused all food for 5 days?" cried the Count, in a very burst of enthusiasm. "But it is heroic. It is folly, if you will, but sublime folly. And the motive?"
Mr. Crowley dashed in where his betters hesitated to tread.
"The motive? Cussedness, Count, to put it in one expressive word."
"They only do it to annoy, because they know it teases," chirped Helen Boulder, no longer able to stand the strain of so much serious talk, and Mr. Boulder gladly turned with her into shallower and pleasanter waters.
"No, but seriously," the Count insisted. "Why do they inflict on themselves this torture?"
"Oh, on the grounds," answered Sir Godfrey, "if you please, of a protest against being put in the second division."
"Of course, you see, it pays," observed Miss Crompton. "They get let out at the end of 5 days instead of serving their proper term." "Cunning jades. I'd not let them out. I'd double the sentence," lisped Noel Crowley. Mr. Weir Kemp gave him a look that should have blighted him for life.
"But that wouldn't make these women give in, and we can't have them dying on our hands," he said.
Mrs. Prendergast turned suddenly on her silent neighbour. "Now, I should like to know what you would do with them, Mr. Hopton. They are a great many of them women from your part of the world, I believe, North Country." Sir Godfrey heard the question and added,
"Yes, now let us hear your views, Mr. Hopton."
Joe Hopton looked as though he would have preferred keeping them locked up in his own breast, but he answered slowly and sternly:
"I'm not in favour of women meddling with a man's job, and governing the country is a man's job, but all the same—"
"Hear, hear, that's sound," cried his host encouragingly. "Well?"
Joe's mouth hardened as he went on, his voice growing more dominant and ever less suitable for a dinner party.
"But I can't help saying that according to my view, all political prisoners, whether male or female and of whatsoever class, have a right to claim first division treatment."
Quite so, agreed Mr. Boulder with a genial smile.
"But that's just the point. These women are not political prisoners, you see."
"They're street brawlers," said Mrs. Prendergast, with quiet insistence.
"You see, Mr. Hopton," explained Sir Godfrey in his downright and no-nonsense tones, "if you have no political status and no civil rights, you can't possibly be qualified as a political prisoner according to law. If a small boy breaks my windows, declaring himself to be a Russian nihilist, I punish him as a naughty, mischievous boy, not as a political prisoner. It's the same with these women."
"Perfectly logical," supplemented Miss Crompton, thereby, as she knew, earning the approval of her host. No nonsense about her either. Joe Hopton looked from one to the other, his soul protesting, yet finding no fit words.
"I am surprised to hear that is really so. I must honestly say I'd heard it from the women themselves, and always denied it."
He spoke hesitatingly. In this smart dining room he was a fish out of water, and could not strike out with his usual bold, free stroke.
Live and learn, Mr. Hopton," cried Sir Godfrey, his good humour quite restored. "That is a golden precept for the wisest among us."
Again the Count's voice was heard in a laudable desire for information on this, to him, most typical and characteristic English movement.
"And your men in England, they do not resent their wives and sisters being placed in prison with the second class of thieves and drunkards? That is so interesting. With us in France, I assure you, ladies and gentlemen, if the government treated so our women, the whole population would be indignant to the point of revolution."
"Difference of temperament, as you said just now, Count," said Alice, with a look at her brother-in-law, who, deep in converse with Lady Thistlethwaite, was affecting not to hear. Again Mrs. Prendergast made a manful attempt to enlighten the wrong-headed Frenchman. She leant forward and pleaded the cause of the men of the government. "Pray, monsieur, do not think that these women represent the women our men are bound to respect, and do respect, I am proud to say. Englishmen are ever just and chivalrous when rightly appealed to. This is a case of much cry and little wool, made by a handful of idle hysterical women. The women who matter, the serious workers of the country, are all against women's suffrage, let me tell you." Mary gave Alice a look signifying she really could not bear much more. Alice replied with a quick sign of comprehension, and, rather breathless, herself rushed to pick up the gauntlet Mrs. Prendergast had flung down. "I suppose you would be very much surprised if you knew that as many as 250,000 working women wanted the vote as much as ever their fathers and husbands wanted it, Mrs. Prendergast?" she asked in her clear, ringing young voice, her pink cheeks and blue eyes very bright. Mrs. Prendergast's eyebrows went up in an arch of surprise at this onslaught from so unexpected a quarter. "I should indeed, my dear Miss Walker."
I should feel not only that the world was coming to an end, but that it was highly to be desired it should do so," she answered, somewhat tartly. Sir Godfrey looked seriously annoyed.
" I think my daughter seems to have got a bee in her bonnet. 250,000! 250,000 more like. But that's just the way women distort and exaggerate," he blustered. "Women's ideas of figures and numbers are always somewhat quaint," remarked Mr. Boulder indulgently. Through the dining room door, left just ajar, Alice had perceived a girl's figure. She took a white orchid from the vase in front of her and held it up an instant, saying somewhat irrelevantly but very clearly, "Oh, it's all right." Whereupon the girl outside quickly entered the dining room and took up her stand just behind the Right Honourable Horace Boulder. Parkins at the moment had his back turned, being occupied with the champagne. In her hands Jenny carried a big roll on a tray. She fixed watchful eyes on the face of Alice Walker. "Horace, there is a girl here, a friend of mine, who has something with very quaint figures which I wish you would look at," said Alice, leaning forward and speaking quietly but with rising colour. "Really? Where is the lady? You are always full of quaint surprises, Alice," said her brother-in-law. Jenny came instantly to his side, holding out the petition. "I beg you will look at this petition, sir. It is—" she began, but he turned with a start. "What's this?" he said sharply, and putting up his eyeglass to examine the roll. 250,000 signatures? Ha! Votes for women indeed. My dear Alice, is this a joke?" "Forgive me, please, everybody. No, Horace. It is very sober earnest this time. Do just hear what she has to say." Alice Walker was horribly nervous by now, for several of her guests had stopped talking and were looking round in surprised interest.
"This is most original. Votes for women," cried Monsieur Delaunay, enchanted at this new diversion.
Sir Godfrey, taken up with his neighbour, pretty little Mrs. Weir Kemp, to whom he was recounting at length the history of an "old master" he had bought from a clergyman's widow as a rare bargain, suddenly became aware of the intruder. Mrs. Weir Kemp had seen and heard all, though her attention had never wavered. She was silent as a china ornament, which she closely resembled, but a good listener, and to all old men, therefore, a charming woman. Sir Godfrey broke off with a gasp as his eye lit on Jenny standing at the back of Mr. Boulder's chair.
"Parkins," he shouted. "Parkins, who is that woman? What right has she here?"
Parkins made a movement forward, and then as quickly retreated, gasping,
"Oh Lord, have mercy on us. William, George."
He appealed in vain. The two wax statues remained immovable, flanking the sideboard. No muscle of their faces twitched, only the epaulets on their shoulders quivered slightly. "Father, I know her. She's all right. She has something very interesting to show us," Alice said cheerfully.
"My dear Alice, have you taken leave of your senses?" spluttered her father angrily. "Who is this woman?"
"A friend of mine, and of Mary's," she added with a happy inspiration, knowing her father's partiality for her cousin. There was now a dead silence. All eyes were fixed on Jenny Clegg, standing there in the shawl and clogs of the mill. "Jenny!" cried Mary in unfeigned astonishment, as Jenny turned and the light fell full on her face.
"Jenny Clegg!"
muttered Joe Hopton between his teeth. He had longed for the sight of her every day since they parted, but he would rather have seen her behind prison bars than here at this moment.
"And Lydia's new woman!"
half shrieked Lady Thistlethwaite in genuine alarm. Sir Godfrey rose majestically and thundered forth,
"Parkins, conduct this person downstairs. Parkins!"
The butler, yellow with fear, his knees shaking and knocking together, came forward.
Yes, sir. Oh dear, how did she ever get in?"
he groaned, not yet having recognised the intruder in her new guise. Mr. Boulder came gallantly to the rescue, and even Alice felt grateful to him.
"Since this person is your daughter's friend, Sir Godfrey, pray do let her explain her reason for coming here," he said.
"What an outrageous affair!" exclaimed Mrs. Prendergast. "One is never safe," sighed Miss Crompton.
"Ah, but this is most profoundly interesting," cried the Count.
"Speak, woman, and be quick about it," shouted Sir Godfrey.
So Jenny spoke. You doubt that the working woman wants the vote, gentlemen? I am a Lancashire mill hand. This petition is signed by 250,000 working women like myself, and represents more than another 250,000.
Alice, this is preposterous. It's damnable," interrupted Sir Godfrey.
I know it is, father, but as she is here, do let her show this curious document, proving what you all refused to believe, pleaded his daughter. She won't be a minute. Go on, Jenny. What rubbish these things are! I could get twice that number of signatures against it, observed Mrs. Prendergast to her volcanic host, thereby producing another explosion. Helen Boulder shook with laughter, half hysterical it must be owned, as she murmured, "Oh, Alice, what will mother say? You naughty girl, you—" "All we hold dear is at stake," Jenny went on eagerly, addressing Mr. Boulder, but appealing to all the company. "Your laws of Parliament are coming right inside our homes. We want to have a voice in our own work, what we will do and what we won't. In our own children, how they shall be fed and educated. We want a mother to be counted as a parent to the child she has borne and raised." "Rather premature discourse from a young girl," ejaculated Mrs. Prendergast.
"Damnable folly," spluttered Sir Godfrey.
She speaks well. Continuez, ma fille,"
said the Count encouragingly. "And one thing, gentlemen," Jenny raised her voice and looked round the table, sparkling with its silver and glass and flowers, and at the brilliant company. She knew these would be her last words to-night. "We don't want any women or girls to be so crushed down by economic conditions that they are driven on to the streets to keep from starving, as thousands now are whose pay is 5 shillings a week." Sir Godfrey sprang to his feet, and a murmur of indignation hummed in the air like a whizzing of oncoming bullets.
"Well, Helen, you must stop this as Alice won't. I insist. The thing is preposterous, indecent."
Again Mr. Boulder, with a ministerial movement of his hand, calmed his agitated father-in-law.
"Pardon me, Sir Godfrey. May I say one word to this representative of the suffragettes?"
Sir Godfrey sat down, bubbling and foaming, but he gave in again.
"Do, and let us make an end of this scene, for which I apologise heartily to my outraged guests."
But, on the contrary, nothing could be more interesting," the Count assured his host.
Mr. Boulder turned round and addressed the intruder, standing quietly and composedly at his side.
"My good girl, you and your friends are not in a position to judge these matters. Women's suffrage is not the panacea for all evils, as you seem to think. The suffrage is a very intricate, complicated question, beyond the grasp of most men even, and the consequences of women's suffrage would be vast and far-reaching in their mischievous results. You could not understand this had I the time to go into it, but I will just direct your attention to this significant fact. Wherever women have been allowed to vote, the experiment has proved a signal failure. In Australia, Norway and Finland, all right-thinking women desire to abolish it. In America the agitation is dead, stone dead. And in New Zealand, as the Premier of that country told us at the Albert Hall meeting the other day, it has proved only a disappointment." "But surely the Premier of New Zealand testified to the unqualified success of women's suffrage. I was there and heard him," said Mary O'Neill, aside to Charles Crompton. "Yes, but Mr. Boulder only read the press reports, you see," he answered quietly. "Women, had they a vote," went on Mr. Boulder, "would never restrict their influence to the home, and wiser heads than yours, my good girl, will tell you that women's influence in imperial matters would be nothing short of national disaster. That being so, we who hold the reins of government will never, mark my words, never listen to your clamour for the vote. We have the welfare of the country too much at heart." He turned and resumed an interrupted conversation with Lady Thistlethwaite. "Admirable," said one voice. "Hear, hear," said another. "Men are men and women are women. Until you can change that fact, women will never have the vote," pronounced Mrs. Prendergast conclusively. "For that reason we demand it. If women were inferior to men we shouldn't want it," retorted Mary. "Aye, that's just it," Jenny added warmly.
"Come, be off with you," Sir Godfrey ordered in thundering tones. "Not another word. You've had your answer. A far more forbearing one than I should have given you. Parkins, put that thing in the fire at once." He pointed to the Women's Petition on the table. Parkins darted forward, rolling it up with evident terror lest it should explode. Jenny followed him anxiously. "Please let me have it, Mr. Parkins." But Parkins heeded her not, and the voice of his master followed him as he stumbled out of the room. "Have that thing burnt at once, do you hear, Parkins?" Yes, sir," answered the unhappy man. Suddenly, above the excited chorus of a dozen voices, sounded the ring and clang of the fire brigade and the approaching gallop of horses. Mrs. Boulder was the first to hear it. "Listen! A fire! How awful! What are they shouting?" she said to Sir Charles. "I think it must be a fire," he answered. The word fire lit up round the table as if by electricity, and now with a clatter by dashed the fire brigade. There was no mistake about it. Voices shouted outside. A crowd had gathered. "A fire! Good heavens! Where can it be?" Sir Godfrey started up, and several of his guests rushed to the window with him. "There's a crowd already. The police are collecting in great numbers. It must be quite near," cried Miss Crompton, in subdued excitement, her dramatic instincts on the alert for copy. "Don't go outside, Horace," said his wife nervously. "We can see better from the balcony. Let us all go upstairs." Alice took a swift glance out of the window and whispered something to Mary O'Neil. They exchanged a meaning smile and hastened with the rest upstairs. "It is no doubt the anarchists who cause an incendiary," remarked the Count pleasantly, as he joined Mrs. Boulder on the balcony. In a moment the dining room was deserted except for Joe Hopton. He looked out of the window, then, opening it wide, leant out and called to a passing policeman. The answer he received produced from Joe a shout of laughter. "No fire at all! Ha ha! Suffragettes, did you say? Suffragettes as firemen? Announcing Albert Hall meeting for tomorrow? Well, upon my life, what will they do next? I must go and see how my right honourable friends upstairs take this." Joe shut down the window and walked thoughtfully upstairs. End of Scene 10, Part B. Read by Lisa Reichert. Scene 11 of No Surrender by Constance Elizabeth Maud. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Scene 11. A crushed butterfly. Jenny had duly paved the way for her departure that evening. It was understood in the servants' hall that domestic affairs obliged her immediate return home. As a fact, Jenny had made no confidences to anyone of any sort, and she had told them nothing at home except that she had taken a temporary place as housemaid at Sir Godfrey Walker's London house. She realised that after exploding her bomb there would of course be nothing left but to quit immediately. To face the German housekeeper, the disillusioned Parkins, and the servants' hall, even supported by the 2 footmen, was not advisable at this juncture. Parkins' incoherent description of what had taken place in the dining-room had caused the wildest excitement, but the fact that Miss Alice had stuck by the preposterous housemaid made even the German housekeeper regard her with interest not unmingled with respectful dread. "In Germany also we have those womens," she informed Parkins. "The outsides of 'em is just good plain girls. The insides of 'em is ready for blood and death, I tell you." Parkins shuddered as he answered, "Don't enlarge, I beg of you, Mrs. Schneider. My nerves, and I may add my susceptibilities, have received a severe shock. As to the master, I feared an apoplectic fit for him. His colour was awful." "Nothing don't surprise me nowadays, Mr. Parkins. Mind where you sit down. She likely left some bombs about, for all she say goodbye to me so pleasant." Parkins jumped up with alacrity and took a look under his chair before cautiously reseating himself. "Is she gone yet?" he inquired nervously. "She's gone up to dress. Said she'd be leafing before de Zooper," Mrs. Schneider observed soothingly.
Meanwhile Jenny changed her mill clothes for the ubiquitous coat and skirt, and packed her few belongings into a small tin trunk, preparatory to leaving that evening. She had just descended to the basement with the intention of making her peace, if possible, with the outraged Parkins, by a few words of explanation and apology, when a ring at the back door and the sound of a familiar voice inquiring for Miss Jenny Clegg made her dart forward eagerly. "Peter? Why, Peter, lad, sure it's never you," she cried, her joyful surprise quickly turning to apprehension as she saw the look on his face. "Come in here," she said, taking his arm and leading him into a little room just off the servants' hall. "It's a mercy you caught me. I was just going." Peter looked round the room nervously as she shut the door. "I'm thankful," he said. "Can we be quiet 'ere a few minutes?" "Yes, surely we can. For God's sake, lad, tell me quick what's brought you. You're white as a sheet. Is mother dead?" Jenny leant against the back of a chair, her own face nearly as white as Peter's. "Nay, it's worse'n that, Jenny." The words came as though strangling him. "Death's not a thing to go crazy over. There's times as death's a blessin', God knows." "Worse?" Jenny looked at his drawn face, in great fear for this brother, so many years her special care and charge. "Oh, tell me quick, for God's sake, Peter. I can't bear this suspense. Here, take a drink of water." She caught sight of a jug of water and glasses on a shelf and quickly poured him out a draught, which he drank at a gulp. Then with a jerk he brought out, almost inaudibly, "It's Maggie." "Maggie?" echoed Jenny in amazement. "Whatever's wrong with Maggie?" She would involuntarily have felt relieved had it not been for the unaccountable anguish of Peter's face. "She's took up for—oh, I can't tell you," he groaned, sinking into a chair and covering his face with his toil-stained hands. Jenny's eyes and voice were full of sympathy as she put her hand on his shoulder. "Took up?" she repeated. "Oh, Peter, has she got into trouble?" "Aye, trouble indeed," he answered dully. Then, standing up, he clenched his fists, speaking in low tones of concentrated fury. "It's a foul devil has wrought it, I tell you, Jenny, a damned devil. Maggie's been took to prison for murdering her child and trying to drown herself. Now you've got it." "Her child?" gasped Jenny. "You never mean—" Peter nodded his head, then turned away from his sister's searching, questioning eyes, feeling in his own soul the full weight of poor Maggie's burden of shame. Of such fine metal was his love. "But why ever should she do such a thing, poor lass? You'd a wedded her, I'll wager, child or no child," said Jenny warmly. Peter dropped down on the chair again wearily. "Aye, sure I would. And she mun ha' knowed it," he answered. Jenny's soul was wrung with pity. Gradually the full import of this tragedy was unfolding itself before her. "Oh, poor Maggie, poor Maggie," she groaned. Then another thought struck her with a new fear. "Listen, Peter, Joe's here to-night." "'Ere?" cried Peter, looking up quickly. "Whatcher mean?" "Joe's been dining here with all the grand folk upstairs," Jenny answered quickly. "We must get hold of him and break this to him. He mustn't see it in the papers." Peter's mind clutched at a thought of rescue. "Whoa, na's but the grand folks might help save her. Go fetch him quick, Jenny, for God's sake," he cried with sudden energy. Jenny opened the door and listened a moment at the foot of the stairs. She returned to Peter. "Shh, wait a minute. I hear some of the gentlemen in the entrance hall. They're going out. There's a din with the suffragettes in the street." "No, it's a fire," said Peter. "I see the brigade as I come along, wi' a crowd of police follerin'." "It's no fire," said Jenny. "It's the suffragettes as firemen, calling out votes for women and announcing the Albert Hall meeting. Now you wait here and I'll see if I can't get hold of someone to fetch Joe." She succeeded in catching George on his way to the pantry. He put himself at once at her service, with the result that Peter was asked to step up immediately into a small ante-room off the dining-room. Jenny followed, eluding observation, and George kept watch that no one should disturb them. "Peter Clegg!" cried Joe in astonishment as he entered. He had been told merely that someone had called with an urgent message for him. "Why, what brings you here? Come for Jenny, I hope." Peter took his outstretched hand in silence, while Jenny came forward, her voice trembling. " Joe, Peter's just told me some terrible sad news." " Aye," took up Peter with an effort. " I little thought to see yo' here, Joe 'Opton, but it consarns you too." "Me? What is it, man? Speak out, can't you?" Joe had no patience with circumlocutions. The irritation in his tone took effect. " It's Maggie, yo' sister, that's wot 'tis," answered Peter darkly. Joe startled, and an angry flush spread over his face. The lively, pretty little half-sister was very dear to him, though their lives were now of necessity so far apart. "Maggie? What do you mean? What's wrong with my sister Maggie?" He looked searchingly from Peter to Jenny, and the latter answered tremulously: "Poor Maggie's got into trouble — terrible trouble, Joe. That's why we sent for you, so as you should hear before you saw it in the papers." "In the papers?" cried Joe, really alarmed now. " Why the devil can't you say what you mean?" He turned angrily on Peter. " Aye, sure, it's no worse for 'im nor it is for me, Jenny. I love the girl more'n all the brothers in creation, though she wouldn't look at me. Maggie's tuck up for killing her child and trying to drown herself." Joe clutched the back of a chair. "Maggie? Killing her child? A child?" he stammered. "Not my sister Maggie?" Then with sudden fury: " How dare anyone say it? How do you know?" He turned again on Peter. " It was all o'er Greyston lars' neet," said Peter gloomily. " I went off to the prison where they'd locked her up and won't let a soul come nigh her. I prowled round the walls most of the neet till a bobby made me move on." " Wo's the man?" Joe interrupted fiercely. " I'll know wo the man is." " 'Er master, that's wo it is," Peter ground out between clenched teeth. " She wrote a letter sayin' 'twas 'e when she tried to drown herself. Aye, she'd 'a done better to wed me," he added bitterly, " but that devil just turned 'er 'ead." " 'Er master?" cried Joe, choking. " Ladbroke himself? The damned scoundrel!" " 'Er master?" echoed Jenny. " Who'd 'a thought it possible? Why, 'e's the father of a family, got a wife too, and must be 50. " That don't make no difference to they sort of blackguards," said Peter. " Curse 'em, I allus mistrusted them folks she was with. You mind when Maggie come over in the motor that time, Jenny, when I was laid up and niver thought to be no better?" Joe was pacing to and fro. He stopped abruptly, interrupting Peter's talk with vehemence. " I'll have 'is life, the foul living hound. He shan't go scot-free as the man mostly does. I'll be his judge and jury. I'll learn him so that he'll never forget that when he ruins a girl he's got a man to reckon with. I don't mind if I swing for it." " Aye, but it's Maggie we'm got to think of too," said Peter. " She's got to be saved, cost what it may. Think what's ahead of her," he cried, striking his forehead, as though the vision of that future had burnt itself into his brain. " Oh, however did she come to kill the child?" Jenny burst out with it in spite of herself. Peter turned on her with a tender jealousy, more like that of a mother than a lover. " She writ as she done it for the best. She couldn't bear to lave the pure little thing, and she couldn't face life non what was before her. She were crazed wi' pain and fear and shame, pure lass. And the water seemed the only way out for both of 'em." Joe realised something so big in Peter's love, his own was fain to stand aside, hat in hand. "Aye, the only way out," he agreed with a set face, as Maggie's suffering rose before him out of Peter's woe. If she'd gone home, her parents would 'a shut the door in her face. Not her mother p'raps, but she could 'a done nothing against her father. Smith is a hard man and very proud. He'll feel the disgrace so it'll fair kill him. Come to think of it, where could she go, her character gone?" " Better 'ave let her die at once than bring her back just to torture her," said Peter bitterly. " She who wouldn't 'arm a fly, 'anged for murder." "No, no, Peter," Jenny interposed quickly. "Thank God they never do that nowadays. Those awful times are past. A woman's book stopped that." " Aye, but she's got to be tried for murder." Peter took her up gloomily. " The plice told me so. The judge'll put on his black cap and pronounce sentence o' death o'er her,
and she'll believe it."
Jenny shuddered and covered her face with her hands.
"Oh, poor Maggie. No, no. We must save her. We will. Maybe they'll let her drown easier when they knaws she went nigh drowning herself, puir lass."
Peter looked towards Joe for corroboration of this hope, but Joe shook his head gloomily.
"Not they. A girl's not free to drown herself, though they'll put her in such a fix she can't live. And a man may kick his wife to death in a drunken fit, like Bill Smithers done last year, and they give 'em 6 months," cried Peter bitterly. "It's monstrous. It's iniquitous," burst out Joe Hopton with renewed fury, "to treat a young girl crazed with fear and the agony of childbearing worse, far worse, than the drunken murderer who kills his wife. Such laws disgrace a civilised land." "Oh, why are men so senseless, so cruel?" cried Jenny. "We've got to get such laws changed." "Aye, and while you 'em changing laws, they're killing Maggie," said Peter, looking hopelessly from one to the other. "Oh, if only I could get word to her, as I'll wait for her and wed her soon as they let her out."
"Let her out," repeated Joe, ignoring the rest, which indeed had no meaning for him at the moment.
"Let her out? After years and years of penal servitude? What'll she come out? She'll never come out, or so changed if she does it won't be Maggie."
Jenny stood up between them, a new resolve and steady purpose in her face.
"Joe, Peter, we must go at once and tell Mrs. Wilmot. She'll help. She'll think of something. She'll rouse all England if she's the mind. She's thousands of women ready to follow wherever she leads the way. Aye, and men too. She hasn't lived these 20 years in Bethnal Green for nothing." "What will she do? What can any woman do? They've not even got the vote," sighed Peter despairingly. "She's given her life to get that boon for women, and she'll win it, and this too. How, I can't say, but I know it, so don't let us despair." "Can't these Parliament men of yourn do naught to help, Joe?" asked Peter, doubtful not of the will but of the power of Jenny's Mrs. Wilmot.
"Boulder or Blatherton?" Joe's tone held a bitter scorn. "You don't know 'em. They've no time to waste over a poor working girl. Why, a girl don't count so much as one of their horses or dogs. Not by a long shot. No, if anything can be done," he said with slow conviction, "it's Jenny's women we've got to look to in this business."
"Yes, Joe, you're right," said Jenny. "It's only women can help women, and we've woke up to know it at last. We'll save Maggie."
"I must go to-night and break it to her father and my poor mother. It'll be a terrible blow," said Joe, preparing to go.
"Yes," said Jenny, "and while you do that, Peter and I will go at once to Mrs. Wilmot and tell her you'll be round to see her to-morrow. Good night, Joe." Jenny held out her hand. "Keep a brave heart," she added, and her eyes held his for a moment, sending with that look all she left unsaid. Joe clasped her hand, that strong, capable little hand. He let it go reluctantly. "Good night, Jenny. God bless you," he stammered. And as he watched her disappear down the back stairs with Peter, he repeated to himself with slow conviction, "Aye, it's only women can help women." End of Scene 11. Read by Lisa Reichert. Scene 12 of No Surrender by Constance Elizabeth Maud. This recording is in the public domain. Scene 12. Behind prison bars. The movement was growing and spreading its branches out far and wide. Every variety of bird began to find home and shelter beneath these branches. This was the living tree of life for which those in the desert, parched and thirsty, had been longing, towards which they had been half unconsciously journeying. In vain the powers that be, dressed in their little brief authority, played such fantastic tricks with the laws of equity as made the angels weep. The tree had life, an appalling amount of life, they conceded with dismay. The roots struck downwards so deep into the very heart of humanity that lopping away the branches and mutilating the leaves and blossoms had no effect except that of causing new shoots to spring forth with renewed vigour. Jenny Clegg,
Mrs. Toppin and Mary O'Neill, together with 15 other women, had been arrested and sentenced, some to 6, some to 8 weeks, in the 2nd Division, for holding a protest meeting outside the grim walls of a Midland county jail, where some of their companions were, they considered, undergoing a most unjust sentence. The public at this meeting had shown the authorities how dangerously sympathy with the women's cause was increasing. Again they had recourse to hacking away at the branches, and again with the result of strengthening the roots of the tree they desired to destroy. It was 6 o'clock of a chill November morning. During the night it had frozen hard, and now the snow was falling, though as yet it was too early for the prisoners inside their dark cells to get a glimmer of anything outside. The wardress had been her rounds and lit the feeble gas jet, which gave barely sufficient light to enable Jenny to get up and put on her clothes. With bones aching and teeth chattering, she did her best to wash with the small tin of icy water and scrap of a cloth, which for 1 week had to do duty as the only towel. But Jenny's calm cheerfulness was in no way affected by her depressing surroundings. She gave a whimsical look as she put on the heavy clumping shoes, and spoke aloud. To hear a pleasant friendly voice, though her own, took off the feeling of loneliness. Now for my Cinderella slippers. Seems a pity they can't make them so as not to wear such holes in your feet. It's so hard on those poor old dames in the exercise yard. She sighed thoughtfully as she put on her dress and apron stamped with the universal broad arrow. It has become a symbol, this broad arrow, almost like the cross to some of us, she said softly. Before putting on the prison cap she held it up critically. The French girl, Charlotte Corday, wore such a cap. Well, of course it wasn't so ugly, but somehow I never put this on without thinking of her, and what Father Petre said about her. What a wonderful spirit she had, without a thought of herself, just giving her life for her country. Makes one feel very small to think of her. Fancy what she must have gone through, a sweet, gentle lady like her, before she made up her mind for such a deed, and such a death as she knew must follow. Having finished her toilette, Jenny proceeded to make her bed, rolling up the bedclothes on the shelf and fastening the bed up sideways against the wall. She had hardly finished this when from the adjoining cell came a faint sound like the notes of a call. Jenny darted to the corner from where the sound came. Kneeling on the floor, she put her ear where the hot water pipe passed through the wall. Again came the notes of a call, the prison greeting of the suffragettes. "No surrender," to the chimes of Big Ben. Jenny gave the answering chimes. "No surrender." "Good morning. How are you, dear Miss O'Neill?" "Splendid. Only longing for a breath of fresh air, aren't you?" came the voice of Mary O'Neill. "We must all go at the governor again to-day," sang out Jenny. 3 days without air for speaking a few words at exercise isn't what political offenders ought to put up with. We've got to protest." "You're right, Jenny. We must protest. If he refuses to listen, we must break our windows to-day, I suppose." "Yes," said Jenny firmly. "You fix the time with the others on your side. The wardress's dinner hour, you know. I'll pass it on to Mrs. Toppin." "All right," said Mary. "The signal, no surrender." "Yes, then all together with a crash. It's the only way to show we're in earnest," said Jenny. "Deeds, not words," replied the voice through the wall. "Hope I'll see you at the pump, Jenny." "Hope so," answered Jenny. "It's the only thing to cheer one for the day now chapel and exercise are stopped." She got up and knelt down at the wall opposite. "Mrs. Toppin, no surrender." "Top of the morning to yo', Jenny Clegg," answered the vigorous tones of Keziah Toppin. "No surrender, not whilst I've got a kick left." "Be ready to break your window then. I'll pass you the signal at the dinner hour." "My little shoe's ready," answered the breezy voice. "We need to let in a bit of air and light," said Jenny as she got up and returned to her morning duties. "Now to polish up the family plate." She gave her funny little smile as she took down the tin plate, mug and basin from the shelf. "Good thing I learnt something from Mr. Parkins. He'd be proud if he could see how well I'm doing this for His Majesty." Through the little eyelet hole in the door a glittering hawk's eye watched her. But Jenny talked on quite unconsciously, cheering herself with the sound of her own voice. Presently, with a harsh turning of the key, the door was flung open and the wardress entered, dumping down an empty pail with an angry clatter.
"Talking to yourself again, number 17? I never knew such magpies as you suffragettes. Get on with your work now and hold your jaw."
"Yes, I believe you're right," said Jenny quietly. "We've talked enough."
"Talked enough indeed. Impudence. Come, look sharp, and fetch your water and scrub out your cell. Any applications?"
This question was a matter of form the wardress was bound to go through, for if a prisoner desired to see the doctor or governor, now was the only time in the day when such a request might be made. It was rare that anyone found courage to answer anything save a perfunctory "No, thank you." Great was the wardress's disgust, therefore, when number 17 answered composedly, "If you please, I'll be glad to see the doctor and also the governor." The wardress snorted.
"Oh, indeed. Any other orders, my lady? Wouldn't you like to see the King of England?"
"Very much I should, and have a word with him in private," laughed Jenny.
"The cussed impertinence of 'em,"
snarled the wardress, as she went out, leaving the cell door open. In batches of 4 or 5 the prisoners issued forth with their pails into the long corridor and went to fill them at the pump. This was the one precious opportunity in the 24 hours when those deprived of morning chapel and the half-hour's exercise in the yard could sometimes catch a glimpse of one another, though rarely exchange a word, the wardresses being Argus-eyed. This morning it proved hopeless, for Mary O'Neil was only let out after Jenny had been safely locked up again in her cell. The scrubbing of the floor was no easy matter, with freezing cold water, which refused obstinately to lather the soap, nor was it possible to dry it with the small cloth, little better than a rag. For herself Jenny minded nothing, but for her beloved Miss O'Neil she felt each hardship acutely, and longed to be able, Monte Cristo fashion, to creep through some crevice in the wall and do her scrubbing for her. At 7 o'clock the cell door was banged open again. This time the wardress was accompanied by 2 third-class prisoners, one carrying a huge tin of tea, ready milked and sugared, the other a basket of small brown loaves. In silence they filled the mug and put down the bread, then all 3 retired, the cell door clanging after them with a dismal sound of finality. Jenny ate her bread hungrily, but over the ready sugared tea she made a wry face. Suddenly a bright idea struck her. "I do believe it would do nicely for writing," she cried to herself. "I'll have a try." Taking a hairpin from her head, she scratched in large letters on the wall, as deeply as she could do it, the words, "Votes for Women." Then, dipping a small end of the cloth in the tea, she bound it round the hairpin and proceeded to paint the letters over. But it was a feeble and faint cry, not at all to Jenny's satisfaction. "I must put some good red blood into it, like everything else you do," said Jenny, applying the bare end of the hairpin to her wrist, a somewhat painful proceeding, as the shedding of blood is apt to be, but it produced the desired effect in making the letters stand out so finely that Jenny was encouraged to add a second line, her favourite motto, "Courage is the mother of all the virtues." This completed, Jenny took down her basket of sewing and worked industriously for a spell, her mind travelling busily as her needle, though on a widely different road. The banging of the cell doors and hurrying of footsteps outside as the prisoners were marshalled to and from the daily chapel service suggested the train of her thought. How perfunctory and lifeless was that service, the isolation of each desolate soul being carefully maintained even there by the system of placing the prisoners 3 or 4 feet apart. Then the ominous red-curtained little gallery, behind which, all knew, sat one more unfortunate, more wicked, if you will, than the rest, condemned to the extreme penalty, and daily awaiting its execution. There was little question as to the nameless horror that red curtain struck into each woman's soul. But did it work out any redeeming effect? Jenny, as she looked round in chapel at the faces of her fellow prisoners, had been struck above all by their crushed expression. Some, it is true, were hard and fixed as though carven in stone, but for the most part they were stamped with a dead hopelessness. She wondered whether anyone ever went out of prison better than they came in. One element in punishment, she recognised, must be deterrent, but was it not equally important for the individual and the state that another element should be the remedial? What touch of this existed in the present prison system? As to the chapel, pondered Jenny to herself, so little do they themselves believe in its making you better that the moment you break one of their rules they cut you off going altogether. You think they'd order a double dose to try and make you better, but that's the very last notion that comes into their heads. Oh, we women have got a lot to do when we do get our vote. She had stitched and thought for about an hour when, with a sudden bang, the door was flung open again. "The doctor," announced the wardress, and a stout, strongly built man of medium age and height, red of hair and ruddy of skin, entered as though in desperate haste. Jenny rose from her low wooden stool. "Well, what's the matter with you, number 17?" he demanded sternly. "Terrible bad headache, doctor, caused by want of air, and can't take my food either." Dr. Blount glared at her angrily. "Oh, indeed? Then go without. The remedy is simple," he retorted. "The remedy?" Jenny looked at him fearlessly. "A little fresh air is the remedy, doctor. It's 4 days now my friends and me have been cooped up with never a breath." "Your own fault. If you disobey orders you'll be punished. If you don't like it, keep the rules. If you don't like prison, keep the laws." "Doctor!" cried the wardress who had accompanied him, with sudden horror as her eye lit on Jenny's wall painting. "Look behind you at that wall." The doctor wheeled round sharply. "Where did she get the paint? And the brush?" he demanded. Then to Jenny, "How dare you deface the walls in this manner?" "She's done it with a hairpin," cried the wardress, with a sudden triumphant inspiration. "Well, you'll be punished again. That's all, number 17." Jenny remained silent, her eyes fixed on her own handiwork. Dr. Blount put on his eyeglasses and went up to the wall, examining it closely. He was still puzzled as to how she had managed it, even if the hairpin theory was correct. "Where did you get the paint?" he demanded in a loud voice. The wardress rubbed the letters with her finger and answered for the prisoner. "It's cocoa, that's what it is, doctor." "Cocoa!" cried Dr. Blount. "So that's the way you treat good food, is it?" "No, doctor," said Jenny with a quiet twinkle in her eye. "It's not your good prison cocoa. Who'd think of wasting a drop of that? It's only blood from my heart. I tried to do it with this tea, but it wasn't strong enough. Votes for Women needs your heart's blood, and so does courage." The doctor glared at her. "You need a taste of punishment cell, young woman. Teach you to obey the law and hold your tongue." "Aye, and she'll get it if she goes on this way," chimed in the wardress. "But, doctor," Jenny protested, "it's against the law to put us here at all, just as it was against the law to arrest us when we tried to present our petition. But having arrested us, we're political prisoners, you see, and we ought to be put in the first division, as the men are." The wardress made a movement, as if she would dearly like to box the prisoner's ears. "The impudence of her!" she cried viciously. "That's the way they all go on, doctor." "Political fiddlesticks," said Dr. Blount irritably. "You ought to be in the 3rd class, and you will be next time. Now, have you anything more to say?" "Yes, doctor," replied Jenny sturdily. "I'm bound to protest being put in the 2nd class and deprived of fresh air and exercise. We're all of us getting sick for want of air. This place is so close and smells of drains, or something like it, terribly at times." "That's a lie," he answered angrily. "These cells are admirably ventilated. The Home Secretary has himself declared them to be so after careful inspection." "Always finding fault with something or other, these 'ere suffragettes," echoed the wardress. "Well, I'll thank you for not bringing me here again on such a fool's errand, number 17.
said Dr. Blount, going. "You'll get the worst of it if you do. I'll give you a dose will make you remember, and see you swallow it too." "Serve her right, it would. Impudence," added his satellite, following him out and banging the door after her. Jenny resumed her seat on the stool and took up the prison garment on which she was at work. "Prison's just petrified her," she remarked to herself, "and no wonder when you think she's been here 30 years and more. And proud of it too, poor soul." She lifted up the coarse calico and examined her stitches critically. "I really think I'm improving a bit. There's many things I'm learning by being a jailbird, as Joe calls it. Poor old Joe. I wish to goodness I could get news of him and poor little Maggie." She sighed and lapsed into silence. But she was not to have much solitude that day, for presently the door opened again, this time to admit the sewing mistress, a pleasant, sweet-faced little woman, accompanied by a third-class prisoner carrying a large basket of cut-out needlework.
"Well, number 17, how are you getting on?" she inquired with a smile. Then her eye fell on the wall and her tone changed to one of dismay. "Oh dear, what have you been doing? I'm afraid you'll get into fresh trouble."
Jenny laughed at her concern. "Don't worry about me," she said. "As well be hanged for a sheep as a lamb." She held up her work. "I've done my best, but I'm a poor hand, I'm afraid. You see, I've worked all my life at the mill. I can manage my 4 looms all right, but needles ain't much in my line." The sewing mistress examined the work carefully. "Not so bad. You're improving, number 17. You'll go out knowing something more than when you came in, which is more than most can say." "Thanks to you," answered Jenny warmly. "You don't know how I look for you coming every morning. Have you read this week's votes?" "Yes." The mistress lowered her voice and spoke quickly. "I've news for you, good news. The magistrate has given the case against those visiting justices who ordered the water hose to be turned on that suffragette prisoner in her cell. It's a wonderful victory for you women." Jenny's face shone with pleasure. "Don't say you women," she said. "Say us, for you're one of us, you know." "Oh yes, I'm with you," the little woman answered, smiling. "You've converted me, made me feel proud to be a woman, which I can't say I'd ever been before." The third-class prisoner listened with blinking eyes. They spoke in an unknown tongue to her. "Oh, I tell you it's a glorious thing to be a woman," Jenny went on with eager enthusiasm. "And it's a glorious thing to be in this movement, to be one of this great sisterhood." A wardress passed the half-open door, and the little sewing mistress said hurriedly, "I must be going, or I'll get into hot water, and as to you—" "For me it will be boiling, bubbling and boiling," laughed Jenny, as her friend nodded and went out, closing the door. She had hardly been gone a minute when the door banged open once more, and another voice announced, "The governor." A tall, dignified gentleman, with iron-grey hair and keen soldierly features, surveyed the prisoner sternly. "Complaints again, number 17," he said in his deep, quiet voice, and you felt that at this man's hands you would at least get justice according to his lights. "You women," he continued, "would be better employed obeying orders and keeping rules, let me tell you." Jenny stood before him, her work in her hand, looking the very embodiment of well-conducted womanhood. She answered respectfully, "We only make complaints against injustice, sir. We feel it our duty to protest against being treated as second-class criminals. We have committed no crime." The governor's eye was fixed on the inscription on the wall. He answered in tones of deep displeasure. "You are criminals, and most troublesome ones. How could you venture to deface the prison wall in this manner?" "I've nothing else to write on," Jenny answered simply. "If I was in the first class, where I ought to be according to justice, I'd have writing paper and no occasion to use the wall." The governor was pulling at his grey moustache. Was he trying to suppress a smile? Jenny certainly never suspected him of such a thing, nor did the wardress who accompanied him on his rounds, but she was surprised at the sudden moderation of his tone as he exclaimed, "No occasion to use the wall. Now look here, my good girl, you must be crazy, absolutely crazy. It is the most charitable
and I am beginning to believe the true view to take of your case. Now take my advice and give up these people who have got hold of you. Quit the whole silly business. Do as you are told while you are here, and then go home quietly and do your duty in that state of life to which it has pleased God to call you." With these words he turned and went out, sincerely hoping they would take effect. It really seemed to him 1,000 pities such a bright, intelligent-looking young woman should have found her way into prison at all. "How can he know, or anyone else, what God's voice has been calling to me?" said Jenny to herself, as she sat down again on her stool of penance. "You've got to be very still to hear that voice yourself, but once you have heard it, you've got to listen and heed it well, and that's just what I'm doing, and why I'm here." The cold was penetrating. Jenny's hands were blue, and her feet stung with cold, not only from lack of exercise, but a naturally poor circulation and somewhat weak action of the heart. She rose, and taking off the great, thick, ill-fitting shoes, which had blistered both her heels, tried to warm her feet on the hot water pipe which passed along one side of the wall, but not with much success. Outside in the yard, by mounting the stool and standing on tiptoe, she could see the prisoners doing their daily exercise. Round and round in a never-ending circle they trudged, a yard or so apart to prevent any opportunity of interchanging a word. Those who were strong and active going round the outer path, the feeble and aged round the inner one. Oh, the grey life, the grey flagstones, the grey sky overhead, and the grey faces of the trudging women. Yet Jenny longed to be out there walking with them and breathing in the foggy mist, instead of the close, bad air of the narrow cell. Slowly the hours dragged on. The snow had ceased to fall, giving place to a chill, grey drizzle. At 12 o'clock the key turned in the lock, and the wardress and third-class prisoners entered with dinner, consisting to-day of a lump of suet pudding, 2 potatoes, and a small brown loaf. Jenny knew she would need this food to stoke up for the future. She ate quickly, for now was the wardress's dinner hour, and there was no time to be lost. Presently she heard 4 taps on the wall, and a voice that seemed to come from a long way off, calling out the suffragette signal. Jenny knelt down by the hot water pipe and answered vigorously, "I'm ready." "It will mean the punishment cell for all of us," came the voice through the wall. "And we're all ready," answered Jenny cheerfully. "The only protest left then will be the hunger strike. Oh, Jenny, I don't like that for you. I'm certain your heart is none too strong." "Faith in God and our cause gives us all strong hearts. Never fear for me," was Jenny's reply. She went to the opposite wall and sung out in a high, clear voice, "Ready?" "Ready," came the answer. Then Jenny, shoe in hand, mounted her stool. "Here goes," she cried, and with a good swing of her strong young arm, smash went 3 out of the 4 small, thick panes of glass, and like an echo went the sound of breaking glass to right and to left down all the length of the corridor. Good and clean, if it is damp. Jenny drew in long draughts of the grey damp winter air gratefully. But retribution was already on foot. Bang, bang, bang came the sound of opening doors, followed by loud angry voices and hurrying footsteps. Jenny's door was flung wide, and the wardress burst in, panting and purple with indignation. "Hooligans!" she gasped. "Hooligans! That's what you are. 3, 4, 5 panes smashed." She gazed up at the window, but could not see clearly for rage. "You'll hear of this, you disgraceful, unsexed craters, you." "It's our protest at being deprived of fresh air," said Jenny, still standing near the broken window. "We had to do something, or you and the newspapers would have sworn we were quite content to be treated as criminals. Can't have you saying that, you know." "Well, you'll come up before the governor and the magistrates for this little turn. They'll let you know whether they're quite content, Miss Hooligan. We'll see how a punishment cell'll suit you." With that she bounced out of the cell,
and Jenny heard the cry of "Hooligans!" starting next door. But another voice now came ringing through the air, a giant voice from outside.
"Courage, courage, brave friends of the cause. Victory is in sight. All goes well. Your broken windows are a symbol. The light and air are let in."
The loud, hoarse tones of the megaphone came from the open window of a house opposite, which overlooked this side of the prison. "It is her voice, our splendid young captain," cried Jenny joyfully. She caught up the prison clothes on which she had been at work and waved them out of the broken window. "How they just think of everything, those leaders of ours," she cried with enthusiasm. "The little things, like cheering us in prison, as well as the big things that's going to change the world for women, aye, and men too. Never were such women as our leaders, never in all the world." "No surrender!" pealed in glad, exultant tones from the broken windows all along the line.
"No surrender!"
echoed the giant voice of the megaphone. Then it continued so that all those in the cells could hear.
"Good news, friends! Splendid news! We've won the by-election at Bermondsey. Grand meeting at the Star Music Hall 2 nights ago. Our women carried the vote against the government unanimously. What did it was the government's treatment of the working women. Fine Liberals releasing the 2 ladies because of weak hearts, tested by specialists, but no testing for the working women, and no weak hearts. Well, it lost the Liberals Bermondsey."
"Hurrah! Hurrah! Hurrah!" came through the broken windows.
"It'll lose them scores more seats before we're done with them. The sham Liberal government, sham friends of the people,"
cried the megaphone. "Silence there, you disgraceful creatures! Not women at all, you ain't!" shrieked the wardress, appearing again at the door. "Come down this minute," she commanded Jenny. But Jenny, still standing and waving, did not even hear her. "No surrender, indeed!" cried the wardress. "We'll see about that. Hooligans!" And out she went in search of higher authority and power, while Jenny and her companions, standing at their broken windows, burst into the suffragette Marseillaise, other voices from the house opposite joining in. "To freedom's cause till death we swear our fealty. March on, face to the dawn of liberty." End of Scene 12, read by Lisa Reichert. Scene 13 of No Surrender by Constance Elizabeth Maud. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Scene 13 in the punishment cell. It was bitterly cold in the punishment cell. A chill frosty mist thickened the air and shut out the pale winter sun. Added to this was the penetrating damp of the small dark cellar into which neither air nor light entered, save through a very imperfect ventilator and a little window of unbreakable glass high up in the wall. On a low plank bedstead, only a few inches off the floor, and fastened by chains to the wall, lay Mary O'Neill, wasted and pale, a very shadow of herself. Her eyes were closed, but a look of quiet serenity illumined her face, in strange contrast to her surroundings. By her side was a stone stool, which did duty both as table and chair, and with a tin basin for washing, completed the furniture of this dismal cell. On the stone stool stood a tin mug of cocoa, strange and lurid in hue, and a small loaf of coarse brown bread. This breakfast had been waiting there some time, for the cocoa was stone cold, and a faint dim daylight had replaced the dim gaslight over the door, lit at 5:30, when the prisoners were awakened to begin another day. All night Mary had lain wakeful on her hard plank bed, her body aching with cold and the internal pains of complete exhaustion caused by her 5 days and nights of fasting. But as the cold grey dawn crept in, she fell asleep at last, and only partially roused when the wardress entered noisily and banged down the tin mug and plate by her side.
Oh, those grim prison nights! How she had grown to dread them! Surely no medieval purgatory could be worse. The awful silence of sleepless souls, each in their solitary cell, a silence broken only by those sudden screams and cries, so terrifying, so mysterious, tearing through the heavy darkness, making the heart stand still with a nameless dread. Who was it cried out like that? Was it the poor mother torn from her little child, who fought like a tigress in her despair and was led screaming into the punishment cell? Or was it the poor old woman in prison for being unable to pay her taxes, punished still further by 2 days in these cells, because she protested persistently against the degradation of wearing the prison cap, she whose one pride for 70 years had been to keep herself and the 8 children she had borne the state respectable? Or was it the terrified girl, hardly more than a child, whom Mary had passed on her way to chapel one day, and who, she learnt afterwards from the nice little sewing mistress, had been arrested for the double crime of accosting in the street, and then trying to escape the just hand of the law by striking the policeman who seized her? Oh, those prison faces, how they haunted the night! Mary's cell was peopled with them, and her heart wrung with pity and desire to save. She had spoken to one of the chaplains about them one day before being transferred to the punishment cell. He assured her such pity was totally misplaced. After many years' experience as prison chaplain, he had found as an almost invariable rule that women who got into prison were incorrigibly bad, nothing to be done with them, hopeless. Mary remembered a prison for women of which Miss Chadwick had spoken in the United States. Her dream ever since had been to have one like it some day in England. In this prison, though the worst characters were admitted, no woman had as yet been found hopeless. Much time and patience were needed, but the reward invariably came. Women only dealt with these women. Not a man occupied any post on the place, even the police who conducted the prisoners from the court being women, and mostly little women of gentle, quiet aspect. Gardeners, jailers, doctors, and chaplains, all were women. Perhaps there are cases where only the women's heart can understand how to deal with the bitterness and soreness, as well as the hardness and evil of the woman criminal. Mary already loved her fellow prisoners. There was the girl who looked up at her from her scrubbing as she passed, and gave her a smile like that of an innocent country girl, a smile which went straight to her heart, claiming her as a comrade and a prison sister. And the young mother exercising in the prison yard, her baby in her arms, that baby born in prison, but who crowed and snatched at his mother's prison cap as if it had been a flower, and she a princess walking in the garden. Was the baby incorrigibly bad? He was certainly as impudently happy as though he had been born in the purple instead of the prison. Yes, it was easy enough to love these, but how hard not to hate those others, the hard blind bigots whose bad laws and bad systems built up and perpetuated all the misery. The selfish, arrogant men who would not hear the cry of the prisoners, nor the pleading of those who would save them, or at least make better conditions for the children still to be born. Yet they too are victims, though they do not know it, reflected Mary, as she lay stretched on her bed of pain through those long dark hours. And truly, they know not what they do. Divine love, she prayed, teach me to say, Father, forgive them. Only when I can say that from my heart can I ever know the real meaning of the love of Christ, who gave himself for a world which rejected him. He saw right through the hard, stony surface, deep into the depths of each poor human heart, and there lay the divine germ waiting to be quickened into life, and the only thing to quicken it is love. I suppose, after all, there is not one of those hard-looking wardresses and officials, not one of those cabinet ministers, so bitterly opposed to the idea of doing justice to women, who would not cheerfully die to save someone they love. And with this thought her eyes closed, and her spirit soared away, far above the grey walls of the prison, the grey mists of the earth.
When she awoke it was with a sense of deep refreshment, of extraordinary repose, though she had slept at the longest 2 hours. She opened her eyes with something of a surprise, as though those 2 hours had wiped out the memory of her present surroundings. Then in low dreamy tones she began speaking to herself, a habit she had acquired in her prison solitude, and like her friend Jenny found most comforting. "I must have slept. Thank God for the blessed sleep. How I wish all prisoners here could have such sweet sleep, poor things. It is so wonderful to get away like that. He giveth to his beloved in sleep. And we are all his beloved. What is this wonderful gift he gives us in our sleep, I wonder? For besides the renewing of bodily and mental vitality, there is a further gift. Does the divine love bear us far away, right to the very threshold of the celestial, that third heaven of St. John's, where we get a glimpse of the meaning of it all, of the glorious end in view? I think it must be so, for, waking after such a sleep, all seems so clear, and something gloriously true seems fresh in my memory, though too big to put into words, too big for my small conscious mind to hold, except as a wonderful impression." With a sigh she closed her eyes a moment, vainly trying to call back those fleeting memories which faded like colours in the sky. Then, as her gaze returned to the bare wall of her cell, a little glint of sunshine pierced suddenly through a crevice between the window and the masonry, throwing a patch of star-shaped light on the wall facing her. "Oh, the dear little messenger!" she cried. "He has forced a way through just to tell me the grey mist is clearing and the sun shining in the world outside, this bleak December morning. A winter sun!" She shivered and drew the thin blanket closer round her. "How absurd, though, to talk of a winter sun," she went on to herself, "as well talk of a winter god, or a winter mother. Alas, it is our world makes the winter, we who turn away from the light and warmth. My ray of light flickers. Oh, don't go, little friend. Stay and speak to me just as the blessed stars spoke to me in my other cell, through the tiny window, which held but a few inches of sky, yet 1,000 stars. Thank God these heavenly voices manage to reach us poor prisoners, in spite of thick walls, opaque glass, and watchful jailers. How wonderful to think that that little shaft of light comes straight from the heart of the great centre of light, millions and millions of miles away, to write on my dark wall a message of courage and hope. O glorious life-giving sun, visible symbol of the living love of Christ my Saviour, the eternal sun, fill my poor heart with your beauty. Give strength to suffer joyfully these present ills, counting them as nothing to win the priceless boon of freedom for women. Yes, and for men. How can they be free while their mothers are in bondage? How can a man be free mated to an inferior? It is like trying to run with a lame leg. Surely for the whole human body we must win freedom. Oh, my ray has gone, she cried mournfully, as the patch of light vanished, and dim twilight returned to the cell. Well, I mustn't grumble. The writing on the wall was a letter written by the dear sun to help me through my 6th day of hunger strike. One can't expect letters all day long. A loud turning of the big key. The door was flung wide. A wardress entered and marched up to Mary's side. "So, you've not touched your food again this morning, number 33, despite what I told you?" Her voice resembled the key in the lock. Mentally she was like a withered fir tree, all dry spikes, no sap left, no green, which was perhaps not surprising, considering she had been exercising her present duties for nigh on 30 years. Her thin lips tightened as she looked at the long slight form stretched apparently helpless at her feet, and realized the indomitable spirit which it housed. "I don't wish for any food, thanks," said Mary wearily. "Ho, indeed! You don't wish for any food, don't you?" The wardress mimicked the words.
5 days starving already, and disobedience to horders," she went on angrily. "Well, I warn you, we're not going to stand no more nonsense with you suffragettes. You'll swallow this down, or I'll know the reason why." She took up the tin mug and pressed it against the prisoner's closed lips, till Mary pushed it away and turned her head to the wall. "Please take away that food. I shall not touch it," she said quietly. The wardress snorted and banged down the mug on the stool. "Won't you? We'll see about that. 'Ow if we make you, aye?" "I shall not take it of my own will. You cannot force that," answered Mary. "But I'm quite ready to tell you the reason why I refuse food. I want you to understand." "Oh, I don't want none of your jawing," she broke in impatiently. "Reason why, indeed. We'll break down that stubborn spirit of yours, 'fore we're done with you. I've 'ad to do with worse'n you, not often, I will say, but they've come out crying like babies, and as cowed as whipped curs, before I've done with 'em." Mary turned and fixed her big grey eyes on her with horror. "Those poor things," she cried pityingly. "And you go to chapel, and you pray to God to have mercy on your soul. You call yourself a Christian, I suppose?" "No more of your impudence, number 33," the wardress retorted as she turned on her heel. "Come, look sharp, and obey orders, or I'll Christian you," and she banged the cell door after her. Mary sat up in bed, but even this slight effort made her breath come quickly at first. She stretched out for her small black brush and comb on the shelf and began to do her hair in 2 long plaits, frequently pausing to take breath. She felt curiously weak directly she attempted to move, and on getting out of bed her head swam round suddenly, and she found herself falling. After that she remembered no more, till the voice of the matron reached her as though coming through a thick cloud. "Quick, fetch the doctor, one of you. She's fainted. 'Ere, help me lift her on the bed. Was she all right when you left her?" And the voice of the wardress answered, "Perfectly, matron, but what can you expect? This is the 6th day she's shoved away every morsel of food. Obstinate as pigs, these suffragettes are. Just trying to give trouble, that's all they want." They lifted her onto the bed. Mary opened her eyes, sighing deeply. The matron moistened her lips with water as she remarked, not unkindly, "Well, what on earth they do it for baffles me." She arranged Mary's head on the wooden block that served for pillow. "I'd put them all into a lunatic asylum for mental treatment." "She's coming to. She'll be all right before the doctor gets here," said the wardress, "but they've gone for him now." "Well, I'd rather he came in any case," said the matron. "I'm all right now, really," said Mary. "I'm so sorry to have been so stupid." "Well, come now and be sensible. Just take a drop of this." The matron held the cup of cold cocoa to Mary's lips. "No, thank you. Indeed, I can't," Mary protested, pushing away the hateful tin mug. "No, you'll see, matron." The wardress was triumphant at the matron being served no better than herself. "She won't do as she's bid. She's like a mule." Mary turned to the matron. No, I'm not. It isn't that. We cannot take the prison food. It is the only way we have of protesting. Don't you see?" "I see nothing of the sort," the matron answered. "I consider you are very wrong as well as foolish." "But we must protest," Mary repeated wearily. "We are political offenders, not criminals, and this is the only way." "Well, I'm afraid you'll have to learn a new way," said the matron tartly. "You'd better lie still now till the doctor comes. We'll see what he says. If I was in your place, however, I should obey rules while I was in prison, political or no." "Oh no, I'm sure you wouldn't." Mary looked at her gently. "If only you understood what it means to women to get their freedom." "Well, it'll be a long time before you get your freedom if you go on in this way," said the matron, but the words were harsher than the tone. "Here's the doctor," said the wardress, and the small cell was filled up with the bulky, powerfully built form of Dr. Blount, and another wardress who followed in attendance.
The matron made way for him as he walked briskly up to the prisoner, saying in a loud, bullying voice, "Now what's all this about? Refusing food again to-day, number 33? And fainting, of course, and giving trouble all round. We've had about enough of this nonsense. If you don't drink up your cocoa at once, I'll fetch the stomach tube, and you'll get 2 pints of beef tea poured straight down through your nose. How'd you like that?" A shade of repugnance at his words, or perhaps tone, shot across the well-controlled face of the matron. "I've been trying to persuade her to be sensible, doctor," she said. "Perhaps she will." "Oh, persuasion and kindness are thrown away, I fear, on these crazy, obstinate women." He took up the cup in his turn, and with one hand pressed the tin edge hard against her lips, while with the other hand he held her head up. "Come, be quick, drink it up," he ordered. "I've no time for this hysterical nonsense." Mary turned her head determinedly. "I refuse to take any food whatever," she reiterated, "as long as I am treated as a second-class criminal." "You are a criminal," said Dr. Blount angrily. "You've been violent and disobedient, broken windows and broken rules. That is a crime. I'd put you disorderly, disobedient women into the 3rd division if I were the magistrate. Now, are you going to take this food or no?" He held up the mug, and Mary knew this was her last chance. "I've told you, doctor, no," she answered wearily. "Very well," he said with a vindictive look. "Then I'll force you to take it. We'll see who's master here." He strode quickly out of the cell, followed by one of the shadowing wardresses who invariably accompany the doctor, chaplain, and governor on their rounds. The matron and remaining wardress were about to follow when the former took a step back, saying almost entreatingly, "Be warned in time. I speak as your friend, I assure you." But Mary's only reply was a sorrowful shake of the head. Alone in her cell she began to tremble. Then, with a supreme effort of self-control, she joined her hands, closed her eyes, and her lips moved in silent prayer. It was only for a few moments, but her spirit was calmed almost instantly, and the old look of serenity returned. The cell door had been left open, and presently a wardress returned, accompanied by a 3rd-class prisoner carrying a pail and brush. "Scrub this floor and look sharp," said the wardress, and the 3rd-class prisoner dropped onto her knees as though automatically, and began to scrub in a dull, mechanical way. Mary looked at her a few minutes in silence. Then she said, speaking under her breath, for the cell door was left intentionally ajar, and there were ears and eyes ever on the alert, "I'm so sorry you should have to clean my cell. It is too bad that I should add to your work, but I'm so weak to-day." Slowly the woman on her knees turned and looked at the prisoner on the bed. Her eyes were round with surprise at being addressed in such a tone. Then she turned again without a word and went on with her scrubbing. Mary watched her with pitying eyes. The woman looked still young, about 30, and in spite of her gaunt, sallow face, there were traces of a certain pathetic prettiness. Her features bore no sign of crime or its accompanying hardness, but in her eyes was a scared, dazed look, which made one fear for her reason. "Have you been here long?" Mary asked gently, after a pause. Again the woman turned slowly, and fixed an amazed gaze on her before she answered dully, "I don't know. Seems like years. It must be several months." "Well, don't be downcast. Your time will soon be up. No one is ever here for very long sentences, you know. How long did you get?" "I've not been tried yet," came the answer from a bowed head, as the scrubbing brush moved to and fro. "You mean you are under remand, awaiting trial?" Mary asked in surprise. The head of the 3rd-class prisoner bowed in assent, and drooped lower over her work. "But I don't understand," Mary said very gently. "Do tell me, if you don't think me rude and interfering for asking, how is it? Why do they make you wait all these months?" For answer the woman gave a low convulsive sob. Mary raised herself onto her arm and stretched out a hand. "Oh, forgive me," she cried remorsefully. "Don't tell me anything you'd rather not. Only I thought sometimes it's rather a comfort in prison to speak to a friend, and I want you to feel I am a friend." Without ceasing to scrub, and moving steadily forward on her knees, the woman answered in low, rapid tones. "I was arrested for killing my baby." You Mary hesitated. "Weren't married?" By way of answer the woman shook her head. "Oh, you poor, poor thing. How you must have suffered," said Mary. "I'm not a bad girl," she burst out with sudden energy of protest. "I was crazed with the pain I'd gone through, and scared to death thinking how everyone had turned me adrift, me and baby." She paused in her scrubbing, letting the brush fall, and covered her face with both hands. "But your mother? Have you a mother?" Mary's eyes were brimming with tears. She was thinking of that other poor victim, Maggie Smith. How full the world was of misery. "My poor mother," the girl's voice broke. "It'll kill her, this will." "And your father?" "My father, he'd never let me darken his door after my character was gorn. Never." "But the man, the father of your baby, surely he would have helped you?" The third-class prisoner turned and faced her. Her eyes blazed for a moment. "Help me? 'Im? Why, 'twas 'im drove me to it. 'E said if I dared breathe a word about 'im, he'd make out to everyone I was a regular bad girl, and everyone 'ud believe 'im. 'E was a gentleman, you see." There was a faint ring of pride in the last words. "I hoped I'd die when baby was born," she went on in the old dull tone. "I felt so bad before she came, I made sure I should." "I know of another case something like yours," said Mary, "only she's even younger than you." Mary made sure this girl was 10 years older than Maggie Smith. "We're all going to help her, and we'll help you, God helping us." The girl shook her head and continued to scrub as she answered, "However can you help? There's no help. God doesn't help girls like me. Why should he, when your own parents turn against you? I suppose they'll hang me. Oh, why couldn't they have let me die as I wanted to?" She paused and looked at the half-open door fearfully, then at the pale lady. "Now I don't want to die. I'm afraid." "No, no," Mary said eagerly. "Don't be afraid of that happening. There is no need to fear any such thing, I assure you. Those awful times are over." But the third-class prisoner continued with haggard eyes of misery gazing in front of her, and hardly seemed to hear Mary's attempt at comfort, so incredulous had she grown of any hope. "Every night I dream as they're hanging me. The judge sits there with his black cap on his head, and says those awful words, 'Hanged by her neck till she do die.' Oh, I'll go mad if it goes on much longer. I can't bear it." Again she covered her face with her hands and sobbed convulsively. Mary's hands were stretched out piteously. "Don't cry, my dear. I'll help you. We'll all help you. There are 100,000 of us, all your friends, all going to help you," she said. "Not me, not me," sobbed the girl. "I am a murderess." "No, no, you're not. You never meant to harm your baby, I'm sure. You loved it, didn't you?" I loved it too much to want it to live in this cruel, hard world. My poor little lass." Then with sudden passion she added, "And I'm glad, I'm glad after all, as I did it, and being a girl, she's safe out of their hands, out of the hands of cruel men." "What is your name?" asked Mary suddenly. But even as she spoke, a menacing form stood in the doorway. "Ha! I thought as much," cried the wardress. The soft felt shoes had given no warning of her approach, and now she stood, eyes screwed small with anger, as she looked at the culprits. "Disobeying rules again. Get out of this, number 42. You'll have solitary confinement for 3 days for this. When you're wanted to talk, your mum is a tombstone, and when it's forbidden, chattering like a magpie. I heard you. Shameless hussy, you." With rapid movements the girl gathered up her pail and brush. "Keep a brave heart, and remember you have an army of friends," Mary called after her as she disappeared. "As for you, number 33," the wardress turned to the other delinquent, "the doctors will be here presently and take you in hand. Meanwhile, here's the chaplain. P'raps he can bring you to a better mind." "May I come in a minute?" said a kindly voice at the open door. "Yes, indeed, please do." Mary greeted with a smile of pleasure the tall, bent, grey-haired man who entered, of the long, narrow, ascetic type to be seen in early Italian frescoes. The inevitable attendant followed in his wake. Walking up to the bedside, he looked down at her, shaking his head. " You look very weak, very white. You can't go on like this, you know. The matron has been telling me about you." " I want so much to know about my friends," whispered Mary eagerly. " How are they? It's so terrible not knowing." The wardress in attendance gave an ominous cough. The chaplain said nothing, but answered by a reassuring nod with which Mary knew she must be content at present. " Now I want you to be reasonable," he began. " You can't possibly hold out another 2 days, so—" " I only try to live one day at a time, you know." Mary looked up with her serene smile. " Have you read the Women's Charter yet?" " Yes, I have. I got it at once. It ought to be sown broadcast, that pamphlet. I knew a good deal, of course, but not all, not nearly all the women's wrongs that so urgently need righting." He sighed, and his thin, gaunt face contracted as with pain. " People don't know. Everything combines to keep them in the dark. Did you notice that girl who left my cell just before you came in?" she asked. " Yes, I saw she had been crying," he answered. " Will you talk to her? Get her to tell you her story. She needs all the help you can give her. It is a tragic case." " I will do all I can. I have tried, but she was dumb," he answered sadly. " You see, I don't belong to this prison, and am but a stop-gap. I have not had time perhaps to win her confidence." " She will talk to you far more readily than to the other chaplain. He thinks all the women here hopeless. But the ice has melted now. She is no longer dumb. You will find she is a victim, not a criminal, really. Oh, we women have so much to do when we get our vote. You do see that now, don't you?" Mary turned her eyes on him appealingly. " Yes," he answered in slow, convinced tones. " I realise that your unfranchised condition is the stone at the mouth of the tomb, as your friend Father Petre says. It must be rolled away before you can arise in full power to do the work which lies before you." " Oh yes." Mary took him up eagerly, though her voice was getting so weak it was hardly more than a whisper. " And we want you clergy to help us, for you can help to roll away the great stone of prejudice. Many timid souls will follow gladly where you lead the way. Your sheep will follow their shepherd." " I am with you as far as your vote goes, but, my dear young lady, I cannot approve of you young women starving yourselves to death. No, nor throwing stones or breaking windows." " I should think not, indeed," muttered the wardress under her breath. " But we do it only as a symbolic act, a protest against the tyranny of the government. Never to injure anybody," Mary assured him. " Before we throw our stones at a window, we wait till the blinds are down. That's the woman's way." " The women's way, indeed," murmured the wardress, but they had both forgotten her existence. The tall priest shook his grey head doubtfully as he said, " Our Divine Master suffered violence, he offered none." But Mary, her pale face glowing like a flame, took him up quickly. " Have you forgotten the whip of small cords? Would he find no use for that whip if he came back now for those who desecrate his temple and injure his little ones?" " Oh, the impudence of her!" ejaculated the wardress in pious horror. Still neither of them heard or heeded her, too absorbed in their own talk. " We must discuss this further another time," he said. " Now I want you to be good and reasonable. I beg you to take a little food to-day. Trust me, will you? I am old enough to be your father, and therefore I hope in some things have gained a little more wisdom than you. Believe me, it is the right thing to do. You know," he hesitated, " the prison authorities have orders not to release any more of you before the expiration of your sentences. So the alternative is—" Again he found it difficult to go on, but Mary interrupted him. " I know, she shuddered involuntarily. " But I must not shirk suffering as other women have suffered, as those now with me are suffering. I have a little friend in this prison whose heart is far weaker than mine, yet she will never give in, you'll see.
How can you urge me to turn traitor to the cause through cowardice?" "It's no question of being a traitor," he insisted. "You have all done your share of protest by 5 days' hunger strike. Now it is your simple duty to submit to the laws of your country and the prison rule." "And so make our protest useless and vain?" Mary shook her head sadly. "And for the women who come after us, prison rule worse. For if I give in, it will be harder for them, you know." "But for them and for you it will be alike. The government has ordered forcible feeding, I regret to say. I beg you," he pleaded earnestly, "to submit to their rules." "I have been a hospital nurse. I know what that operation is." "I fear it is done very differently here. I mean," he hesitated, "the conditions must of necessity be otherwise. Do be warned. You have still time. The matron is ready to bring you food. She is very anxious about you, I know." "If you have any pity for us women, then help us to be brave, not weak and cowardly. Pray God to keep us strong." "The doctors are here," said another wardress, coming to the door, and the chaplain turned to go. "I will do as you ask. Good-bye," he said. As the chaplain left the cell, the doctors entered, the one who had already been there, Dr. Blount, and another Mary had not yet seen, Dr. Sawyer, together with 3 more wardresses, bringing apparatus for forcible feeding: tubes, pumps, straps and cord, steel wedge, an instrument for prising, sponge, towels, a wooden chair, and a big quart jug of beef tea. Without any preamble, the doctors and wardresses surrounded the prisoner. "Come, get up with you," said Dr. Blount, roughly seizing her arm. Mary answered quietly, though her cheek flushed, "I'll get up if you will leave me to do so. You are hurting my arm." She tried to free herself from his touch. The old wardress thought this was her hour of victory. In the name of prison discipline she rejoiced. "Oh, we're very delicate this morning, doctor," she put in. "Take her arm on the other side, will you, Sawyer?" said Dr. Blount, "and lift her up on that chair. Pay no attention to her." "I never do," observed Dr. Sawyer, a young man with a bad complexion and eye-glasses. "They're all that impudent, these suffragettes," remarked one of the wardresses pleasantly. "Well, this one has the advantage of impeding their conversational powers," said Dr. Sawyer, with a wink at Dr. Blount, "for a time, at all events." But Dr. Blount was in no mood for pleasantry. He was angry at being flaunted by a pack of women, angry with them and angry with himself at being forced to play a part he did not really relish. This made him rough and rude, determined they should learn a lesson for the future, as he put it to himself. They placed Mary on the chair, forcing her into a slanting position, her head thrown back, while the 4 attendants each seized her arms and legs, stretching them to their full length, so that her body took the form of a cross. "Now hold on firm, all of you," said Dr. Sawyer, "and be prepared for her kicking. They always do," he laughed. Mary tried to speak. She struggled for breath. "Please don't force my head so far back," she gasped. By way of reply, Dr. Sawyer inserted a large steel wedge between her teeth, forcing her mouth open, while Dr. Blount wrenched her head still further back, as he said savagely, "Any more instructions, eh?" "I was going to give it through the nose, but perhaps the mouth would do. Heart all right, I suppose?" Sawyer inquired of Dr. Blount. "Oh yes, heart's right enough," replied Dr. Blount. "You can try the pulse if you like. She's a bad colour from trying to faint this morning. Hysterical, you know, all these women." Dr. Sawyer put his fingers on the prisoner's pulse for a moment. "Perfectly normal," he remarked. "Well, I should go for the nose. It's less bother on the whole," said Dr. Blount. "These little creatures are apt to bite, I know. Vicious cats, suffragettes," remarked the younger man facetiously. "However, if she bites me, I'll draw her teeth. I'm a dab at extractions." The wardresses laughed. They always laughed at the doctor's jokes. Only one, the wardress at Mary's feet, did not laugh. She looked up at the suffering girl, her eyes brimming with tears. I think you'd better try the nose," repeated Dr. Blount. So Dr. Sawyer proceeded to remove the steel wedge and to push a thick rubber tube roughly up the small delicate nose of his victim. Being too thick it refused to pass, causing terrible pain in the attempt. " Passage is too small, deuce take her," he remarked impatiently. " Well, give it to her through the throat then," said Blount irritably. " But let's look sharp. See, we've 17 more of them to do. Can't be all day with this one." " Open your mouth," shouted Dr. Sawyer. Mary's teeth were closed in a nervous contraction. She was incapable of making any voluntary movement. " Open your mouth, will you?" said Dr. Blount savagely. " Leave this to me," he said, seizing the steel prize from Sawyer and forcing it between Mary's teeth, while he gripped her jaw in such a vice as to bruise it badly. Stretching the mouth wide open, he then forced down a thick long rubber tube which, as it passed through the throat, caused a sensation of complete suffocation. Mary writhed and struggled desperately for breath. " She's plenty of life in her still," observed Dr. Sawyer with a laugh. The wardresses pulled violently at her limbs to hold her still, but the grey-eyed wardress at her feet, endeavouring to hold her more gently, let go one foot and so nearly upset the chair. Dr. Blount turned on her angrily. " You don't seem capable of doing your job, wardress. Go and fetch someone else at once. Officer Welch for choice. She's got muscle. Come, look sharp." The kind-eyed wardress rose quickly. " I'm glad enough to go," she said fervently. " It's not a job in my line." And as she went out she looked back at Mary, murmuring, " Poor dear." The rest relaxed their hold for a moment, and the doctor allowed Mary's head to go forward a little. She groaned. " Now you needn't pretend you're in pain," said Dr. Blount. " This is what is done to invalids every day in the year, and they take their food and enjoy it. The sooner you do the same, the better for you." Officer Welch, a strong, bony, hard woman, appeared at the door. " Havin' trouble, are you, doctors?" she inquired, eyeing the scene. " Bad as killing a pig," replied Dr. Sawyer humorously. " Squealing and kicking up such a shindy. Requires a dozen to hold her." " Come on, you're strong," said Dr. Blount. " Wardress Turner is one of the melting description. Mistaken her vocation," he added contemptuously. Welch advanced and, kneeling down, seized Mary's foot in one hand, gripping her knee with the other in an iron vice. " I'll see I don't melt," she remarked coldly. Then Sawyer took the jug and proceeded to pour down the contents. Mary felt like an animal in a trap, a terrible, living, thinking trap. Her whole being was drowned in an overwhelming sea of pain, agonising, suffocating pain, quite indescribable. Time ceased to be. She touched the deepest depths of darkness, but though her body quailed, her spirit did not. " Dr. Blount, you are wanted," called a voice from outside. " Who's there? I'm busy," he answered hoarsely. " The Governor," replied the voice, coming nearer, and footsteps stopped at the door of the cell. All remained transfixed. Sawyer put down the jug and held the prisoner's head, while Dr. Blount hurried to the door. " You are asking for me, sir?" he inquired, surprise and annoyance on his face. " One moment, Dr. Blount." The Governor drew him outside. " Read this." He handed the doctor a telegram and watched his face keenly while he read it. " Home Secretary orders immediate release of Miss Mary O'Neil. Family doctor certifies heart affected," read the astonished and disconcerted doctor. He looked inquiringly at the Governor and asked under his breath, " I wonder who's at the bottom of this? What are we to do?" " Stop the business at once," said the Governor shortly. He entered the cell and went up to the prisoner, still almost unconscious on the chair, with the wardresses holding her limbs outstretched. " There is an order for your release from the Home Secretary, number 33," he announced to her formally. Dr. Sawyer and the 5 wardresses looked at one another in stupefaction. " That will be enough, I think, Sawyer," said Dr. Blount, handing him the telegram. The wardresses relaxed their hold and stood up. Sawyer drew the tube slowly out of the patient's throat. Mary gazed blankly at the Governor, then closed her eyes, too exhausted to speak or to take in the purport of his speech.
"Lay her on the bed," said Dr. Blount shortly to the wardresses, and they obeyed.
"Whatever's the meaning of this?" whispered the old wardress to Dr. Sawyer. He shrugged his shoulders.
"Here, clear away these things," said Dr.
Blount, and 4 of the assistant wardresses left the cell, taking the instruments of torture with them. The matron advanced, placing a pillow in place of the wooden block at Mary's head. "Is that better?" she asked kindly. "Thank you," Mary murmured without opening her eyes. Coming up to the bedside, the Governor looked at her anxiously.
"Is she all right?" he inquired.
"She will be in a minute, sir," said the matron.
"She is perfectly right now," said Dr. Blount impatiently. "They all go through this sort of performance. But of course we have only given a quarter the right amount as yet."
"Just as well," said the matron aside to herself. The Governor addressed the prisoner as though rousing a sleepy person from lethargy. "You will be released to-day, number 33, do you understand?" Mary, opening her eyes, turned them slowly on him. "Me? Why?" "By order of the Home Secretary," said the Governor distinctly. With a great effort Mary repeated, "Home Secretary? I don't understand," she added in deep perplexity. "Are we all released? There is one, Miss Clegg. Her heart is not nearly as strong as mine."
"We have no information about other prisoners," replied the Governor. "You are released because, your condition having been reported, it is thought advisable to release you, since there might be some slight risk in forcible feeding, after your long and wilful self-starving. Until this order was received for your release, the doctors were obliged to proceed with their previous instructions for forcible feeding, as further starvation on your part would have meant risk to your life. You women place us all in a most difficult and trying position."
Mary looked at him, and for a moment he felt as though they had changed places. "Your remedy is easy," she said. "Do justice. Treat us as you do the Irish political prisoners."
"I have nothing to do with it. The magistrates and the Home Secretary refuse to admit that you are political offenders," blustered the Governor.
"Yet 2 Cabinet Ministers admitted we were so." Mary's voice was so faint he could only just catch the words.
"When?"
"At the Bow Street trial in 1908.
"Bow Street trial? I know nothing about Bow Street trials," he replied, "but I do know you are risking your life by your foolish, wilful conduct."
He turned to go, then pausing at the door, added,
"My advice to you is to give it up, this folly. Good morning."
Dr. Blount turned to his companion.
"Well, Sawyer, we'll proceed next door, as there are 17 more of them to be dealt with," he remarked curtly.
"Have their hearts been tested as carefully as mine, Miss Clegg's, for instance?" asked Mary, her eyes, under the excitement of the moment, getting back all their living power. Dr. Blount turned his back and made no reply, but Dr. Sawyer came to her bedside and said with a sneer,
"Let me tell you, I don't myself consider there is the least risk in forcibly feeding you twice a day. It'd do you good. You are better already for the small amount I was able to get down."
"Well, I do beg you both, in the name of pity and of our common humanity," Mary appealed to them both with simple earnestness, "you doctors who know what pain we poor human creatures must suffer, which no skill of yours can prevent, cause no needless suffering to these brave women." Dr. Blount turned on her with a show of indignation.
"What do you mean? We fed you precisely as we do our hospital patients and lunatics in asylums," he retorted.
"The poor lunatics, maybe," Mary replied, "but your hospital patients, do you stretch them on a chair, wrench their heads back, with 5 people to hold them, and force down a tube far too thick and too long? And you, Dr. Blount, is it a part of your duty to use such violence as to bruise your victim's jaw, and then mock at her anguish? If not, I beg you not to treat any woman so again, of any class." Dr. Blount turned away muttering and packing up his instruments.
"You see how much better you are," jeered young Sawyer. "See how you can talk instructing us in our duty all round."
The look Mary turned on him made him feel as though shrivelling, both outwardly and inwardly. "Fortunately for me you were stopped before you had given me more than a quarter of the dose you had prepared," she said quietly. "Again I entreat you, do not give a quart all at once to a woman who has starved for 5 or even 3 days. I have been a nurse. I know." "A nurse's first duty is to obey the doctor. Pity you omitted to learn that," replied Sawyer, making a futile attempt to regain his normal size. "There's a lady come to see you and take you away in her carriage," said the matron, entering quickly and handing Mary a card. "When can she be ready to start, Dr. Blount?" "Whenever she likes," he answered shortly. With difficulty, by the dim light, Mary read the card. "Mrs. Horace Boulder," and in pencil on the back, "I've made them release you, Molly dear. Bobby and I are come to take you away. Hurrah! Be quick and come. Your loving coz, Helen." "So this is Helen's doing. Cruel, when she knows how I must feel about it," sighed Mary. She turned to the matron. "I do not wish to be released unless my friends are also. I refuse to go," she said. "You've no choice," said the matron. "We've got to turn you out. I'll send the wardress with your clothes, and you must get up at once." "Nothing satisfies you suffragettes," observed Dr. Sawyer, recovering his ease. "Well, Blount, having received our instructions for future behaviour, we'll say good morning to this lady." He left with a mock bow. Dr. Blount was following, when Mary called him back. "Dr. Blount, one moment, please." He turned awkwardly and reluctantly. "Will you shake hands and forgive me for my plain speaking?" Mary held out her hand. "Never forget, all we women share the same sex as your mother, Dr. Blount," she added with gentle dignity. The thick hide was pierced. Unexpectedly and suddenly the man found himself humbly taking the hand held out to him. Very respectfully he bowed over it, as he said huskily, "You are a generous woman, Miss O'Neill. I will not forget it," and hurried from the cell. End of Scene 13. Read by Lisa Reichert. Scene 14 of No Surrender by Constance Elizabeth Maud. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Scene 14. Joe's Surrender. It was the beginning of February, and the North Country lay deep in snow. Jenny had been out of prison just 3 weeks, and was looking almost like her old self again, though the month of torture in the form of forcible feeding, which she had endured, by order of the government as an answer to the hunger strike, had told severely on her heart and whole nervous system. For Jenny and her 17 companions, having no cousins among those in high places, had served out their full sentences to the bitter, very bitter end, in spite of weak hearts and fainting fits. After a fortnight's compulsory rest in bed, under Mrs. Wilmot's care, Jenny had gone back to the old home in Greyston, to work up the movement there by organising meetings, and starting new centres in that part of the country where men as well as women were waking to the enormous economic significance of women's suffrage. Jenny's home had undergone many changes since she left on that first memorable journey to London. Mr. Clegg, after an illness of 6 months, the result of a paralytic stroke, had departed this life to carry on his education elsewhere. He had learnt much during the last 6 months on earth, however. Among other things, that great educator, a sick bed, had brought out in him not only an unsuspected capacity for patience, but a quite remarkable appreciation of his poor wife. He seemed to have had some curious notion that directly he was disabled and laid low, his family, having him at such disadvantage, would turn and pay off old scores. It was not only an eye-opener, but a heart-opener, to find the pathetic devotion and deference of his wife unchanged, and that of his children, hitherto not very conspicuous, increased fourfold. With all the dignity and ceremony of a dying Abraham, he gave his blessing and pardon to the unfortunate Liz for her unpopular marriage,
while she knelt sobbing at his bedside. Heaven knew, and so did all Greyston, her repentance for the act was sincere, having begun on the marriage night itself. Rumours came from afar that Sam had taken up with a lady of light character, and what money did pass through his fingers he spent with her. Sam had always been gay, as his wife called it, but Liz was thankful enough to be able to work for her children in peace and safety. Mr. Clegg's family impoverished themselves for weeks in order to combine in putting him away with due funeral honours. A mourning coach with 2 black horses of appalling lugubriousness followed the hearse, wherein were packed 7 mourners, each in new suits of black. Mrs. Clegg knew with what melancholy joy the spirit of her departed spouse, if still hovering round as she believed, would view this last tribute of affection and respect. Jenny also had received her pardon, and her father had listened to the woman's programme for making the nation better and happier, with a dim wonder as to whether perhaps there was not something in it after all. "Something for them young ones as is coming on. It will na do for your mother, lass, so dinna ye try it. Her does very well as her is, to my thinking." With which sentiments Jenny quite agreed. Maggie Hopton's trial was at last to take place. 6 months she had been on remand, 6 months of dire misery and suspense, to end in the realisation of that awful nightmare when the judge would put on his black cap and condemn her to be hanged by the neck till she died. It was wonderful that a girl of Maggie's slight, nervous physique and temperament still retained her reason. News of her had reached Mary O'Neill through the kindly, grey-haired chaplain, and that news was encouraging, for he had found the way to her confidence, first opened out by Mary. Mary, though she declared herself in perfect health, had undergone, both mentally and physically, a great strain, from which she had not yet recovered, though immediately on her release she had insisted on rushing off to her friends in Bristol to help in the women's fight at the general election then in full swing. The country had now spoken, but with an uncertain voice, and though the Liberals had come back into power, it was with greatly lessened majorities, and in many cases greatly lessened prestige. The elections over, Mary had come up to Lancashire to spend a fortnight with Alice and Bobby, reigning in state at Brackenhill while their parents were abroad, before returning to her mother in Ireland, her chief object being to see and help Jenny. It was a cold, bright winter's day in January. The Clegg's kitchen looked very cosy with its big fire and shining brass pots and pans. There was a fire in the parlour too this afternoon, for company was expected for tea, and the sofa, now long discarded by Peter, had been drawn up ready for the guest, no other, of course, than Mary O'Neill. There was a knock at the door, and Mrs. Clegg opened it to admit her neighbour, Mrs. Toppin. "I've brought you summat you may well be proud to look upon, Miss Clegg," she said, unfolding a large frame carefully wrapped up. "Not many mothers can beat that for good reading, and Jim has turned out a tidy frame, I will say, though being his mother, I suppose I oughtn't to praise my own flesh and blood." Mrs. Clegg examined the frame and its contents with admiration, not unmixed with awe. "It do look fine, Miss Toppin," she said. "Your Jim's grand frame seems to a glorified and out of all knowledge. Fust time as I've been fair sorry I'm no scholard. Read un over again, will yo? I reckon I'll soon know it wi'out me specs." "I'll read it fast enough. 'Tis good hearing for any mother in the land, were she the Queen of all England," laughed Mrs. Toppin. "But mind you, Miss Clegg, not a teardrop till I've finished. If you start in the middle, that sets me kind of choking, and I can't do justice to it." "I'll try me best," Mrs. Clegg promised, "but a good cry do seem times a wonderful refreshment, most like a cup of tea." She sat down in the chimney corner, all attention, while her friend stood firmly planted and gave out as to a street meeting. "To Jenny, I beg your pardon, Jane Clegg, I would say. On behalf of all women who will win freedom by the bondage which you have endured for their sake, and dignity by the humiliation which you have gladly suffered for the uplifting of our sex, we, your sister women, herewith express our deep sense of admiration and gratitude for your courage in enduring a long period, aye, and that it were," interpolated Mrs. Toppin with feeling,
of solitary confinement in prison, together with the torture of forcible feeding." Her voice dropped to a mere whisper at the two last words. "For the cause of women's enfranchisement, thereby rendering great service to the women's movement, for the uplifting not only of all women but of the race." She paused a moment and looked at her solitary listener, whose withered hand now covered her eyes. Then she continued vigorously: "Inspired by your passion for freedom and right, may we and the women who come after us be ever ready to follow your example of self-forgetfulness and self-conquest, ever ready to obey the call of duty and to answer to the appeal of the oppressed." A suppressed though audible sniff came from the armchair. "You went off before I got to prison," remarked Mrs. Toppin reproachfully. No, Miss Toppin, not afore passion for freedom," protested Mrs. Clegg. "'Tis that all as upsets me. It do seem wonderful, come to think o' my Jenny bein' writ oop so. An' you too, Miss Toppin, who'd think it to look at you? An' all the awful things as you've been through. But us bein' fating soldiers, ain't they always liable to imprisonment?" said Mrs. Toppin cheerfully. "There's a sorts, thick and thin, long and short, rich and poor, old and young, in this army, and that's one reason we're sure to win. Wheer are you going to fix in now 'tis framed?" She held up the testimonial against the wall. "Right over the mantel, neath her grandmother's tombstone," said Mrs. Clegg promptly. The subject had kept her awake many an hour before the decision had been made. "'Tis as fine a tombstone as you'd see on a day's journey. Jenny'll be prood to 'ang 'longside." With humble pride Mrs. Clegg pointed to a photograph in black and gold frame on the wall. "You couldn't do better by un, Miss Clegg. I wonder what her fayther'd ha' said if he'd 'a lived to see this day." "My poor 'usband took things wery quiet arter his stroke. I reckon he'd 'a put oop wi't," remarked the widow thoughtfully. Mrs. Toppin's honest brown eyes sought the ceiling. She had seen Mr. Clegg rarely during his regenerate days, but she trusted that an upward direction was the right one for her location of him. "Here they be, surely," said Mrs. Clegg suddenly, as a carriage drove up, and she hastened to open the door. Mary O'Neil, her dark furs sprinkled with snow, came in with a smile of glad greeting. Jenny led her to Peter's old sofa, and insisted, in spite of her protests, on her lying down and putting up her feet, in proof that she felt quite at home, which Mary declared she always did in that house. Then Mary had to hear all the family news not already told her by Jenny during the drive. Also all about Mrs. Toppin's 6 boys and girls, and lastly an account of how the movement was growing in Greyston. "Men as well as women trooping in," said Mrs. Toppin, "just as the animals went into the ark." An indignation meeting was to be held that evening to express the views of the women of Greyston with regard to a recent speech from a cabinet minister, who, when questioned in the House concerning the treatment of 2 suffragette prisoners on remand, women who had been refused bail though they promised good behaviour, and subjected to forcible feeding and other indignities, had answered by denying the charge of bad treatment and declaring that these ladies had refused to promise good behaviour. He was doubtless the victim of unreliable information, but these North Country women, at the bar of their tribunal, adjudged him guilty and found no such excuse valid. "I wonder he wasn't afraid of being struck down like Ananias," remarked Jenny hotly. "Right you are, Jenny Clegg," said Mrs. Toppin, "but those good old days seem to be past and over, more's the pity." "We mustn't mention Ananias in connection with cabinet ministers," said Mary O'Neil. "We must say he was guilty of a terminological inexactitude." She was still sore at her release and the way it had been worked. "We've got a shorter name for it in the old weaving shed," remarked Mrs. Toppin tartly. "I'd like to get that cabinet minister in there for the dinner hour one day and learn him a lesson." But Mrs. Clegg shook her head doubtfully. "I reckon we've got enough to do wi' our own shortcomin's and our own duties. Well, I must be going to see to the tea. You'll stay and take a cup wi' Miss O'Neil and all of us, Miss Toppin?" She turned to her neighbour, who was making ready to go by throwing her shawl over her head. Mrs. Toppin excused herself on the plea that she had much to do preparing the club room for that night's meeting, and went forth into the snow which was now falling thickly.
Jenny took a low stool and sat by Mary's sofa. " You're not fit to go to Ireland yet awhile," she said, looking anxiously at the transparent, delicate face and then at the long, thin hands. " Those hands," she went on, " have about as much flesh on them as Mother's washing pegs." Mary smiled down at her. " They're always like that. But you don't know how strong they are. I must go to my mother, for she is not well, ill with anxiety about me, I fear, which is quite unnecessary, for I am really perfectly well now. I only wish you were as well and strong, Jenny, my dear." She looked at Jenny's pale little face anxiously. But Jenny answered reassuringly: " Oh, I'll be all right now I can breathe the fresh air and work. And now that daily torture, that nightmare is over." Mary looked at her with swimming eyes. " To think of their daring to release me while they kept you there. Jenny, when I think of it, I feel — well, I know what Russian people feel, and I understand why they do the things they do." Both were silent for a while. Then Mary said suddenly: " I suppose we shall know about poor little Maggie to-morrow." Jenny bowed her head in silence. " It will be a good thing for Peter when the trial's over," said Mary. " He seems unable to settle to anything. I saw him this morning and persuaded him to go and ask the head gardener to take him back. He was getting on so well." " Joe's just the same," said Jenny. " He won't come near us, and he has thrown up everything he was booked for this last month, I hear. I've only seen him once since I came home, and then he talked so wild I'm fearing any day what he may do." " To the man, you mean?" Jenny nodded. " Well, having soundly horsewhipped him, I think he ought to leave the scoundrel alone. No good purpose can be served by attacking him a second time." Again there was silence between them for a space. Then Jenny said again: " And it's to-morrow they'll try her." " Poor little Maggie," sighed Mary. " I'm thankful I met her in prison. It was strange my not guessing at once, but she looked so old for a young girl. She seemed a woman, worn out and weary of life. I never could have imagined the girl you told me about like that." " I can never be thankful enough you did meet her," said Jenny, " and so is Joe. Poor Maggie, she never meant any harm. And she wasn't really as silly as she often acted. She behaved so because — well, she found it was what took the men, and she got her head turned. But Peter would just die for her sake." Mary was lost in thought. Jenny's words showed it was the same in all classes, the woman trying to mould herself to the pattern admired of men, even if it meant annihilating her true self, and consequent deterioration and moral ruin. Jenny also fell into a reverie. In the adjoining kitchen she could hear her mother preparing tea, and voices which tried to be subdued told that the 3 younger children had come in and knew of the guest's arrival. Outside it was already dark, but the newly fallen snow gave out a strange white shimmering light. There was a sudden sharp knock at the outer door, and Jenny rose with a start. " That's Joe Hopton," she said. She proved right. He paused at the threshold, seeing Mary O'Neil. " I hope I don't intrude, but I've—" They both begged him enter, and Jenny drew a chair for him near the fire. He did not take it, but stood there, rigid and snow-covered. " I've just come from Chesterpool," he said hoarsely. " My sister is sentenced." "When? To-day?" cried Jenny breathlessly. " I thought it was to be to-morrow," said Mary. " They changed the day," Joe answered shortly. " My sister has been sentenced to be hanged." " Oh no, not that." Jenny burst into tears. " Oh, but that's merely a form," Mary broke in eagerly. " Thank God, only a mere form. We all know that, Mr. Hopton. And the case is in such good hands that her reprieve is certain, absolutely certain. Do come and sit down here and tell us all about the trial, and how the poor child bore up. We are both so deeply concerned, you see, and have been so longing for news." Jenny went up to him quietly and helped him off with his coat. Joe Hopton sat down stiffly and spoke in a hard, even voice. " The judge and a jury of 12 just men have found a sick, distraught young girl guilty of murder. Fine justice. The real criminal don't come into it at all. When the judge sittin' up there like God Almighty put on the black cap and passed sentence of hanging on her, she let out a scream. I can hear it still. I shall hear it till I die. Then she fainted.
It's a pity she didn't die then and there and be done with it all for ever." "Don't say that, Joe," said Jenny, tears raining down her face. "Maggie'll live to be happy yet. She'll soon be let out. Mrs. Wilmot says she's sure the public sympathy will be so strong with all this big Women's League working for it, they'll never keep her more than 2 or 3 years in prison." "Mrs. Wilmot was in court." Joe spoke more quietly. "It is women like her should judge such cases, and sit on the juries too, not a set of tough, hard men, all bent on shielding the man who is one of themselves."
"That's what we've thought for some time past, since the days of Effie Deans and Hetty Sorrel and all the long, sad procession of victims down to Daisy Lord," said Mary O'Neill.
"Did Mrs. Wilmot say she'd be able to get Peter's letter to Maggie?" inquired Jenny. "I know nothing of Peter's letter," said Joe gloomily, "but I do know this. I'll never consent to my sister bringing disgrace on any honest man. It'll be my business to look after poor Maggie, if she lives to come out."
"But Mr. Hopton," Mary interrupted earnestly, "don't you know it's the one great hope of Peter's life, to be able to care for Maggie when she's free? You'd have no right to try and prevent it, if Maggie is willing to marry him. You'd be spoiling 2 lives, and perhaps your own too. I feel sure my kind, good chaplain will get the letter to Maggie. He'll be a true friend to her, never fear. He knows her story, and he is heart and soul with the women now."
"Then why don't he and his cloth denounce the men that bring these things about?" demanded Joe, clenching his hand and raising his voice. "I'll tell you for why. Because they take the front pews and hand the bag and figure as pillars of the church, aye, that's why it is. Why don't the newspapers cry shame on them neither? Same tale over again. There's no one to do justice on such scoundrels. The whole world is interested in shielding them. Well, I'll do justice on one of them." He rose as though to be off at once. "He's gone abroad for a change of air, they say. He shall have some more change of air, to a different sort of climate, if a bullet can take him there."
"Oh, Joe, don't do it," Jenny implored, her face growing very white. "No good can come of it. Miss O'Neill says so too." She turned to Mary. "I think in thrashing him as you did, you've done all that is possible or desirable," said Mary. "We don't want you to spoil all your future usefulness and service to your country by an act of revenge."
"Not revenge, just retribution," said Joe, his mouth set in a hard, deep line. "Nothing more nor less than cold, even-handed justice."
"Justice demands that he should suffer imprisonment and shame," answered Mary, her eyes flashing. "Your bullet would bring him neither."
"Aye, that's true," muttered Joe gloomily.
"Throw your energy into changing these bad, unjust laws, Mr. Hopton, so that in future such men shall not go scot-free while their victims bear such a heavy overload of punishment." "If half or even 1/10 of the men in England felt like you do now, Joe," said Jenny, "it wouldn't take a year to change those laws."
"Or if women had the vote," added Mary O'Neill.
Joe looked from one to the other. The hardness went out of his face.
"Yes, if you women had the vote. It's true," he cried with sudden passionate conviction. "I've been coming to see it this year past, little by little. Now I see it clear and plain. In 1,000 ways you need it. You women need it more than ever we men did, and God knows we needed it badly enough. I will help you, you women who have helped me, even when I was against your cause, you women who are always helping us men one way or another. You shall have your vote, your just share in the law-making as well as law-keeping. Instead of arresting 500 women, they shall have 5,000 men to arrest. So many no prisons shall hold us. We'll make it so hot for them they shall give you your vote."
"Well spoken, Joseph Hopton. Such words rejoice one's heart, don't they, Jenny? Men and women should pull together in this great fight. It's you men we've needed all along." "I always knew you'd come over to us some day, Joe," said Jenny, her eyes glistening. The door opened and Mrs. Clegg called out from the kitchen beyond. "Jenny, here's Sally bringing Miss O'Neill's tea. Mind she don't spill it." "But I'm coming to have it with you all in the kitchen, Sally. Why, that's the treat I've been promising myself all this afternoon," said Mary, rising.
"You'd be best in here," said Jenny. "The children make such a clatter." But Mary declared she loved the clatter and went quickly into the kitchen, closing the door behind her. Jenny had no choice but to turn to Joe and ask him to come in and join the family at tea. "No, thanks, I must be going," he answered shortly. He put on his great coat and Jenny watched him, longing for words to express something of the great wave of sympathy overwhelming her, but finding none. He walked towards the outer door, then turned abruptly and spoke, half hesitatingly, nervously. "There's just one thing I'd like to say, Jenny, before we part. I want to apologise for those words I spoke to you. I mean, what I said to you about that man, that son of Mrs. Wilmot's. I'd no business to interfere with you, not in any sort of way. He's all right, I make no doubt." Jenny looked at his averted face, puzzled and perplexed how best to answer. "Oh yes, he's all right, Joe. You just made a mistake, that's all. Think no more about it," she said with forced cheerfulness. Joe took a few steps to the window and looked out absently on the silent, snow-covered street. "As to thinking no more," he said slowly, "we can't control thoughts. But I do hope, sincerely, you'll be happy with him, Jenny." His back was turned to her. Jenny could not see his face. "Happy with him? Happy with Mr. Wilmot? I hope you don't mean anything of the sort." She came up behind him and put her hand lightly as the falling snow upon his arm. "Joe, you know there's only one man I'd ever be happy with. You know that." Her voice was very low. Her heart beat wildly. She felt her happiness for all her life was at stake now. "Don't speak to me that soft way, Jenny. Do you want to madden me?" He shook off her hand angrily. "Do you think I'd ever ask you, or any decent girl for that matter, to be my wife, with my poor sister condemned to be hanged for murder? And you who I chucked because I wouldn't take a jailbird?" He laughed bitterly and turned away. But Jenny was not to be shaken off. Again she put her hand on his arm. "Joe, listen to me. You must, you shall listen. Don't turn your head away from me. Just look into my eyes." She pulled him round gently and lifted her eyes to his. "Look," she said, almost in a whisper. But the whisper was more compelling than a trumpet call. Slowly, reluctantly, Joe turned and looked into Jenny's eyes. "Well," he said sternly, "I see tears in your eyes. Tears of pity. I don't want your pity, Jenny." Jenny held his gaze still and smiled through her tears. "You're not such a mighty good reader, Joe, if that's what you see. It isn't pity. I've never so much as thought of pitying you. I've been so taken up with—" She hesitated, but only to give more emphasis to what was coming. "With loving you, Joe. I've never loved any other man all my life except you. Maggie is going to be my sister too, d'you see, Joe, dear? So we can both help her till she marries Peter. If there's any disgrace, why, we'll bear it together, you and me. And that will mean we'll never feel it at all. If folks love each other, sorrow doesn't part 'em. It binds them closer. Joe, if you'd read true in my eyes, you'd have seen how it will be the great joy of my life to stand by your side always, as I stand now, leaning on your arm, my head on your shoulder, for better for worse, for richer for poorer, in sickness and in health, till death do us part." Then Joe turned, and with sudden opening of the sluice gates, he clasped her in his arms, surrendering wholly as he cried, "Jenny, my own lass." End of Scene 14. Read by Lisa Reichert. Final scene of No Surrender by Constance Elizabeth Maud. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. L'Envoi. The Passing of the Women. The balconies of the Lyceum Club in Piccadilly were crowded with the members, and their friends, both men and women, assembled, like the vast crowds below, to see the great procession of women pass by. From 30 to 40,000 women of every class, of every age, of every shade of opinion, social, political, and religious, banded, welded together, in a solid, compact whole,
by one unswerving purpose. Alice Walker had brought a friend of her Paris schooldays, Miss Penelope Otis, of Philadelphia, to see the show. Penelope in no way shared Alice's ever-deepening interest and sympathy in the women's movement. She looked on suffragists and antis equally as very tiresome, boring people, and did wish, when the subject was discussed in her presence, that they would talk about something more sensible and amusing. Penelope thought, however, the great spectacle to-day might be entertaining. She wanted, besides, to see everything typically English, and so it fell out that she found herself watching with a kind of eager, curious interest for the coming of those queer, unaccountably fanatical creatures, the suffragists and the suffragettes, who were uniting the forces of all their various societies in the biggest political procession and demonstration the streets of London had perhaps ever as yet witnessed, though it was but a foreshadowing of what would come later. Had Terence O'Neill been in town instead of with his regiment in Ireland, it is certain his betrothed would never have been permitted thus heedlessly to wander into what he considered such dangerous paths. Poor Terence! He felt sore enough already at his sister having thrown herself headlong into the crazy movement, not only having suffered the disgrace of arrest and imprisonment, but the danger of a long hunger strike and the torture of forcible feeding. Had it not been for the intervention of Helen Boulder, her life itself might have been sacrificed. It was certainly not Mary's fault that it was not so, for she had bitterly resented being reprieved. Alice had found herself in the very difficult situation of being obliged to show sympathy to her beloved Terence and his grievance, while all her woman's heart went out in secret admiration, bordering on worship, for his sister. It was with Mary's mother Alice felt most at ease. Together they wept over Mary's splendid folly, and knelt in such humble admiration at her shrine that they would no more have dared interfere for her reprieve when in prison than burn incense to a heathen idol on behalf of a Christian martyr. From the first Alice determined it would be best to say just as little in her daily letter to Terence of how she and Penelope were spending this summer afternoon as she had said of the famous dinner party. She would mention it, of course, but in her own gentle and reassuring way, directing his attention mainly to some funny incident which should disarm suspicion and alarm. Alice Walker was one of those young women who, while impressing their menkind with their pliability and malleability, retain intact an absolute inflexibility of character, the hardest of all natures to be influenced or convinced from the outside, being fundamentally lacking in the suppleness which appears to mere man their chief charm. To know them he has to marry them, and even then, such is the guilelessness of many of the self-styled superior sex, that after years of matrimony, a daisy, or an Alice, by the river's brim, a simple Alice 'tis to him, and it is nothing more. These Alices are the wise virgins who, to rectify in some measure the handicapped conditions under which they find their sex suffering, have developed to a fine point woman's inexhaustible resource and wit. Not infrequently they are forced, like the stream which flows in spite of all obstacles to the sea, round circuitous bypaths and subterranean ways, but they invariably attain their goal in due time. Among the crowd on the balcony, like a strange migratory bird, strayed into this western world by mistake, appeared the dark, dreamy face of a young Indian. Someone introduced him by an unpronounceable name to Alice Walker and her friend, and he took a seat beside them. He was of the Brahmin caste, a lawyer going through a course at the Middle Temple, and already extraordinarily at home with the English tongue. Just below the people were massing together. The usual good-natured London crowd, out to be amused, ready to laugh uproariously at the feeblest flicker of wit from the crowd jester, that jocose, public-spirited young man who pops up as inevitably on such occasions as the froth on ginger-beer. The big luminous eyes of the Indian watched everything about him with interest, the interest of a sphinx in the doings of an ant-heap. He listened attentively to the laughing chatter of the two girls,
and his eyes met their frank blue gaze discreetly. At first he spoke but little, merely a few words of polite assent, when they turned and included him in their conversation, but those few words showed he had plenty more at his command. "He looks quite nice and tame," whispered Penelope Otis to her friend, "but he probably has the most horrible Oriental ideas about women, if we could see inside him." "How exciting," said Alice. "Do get him to turn himself inside out. You can, if anybody could. I expect he looks upon us with horror." "Horror, my dear. Fascinated admiration, that's more like it, and I'm not sure those magnetic eyes of his aren't just fascinating me. He's very interesting." Penelope Otis had been brought up in an atmosphere of intellectual and moral culture. From her earliest schoolroom days she had imbibed the higher, if not the highest, education. Her reasoning powers had been well developed, but the imagination had not kept pace with them. Everything interested her, nothing had as yet touched her. She was travelling now to complete her mental equipment, and while eagerly absorbing new impressions, she viewed life much as a spectator at the play, a spectator in the comfortable stalls. The play this afternoon was very interesting. She just loved it. It was so typically English, said Penelope, turning to the young Indian beside her. "Very English, very Western," he made answer politely. "I think it is exclusively English," she maintained. "This dear old country and its inhabitants are unique, absolutely unique, and quite too deliciously entertaining, whatever they do." "Don't you have suffrage processions in America?" asked Alice with some asperity, not quite appreciating the role allotted to England as a source of perennial entertainment for the young American tourist. "Well, it's like this with us," her friend answered soothingly. "We couldn't have anything in this style. There's no raison d'être for it. If we wanted the vote, our men wouldn't dream of opposing us. They know their place far too well. Our women's deputations are received at Washington with just the same respect and consideration as those of the men. While here, you're so delightfully medieval. That's what I just love about you. It's like getting a peep into the dear old Middle Ages, isn't it?" She turned again to the serious young Oriental. "With us, again, it is so different, you see. Our ideas do not change about eternal verities. What they were in the Middle Ages, that they are to-day." He gave a smile, whimsical, mysterious. His eyes seemed to be looking at the same moment back into the past and out into the future. "Eternal verities," repeated Penelope. "But don't you believe in progress, in the march of civilization?" The Brahmin shook his head. "Not as you do. These are outward things, superficial we would say, of no importance. Civilization is but the turning of the wheel of time. There is no progress save that of the soul, and for that many incarnations are necessary." Alice looked at him curiously as she asked, "Do you believe that the same person is incarnated both as a man and a woman?" "Certainly. Many times a man and many times a woman." "Then," struck in Penelope, poaching in her unscrupulous way on Alice's thought, "why don't you see your women have a better time? You should remember you'll benefit by it probably in your next life yourself." "Benefit? But to us it would be no benefit, quite the reverse. If for the evolution of a soul it is sent to live as a woman on earth, it is to learn those lessons which the woman's life alone can teach." "And by that you mean to view the world behind shutters and veils, and have the pokiest time you tyrants of men can devise," laughed Penelope lightly. But the Indian answered solemnly, "To learn, as the woman learns in most lives, the great lessons whereby the soul grows best: self-sacrifice, self-abnegation, self-control, humility, the bearing in silence of bodily pain, obedience often to natures far inferior to her own, to be set at naught and little considered, viewing this passing life from behind veils and shutters, as you say, that so the spirit may retire within
and meditate on the eternal, on the unseen and real. This is the highest benefit." Penelope found herself for the moment unaccountably extinguished by these curious Oriental ideas. She had no answer ready, but Alice, following every word with intense interest, bent forward. "Then you don't really despise women? I mean, not as belonging to an inferior sex, like so many of our men do?" she asked. "How could we?" he said in gentle surprise. "A soul does not belong to any sex. It is educated by the experiences of both sexes. Only in the West, where you are materialists, can women be despised on account of sex." "But you despise the brains, the judgment of women, surely?" insisted Alice. "I do not think you can ever understand us, or think as we do. The first principle is different. For you of the West the mind grows out of the body, the greater out of the less. With us the soul has no sex. I honour my mother above all human beings. I listen to her counsels as to the voice of God. She was Purda at the age of 9, and bore me, her eldest son, when she was but 11 years old. She has never travelled or seen beyond her garden wall, and she knows nothing of science or literature or of foreign countries. But her spirit has evolved much. It is a high and noble spirit, and will return to earth next time as a great seer and perhaps a great ruler. It has learnt the lessons appointed through many incarnations." "And you will probably come back as a woman, and live behind a shutter all your days," observed Penelope mischievously. "It would be better perhaps for my soul than to return as a beautiful young girl of America," he answered, smiling. "If one does not use well one's manhood, very surely one comes back as a woman, but not as an American lady, I think." "Nor a suffragette," laughed Alice. "Oh, a suffragette. That is different," he answered seriously. "They suffer, those women. They are the instruments of great forces on the other side, working out evolution on the material plane, but spiritually inspired. No one can stop them. They cannot stop themselves, even if they would. They are part of a moral earthquake in which they may all be immolated. They work out their karma."
"Perhaps they were cabinet ministers in their last incarnations," suggested Penelope. "Tyrannical, narrow-minded old gentlemen." "I'll tell Horace Boulder what's before him. To be a suffragette in his next life," laughed Alice. "Listen, here they come." All three leant forward as they caught the distant sound of martial music, the roll of drums and the roar of the cheering crowd. "I suppose that cousin of yours with the sweet Irish eyes will be walking with the prisoners?" said Penelope. "Oh, yes. Mary will be carrying a broad arrow, bless her," answered Alice with a sigh. "Pity she doesn't marry. She's so attractive," remarked Penelope. "But I suppose she scares all the men with these ideas of hers." "She converts far more than she scares, I can tell you," answered Alice. "But Mary does not want to marry." "Poor dear," laughed Penelope. "We don't have that complaint among our girls, luckily for the men." "I mean," said Alice, "not for the sake of being married. She may marry any day for the sake of the man, and then she wouldn't care 2 straws how ineligible he was." "She's what we'd call a crank. Girls like that oughtn't to be trusted out alone," remarked Penelope wisely. Louder and louder roared the cheers and rolled the drums. The mounted police pushed back the surging crowd round Hyde Park Corner, and on down Piccadilly wound the great living river of women. It appeared endless, like a stream that had its source away in the heights of some far mountain. Leading the way, with banners gleaming in the sunshine, marched the veterans, a gallant little company of women in the evening of life, whose valiant spirits, like bright, well-worn swords, had most of them well nigh worn out the frail scabbard. But their tired eyes were bright with hope to-day. Their steps showed no sign of faltering or weariness.
for at last the goal was surely within sight. Oh, how many times they had already believed it in sight they did not think. These were those who had borne the toil and heat of life's long day, working, digging, ploughing, sowing, since early womanhood. Side by side with these marched their younger sisters, the gallant leaders of the great social and political union, whose heroic courage and devotion, even to the death test, had lifted the question of woman's enfranchisement at last into the arena of practical politics. And now surely the hour of dawn was nearing. Strong men and true had rallied round them. The Conciliation Committee had been formed, and the claims of the women would never more be allowed to be pushed aside. However reluctant the government might be to keep their pledges, the staunch committee would see to it there was no more shuffling and shirking. Not that their hope rested mainly on their men friends, however. No, it was in the great movement itself, of which each woman felt she was an integral part, moving on like a wave with the irresistible tide, before which every obstacle must before long give way. Next in order came a white-clad band of women and girls of all classes, bearing proudly as the very crown and glory of their womanhood the prisoner's badge of disgrace, a wand surmounted by the broad arrow. All eyes turned on the woman who led them. She had the face of one whose eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. She walked unconscious of the cheering crowd, her feet scarcely seeming to touch the solid ground. Just behind her, four abreast with her companions, walked Mary O'Neill. "There's Mary!" cried Alice excitedly. "The one at this end." "Isn't she sweet?" cried Penelope Otis. "One wouldn't be surprised to see a halo shine right out round her any moment." But the young Brahmin was following the leader of the band with rapt, intent gaze. "That woman is like a high priestess," he said half to himself. Alice caught the words. "She would lay down her life for this cause," she said warmly. "She has laid down her life," the Indian answered quietly. "Do you know her?" asked Penelope. "I do not know her as you would say, no," he answered simply. "But with her the soul is written on the face." "You are quite right," said Alice, bending forward and speaking in low, eager tones. "Quite right. You know what she did not long ago? She had been arrested with some working women for an open protest against the government, but the Home Secretary ordered her release at once on the plea of a weak heart, the real reason being that she belongs to a well-known family of our aristocracy. She determined to show this up by disguising herself as a working girl and getting arrested again. This is what she did, and proved that the same heart in a working girl did not procure her release from this Liberal government. There was no other way, for they had indignantly denied making any differences when they had been accused of it. "Wasn't it splendid?" said Penelope. The Indian said nothing, but his luminous eyes spoke his keen interest. "They treated her," went on Alice, "well, just exactly as they did the other unfortunate working women, little thinking who she was. When at last their suspicions were aroused as to her identity, they at once took fright and released her." "Well, it baffles me how she ever managed to deceive them for a day. Her class is just stamped all over her," said Penelope, who had heard the story when all England rang with it. "One such a woman is enough to ensure the success of any movement," remarked the Indian. "She radiates, and her light is reflected on each one of those who follow her." "All very well, you know," said a man's voice behind, "but this show is pure play acting. You women love it. Now own up, don't you?" "I don't know about play acting. Personally, however devoted I was to theatricals, I should draw the line at prison," a woman's voice answered lightly. "Not if you thought you were going to be made into a heroine. Come now." "I'd rather sleep comfortably in my own bed than be a Holloway heroine, thank you," replied the lady. Alice Walker also had caught that look on the face of the woman who walked first in the prisoners' contingent, and was pondering the Indian's words. "What a lot of them have been in prison, old and young, and such awfully sweet-looking women, some of them too. It is a curious country, this old England of yours," observed the American girl, as the 600 prisoners marched by, and the cheers grew warm with enthusiasm from the crowd below. This crowd which 2 or 3 years before would have assembled only in their hundreds, with but jeers and rotten eggs for these same women. The broad arrow, like the cross, had already worked the miracle. And now marched past the long deputation of women doctors and university students in caps and gowns and hoods, a goodly company with strong, firm step and young, frank, fearless faces full of purpose. "Ought to have been men, they ought," said an elderly woman just below the Lyceum balcony. "Taking the men's work. 'Tain't fair, I say." Her voice rang with resentment. "Taking men's work? That it ain't," retorted a younger woman. "Doctoring women is women's work, and so is teaching the girls. That's what I say. It's the men as taken our work, and doing it all the time too. What business 'ave they selling ribbons and laces and doing ladies' 'air, I'd like to know?" "'Ere, someone get this lady a tub to stand on," cried the crowd jester. "Begin again, miss, do." The rest was lost in the laughter of those around them.
Above the army of women, and linking the past and present into one great sisterhood, floated the banners bearing the names or portraits of the great company of those who had gone before, those pioneers down the ages who had fought for freedom, justice, and truth in some form or other, whether in religion, politics, science, or art. Prophetess, priestess, saint, martyr, queen, scientist, and artist. Each section bore aloft their own special patron. Brightest among these constellations, blazing with the oriflamme of France, shone the immortal name of Jeanne d'Arc. Those who followed were too numerous to note, but among them one caught an occasional flash which sent one's thought back to ancient days of Egypt, Greece, and Rome. Down through the centuries followed the lineal descendants of Miriam, Deborah, Sappho, Hypatia, Boudica, down to recent times of such as Elizabeth Fry, Mary Wollstonecraft, and Mrs. Somerville, the latter proudly borne aloft by the caps and gowns. The writers held up to the sun such golden names as Vittoria Colonna, Jane Austen, George Sand, George Eliot, Charlotte and Emily Bronte, Elizabeth Barrett Browning. The artists with the palettes and brushes walked under the portraits of Angelica Kauffmann, Madame Lebrun, and Rosa Bonheur. Beneath the banner of their patron saint, Florence Nightingale, walked the long line of hospital nurses in their small, neat bonnets and long cloaks. These women, with their cheery smile and gentle, patient skill, appealed especially to the spectators. Few among them had not had reason to bless them. "Hooray for women!" shouted a small boy with a pale little face, which bespoke his experience. "My, ain't they a dandy lot!" said a soldier with enthusiasm. Then followed the long regiment of toilers in great factories and industries, the women who make the wheels go round. The mothers of this band had lived under such conditions of slavery as made their own hard lives seem bright in comparison, for they had not had the bare human right to their own pitiful earnings, the husband legally claiming every penny. One of those devoted women, who took part in the 20 years' fight to win this inestimable boon for her sisters, looked out on the procession to-day as it passed by her windows, and her eyes, grown dim, lit with the old light of battle and of victory, as she noted to what a mighty host the women's army had grown. That army once a mere handful, on and ever on, still they came in their thousands. Textile workers from Lancashire and Yorkshire, in their shawls and clogs. Swarthy, strong-limbed Welsh women from the pit's mouth. Sweated tailoresses doing government work on sailors' and soldiers' uniforms at half men's pay. Post-office clerks, who had also experienced the bitter difference between justice as meted out to those with the vote and those without. Chain-makers from Cradley Heath. Hat-makers, bottle-makers, match-makers, jelly-makers, each bearing on a banner the emblem of their trade. On and on they came. Many held their babies in their arms, and returned the greetings of the crowd of spectators with beaming friendly smiles to right and left, a look of steadfast purpose and hope
shone on all these workers' faces, old and young alike. And still they passed, the interminable miles and miles of women. Alice caught sight of Jenny as she marched foremost among the Lancashire textile workers. Jenny was to be married to Joe Hopton next month. He had thrown himself with his usual dogged fixity of purpose into the women's cause, and never intended resting, or letting others rest, until every sex disability had been removed, and justice done to women. Poor Maggie's awful sentence had been commuted to 3 years' penal servitude, a period which it had been whispered might, by great circumspection on the prisoner's part, possibly be shortened another 6 months. Mrs. Wilmot had touched the spring and set a great machinery in motion. The veteran leader of the Freedom League had rallied to her aid with all the forces at her disposal, and the result had been a monster petition to the Home Secretary, with signatures both of a number and of a significance impossible to disregard. Alice Walker, on hearing from Jenny of her poignant interest in the case, had worked too in a quiet way perforce on her parents' account, but still real enough to make her partake not only in the anxiety, but in the joy of the reprieve. Great forces were working and seething in Alice's formerly complacent and easy-going little soul. She watched herself as through a looking-glass, and wondered what she would find herself obliged to do next. The motive power came from inside, a gradual unfolding like that of a green shoot. Resistance and opposition, which would have combated outside influence, was useless here, as Alice, with her usual philosophy, fully realised. The procession continued, more and always more to come. Among the banners flashed the legends, "No vote, no tax," "Courage is the mother of all the virtues," "Stone walls do not a prison make," "Dare to be free," and occasional reminders to the antis and laggards, such as, "6 million women workers need the vote," "Rise ye women that be at ease," etc. Then came some of the protest banners, recalling the lines along which the militant movement had passed. The police court protests, the tax resistance, the picketers, 729 hours spent picketing the House of Commons to exercise the subject's historic right of petitioning the King's ministers. Such weary hours, standing there at the closed gates in heat and cold, rain and snow, day after day, week after week, to be ridiculed and scorned by the Noel Crowleys of the House, execrated by the Boulders and Blathertons, pitied half contemptuously by the more kindly Weirkemps. Other banners told other tales, which the young Brahmin and the American girl spelt out with dispassionate interest and curiosity, while Alice Walker listened and watched, absorbing all in silence. And now the crowd below were making merry over a new diversion, a small dilapidated trail of sandwich men, whom the stream was bearing on its fringe like the straws and sticks of debris on the edge of a flood. Their boards bore the comic announcement, in letters of dull red on a ground of grimy white, "Women do not want the vote." The mud that a few years before would have been flung at the women had found a new target. Gladly the poor sandwiches would have hidden their diminished heads, such was the uproarious merriment they excited. But they were starving poor creatures, and the men who hired them expected the work to be done for which they paid. It was typical of the anti that he or she should do their propaganda by deputy. And such deputies. Only when Lord Wimperdale, Mr. Crowley, Mrs. Prendergast, and Miss Selina Crompton begin to parade their own sandwich boards, as the suffragist women so often have done, will they convince the men and women in the street, or on the fence, of the sincerity of their purpose, let alone the righteousness of their cause. "Why don't the bloomin' antis carry their own boards?" cried one of the crowd. "Chuck it, Joe, game's up, my boy," laughed another. "I'll paint you up a fresh board, Bill," said a stout, pleasant-faced woman with a child in her arms. "Men do not want their supper. 'Twould be about as true." "Here's a fine banner coming," cried Penelope. "John Stuart Mill. And why, I declare, here are a lot of men," she added, as the deputation of members of the Men's League followed the banner of their great precursor.
"That's Hopton, one of the Labour members, bearing the standard," said a guest on the balcony. "The women are getting no end of those fellows to join them."
Alice leant forward just in time to get a good view of Joe Hopton as he stepped bravely forward, making this public declaration of his new-found faith. "Well, I do call this one of the most interesting and dramatic scenes I have ever witnessed," remarked Penelope Otis, after, for her, a long silence. Alice Walker started up suddenly. "I want to get out," she said. "Will you please let me pass?" "You want to go inside? You're feeling the sun?" inquired her friend, making way for her. "Shall I come with you?" she asked, as Alice went inside the club. "No, thank you," Alice called back. "You stay where you are. I simply can't. Not another minute." Down the staircase she rushed and out into the crowded street. Her eyes sparkled, her cheek was flushed. A girl stood near the club steps, selling ribbons inscribed "Votes for Women." Alice pushed a shilling into her hand and seized the ribbon, twisting it rapidly round her broad Panama hat with its plain white satin bow. She threaded her way through with such quiet insistence, all made way for her instinctively. A regiment of women were passing at the moment, led by a distinguished, erect figure, frail and spare and immaterial as a flame, her face finely cut as a cameo. On her silvery grey hair she wore a black lace veil. Every inch a leader, she held her head high, her eyes had a light, a flash, that told of battles won and battles still to win. Before her was borne aloft a banner on which showed a pair of silver wings springing from a heart. She herself seemed more spirit than body, and quite ready for her own wings, but the sweet grey eyes smiled on the people who pressed forward, giving a special volley of cheers to greet her as she passed, with a look of warm, human sympathy.
"God bless you." "Good luck to you." "Here's the old warrior." "Stick it, missus." "Good luck to you," came from all sides as the men held up their caps and women waved their handkerchiefs to one whose invisible sceptre swayed over their hearts in a way exercised by no crowned sovereign. Alice Walker darted towards her like a lost child who on a sudden sees a haven. "May I walk behind you? Do you mind?" she gasped out breathlessly. The kind grey eyes smiled down on this unexpected companion. "Do, my dear, do walk with us. Where do you come from?" Alice fell into line as she answered with a little laugh which was almost a sob. "I was looking on just as an outsider, till I couldn't bear being an outsider another minute. I want to belong." Suddenly she remembered Penelope, and turning, saw her bending over the balcony, waving a handkerchief. Alice waved back, and then disappeared from her friend's sight, swallowed up by the river of women.
"Well, that's really very interesting," observed Penelope to the young Brahmin. "You never can quite tell what these English women are going to do, can you now?"
"They cannot tell that themselves. They obey a voice," said the Indian, "and they are carried forward on the bosom of the onward flowing river." End of the final scene. End of No Surrender by Constance Elizabeth Maud. Read by Lisa Reichert.